You desperately disguise yourself as a waste, but still become a treacherous villain who kills the king and father, just because you spend all day hooking up and listening to music. Other princes mistakenly think you are pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, so they conspire with your fiancé to frame you, disable your cultivation, and exile you to the cold and harsh northern territory. But they didn't expect you to turn misfortune into a blessing, awaken the supreme chaotic bloodline, and advance rapidly in cultivation every day. 5 years later, you finally become a land immortal, but at this moment, an imperial decree summons you to the capital. Looking at the eunuch carrying the decree walking away, you mutter to yourself, "It's been 5 years. It's time to return to the capital and settle all grievances." As Xiao Fan recalled the past, suddenly a dozen masked assassins rushed in from outside. "My master admires the Prince of Yen very much and wants to borrow something from you." The leader of the assassins sneered. Xiao Fan remained indifferent. "Who is your master? What does he want to borrow?" "He wants to borrow your head. Xiao Qi, kill him," the leader of the assassins ordered with extreme disdain. With the command given, a masked assassin behind him drew his knife and attacked. Xiao Qi's speed was extremely fast, his movements as quick as lightning, aiming a slash at Xiao Fan's neck. But at the critical moment, a graceful figure appeared, cold light flashing. A head rolled to the ground at the feet of the assassin leader, staining the snow red. "What? It's Xiao Qi." But when the assassin leader took a closer look, he realized that the severed head belonged to his subordinate, his expression turning furious as he glared ahead. "Damn it! Put!" When the assassin leader and his men saw the woman standing in front of Xiao Fan, their noses started bleeding one by one, because the woman before them had a cold and stunning beauty, as if descended from the heavens. To these men who were used to bloodshed and had not seen a woman for a while, she was like a fire. "Where did this little girl come from? Daring to meddle in my business and even killing my people. I will use you to pay for it." The leader of the assassins smirked. "You're looking for death." The woman instantly became furious, a cold killing intent bursting from her body. She swiftly appeared and grabbed the assassin leader's throat. "Ruyan, spare his life." Just as Ruyan caught him, Xiao Fan spoke. Although Ruyan was unwilling to let the assassin leader who had insulted her mentally live, she had to obey Xiao Fan's orders. With a flick of her jade hand, she heavily threw the person in front of Xiao Fan. "Who is your master at home? Why do you want to kill me? What is your intention?" Xiao Fan looked at the middle-aged assassin with a scar on his face and asked. I'll tell you right now, go to hell." Suddenly, the leader of the assassins took out a dagger from his chest, with a triumphant look, and stabbed towards Xiao Fan's throat. Just a moment ago, when he was being strangled by Lu Ruyan, he thought he was done for, but he didn't expect the other party to be careless and not finish him off before throwing him in front of Xiao Fan, giving him a second chance to complete the mission. Click. However, just as his dagger was about to approach Xiao Fan within 3 feet, the dagger shattered like a stone, and he was also imprisoned by an invisible and vast force, unable to move at all. "Hiss, your cultivation hasn't been abolished? What realm are you in now?" At this moment, the leader of the assassins discovered that this aura came from Xiao Fan, and he was so scared that a foul-smelling liquid flowed out from under him. "I am already invincible. Do you believe it or not?" Xiao Fan said calmly. "What? This is impossible. Even if you haven't been abandoned, let alone 5 years, even if you were given another 5,000 years, you still wouldn't reach that kind of realm." The assassin leader refuted difficultly. Xiao Fan just coldly smiled. In the past 5 years, he did not waste his time, but instead, he was fortunate enough to awaken the supreme and unparalleled chaotic bloodline. Over the past 5 years, with the blessing of the chaotic bloodline, his cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, becoming the supreme martial emperor, standing at the peak of this world. Now that the emperor has summoned him back to the capital, the eunuch who delivered the decree has just left, and someone else is trying to kill him. He needs to find out the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes. "Who is the master behind you?" The leader of the assassins completely collapsed under the shroud of a death-like aura. "To the king of Yen. It is the Lord of Winterfell, Lord Stark." "Who sent me?" "So you don't know Lord Stark's purpose? Then what use are you?" With the fall of Xiao Fan's voice, the leader of the assassins directly vanished into thin air. "Master, that villain Shikfu actually wants to kill you. He deserves to die. I will go into the city and kill him, then bring back his head to show you." Lu Ruyan twisted her steps, aggressively approaching Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked up and felt as if he saw 2 hills rushing towards him, swaying and about to collapse. The translation is as follows: with such a close distance in front of him, and his vigorous age, it was inevitable that his mind would be in turmoil as he continued to look. Xiao Fan quickly stood up. "Ruyan, it's cold. There are many perverts outside, so wear more clothes." "Does the master not like this outfit?" "Ruyan won't wear it in the future." Lu Ruyan obediently nodded. Xiao Fan smiled helplessly, then his expression became extremely serious. containing endless cold killing intent, Ruyan. Go call someone to follow this king into the city, reigning over the world. Starting from Winterfell. Understood. After Lu Ruyan responded, she disappeared instantly. Xiao Fan looked towards the direction of Winterfell, took a step, and disappeared on the spot. At this time, in the central Lord's mansion of Winterfell, Lord Stark in armor is sitting at the head of the hall, looking somewhat solemn, and asking his confidant in front of him, Xiao Wang, it's been 2 hours since we sent our people out. Why haven't we received any news back? Lord, rest assured, the people we sent are all professional assassins, who specialize in this kind of work. Killing a king who has been disabled for 5 years is just a piece of cake. That's good. As long as we can get the king's head, our great cause will be successful. At the same time, at the gate of the Lord's mansion, a young man in old coarse clothes was slowly walking towards it. Stop, beggar ahead. This is the noble Lord's mansion, not a place where you lowly commoners can set foot. Leave immediately, or you will face consequences. The guards at the gate saw the young man approaching the Lord's mansion and immediately shouted angrily, beggars? Oh! Xiao Fan sized himself up once and coldly laughed at himself. He was dressed in an outdated, coarse cloth coat, and didn't look much different from the beggars on the street. However, he still took a step, moving forward towards the city lord's mansion, and said indifferently, where is Skov? Tell him to come out and greet the king. Stinking beggar, you have a big mouth. How dare you make our city lord come out to greet you? What are you? And you call yourself this king? What kind of king are you? It won't be the king of beggars, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Xiao Fan refer to himself as this king, the group of guards at the entrance all flirted and taunted with one sentence and laughed. Stinking beggar, get lost. If you don't get out, I'll break your legs. After laughing, one of the guards roared angrily to warn Xiao Fan. Where this king wants to go, no one can stop him yet. Xiao Fan was coldly disdainful as he took large strides towards the gate of the mansion. Asshole, forcibly entering the city lord's mansion, being lawless, and committing the following offense, the crime is unforgivable. Take him down and execute him on the spot. Seeing Xiao Fan's obstinacy, the chief of the guards coldly shouted. Swish! In an instant, the two guards pounced towards Xiao Fan. Bang bang! It was just that before either of the two guards could even get within 3 meters of Xiao Fan, their bodies exploded out of thin air and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? Surprisingly, it's an expert. Get together and kill him. Seeing two of his men explode for no reason, the escort chief realized the seriousness of the problem. The youth in front of him was not some stinking beggar, but a cultivator. Kill! In an instant, more than a dozen guards held long spears and killed towards Xiao Fan, and a chilling sneer appeared on the escort leader's face. This was a dozen of his men who were all at the second or third rank of the Huanwu realm, the elite pick from the 100,000 strong army to guard the city lord. Even if he possessed the strength of the 5th grade yellow martial realm, it would take some effort to deal with the attack of this group of henchmen. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, looked like he was only in his early 20s, his clothes were tattered, and even if he was a cultivator, he was still a poor man, and definitely not as strong as him. With a dozen or so of his men joining forces, Xiao Fan would surely die. Click! Bang, bang, bang! Just as these dozen people were about to enter Xiao Fan's 3 meters, he stomped his foot down towards the ground, and the floor tiles under his feet instantly burst, countless pieces flying forward, containing a terrifying force that shot the dozen guards out. What? Seeing a dozen or so of his men die, the color of the chief of the guards changed drastically. Even he couldn't do it to kill those dozen or so people in an instant. Realizing that a crisis was approaching, the chief of the escort hurriedly shouted, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Bang! He had just cried out twice when his body was torn apart by a great force. Who ate leopard's guts and dared to attack the city lord's mansion? Also at this time, Xiao Wang was leading a group of elites out from the mansion and surrounded Xiao Fan. Kid, you have big guts, even the guards of the city lord's residence dare to kill. You wanna find? What? King Yen. Xiao Wang angrily rebuked the beggar-like dressed youth in front of him, but his words had just reached the halfway point when he recognized that the face would be Xiao Fan. Looks like you know the king. Why don't you tell Skov to get his ass out here and meet me? Xiao Fan said with a cold smile. Humph. King Yen. You, a regicide and patricide rebellious thug, have long since been relegated to the common people. Now, he is still as ferocious as ever, openly slaughtering the guards of my city lord's mansion here, so he really deserves to die. Men, take him down for me. If you resist, kill without pardon. Xiao Wang, however, ordered with a contemptuous cold drink, and all those guards pounced towards Xiao Fan. Click! Boom! But with a light stomp of Xiao Fan's foot, the floor around him chafed like a spider's web and shot out, shooting all the guards who pounced on him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If King Yen isn't ruined, why is he still so terrifying? Seeing the scene in front of him, Xiao Wang was shocked and then ran towards the mansion while shouting angrily. Go, all of you, kill him at all costs, kill him now. Kill! More guards rushed out from the mansion and killed towards Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan didn't have the slightest bit of compassion either, and with every step forward, a terrifying aura swept forward like a tidal wave. The Those guards who rushed out from the mansion disappeared in pieces, staining the ground of the city lord's mansion red. Lord City Lord, it's bad, King Yin, he's here to kill. The young king quickly rushed into the hall of the city's main hall and reported back to Skov with a panicked look on his face. Little king, what did you just say? The king of Yin is here to kill, what's going on? Skov's expression sank, and he hurriedly pursued the question. Lord City Lord, it's King Yin, he's the one who killed them. He still has his cultivation, our government soldiers won't be able to stop him. Xiao Wang said to Skov with a heartbeat. What do you mean, he still has his training? It seems the assassin we sent has been killed by him. Damn it! Not only did he hide in my place of jurisdiction for 5 years, allowing me to discover his trail only recently, he even hid his cultivation. Good King Yin, I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. But he came to throw himself into the net on his own initiative, so this city lord will personally take him down, go. Skov immediately exuded a strong killing intent and led the small dynasty outside. As he came out of the hall and walked to the front square of the city lord's mansion, he saw Xiaofan striding forward. Every time he took a step forward, a terrifying force swept in all directions, and those guards couldn't even get close to a distance of 3 meters before they were torn apart and died without a trace. Good lord, he really still has his cultivation, that's even more damned. Seeing that Xiaofan did not have to use his hands and had crushed the elite guards in his mansion with just the aura emanating from his body caused the killing intent on Skov's face to intensify. Since Xiaofan had regained his cultivation again and had personally killed the city lord's mansion, he must have known that it was the group of killers that he had sent. At this point in time, it was difficult for him to not kill Xiaofan, otherwise the one who would die would be him. Stand down, all of you. Then, with a loud bellow, Shkov told all the government soldiers behind him to retreat, so as not to add any more casualties. Xiaofan, you, an exiled sinner, dared to open up a killing spree within my city lord's mansion, slaughtering warriors loyal to Great Zhou. This is truly a heinous crime. Behave yourself and surrender, and on account of the fact that you still have royal blood, this city lord can be lenient. If you persist, this city lord will execute you in accordance with the Great Zhou law. Skov was all righteousness and justice as he stared at Xiaofan and drank. Skov, we all know what you are, so don't put on a show. I'm asking you, who told you to send assassins to kill this king and for what purpose? Tell me the truth and I'll leave you alive. Xiaofan leisurely stepped forward slowly, making an icy cold sound. Humph. Xiaofan, the city lord doesn't know what the hell you're talking about. You killed before, resisted arrest after, and now you are falsely accusing the city lord. You are really stubborn and your crime is unpardonable. Men, give this city lord to take him down and execute him on the spot. Skov's expression was icy cold, and the killing intent within him was overwhelming. Even with this group of shrimp soldiers you want to kill this king, Skov, then you're dead. Xiaofan said disdainfully. Ha ha ha. I naturally know that I won't be able to take you down with them. But this city lord has been stationed in Winter City for so many years, and he's no vegetarian. Where are the 3 monsters of Seabay? Skov roared with a cocky laugh. Swish swish swish. As Skov's voice fell, 3 strangely dressed middle-aged men appeared and stood before him in respectful pilgrimage. City Lord. Aha! Skov nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Xiaofan with a smug expression. Xiaofan, back when you were at your peak, you were only at the 6th grade heavenly martial realm. The 3 monsters in the northern part of the country, each of their strengths had reached the 7th grade Tianwu realm, and the 3 of them together were able to easily kill an 8th grade Tianwu practitioner. A 9th grade heavenly martial artist might not be able to gain the upper hand against the 3 of them. And although you have regained some strength over the past 5 years, you are simply unbeatable in front of the 3 monsters of Seabay. Xiaofan, if you want to surrender now, this city lord will give you a hard time. If you insist on resisting, then this city lord will let the 3 monsters of Seabay cut you into 1,000 pieces and torture you to death alive. Xiaofan just smiled coldly with contempt in his eyes and said, just 3 mole crickets, yet you treat them as treasures, pathetic. What did you say? How dare you call us, the 3 monsters of Seabay, mole crickets? Dare to humiliate us, the 3 monsters of Seabay, you must suffer the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts. Brothers go, him up. The 3 monsters of Seabay were furious and killed toward Xiaofan with a murderous aura. Put. But just when the 3 monsters of Seabay were about to get close to Xiaofan, suddenly there were 3 flashes of cold light, and the necks of the 3 instantly snapped, spewing out a large amount of blood, and the 3 cold heads fell to the ground, dead in peace. What? Scruffy's complexion changed abruptly. He was very sure that the person who had just struck was not Xiaofan. There must have been a strong person who secretly made a move to help Xiaofan and kill the Seabay mountain monster. Swish! In the next moment, he only saw Lu Ruyan, who had changed into a wrapped, tightly clothed black coat, descend from the sky and land behind Xiaofan. I can't believe it's a woman. That woman was able to kill the 3 monsters of Seabay with a single sword. Has she already stepped into a martial master? How could Xiaofan have such powerful henchmen when he's just a wastrel? After Scruffy carefully sized up Ruyan Lu, his face became even more grave, and a feeling of uneasiness arose within him. He had thought that the invalidated Xiaofan was no different from a commoner, and that he could get him killed however he wanted. However, he did not want to think about the fact that Xiao Fan not only possessed cultivation once again, but also had a martial master under him, causing him to feel a hint of worry. With things having come to this, he was only able to move forward with a hard head, staring at Lu Ruyan. Girl, no matter what Xiao Fan has offered you, I, Skov, can give it to you 100 times, even 1,000 times. As long as you can help me kill Xiao Fan, I will honor my promise, and I can also introduce you to the master behind me, a powerful force. Fine. I just need one thing, Ruyan Lu said with a wry smile on her face. When Shkov heard this, he was incredibly happy. He thought that Lu Ruyan had already loosened his tongue and asked in a hurry. What exactly do you want, and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Even I, as a person, can give it to you. Then it will take your life. Boom! Lu Ruyan let out a cold cry, like a bolt of lightning, instantly killed in front of Shkov, jade hand into a claw, grabbing towards the neck. You seek death. Scruffy erupted in place with the strength of a third-grade martial artist and blasted his fist towards Ruyan Lu. Click! Ah! It was a pity that his fist was easily shattered by Lu Ruyan's grip, and he let out a mournful and incomparable pig-killing scream. Immediately afterward, Lu Ruyan's jade claws grabbed his throat. You! At this moment, Scruffy stared at Lu Ruyan with a horrified expression. He never thought that a woman who was only less than 20 years old would be stronger than him, the city lord who was sitting on one side of the city and holding 100,000 heavy troops. Humph. With trashy henchmen like you, I'm sure your master is also a piece of trash, and you still want to persuade me to betray my master. You really don't know what you're doing. Boom boom. Lu Ruyan coldly mocked some, and with a wave of his big hand, the heavy Scrooge fell in front of Xiao Fan, smashing the ground out of a big pit. Pust! Skov was dropped like this by Lu Ruyan, the bones in his body broke, and he grimaced in pain, his features twisted, and he completely lost his fighting ability. However, in order to stay alive, he still humbly fell to the ground and begged Xiao Fan for mercy. Your Highness, King Yin, spare me your life. I do what I'm told. Please spare me. As long as you leave me alive, from now on, I, Skov, will willingly go through fire and water for you. Good then. First tell this king who your master is, and what is his plot when he asked you to send assassins to kill this king. Xiao Fan was like an emperor as he indifferently looked down at Skov and asked. Da. Also at the moment he finished speaking, another large group of elite warriors wearing golden armor and fully armed rushed in from outside. Surround the city lord's mansion, no one is allowed to leave or enter, and anyone who violates the order will be killed without pardon. A young general in golden armor ordered as he walked in with a mighty stride. Ha. General Li, you're finally here. How many men did you bring? Shkov instantly recognized the young general, a beloved general whom he had promoted only in the last 2 years, and one of the 4 main generals under his command, in charge of nearly 30,000 men. 30,000 troops have entered the city, General Li said in a cold voice. Ha. Yes. Skov laughed triumphantly and used a provocative voice to Xiao Fan. My 30,000 troops have arrived. Unless your master and servant reach the realm of martial zone, you will not be able to escape. Xiao Fan, why don't you quickly kneel down and surrender? Ha. Chapter 3, straight to the capital, soldiers in the city. You think these 30,000 men are yours? Xiao Fan, however, was unimpressed and asked back in a cold voice. Ha. I am the Lord of Winter City, personally appointed by His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Zhou, and I hold 100,000 heavy troops to guard the savage mountain range. And this General Li Jinglong Li is my beloved general. The 30,000 troops he brought with him, if they are not mine, are they still yours? Ridiculous. Skov remained dismissive. You got it. Also at this time, Li Jinglong fiercely knelt down and rushed at Xiao Fan with an imposing manner. My lord Li Jinglong, welcome your highness, King Yin. What? Li Jinglong, what do you want to do? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Do you want to rebel? Shkov's face suddenly changed. He never thought that the beloved general he personally supported up would actually recognize Xiao Fan as his master. Rebellion? I, Li Jinglong, was originally a man of His Majesty, the King of Yin. 4.5 years ago, by the order of His Highness, the King of Yin, I approached you, gained your trust, and then gradually took over your army. Li Jinglong looked at Skov with disdain. You poof. Shirkufu was immediately angered by Li Jinglong and spat out blood. He did not expect that in the past 4 years, he had sacrificed his life to save him many times, and that his own personal promotion up to a trusted and beloved general would actually be an undercover agent sent by Xiao Fan to his side. Ha. Several seconds passed, and Skov laughed angrily, 1,000,000 times. King Yin, do you think you can dominate Winterfell by planting a Li Jinglong at my side and mastering 30,000 of those troops? Don't forget, I still have 70,000 troops, and when they arrive, it will be the end of you living rebels and traitors. Da. Skov had just finished shouting when 3 more generals walked in at pace. General Fan, General Chen, General Zhang, quickly take down Xiao Fan and Li Jinglong, the group of rebels. Seeing the other 3 main generals approaching, Shkov's expression was overjoyed, and once again he saw hope. It was just that this hope of his existed only for a second and was completely extinguished again. Poof thud, put. My lord will kowtow to His Highness, the King of Yin. In the next second, he saw that the three main generals under his command unexpectedly knelt down neatly, respectfully kneeling down to worship Xiao Fan. You guys, Fan Wuji, Qinfu, Zheng Shanfeng, you guys actually defected to Xiao Fan as well, you guys. Poof. Skov was so angry that he sprayed a large mouthful of blood again. He simply found it hard to believe that the four major generals under his command were all Xiao Fan's men. Humph. Your Fan Wuji, Qinfu, and Zhang Shanfeng are long dead, and look who we are. After that general, Fan Wuji, finished speaking, he immediately tore off the fake skin mask from his face, revealing a young face. The other two also both tore off the fake skin masks of Chen Fu and Zhang Shanfeng, revealing their other faces. You guys, the three great generals of the Golden Lin Army, Jiang Chen, Yi Junlin, and Yi Beichen. Weren't you not given your deaths by His Majesty the Emperor 4.5 years ago when you tried to clear King Yan's name and failed to rise in rebellion? Upon seeing the faces of the three, Shkov's complexion suddenly changed, and a wave of shock was set off within him. Jiang Chen, Yi Junlin, and Yi Beichen, these three were the three greatest generals under Xiao Fan's command at one time, who had conquered the southern countries and made great military achievements. 5 years ago, Xiao Fan plotted a rebellion. There is no direct evidence to prove that the three had a part to play, but in the way of some reasons in their military service, the emperor did not behead the three, but demoted and retained, transferred to a small place to serve, and disbanded the Jinlin army. However, the three of them had always believed that Xiao Fan was wrongly accused, so the three of them plotted and gathered the old Jinlin army to rise up in rebellion 4.5 years ago to seek justice. In the end, the uprising failed and the emperor issued a decree deciding to execute the three men. But he never expected that the three fierce generals of the Jinlin army, who were originally supposed to have died 4.5 years ago, had actually transformed into the three generals under his command without him even knowing it. That's right. Back then, we rebelled in order to prove King Yan's innocence, though he failed in his endeavors and was given death by the emperor's decree. But on the very day of the execution, His Highness King Yan suddenly appeared, created a sandstorm so that the people could not open their eyes, and then, with extreme speed, stole the beams and had three sinful men replace us and save us. Jiang Chen took the lead in explaining the true reason why they had come back from the dead back then. Immediately after, Yi Junlin took over the topic and said, after His Highness, the King of Yen, brings us back to Rindon, he is going to place each of the three of us inside your army. Originally, His Highness even tried to persuade your three great generals to surrender, but they were so self-righteous that they even tried to kill His Highness and take their own lives, so we then took their fake skin masks and disguised ourselves as them to take control of all your men and horses. In these 4 years, your 100,000 strong army, completely under our control, has become the new Jinlin army. Ah! After hearing this from the duo, Skov was a million times more upset, hissing and growling angrily. However, he had to admire Xiao Fan's intelligence. In just 4 years, he had actually mastered his 100,000 strong army under his nose, without realizing it. Seeing that the momentum was gone, he had no choice but to submit to Xiao Fan once again and swear sincerely. Your Highness King Yan, just now it was I, Shirkufu, who had no eyes to see and bumped into your Highness. I hope that your Highness will be magnanimous and spare my dog's life. As long as you let me off the hook, not only am I willing to give up the forces behind me, from now on, I am willing to serve you like a dog and horse. If I have any second thoughts, I will be struck by the heavens and cut off from my children and grandchildren. Speak. Who is the master behind you? Xiao Fan asked coldly. Back to your Highness, before I joined the army, I was a disciple of the Xuan Sword Sect. For so many years, it had maintained close ties with the sect. The person who gave the order this time was none other than the Xianjian Patriarch, and it was he who personally gave the order that your head be used to fabricate a rumor that His Majesty had secretly sent someone to execute you. In this way, you incited the old Jinlin army under your command back then to rise up and rebel, causing civil unrest in the Great Zhou. When that time comes, the Xuan Sword Sect will be able to dismantle the rule of the royal family of the Great Zhou through the power it wields and become the sole master. Skov truthfully told Xiao Fan what he knew, and Xiao Fan fell into deep thought after hearing these words. A good while passed before Xiao Fan continued to open his mouth and asked, although the Xuan Sword Sect is one of the 7 great sects within the Great Zhou territory and is very strong, it is almost impossible to subvert the rule of the Great Zhou imperial family with the power of your family alone. But listening to what you just said, it seems like the Xuan Sword Sect has 100% certainty that you guys are hiding any more cards? I haven't entered the core group of the Xuan Sword Sect yet, so I don't know much. But I know that a martial arts conference will be held within the Xianjian sect in 7 days' time, and a martial arts champion will be introduced at that time. And for this martial arts conference, our patriarch is 100% certain that he will be elected as the martial arts alliance leader. Skov went on to add, Master, the Xuan Sword Sect is trying to unify the rivers and lakes within the Great Zhou dynasty, integrating all the sect forces and launching an attack on the royal family to eventually take their place. Lu Ruyan instantly guessed the Xuan Sword Sect's intention of organizing the martial arts conference and said to Xiao Fan, Smart. It's not a waste of my years of teaching you. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and praised Ruyan Lu. That's natural. As the saying goes, a famous teacher makes a great student. With the wise and powerful Your Highness personally imparting his teachings, if Ruyan can't even guess this, then it's truly a waste. Lu Ruyan's expression was joyful as she said to Xiao Fan. She had just finished speaking when Jiang Chen erupted with a strong killing intent and invited Xiao Fan to battle. Your Highness, the Xuan Sword Sect is actually trying to kill you to create chaos to fulfill their ambitions. It's really hateful and deserves to be killed. Please order Your Highness, we will immediately lead our troops to kill and destroy the Xuan Sect. Please order Your Highness to exterminate the Xuan Sword Sect. Li Jinglong, Yi Beichen, and Yi Junlin knelt down together, shouting angrily with battle intent. There is no rush. Before this king finds out the grudge of that year, you guys should not be exposed for the time being. When this king enters the capital to find out the culprit of everything, after you receive this king's order, 100,000 troops will swing south. Xiao Fan said with a bland face. What should we do when 100,000 troops are taken away and that demonic beast rushes out to plague the people? Li Dinglong asked. This king has solved this hidden danger, those beast clans don't dare to come out, you guys swing south at ease. Xiao Fan said blandly. My lord. The four dutifully obeyed the order to kill. Your Highness King Yin. I'm afraid that the 100,000 troops here in Rindong alone are not enough. Originally, these armies were used to defend against the incursion of demonic beasts within the savage mountains and could not be taken away. It would be better for me to serve you and help you to take control of the Xuan Sect and become the martial arts ally, then you will not only have 100,000 troops, but you will also be the leader of all the Jianghu forces within the Great Zhou dynasty, and then the royal family will not be your rival. Skov saw another opportunity to build up and save his life, and hastened to recommend himself to Xiao Fan. You feel qualified to serve the king? Xiao Fan asked rhetorically. Your Highness, I am at least a third-grade martial artist, and I am considered an expert within Great Zhou. My master teacher also has a great deal of power within the Xuan Sword Sect, and I can help you convince him to work for you, so it should be more than enough for me to be your subordinate. Skov explained with great confidence. Third-grade martial artist, do you think this king will lack you as a third-grade martial artist? Xiao Fan had a disdainful look on his face, and then he gave a wink to the four major generals. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying and overwhelming aura erupted from the four generals' bodies, their breath exuding outward, forming a powerful astral shield, complete with the realm of a martial zone. Boom! However, Ruyan Lu was also not willing to show weakness, and even more so, she directly exuded a kingly aura that surpassed that of a martial zone, the realm of the martial king. Damn! Miss Ruyan is so fierce. The four generals were stunned. They thought that they were only in their early 30s, and that they were already very powerful for being able to reach the realm of martial zone. However, he had not thought that Lu Ruyan, a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, was a martial king. Martial king? You're actually a martial king, how is this possible? Skov exclaimed in alarm. Martial kings, within the Great Zhou dynasty, were definitely the top group of powerhouses, admired by 10,000 people. One must know that in the entire Great Zhou dynasty, there were only 2 or 3 martial kings in the royal family, and only one of their Xuan Sword Sect's old ancestors was a martial king. However, a young girl beside Xiao Fan would actually be a martial king. If a servant was a martial king, wouldn't Xiao Fan's realm be even more terrifying? Thinking of this, Shkov regretted 10,000 times, if he had defected to Xiao Fan a long time ago, how good it would have been. But to this day, Xiao Fan could not see him at all, so what awaited him would be the end of death. And finally, the end of his days is finally coming. Skov, this king actually gave you a chance in the beginning, but you didn't seize it, and you still want to use 100,000 troops to suppress this king, then you can go to hell. No, Your Highness King Yin, please give me another chance. Skov was distraught and bitter. Those clans are nothing more than ants in the eyes of this king, don't care, kill him. Xiao Fan said in a cold and disdainful voice. No, King Yin. Shkov still tried to desperately beg for mercy, however, he was chopped off by Li Jinglong's hand and chopped off his head. Master. Then should we head to the Xuan Sword Sect next? Ruyan Lu glanced at Skov's head and looked at Xiao Fan to inquire. You come with me to the Xuan Sword Sect. Xiao Fan nodded slightly and ordered the 4 generals. Li Jinglong, Jiang Chen, Yi Junlin, and Yi Beichen listened to the order. You guard Rincon, stand by at all times, and when you receive the order, swing your division southward and attack the capital city straight to the city. My lord. The 4 shouted in unison. A day later, Xiao Fan departed for the Xuan Sword Sect after cleaning up all the foreign spies in Winter City. While Xiao Fan's master and servant traveled to the Xuan Sword Sect, Wei Xian spent a day and a night on the hoof, rushing back to the capital to meet the emperor. In the deep palace, the emperor of the Great Zhou looked at the basket of sweet potatoes Wei Xian brought back, his face was twitching slightly, and his heart was even more mixed. It was especially painful and regrettable to learn that his once beloved 4th son was now living as a poor peasant in a bitterly cold land. But when he learned that the sweet potatoes in the basket were planted by Xiao Fan himself, and even asked Wei Xian to bring them back to him, he felt a warmth in his heart again, and with his hands trembling slightly, he picked up a sweet potato from within the basket, and looked at Wei Xian and asked, Wei Xian, King Yin, has he really not recovered a single ounce of his cultivation? Back to your majesty. The old slave did not detect a trace of cultivation on his Highness King Yin. Wei Xian replied truthfully, only that his realm was not enough to detect it. The Emperor of the Great Zhou was puzzled after hearing this. This can't be, back then it was me who took action to abolish his cultivation, but did some maneuvering and didn't let him completely cut off the path of cultivation, but why does he still have no cultivation to this day? Although that incident back then had infuriated him, Xiao Fan had always been his most beloved son, so he had still left a hand when he personally abolished Xiao Fan's cultivation. Now that 5 years had passed, Xiao Fan still hadn't recovered even a trace of his cultivation, which really confused him. Your Majesty, His Highness King Yan has spent these 5 years in a bitterly cold place like Rhinong, and the depths of the savage mountains to the north of Rhinong, that is supposed to be a place where demonic beasts converge, with a serious amount of tainted demonic chi that is not at all suitable for us humans to cultivate. His Royal Highness King Yan was originally root damaged, suffered extremely heavy internal injuries, and hid at the edge of the savage mountains to live. Under that kind of environment contaminated by demonic chi, it's even more difficult to absorb heaven and earth yuan chi, and it's only reasonable that there's no cultivation. Wei Xian went on to explain. Well, you have a point. But it didn't matter that he hadn't regained his cultivation, I was in need of his wise counsel. Nowadays, the Great Zhou dynasty is in a state of internal and external crisis, and I need him to come back to stabilize the situation. But right now there is a more important thing for you to do. The Xuan Sword Sect is organizing a martial arts conference in 6 days and wants to elect an ally out. This is not a good thing for my royal family of Great Zhou. You immediately send someone to Xianjian Sect to monitor their every move. I will send someone to seize the position of the martial alliance. The Great Zhou Emperor ordered Wei Xian. On the other side, second Prince Xiao Zhe's residence. At this moment, Xiao Zhe was pulling a negotiation with a white-bearded man, who was Xiao Zhe's strategist and also a strong martial zoner. Elder Mo. According to the news from the palace, Eunuch Wei has returned, but he did not bring my fourth brother back. This time, Father King suddenly used the reason of his 60th birthday to bring back the fourth brother. I don't know what his intention is. Please Mo Lao to solve the confusion for this prince. Second prince. Although the fourth prince's cultivation is ruined, the talent in his brain is definitely a first-class existence. The emperor had recalled him, no doubt because he wanted him to come up with a plan to save the already darkened dynastic hall and preserve his absolute dominance. I can only say one thing to you, this brother of yours, either use him for you or kill him without pardon, or he will be a great hidden danger to your ascension to the throne of the emperor. Mo Lao put on an inscrutable look and said in words, Indeed. If I can obtain fourth brother's assistance, along with the support of you, Elder Mo, and the clan behind me, I will certainly be able to ascend to the emperor's throne. Fine, then I'll send my beloved to talk to fourth brother, and if he doesn't agree, kill him. Xiao Zhe nodded, agreeing with Elder Mo's suggestion. In addition, I have already arranged for someone to seize the position of Martial Alliance Master, and when we control all the martial forces within the Great Zhou dynasty, the 8th prince won't have the qualifications to compete with you. Elder Mo swore. Then thank you Elder Mo for taking the trouble. A thick smile appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. Afterward, he immediately dispatched his inner circle and set off to find Xiao Fan, and give dead orders. If King Yan doesn't agree, kill without mercy. Chapter 4, The God of Killers comes, Black Shop Interception. Meanwhile, at the other end of the capital, within the residence of the 8th Prince Xiao Chengtian, he was also meeting with an honored guest. This honored guest was no one else but the Prime Minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, the father of Tang Chuchu, Tang Yuan. Minister Tang. Back then, we should have executed fourth brother on the way to exile. Now that father has recalled him out of the blue, he doesn't know what his intentions are. If father wants to reboot and reuse him again, then he will not let go of what happened back then, and will investigate it to the end, surely spoiling our big event. You have to think of a way to solve this hidden problem of his as soon as possible. Xiao Chengtian had a thick killing intent on his face as he turned to Tang Yuan. Alas! Back then, I thought that after the emperor abolished his cultivation, relegated him to civilian status, and exiled him to a bitterly cold place in the north, he would no longer be a threat, and would be left to fend for himself. But who would have thought that the emperor would recall him after a lapse of 5 years, and probably in the situation you have just described, to reuse him again to solve the crisis in the court. When he returns, he's bound to threaten our well-being. And you, the 8th prince, honored your promise back then by allowing your daughter to enter the Purple Mansion sacred ground to cultivate, and she has already become a core disciple of the Purple Mansion sacred ground, and is expected to become a sacred maiden in waiting in the future. Such kindness, I, Tang Yuan, will remember it in my heart and will definitely help you get rid of Xiao Fan, ascend to the emperor's throne, and unify the Great Zhou dynasty. No, in the future, under your leadership, it will be promoted to an even more powerful Great Zhou imperial dynasty, or even a holy or imperial dynasty. Tang Yuan assured Xiao Chengtian in a serious manner. Tang Xiang, it's good that you know. Go on, help this emperor to finish him off, absolutely not let him return to the capital alive. Xiao Chengtian's eyes flickered with an increasingly intense killing opportunity. Time passed, and 4 or 5 days passed. Xiao Fan brought Lu Ruyan along on a tour of the mountains and finally arrived at a place that was only a day's journey away from the Xuan Sword Sect. Seeing that night was falling, the duo's carriage traveled to the front of an inn that opened in the middle of nowhere. Smoky. It's already dark, let's settle down at the inn ahead tonight and make our way at dawn. But master, this inn is opened in this kind of place where no one lives for miles around, like a dark store, and I detected that there seems to be quite a number of people coming to the inn, and an aura of blood permeates it. Plus, you're always exposing your whereabouts all the way south for fear that outsiders won't know that you're the king of Yen. I'm sure this is a dark store, and those people in there who reek of blood are probably all assassins coming to kill you. Why don't we hurry a little further and take a look at the front? Ruyan Lu frowned and said to Xiao Fan. So what if it's the Slayer, who under the sun can kill your master? Settle in here tonight and stay put. Xiao Fan, however, said in disbelief. Yes. Lu Ruyan nodded helplessly, then drove the carriage towards the inn. The moment the duo entered the inn, they found several tables of people inside, having their evening meal. At a glance, Lu Ruyan realized that all of these people were cultivators, and their strength was not weak, and there were several people in the realm of martial master. More importantly, this group of people all exuded a thick aura of blood. Surely they were killers with the tip of a knife and hands covered in blood. Yo! This gentleman and young lady, welcome, please come in. Just as Lu Ruyan was sizing up the guests, a woman's voice came out. Immediately afterward, a heavily made up and voluptuous woman was seen wiggling her sexy steps. Mr. and Miss, I am the proprietress of this inn, are you staying or eating? The woman waved the silk in her hand to inquire, and when she finished asking, she threw a wink at Xiao Fan that made the men spellbound. Foxy. Seeing the boss lady's scratchy appearance, Lu Ruyan spat out these 3 words with extreme disgust. Then he turned to Xiao Fan again. Master, I don't think this is a proper store, it's very similar to those legendary dark stores, and the Vixen, let's change another one. Yo! Little sister, keep your mouth shut, I'm a decent person, don't allow you to slander me. Besides, you're just an underling, your family's son hasn't even answered yet, so what's your hurry? The boss's wife looked at Lu Ruyan with a strange look, then enthusiastically leaned towards Xiao Fan again, scratching her head and making daddy noises as she said, My lord, I'm the only inn within a few dozen miles of here. Now that it is dark, if you go any further, you will have to spend the night in the wild mountains. Gonzi or stay for good, our inn although not as comfortable as what the palace compound, but definitely can let you live and eat well, and even play well. If your excellency is willing, there are special service packages for the evening. Oh, a special service package, that's something to look forward to, prepare 2 upper rooms. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and said to the boss's wife. Okay. Sir, inside please. Man, prepare 2 upper rooms immediately. The boss's wife revealed a thick smile and reached forward to try to pull Xiao Fan's hand. Lu Ruyan hurriedly blocked in front of her body with great disgust. 1 upper room, 2 wasted money. 1 room, so it's still a common maid. The boss's wife looked at Ruyan Lu with strange eyes. You. The 4 words common maid immediately caused Lu Ruyan to be shocked and furious, her killing aura fluctuating violently. And with the murderous aura that erupted from her body, it caught the attention of the people in the room and they looked over. Xiao Fan saw Lu Ruyan getting angry and said in a hurry. She's my housekeeper, she's got all the money, so an upper room it is. Ah ha 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 ha. I understand, my lord, I understand. Come. Inside please. The boss's wife didn't poke at it and said with a smile. Afterward, the 2 of them landed at the inn and after having dinner, they went back to the upper room on the 2nd floor to rest. Xiao Fan didn't sleep on the bed, giving the bed to Ruyan Lu while he meditated on a stool on the side. The night is dark and windy, the bright moon, high in the starry sky. It was still very bright under the moonlight, even though the candles were blown out in the house. There happened to be a beam of moonlight shining in from the side next to Xiao Fan's face. Lu Ruyan, who was lying on the bed, also took advantage of the moonlight to admire Xiao Fan's handsome face, falling into a state of infatuation for a short period of time. Da. Just as Lu Ruyan was mesmerized by what she was looking at, she suddenly heard the sound of tiles loosening on the roof and hurriedly came to Xiao Fan's side and whispered, Master, there's movement on the roof. Don't worry, just a few petty thieves. Xiao Fan blandly said in a loud chorus. Folks, it's cold, isn't it, to stay on the roof? Now that you're here, let's go inside. Xiao Fan he waved his big hand and lit the candles. Swish swish swish. Within moments, a dozen assassins dressed in nightclothes rushed in. Your Highness, King Yin, I didn't expect you to be so resourceful despite having your cultivation wasted. To be able to discover that we've arrived for a visit, it's truly admirable. The masked-haired assassin at the head of the group made a middle-aged man's voice and praised Xiao Fan. Since you know the identity of this king, can you tell us on whose orders you have come to kill this king? Xiao Fan asked indifferently. Then you'll just have to wait until you're in the 9 springs and ask the king of hell yourself. Brothers, give it to me, kill their master and servant. Killer said with a cold drink with a strong killing intent. Swish swish swish. In an instant, the group of assassins came out together, waving their long knives and killing towards Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. Dare to kill the master. You seek death. Boom! Lu Ruyan instantly went into berserk mode, radiating a deep and chilling killing aura as she slapped her palm forward. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a dozen or so of the assassins who had pounced were slapped into a bloody mist by Ruyan Lu. What? The Slayer leader's complexion changed drastically as he stared at Lu Ruyan dead in the face and said, I didn't expect you, a little woman, to be an expert. But your highness, King Yen, she alone can't save your life with just one woman. No one can protect the person my god-slaying temple wants to kill. Boom! The words fell. This assassin leader erupted with the aura of the 7th grade heavenly martial realm and directly killed Lu Ruyan. Bang! Only just as he rushed out 2 steps, he was slapped to death by Ruyan Lu and turned into a puddle of blood. Ha ha ha! Also at that moment, a laugh came from the first floor hall. The world thought that after King Yen was abolished 5 years ago, he could be slaughtered and bullied. But I didn't expect King Yen to have such a powerful personal guard by his side. It's really impressive. Xiaofan came out of the house and found 2 middle-aged men sitting in the middle of the hall. One tall and thin, one short and fat. The aura on both of them was not weak, the realm of a first-grade martial artist. You two are also here to kill this king. I wonder what your names are? Xiaofan took a step down the stairs and blandly came to sit down at the table leaning against the stairway and looked at the 2 of them and asked. I am Fathead. The tall, thin, middle-aged man was the first to give his name. I'm Skinnyhead Tua. The short, fat middle-aged man continued. Ha ha ha. You two have hilarious names. The skinny one is called Fathead and the one who is fat as a pig is called Skinnyhead. It's hilarious, goosey. Lu Ruyan, who was standing behind Xiaofan, cried out in laughter and laughed directly out of the goose. Unbridled. Boom. When Fathead Tua and Skinnyhead Tua heard Ruyan Lu's humiliating and mocking words, they were furious, and both of them simultaneously blasted down the table in front of them with a palm, smashing it to smithereens and turning it into a field of debris. The duo was still emanating a thick murderous aura, and the fat-headed man deadpanned Lu Ruyan for a while before he said to Xiaofan, Your Highness, King Yen, this servant of yours is really tempting to look at. Don't worry, after we kill you, we will surely love this servant of yours. After we've had enough fun, we'll send him to a kiln so that more people can come and enjoy his voluptuous and tantalizing body. You seek death. And Lu Ruyan's violent temper came up with a murderous aura. Ruyan, wait to do it. Xiaofan stopped Lu Ruyan's killing intent in time and stared at the fat and skinny headman and asked, You are assassins who have come to kill the temple. King Yen is very knowledgeable. That's right. We are from one of the 3 major assassin organizations, the Temple of the Killing God, the fat and thin-headed duo. The fat-headed lump praised Xiaofan and then shouted with extreme disdain. Since King Yen knows where the 2 of us come from, he should know that the PQ from 5 years ago was no match for us. Be a good boy and kneel down and surrender. Seeing as you were once a mighty great man, I'll give you a good time. Want to kill this king? Even if the 4 legendary god slayers of your god-slaying temple were to come out, they wouldn't be able to kill this king, let alone you 2 mole crickets. Tell this king who hired you, and give a truthful account, and this king will leave you with a whole body. Xiaofan said with a contemptuous smile on his face. The king of Yen deserves to be the king of Yen. It's true that he's the one who came out from fighting in the battlefield. Even though he doesn't have the strength he used to have in the past, his tone of voice is still so arrogant. It's just a pity that with your current status, you're not qualified enough for the 4 legendary assassins of our god-killing temple to come out. It's enough for the 2 of us to kill you. And you want to know who the employer is? I'll send you to hell to ask Hades. Boom! The thin-head turner let out a cold cry, then carrying a furious killing aura, his entire body was like a leather ball, charging toward Xiaofan at extreme speed. Chapter 5, Making Xiaofan a Puppet. Old thing, you seek death. Seeing the thin-headed Buddha kill, Lu Ruyan angrily shouted, and just as she was about to strike, the innkeeper's wife suddenly appeared and sheathed her long sword, cutting out a stern and incomparably terrifying sword chi. Pust! Before the skinny head turner could even react, his head was chopped off by the boss's wife with a sword, and he died without a trace. Skinny head! Seeing that his good friend, Thin Head Turner, was killed by the boss lady with a sword, Fat Head Turner hissed with a million sorrows and indignation, and at the same time, he also raised his alertness and watched out for the boss lady, questioning in a torrent of anger. Stinking, who the hell are you? Why are you helping King Yen? This question of his also caused Lu Ruyan's heart to wonder, saying, Vixen, you're not another group of killers. After you want to get rid of the assassins of the god-killing temple, you can then take down my master and complete your mission. It's just a pity that with me, Ruyan Lu, around, you won't have a chance to get your way at all. Ha ha ha. Little sister is joking, we're all family members, you don't need to be on the defensive. The boss's wife said with a big smile. Family? Ruyan Lu looked at Xiaofan with a puzzled expression and pouted her small mouth. How could this Tai Fox in front of her be family? She even wondered if her own master had gotten into bed with this Tai Fox in between her trips to the shower. Thinking about this, Ruyan Lu was getting angrier and angrier with her killing intent. He had been following Xiaofan for over 4 years and had always wanted to offer his body to Shang. But every time when she wanted to offer herself, she was rejected by Xiaofan on the grounds that she was still young. Now it was a vixen from a wild encounter that had gotten the better of her before her, which even more caused the killing intent within her to erupt, and she coldly shouted, Damn vixen, how dare you seduce my master behind my back, I'll kill you. Ruyan. His name is Feng Sanyang, one of our own. Xiaofan sensed that Lu Ruyan's body erupted with a strong killing intent that he had never seen before, and hurriedly said the name of the boss's wife. What? Win Sanyang. Could it be that you are the Temple of God's killer, Win Sanyang, who has only risen rapidly in the last 2 or 3 years and is ranked as one of the 3 major killer organizations alongside our Temple of Killing Gods? But you, how could you be King Yan's man? And when the fat-headed man learned of the identity of the boss's wife, his complexion changed drastically, and he was in a state of utter despair. That's right. I am the Win Sanyang of the Hall of Gods. Feng Sanyang admitted truthfully, then knelt down to Xiao Fan and respectfully said, Palace of Gods Win Sanyang, bow to the master. Swish swish swish. In the next moment, a dozen other members of the Yin rushed in and knelt down to Xiao Fan. Kowtow to the master. Master. How is it possible that King Yen would be the master of the Hall of Gods? You've obviously had your cultivation abolished by the emperor and been relegated to the status of a commoner, so how could you be the master of the Hall of Gods? The fat head turner had never expected Xiao Fan to be the owner of the Hall of Gods, and it was even more difficult to accept this fact. Fat head turner, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, what matters is that your life has been pinched in the hands of this king. Tell the king who hired you to assassinate him? Xiao Fan stared indifferently at fat-headed Tuo inquiring, and a supreme and invincible vastness was still emanating from him. You. Feeling the aura on Xiao Fan's body that made his mind tremble, fat-headed Tuo's complexion suddenly changed and he hurriedly knelt down, heartily kneeling down and worshipping. King Yen is a great talent, Fathead Tor is willing to abandon his darkness and serve his highness, King Yen. Also, I don't know the exact identity of the employer, all I know is that it's an employer from the capital who wants to hire us to kill you. If you want to find out the true identity of your employer, only the head of the Killing God Palace, as well as the 3 great elders know the details. Very well. Then go back and figure out the identity of your employer and report it to the king, and you will be rewarded. As the words fell, Xiao Fan directly blasted his palm on top of the fat head's chest. Pust. Fat-headed Tuo was caught off guard and received a slap from Xiao Fan, falling to the ground and spitting out a large mouthful of bruised blood. Waiting for the next moment, the fat head of the pile should be seriously injured, but suddenly the breath sword, an instant from a grade of martial arts master, skyrocketed to 10 grade of martial arts master, just 1 step short of being able to enter the realm of martial arts zone. The fat head turner's complexion was greatly delighted, and he hurriedly crawled to Xiao Fan and respectfully knelt down and swore. Many thanks for the gift of my master. I, fat head turner, will only serve King Yen from this moment onward, and if I have any second thoughts, I will be cut off from my children and die without a burial place. Just now, Xiao Fan's palm, which seemed to have beaten him into spitting out blood, had actually healed many of the dark injuries in his body, and the remaining power of that palm had actually managed to make him rush to the 10th grade martial master realm in a flash. Such heaven-defying means, the 4 great god slayers of their god-slaying temple did not have this kind of strength. It was Xiao Fan's palm that also made him realize that the Yin King in front of him was bound to be a great talent and bright master. He followed the left and right to serve and has a bright future ahead of him. As long as you sincerely work for this king, it won't be difficult for you to become a martial zone or even a martial king. The power that just entered your body has left the imprint of this king. If you dare to betray this king, that power imprint will immediately explode and tear your body apart. Xiao Fan looked at the fat-headed lump who knelt down and swore and reminded again. Cootie, only then would I betray you. The fat-headed man said heartily. Very well. Go back and find out who the employer is. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction. But master, if I come out for a trip, and my strength goes from a rank 1 martial artist to a rank 10 martial artist all of a sudden, the Slaying God Palace Master and the 3 great elders will definitely suspect me, and may even make a move to kill me, so how am I supposed to complete the mission that you explained to me? But the fat head was worried and asked Xiao Fan for instructions. That power imprint that this king left in your body, you can activate the imprint to help you conceal your true realm, don't worry about going back. Xiao Fan said soothingly. Lead the way. Afterwards, fat-headed Tuo left the inn and returned to the Killing God Palace headquarters. After the people left, Feng Sanyang asked Xiao Fan. Master, the palace master sent me to lead these brothers to follow the master's instructions. If there's anything you want to tell me, Feng Sanyang will go through fire and water to accomplish it for you. Please master. A dozen or so of his men also shouted loudly. Don't worry. You'll have your work cut out for you. As the words fell, Xiao Fan waved his big hand and a huge force rushed into Feng Sanyang and a dozen of his men. Boom! 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 In an instant, the breath of Feng Sanyang and her men skyrocketed. In just a few breaths past, Feng Sanyang directly broke through the martial zone from the original 5th grade martial master, and didn't stop until she was a 5th grade martial zone. The other dozen or so heavenly martial realm henchmen had all stepped into the martial master realm as well. In just a few short breaths of time, the realm of Feng Sanyang's group had risen by an entire large realm from the original, and each one of them looked overjoyed as Feng Sanyang respectfully bowed down to Xiao Fan to thank him for his kindness. Thanks for the reward, master. As long as you faithfully work for this king, you will all be rewarded accordingly. These are what you deserve. Xiao Fan said with a slight nod. Humph. That's a nice thing to say, but I've served you with all my heart and soul every day, and I haven't seen you give me any reward. And at this time, Lu Ruyan had a little bit of a small jealousy again, and tooted her mouth at Xiao Fan to express her dissatisfaction. You follow this king around all day long, what more reward do you need? But now that you've opened your mouth, tell me what reward you want. Xiao Fan smiled helplessly. Let me sleep with you all night. And Ruyan Lu had no qualms about spitting out the words directly. Once his words came out, Feng San Yang and his men all lowered their heads and covered their mouths for fear of letting out a laugh. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was stunned and looked at Ruyan Lu with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. The feeling was that this little girl was stalking his body. However, for him who had read too many novels in his previous life, he had a few scruples about the name Ruyan Lu. Especially this Lu Ruyan in front of me. The real thing is that it is tolerant, so it is not possible to get it right, and accidentally give it a dry. Afterward, Xiao Fan smiled and said, You're still young, wait until you're a little older. Well, I'm going up to bed first, so you guys take your time to talk and get acquainted with your feelings. After saying that, Xiao Fan went up to the second floor. Small, where am I small? I'm growing up where I should be big, am I not charming enough like this? Ruyan Lu carefully surveyed her entire body, and even shook her body with a puzzled look on her face. Sis, I don't know to what extent your relationship with your master is good though. But well, you're too straight-talking for a little girl, and there are ways to get the master's heart. Come on, go to your sister's room and let's talk. Feng San Yang came in front of Lu Ruyan, as if she was a big sister next door, and said with a smile, Really? You have an idea, so get going. Lu Ruyan burst into bloom and headed towards Feng San Yang's room. The time passed and the day dawned. Xiao Fan and his group set off once again, heading towards the Xuan Sword Sect. Since tomorrow was the day of the martial arts conference, the town at the foot of Xianjian Sect's mountain was exceptionally lively today, bringing together powerful people from large and small forces within the Great Zhou dynasty. By the time the sun set, all the inns in the town at the foot of the mountain had long been overcrowded, and even many of the homes on the street had opened up extra rooms for those who had come to attend the conference. Inside the main peak of Xian Tian Peak, the central hall of the Xuan Sword Sect, Patriarch Situ Zhou was listening to his disciples report on the situation. Learning that this time, within the Great Zhou dynasty, the representatives of almost all the forces, big and small, had already arrived at the town below the mountain, his heart looked quite pleased. He then gathered all 5 elders and the vice patriarchs of the clan to discuss the details of tomorrow's martial arts conference. Please rest assured, Sovereign, we've made all the arrangements for tomorrow's martial arts conference, and you're bound to be the sole martial arts alliance leader. That's right, under the leadership of the Alliance Master, our Xuan Sword Sect will definitely be able to command the world, unify the country, and replace the Great Zhou dynasty as the sole master. Now we just need to wait until tomorrow to take the position of Alliance leader, and our great cause can be accomplished. The Vice Patriarch and the 5 great elders all spoke one after another, each with a look of excitement on their faces, and their minds had even conjured up glorious moments in the future. Report! Sovereign! According to the report from the disciples at the foot of the mountain, King Yan has arrived in the town. Just as they were hotly debating, a disciple suddenly rushed in and reported to Situ Zhou. Oh, Skov didn't kill him in Rincon, he actually took the initiative to find us in the Xuan Sword Sect. Did he know we did it? A trace of doubt surfaced on Vice Patriarch Wu Dezhao's face as he said, There's absolutely no way he could have known, and if he had known, he would have gone to Skov first. If that kind of thing really happened, there's no way that Winterfell, right now, would still be calm. The third elder hastily shook his head, disapproving of Vice Patriarch Wu Dezhao's words, and added his own point of view, saying, According to the news that Skov has sent back, King Yan seems to be guarded by strong men around him. Perhaps the Dog Emperor has been secretly sending people to protect him all along. After all, that was his once most beloved son, a master of martial arts and military tactics and intellect, and it was not surprising that he had sent someone to protect Yin Wang. If that's true, then it's likely that he came to our Xuan Sword Sect for the martial arts conference. I'm afraid the Emperor also wants to send someone to intervene and become the supreme martial arts ally. Third elder is right. Nowadays, the royal family of Great Zhou must be realizing that they are in a very bad situation, and with this martial arts conference initiated by our Xuan Sword Sect, the Emperor will surely send someone to attend, wanting to be the martial arts alliance leader, controlling the power of the Jianghu, and working for the imperial family. With the sudden arrival of the Yen King, it's hard to say if perhaps he's the one sent by the Emperor. The Grand Elder also agreed with the third elder's words and then looked at Patriarch Situ Dan. Patriarch, since the others are here, what should we do? And he didn't die in Rincon. That plan we had before wouldn't have been able to work. Changes had to be made. Please don't worry, Grand Elder, I thought of a countermeasure after receiving the news sent back by Skov. And if he comes to us of his own accord, then it's the best. Making him our puppet first is even more perfect than that plan we had before. Situ Dan swore his assurance to the 6 and looked at Wu Dezhao and said, How about this, senior brother Wu, you make a trip down the mountain right now and go invite King Yin up as a guest. I've prepared a big gift for him. After tonight, he will completely become our Xuan Sword Sect's puppet and be at our mercy. I'm coming down. The corners of Wu Dezhao's mouth rose slightly, and a cold, treacherous smile surfaced as he turned to leave. Chapter 6, If a man offends me, I will kill him. The the center of the town under the mountain, within the most luxurious inn. As it was getting dark, more and more residents were coming to the first floor to dine. However, the people at each table were not in the mood to dine, and instead locked their eyes on the table by the fireplace, where a young man and woman were dining. The young man is handsome, the woman is beautiful and has a hot body, attracting the eyes of all men. My God, never seen such a voluptuous and beautiful young woman. Look at that face, that body, it's just flawless, like a fairy descending to earth. Simply my dream goddess, how wonderful it would be to spend time with her. Ah, it's too beautiful to look any further, just a couple more and I'm about to release the gate. At the moment, all the men's gazes were on this woman, looking at each of them, even feeling like they were burning with desire. Humph. A bunch of old men, there is no man who is not horny, all of them are not good, they should be cut there. Lu Ruyan tightly gripped her chopsticks, vigorously thrusting them in and out of the rice-filled bowl. The killing intent within her heart had long been flooding like a tsunami. If Xiao Fan hadn't urged her not to take the initiative to cause trouble and to keep a low profile, or else she would have already told this group of smelly men staring lustfully to roll on down and meet the king of hell. Xiao Fan was in the middle of drinking when he heard these muttered words from Ruyan Lu. He was shocked inwardly and thought, this ninny's going to start acting crazy one day. She's not going to cut mine off too while I'm asleep. Thinking about it, Xiao Fan couldn't help but shiver slightly. Master, what's wrong with you? Lu Ruyan noticed Xiao Fan's abnormality and asked curiously. It's okay, hurry up and eat, and come back to your room with me early tonight to rest. Xiao Fan instantly regained his composure and faintly said, Ugh, so the famous flower already has an owner. Pity. The guests felt quite sorry for the duo when they heard their conversation. It turned out that this beauty as beautiful as a fairy was actually the seemingly ordinary young maid. Fairy. This person is mediocre, just a loser, how could he be qualified to be the fairy's master? But just at this time, a suave white-clothed young man walked in, and behind him were 7 or 8 guards. Who is this man? Seeing that his followers aren't weak, they must be the sons of a major power from some major power. The youth's appearance quickly drew attention. As for those guards behind him, the weakest person was at the 1st grade heavenly martial realm, and the strongest one had already reached the 7th grade heavenly martial realm, so it could be seen that his status was extraordinary. I know him, he's from the number 1 family in the Eastern Realm, the male son of the head of the Tang family, Tang Jianrun, the same Tang family of our great Zhou's Chancellor Tang. It is said that this Tang Jianrun is a famous playboy in the area. Relying on the power of the Tang family, he has secretly scourged many youthful and beautiful women. Even young and beautiful young women, and even widows, whom he has taken a fancy to, will break in the middle of the night. To put it nicely, he's a playboy. To put it badly, he's a blatant flower picker. Now that the fairy is being targeted by him, and that master of his is an ordinary person with no cultivation, then the fairy will be spoiled by him. Alas! Jianrun, as his name suggests, it's true that a person's cheapness is invincible. A flower will be stuck in cow dung. Soon, someone recognized this white-clothed young man and revealed his identity, causing the crowd to privately discuss it. Xiao Fan's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of coldness when he learned that Tang Jianrun was from the same family as Tang Chuchu. Tang Jianrun also came behind Lu Ruyan under the gaze of the crowd, striding with a 6-parent pace. Fairy, you are courteous. I am Tang Jianrun, the son of the head of the Tang family, the number 1 family in the Eastern Jin dynasty, and Tang Yuan, the Tang prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, is my uncle. Tang Jianrun courteously introduced himself to Lu Ruyan. And he acted up, weirdly polite. That's what's called a clothes horse. When the guests saw that Tang Jianrun had actually introduced his identity to Lu Ruyan in a serious manner, they all commented there, all of them making mocking remarks. Tang Jianrun also heard those remarks in his ears, but he didn't get angry for the time being. Still maintaining his humble and courteous appearance, he said to Lu Ruyan, Fairy, our meeting here is a destiny bestowed by the heavens. Can you give us a favor and let's find a place alone to have a good chat? Get out! Snap! Lu Ruyan, however, directly threw a slap at Tang Jianrun's face, jerking the man out. Duke! The guards hurriedly shouted and went forward to help Tang Jianrun up. Surprisingly, she's a hot little pepper. Messing with a little chili pepper, this is going to be a good one. The guests all revealed a flash of joy. They hadn't expected Ruyan Lu to dare to slap Tang Jianrun away. With such a fiery temper, coupled with Tang Jianrun's narrow-minded and vindictive character, he was bound to put on a good show later. Sure enough, everything developed in the direction that everyone expected, and after Tang Jianrun stood up, he wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze became chillingly cold, and he said in a torrent of anger, Little, this eunuch spoke to you properly, but you hit this eunuch with your hands, and hit the handsome face that this eunuch is most proud of. You have big guts. Since you've done this the hard way, don't blame my lord for coming on strong. Men, take her down and bring her to my lord's room. My lord will play her to death tonight. Yes. The 2 guards answered and headed towards Ruyan Lu. Master. Seeing the 2 gradually approaching, Lu Ruyan, whose killing intent had long been flooded, hurriedly looked at Xiao Fan, wanting to get permission to kill. If a man offends me, I will kill him. Xiao Fan faintly spat out these 8 words. He he. Lu Ruyan's complexion was delighted. Xiao Fan was agreeing to her killing spree. Also at this time, the two guards had approached within 3 feet, and one of them even shouted angrily, "Bitch, even we." Pop. Snap. Click. Click. But before this guard could even finish his sentence, he and his companion received a slap on the face, and the two of them performed a 720-degree rotation of their heads and died of gas. Hisses. What a little pepper. Seeing Ruyan Lu slap the two guards to death, they all sucked in a breath of cool air. Stinking, dare to kill my son's men, looking for death. 2 of his men were killed, and Tang Jianrun immediately became furious, turning to the remaining guards behind him. You guys go together and catch that punk first. Tang Jianrun was the other way around. As long as he was able to capture the seemingly ordinary Xiao Fan, then Lu Ruyan, who was a maid, could be at his mercy. You seek death. When Ruyan Lu heard that Tang Jianrun had actually laid hands on Xiao Fan, she erupted with a murderous aura that was even more terrifying than when she was humiliated. Although Xiao Fan was very strong, many times more powerful than her, and didn't need her protection at all, she just couldn't tolerate anyone bullying Xiao Fan, not even for a single moment. Swish! In the next second, Lu Ruyan rushed over like a bolt of lightning and choked Tang Jianrun's neck. Asterisk is fast. Not the slightest trace of movement can be detected at all. This little chili seems to be a hidden expert. Let's be careful. The crowd had just reacted, when they saw that Lu Ruyan had already grabbed Tang Jianrun, so fast that the crowd was shocked. Ruyan Lu was definitely a supreme expert who hid her cultivation. And in fact, in front of these people, Ruyan Lu was indeed in existence like a worldly superior. After all, she was now at the martial king realm. It was a pity that Tang Jianrun, who had been caught by him, didn't know this and stared fiercely at Lu Ruyan and growled. Stinking, let me go. If you dare to harm me in the slightest, I guarantee you and your master will die a horrible death. Miserable, huh? Then I'll give you a taste of what miserable is like. Click. Pust. Ruyan Lu grabbed Tang Jianrun's right hand and yanked it hard, ripping the entire hand off from his shoulder. Ah. Tang Jianrun let out a miserable hiss like killing a pig. Hisses. What a little chili. I think she's just a female devil. It's vicious. When the crowd saw the scene in front of them, each of them revealed a horrified expression, their scalps tingling, as if they were seeing a murderous female demon. Even a few of Tang Jianrun's men froze in fear and immobility at this brutal and bloody tactic. Tang Jianrun saw that a few of his men were still there and didn't move at all, and bellowed in violent anger. What are you losers still standing there for? Why don't you come and save me? If you don't do it, I want you all dead. As he yelled, the guards came back to their senses and pounced towards Ruyan Lu. Bang, bang, bang. It was just that Ruyan Lu casually waved her hand and slapped it over, and those guards were slapped into a bloody mist just as they rushed out 2 steps. Holy, this demoness is horrible. Slapping Tang Jianrun's group of guards to death with a single slap, it's hard to believe she's a martial artist. That person looks like an ordinary person, yet he has a martial master servant. Could it be that he's also hiding some amazing identity that's even more terrifying than Tang Jianrun? At this moment, everyone was speculating about Xiao Fan's identity. To be able to make a martial master work as a maid, he definitely came from an extraordinary background. Tang Jianrun also realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly warned. Stinking, my father is the head of the first family in the Eastern Realm and my uncle is the Prime Minister of Great Zhou. You can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, my father and uncle will make sure your master and servant die a horrible death, exterminating the whole family. Click. Pust. Ah. But he had just finished letting out his vicious words, and then he was forced to tear off another arm by Lu Ruyan, once again letting out a pig-killing scream, his 5 senses twisted in pain, and his face was as dead as ash. And Lu Ruyan stared at Tang Jianrun, who had lost his hands, and said with cold disdain, Humph! What's so great about your Tang family that you dare to use it to threaten my master's life and death? When Auntie kills you, I'll go and destroy your Tang family later. As the words fell, Ruyan Lu raised her jade hand and aimed it at Tang Jianrun's head. Don't do it, girl. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to slash down with her palm, a stopping voice came. Soon, the crowd saw several disciples wearing Xin sect costumes rushing in, and a middle-aged man slowly walked in and said, Miss, I am the vice sect master of the Xuan Sword Sect, Wu Dezhu. Please be merciful, miss, and spare his life. He couldn't let Tang Jianrun die here, or else the Tang family head would definitely come and cause trouble, which would have more or less of an impact on the conference they were organizing tomorrow. Ah! Stinking Tuias, Vice Sovereign Wu of the Xuan Sword Sect is here, you're dead. Tang Jianrun instantly became arrogant again, and after provoking Lu Ruyan, he roared at Wu Dezhou. Vice Patriarch Wu, quickly take down this smelly, and that trashy master of hers, kill them all together for me, and I, Tang Jianrun, will surely thank you heavily. Wu Dezhou's expression was puzzled, then he looked around in the hall, finally locking onto Xiao Fan, who was sitting blandly on the side drinking wine, and took a step over, making a bow and saluting. Your Highness King Yen, I am the Vice Sovereign of the Xuan Sword Sect, Wu Dezhou, and by order of the Sovereign, I've come to invite you up to the mountain for a gathering. What? How could that youth be King Yen? Yeah, 5 years ago, he was abolished by the emperor, expelled from the royal family, relegated to the common people, and exiled to the northern realm. So how did he appear here? Where did he get such strong henchmen for a disgraced and ruined prince? At this moment, everyone was all shocked. No one had thought that the master of this female devil would be Yin King Xiao Fan. The next moment, Xiao Fan's reply, it was hard for them to not believe it. Just in time, this king has something to find your patriarch. Xiao Fan put down his wine glass and calmly looked at Wu Dizhou. Then, Your Highness King Yin, please. Wu Dishao said with a warm smile. It was also at this time that Tang Jianrun seemed to have caught another ray of life and angrily bellowed. Xiao Fan, you regicide and patricide, disloyal and unfilial, dynasty usurping rebel, why don't you tell your people to let me go? Otherwise, my uncle, Tang Xiang, will not let you go. All he needs to do is to blow in the emperor's ear and list some charges for you, and you will be caught in the middle of nowhere. Everyone present nodded. Tang Jianrun's uncle, Tang Yuan, was powerful as the prime minister of the Great Zhou dynasty, and according to rumors, the emperor was a bit wary of this prime minister of the Great Zhou. If Tang Yuan really said some smearing reactionary remarks in front of the emperor, I'm afraid that he would really drop a death sentence on Xiao Fan. While everyone was guessing how Xiao Fan would respond, he only coldly spat out one word. Kill. No. 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 You can't kill me. Tang Jianrun exclaimed in despair. Click. Ruyan Lu directly broke Tang Jianrun's neck and threw the body on the ground. Asterisk. Although King Yen has been deposed and reduced to a mere grasshopper, the killing spirit he cultivated in the army still remains. This King Yen killed Tang Jianrun in such a high-profile manner. Could this be a declaration that he wants the king to return? Don't understand. But it's certain that his reappearance will certainly set off a new storm. At this moment, the crowd was also marveling at the fact that Xiao Fan's killing tactics were still intact, and they were even speculating about his purpose for showing up to kill in a high profile this time. Seeing this situation, Wu Dizhou hurriedly winked at a disciple beside him, telling the other to hurry back and report what had happened here to the patriarch first. Only then did he accompany Xiao Fan to leave the inn under the attention of the crowd and head to the Xuan Sword Sect on the mountain. On the other side, the disciple who came back first reported what happened in the inn to Situ Zhou. Patriarch, this King Yen really does have an expert by his side, and he even killed Tang Yuan's nephew. We'll have to be careful how we deal with him later. The Grand Elder said with a hint of worry. Ha ha ha, the Great Elder is at ease. No matter what kind of experts Xiao Fan has around him, as long as he dares to come to our place, I will take him down and make him a puppet of our Xuan Sword Sect. And Steward Dan smiles broadly in his chest. Chapter 7. How can any little critter try to kill the king? At the entrance of the Xuan Sword Sect, Situ Dan led the 5 elders, who had already been here waiting for Xiao Fan's arrival. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, King Yen, it's better to be known than to meet. I've heard a lot about you, and I warmly welcome your great presence. Tonight when your Highness can show your face and come to my Xuan Sword Sect as a guest, it is indeed a great honor for the whole clan, a great honor, With a smile full of enthusiasm, Situ Dan took a few steps forward and made a bow and salute towards Xiao Fan, complimenting him. Patriarch Situ is joking. I'm just a commoner now. I'm long gone from the million-strong, mighty Your Highness Yen who commanded millions of troops back then, so what honor is there to speak of? Xiao Fan's expression was light and his tone was calm as he spoke to Situ Dan. Your Highness, King Yen, this is a poor statement. Who doesn't know that back then, His Highness King Yen was a young man who became famous, leading the personally formed Jinlin army to sweep through the southern vassal states, with outstanding war achievements and a worldwide reputation. And I have heard that you can always conquer a city without a fight, and even implement benevolent policies in the area, which have been well received by the local people. Your achievements, even now that you are no longer in a high position and have become a commoner, are still worthy of my generation's respect. Situ Dan directly came with a wave of words of praise, but privately, like the 5 great elders, they were carefully sizing up Xiao Fan. They realized that Xiao Fan indeed did not have any cultivation on him and was just an ordinary person. But the woman behind Xiao Fan, they could not detect the cultivation level on this person either. However, according to the report of the disciple who rushed back first, it was this woman who had killed Tang Jianrun and a group of guards. When they learned of this matter, they thought that the woman should be at the martial master realm, but now they realized that the woman didn't have any cultivation on her body either, which really made them feel incredibly puzzled. However, disbelief was disbelief. Since Xiao Fan's master and servant had already arrived here, everything had to go on according to plan. With that, Situ Dan said with a thick smile, Your Highness, King Yen, come, I'll introduce you to the identities of these 5 people. These 5 are our Xuan Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Second Elder, Third Elder, Fourth Elder, and Fifth Elder respectively. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, King Yen, welcome. Patriarch, it's better to invite our honored guest to enter the hall and sit down first, then we can talk about it. The Grand Elder welcomed with a smile. Your Highness, King Yen, inside please. Situ Dan hurriedly said to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan nodded and walked side by side with Situ Dan to the hall of the Sword Sect Treasure Hall, the most solemn hall of the Xuan Sword Sect. After entering the table, Situ Dan personally boiled water and made tea for Xiao Fan. Soon, Situ Dan poured 2 cups of fragrant, clear, turquoise tea and personally served it to Xiao Fan's table and said, "Your Highness King Yan, this tea is a rare product that I have treasured for many years, made from a variety of rare spirit herbs. Ordinary people who drink it are able to condense the qi and tranquilize the mind and spirit, prolonging life. For practitioners, it is simply a nourishing product that helps in cultivation. You taste it, and this little girl behind you, taste it too, and see how this patriarch's tea is? The aroma is overflowing, the tea color is clear and turquoise. After hearing this from Patriarch Situ, this king will come and taste this tea of yours. Smoky, you try it too." Xiao Fan wore a smile and then picked up his own cup of tea. Ruyan Lu also picked up the other cup of tea and elegantly put it to her mouth. When Situ Dan and the 5 great elders and Wu Dishao saw this scene, the corners of their mouths all rose slightly, revealing a grim smile. The 7 people's smiles also flickered for just a moment, and immediately regained their composure, also raising their teacups and drinking their tea. After Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan finished their tea and put down their cups, Situ Dan asked with a smile, "Your Highness, King Yan, how does it taste? You never drank this kind of extremely high-quality spirit tea even when you were in power back then. Fragrant and sweet, definitely a top-quality tea. There is only one flaw that makes this tea worthless." Xiao Fan looked at Situ Dan blandly and made a regretful sound. "Oh, it seems that His Highness, King Yan, is also very knowledgeable about tea. Then please teach Your Highness, King Yan, what exactly are the flaws of my kind of tea, so that I can make improvements and become better in the future." With a smile on his face, Situ Dan humbly asked for advice. However, Xiao Fan's next words caused the 7 people's complexion to sink. "Dan is the king of tea, like an elixir. Nay, it was the raw-minded person who brewed this tea, turning it from a panacea to a poison," Xiao Fan said icily. "You." The 7 people were dumbfounded and shocked as to how Xiao Fan could taste the poison in the tea. Situ Dan, in particular, was incredulous. After all, he was the one who poisoned the tea, he knew the poison in the tea better than anyone else, it was colorless and tasteless, and it was impossible for a strong martial zoner to detect it. As an ordinary person, how could Xiao Fan know that the tea was poisonous? "Patriarch Situ, your expressions have completely betrayed you. And you purposely asked your vice patriarch to go down the mountain tonight and invite this king up, with the purpose of poisoning this king, right? Since that's the case, let's stop talking nonsense. What exactly do you want to do by poisoning this king?" Seeing the speechless, jaw-dropping looks of the 7 people, Xiao Fan directly pointed out, "Ha ha ha, King Yan is really something, this was all guessed by you, so I won't talk nonsense with you." Situ Dan suddenly let out a loud laugh and said with a gloomy smile, "The tea you just drank was poisoned by me with a poison called heart-eating soul-breaking scattering. An ordinary person who was poisoned with this poison and doesn't take the antidote within a quarter of an hour will bleed from all 7 orifices, and the whole body will fester and turn into pus and blood. If it was a cultivator, below Martial King, he would dissipate his cultivation within a quarter of an hour, turning into an invalid, and once he used his true essence, he would be poisoned immediately. Now I'll give you 2 paths. First, surrender to my Xuan Sword Sect and take over the rule of the Great Zhou dynasty for us, and you'll also have a corresponding title. Secondly, you cannot submit, I will turn you into a puppet with no sense of autonomy and let us manipulate you, and your final result will be to be buried under the yellow earth. King Yan, you are a great talent and a smart man, I hope you won't be illiterate and seize the time to consider." As the words fell, Situ Dan stared at Xiao Fan with his full attention, while also being wary of Lu Ruyan. The expert beside Xiao Fan was this woman. As long as they defended this woman for a quarter of an hour, Xiao Fan would be in their pocket. Xiao Fan looked at Situ Dan who had become cautious and said with a cold smile, "Patriarch Situ, you don't really think that kind of poison can be useful to the 2 of us? A bunch of mole crickets also want to poison this king, they don't know what they're doing. King Yan, you're nothing more than an invalid, and although this maid of yours is somewhat mysterious, she is by no means at the Martial King realm. Do you think that you master and servant can still cure this poison, joke?" The Grand Elder mocked in a cold voice that was dripping with disdain. "King Yan, he who recognizes the time as a wise man, surrender to us and we can help you clear your name of the wrongdoings of 5 years ago. If you are willing, when we replace the Great Zhou imperial family, we can make you our agent to manage the Great Zhou dynasty." Wu Dizhao proceeded to persuade and threw out extremely attractive conditions for Xiao Fan to be the new emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. Chapter 8 Dictating the 10,000 Ancients, Supreme Emperor. Not to mention the emperor of this Great Zhou dynasty, even if it's the Lord of the Holy Land, this king can do it if he wants to, why would he need the throne given by a trash power like your Xuan Sword Sect? After Xiao Fan's despicable sneer, he stared at Situ Dan's 7 people with a touch of curiosity and asked, "But this king would like to know what your purpose is in rushing to take control of the Great Zhou dynasty, and whether you are under the orders of someone? King Yan, you really are smart, this was all guessed by you." Sito Dan, however, was honest enough to admit it. "Sovereign, what do you want? He's an outsider who can't be allowed to know more secrets? Not to mention you can't tell outsiders without permission from above. If the adults up there find out, you won't have a good time." Seeing that Situ Dan wanted to tell Xiao Fan about the people behind them, Wu Dizhou and the 5 elders hurriedly spoke out to stop them. "What are you guys afraid of? So what if we tell him as long as we can finally accomplish the mission explained by the above? Besides, I believe King Yen will willingly serve us knowing how powerful the forces behind us are. Situ Dan, however, swore an assurance. Wu Dezhao and the 5 elders all thought carefully and felt that Situ Dan's words were reasonable before they nodded in agreement. Great! Situ Dan nodded his head in satisfaction, then burst out a powerful aura and patiently persuaded Xiao Fan. King Yen. To tell you the truth, the founding ancestor of our Xuan Sword Sect is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, and it is also an order from the Sacred Ground that we are to replace your Xiao family of the Great Zhou and become the new rulers. King Yen, you are also a person who has seen a lot of things, you should know how powerful a force the Holy Land is. 10,000 Great Zhou dynasties combined would be like ants in front of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. If you know what's good for you, if you work for us and don't want to come to the front as an emperor, this patriarch can send you to the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, and with the strength of the Sacred Ground, it can definitely heal the damaged tendons and veins of your entire body, allowing you to resume your cultivation path. Xiao Fan murmured with a bland expression after hearing this. The Heavenly Sword Holy Land, it is indeed very strong. In this side of the world, or rather in the eastern desolate continent where they inhabited, the Holy Land was the strongest tier 1 power. A power at the level of a Holy Land was bound to have a martial saint in attendance, and only a power at the level of a Holy Land would have someone qualified to impact the realm of the martial emperor. The power that is comparable to the Holy Land is the Holy Dynasty, and under the Holy Dynasty is the Imperial Dynasty, and under the Imperial Dynasty is the Dynasty. The Xiao family's Great Zhou, which was a dynasty, the strongest person was only at the martial king realm. Compared to the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, the Great Zhou dynasty was indeed like an ant-like existence. However, after carefully thinking about it, Xiao Fan opened his mouth curiously and asked again. As far as this king knows, our Great Zhou dynasty is in the northwestern region of the eastern wasteland continent, and if we were to take the radiant range of the Holy Land's strength, it would only belong to the Violet Mansion Holy Land. And the Heavenly Sword Holy Land seemed to be in the southeastern region, south of the sky and north of the country, so far apart, running over here to take control of the dynasty. What was the figure? Aren't you afraid that the Violet Mansion Holy Land will think that you, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, have run in to steal the territory, causing the two Holy Lands to go to war? After listening to Xiao Fan's words, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and with a smug look on his face, Situ Dan slowly said, "That's why the Heavenly Sword Holy Land needs us, the Xuan Sword Sect, to step in and take control of the Great Zhou dynasty, and so far, other than you, no one knows that my Xuan Sword Sect's founding ancestor came from the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. And after we take control of the Great Zhou dynasty, we will continue to expand outward, turning the Great Zhou dynasty into an imperial dynasty, or even stronger. King Yen, you are already an extremely outstanding general and great commander, I really can't bear to refine you into a puppet, kneel down and surrender." However, Xiao Fan directly ignored Situ Dan and said with a leisurely expression, "Up to a quarter of an hour, there's still a bit of time, wait for it." However, his words caused the hearts of these 7 power holders of the Xuan Sword Sect to become incomparably anxious. Although Situ Dan and the others all drank tea made from the same pot, they took the antidote in advance and were not poisoned. And their poisoning was just a deterrent to intimidate Xiao Fan and obediently submit to them. What they needed was a living Xiao Fan, even if they needed to refine the person into a puppet. But looking at Xiao Fan's demeanor, this was to wait until the moment the poison was released. If it really came down to the poison, it would be too late, and they would have to move ahead and take the man down. The 7 people looked at each other, and Wu Dishao stood out first and said, "Since you're not going to do anything until you're toast, I'll have to capture you myself." Swish! The moment he finished speaking, Wu Dishao's large hand formed a claw and rushed towards Xiao Fan. Die! Also at this moment, Ruyan Lu let out a cold cry and blasted over with a palm. Bang! Before Situ Dan and the others could even react, Wu Dizha was slapped into a bloody mist by Lu Ruyan. What? She's at the martial zone realm. Situ Dan and the 5 elders' expressions changed greatly. Wu Dizhao, who had half a foot already stepped into the realm of martial progenitor, would be slapped into a bloody mist by Lu Ruyan. They had never thought that Lu Ruyan, a young girl of 18 or 19 years of age, would be a martial zone realm powerhouse. King Yen, no wonder you're emboldened, so you're hiding a martial zone expert around you. Unfortunately, as I just said, when one is hit by the soul-devouring and soul-breaking scattering, unless one is in the realm of a martial king, a martial zone can't dissolve it. And she has already used her true essence to kill our vice-patriarch. The poison is imminent, you still can't escape us. I'll give you one last chance, will you surrender or not? Situ Dan viciously stared at Xiao Fan and roared. How about this? You and these 5 old guys lead the Xuan Sword Sect to surrender to this king, leaving you with a dog's life to watch the door for this king. Xiao Fan, however, despised and disdainfully counter-offered humiliating conditions to the 6. Arrogant child, what are you arrogant for? Kneel down for old man. The 5th elder took the lead with a loud and furious cry, instantly erupting with the aura of a second-grade martial sect. His large hand formed a claw and pounced towards Xiao Fan. Swish! At the same time, the 4 elders struck out together, carrying the strength of a peak 3rd-grade martial sect and attacking Lu Ruyan. Damn old man, get out! Ruyan Lu let out a cold cry and pumped out a palm. Bang! Before the fourth elder could even react, he was slapped to death by Ruyan Lu. Swish! Also when Lu Ruyan blasted the fourth elder, the fifth elder had already rushed in front of Xiao Fan, and his 5 fingers formed a claw, grabbing towards his throat. Bang! But at this very moment, the fifth elder was knocked out by a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Bang! Afterward, the fifth elder's body exploded in mid-air, turning into a mist of blood. What? King Yan actually has cultivation. But why can't we detect a single energy fluctuation in him? They drank the poisonous tea, so why did they move their true essence and still be fine at all? At this moment, the 2 elders were instantly killed in seconds by the master and servant duo, and Situ Dan and the 3 elders' complexions suddenly changed. They hadn't thought that Lu Ru would be that strong, and even less had they thought that Xiao Fan, who clearly didn't have the slightest fluctuation of energy on his body, would be able to release a terrifying and overwhelming aura that would blast the 5th elder to death. What was even more difficult for them to understand was that the master and servant clearly drank the poison tea and both used their true essence to kill, but they still didn't have poisoned hair, which was really difficult for them to understand. With incomprehension in his heart, Situ Dan stared at Xiao Fan with a deadly stare and asked, King Yin, how on earth did you manage to be able to hide your cultivation from us, and how is it that you drank the poisonous tea that I personally brewed, yet why is it that you are fine at all? With a cold smile, Xiao Fan breezily scorned. The reason you can't detect this king's cultivation is because you are as weak as ants. And didn't you guys just say that above the martial king realm, you are not affected by poisons? Even a group of mole crickets want to poison this king, you are simply digging your own graves. What? No way. There's absolutely no way you're a martial king. Absolutely not. Xiao Fan's words caused Situ Dan and the others to be startled once again. 5 years ago, before Xiao Fan was abolished, he was definitely the top genius within the Great Zhou dynasty, but he had only cultivated to the heavenly martial realm. After Xiao Fan was invalidated and exiled to a bitter cold place like Rhinong where birds don't, how could it be possible for him to change from an invalid to a martial king powerhouse in only 5 years? It was categorically impossible for them to believe that Xiao Fan must be lying to them. First elder, second elder, third elder, this Xiao Fan definitely can't be a martial king. He must have practiced some secret technique that can hide his cultivation, which is why we can't detect it. Their master and servant then used their own cultivation to forcefully suppress the delayed outbreak of the toxin in their bodies. It must be so. The 4 of us will make a move together and completely take down this pair of master and servant. Situ Dan quickly figured out what was going on, and smugly drank loudly. Yes, go! In the next moment, the 4 strongest power holders of the Xuan Sword Sect struck out in unison, with the 3 elders dealing with Ruyan Lu together. Situ Dan, on the other hand, erupted with the strength of a peak 8th grade martial zone and directly pounced towards Xiao Fan. Situ Dan was confident that Xiao Fan could never be a martial king, much less have the poison removed. With his 8th grade martial zone realm, his true strength was comparable to a 9th grade martial zone, which was enough to take down Xiao Fan. It was just a pity that Ren Situ Dan couldn't anticipate even if he thought about it. Xiao Fan wasn't some martial king, but a supreme emperor who had uniquely ruled over the ages. Chapter 9, Xinjiang Sect Overthrown. Boom! Just when Situ Dan Shan was about to approach within 3 steps, his large hand forming a claw and grabbing towards his throat, suddenly a terrifying and overwhelming aura rushed out from Xiao Fan's body. Situ Dan was caught off guard and was sent flying by the aura. Bang! In the next moment, Situ Dan, who was flying backwards, burst in midair and turned into a cloud of blood mist. What? The faces of the 3 great elders changed drastically. The strongest patriarch, Situ Dan, would be killed in an instant by the aura released by Xiao Fan. This was also enough to see that the words of analysis that Situ Dan had just said to them were nothing but bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Fan definitely possessed the strength of a martial king, otherwise it would be impossible to kill their patriarch in seconds so easily. What a distraction, you old things. However, the 3 great elders had forgotten about Ruyan Lu who was directly in front of them, and were still distracted to focus on Situ Dan's miserable end. Go to hell! In the next second, Ruyan Lu directly blasted out 3 palms to kill the 3 great elders. Unbridled. It was also at the moment when Ruyan Lu struck, an old man who emitted a very strong martial king aura rushed in from outside, crushing Ruyan Lu's 3 palm imprints and saving the 3 great elders. Greetings, old ancestor. The 3 great elders were lucky enough to escape from death, and when they saw the white-browed, white-haired old man standing in front of them, they knelt down and paid homage with supreme dedication. Get up! The old man coldly addressed the 3 men. And the old man was Xin Jianzi, the founding ancestor of the Xinjiang sect. Xin Jianzi's eyes were on Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan as he carefully sized up the duo and realized that Lu Ruyan, a young girl of 18 or 19 years old, was at the martial king realm, and a flash of intense astonishment appeared on his face. However, when he looked at Xiao Fan, no matter how he looked, he could not detect what realm Xiao Fan was in. It caused a bad feeling to rise in his heart. To be able to make even him unable to detect cultivation, either Xiao Fan's strength was far above his, throwing him off by 100,000 miles. Either Xiao Fan's strength was about the same as his and had practiced secret techniques that could hide his cultivation. However, he was more convinced of the second possibility. After all, he didn't believe that a youth in his early 20s would be even more powerful than him, a 200 or 300-year-old martial king. When the three great elders saw that their old ancestor was just silent there, the first elder took the lead and spoke. Old ancestor, that brat is the fourth son of the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, Yan Wang Xiaofan. This son's strength was unfathomable. He had just killed the patriarch by merely releasing a breath. In addition, the vice-patriarch and the fourth and fifth elders were also killed by their master and servant duo. So please, old ancestor, make a quick move to avenge the patriarch and the others, and salvage the majesty in my Xuan Sword Sect. What's the point of panicking? This old ancestor does things. Why do you need to be reminded? A bunch of losers. Xian Jianzi, however, coldly rebuked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was frightened by the old ancestor as if he were a child who had made a mistake, obediently bowing his head and retreating to the side. Being reprimanded by the old ancestor for being wastes, the eyes of the three elders looking at Xiaofan's master and servant duo were filled with even more intense hatred and killing intent. However, since their old ancestor had already stepped out of the gate, he would definitely be able to take down the master and servant duo and continue to accomplish their great deeds. And Xian Jianzi seriously and carefully surveyed Xiaofan again before shouting with a serious face. King Yan, things have come to this. I don't want to say anything more. However, the old man has been cultivating for 200 to 300 years. He is definitely not weaker than you, the newly promoted martial king. If it comes down to a hard fight, you are not the old man's opponent. But as the saying goes, cherish the heroes and emphasize the heroes. We in the Xinjiang sect just want to replace the great Zhou dynasty and become the new ruler. And you were abolished by that dim-witted father back then, expelled from the royal family, from a noble million commander, to a wasted civilian. I think you have a lot of hatred in your heart. It would be better for us to join forces and work together to bring down your dim-witted father's dynasty, clearing the air of wrongdoing and sharing the world. What do you think? Elder ancestor. You. When the three great elders heard their old ancestor's words, they all sank with a 10,000% dissatisfaction. They thought that the old ancestor had appeared and would be able to strongly suppress Xiaofan, but they did not expect that the old ancestor had chosen to compromise, and was actually going to join forces with Xiaofan and also share the world. This was an unacceptable thing for them, and they felt it was even more of a strange shame. They were even more puzzled as to why the old ancestor would still be so abashed when he clearly had the strong support of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. Xian Jianzi sensed the three disciples complaining about their emotions, and he felt helpless. He couldn't guess how much strength Xiaofan had hidden, and without knowing the enemy's strength, if he went to war, it would probably be extremely unfavorable for him, and there was the risk of being sniped. In that case, he could only go around in a circle, first convincing Xiaofan to cooperate with them, and after replacing Great Zhou, it would not be too late to deal with Xiaofan in turn after the Holy Land's emissaries arrived. Unfortunately, the three disciples behind him were unable to understand this painstaking effort of his, and he could not explain the intention of his move to the disciples at this moment, so he could only wait quietly for Xiaofan to make a reply. Ha! A good while passed and Xiaofan just let out a contemptuous laugh as he looked at Xian Jianzi. Old ghost, with you are not qualified to talk about cooperation with this king, and this king came to your place tonight with only one purpose, to exterminate your Xuan Sword Sect. Destroy my Xuan Sword Sect? The faces of Xian Jianzi and the three great elders changed drastically. They did not expect Xiaofan to be so arrogant. Xian Jianzi's eyes flickered with cold killing intent as he stared at Xiaofan with a deadly stare. King Yan, it's a fool's errand for you masters and servants to think of destroying my Xuan Sword Sect. Instead, I will capture you and control you into a puppet to help my Xuan Sword Sect accomplish the great cause of replacing the great Zhou dynasty. Xian Jianzi, your time to die has come. Just as Xian Jianzi had finished speaking, an old man's voice that contained an icy killing intent came out. Swish! The next moment, a one-armed old man with only a right hand rushed in. And this old man also exuded the aura of a martial king, and was not below Xian Jianzi in the slightest. Yang Gua, you're surprisingly still alive. Xian Jianzi recognized this old man at a glance, and his eyes flashed with intense killing intent. This person was his defeated opponent, who had come to the Xuan Sword Sect 4 years ago and challenged him. In that battle, he had defeated Yang by an absolute advantage, chopped off the opponent's left hand, and had seriously injured him, falling into a 10,000 feet cliff. He thought that Yang was bound to die, but he didn't want to become even stronger than he was when he reappeared in front of him again a few years later, with an aura as strong as his. Such a huge contrast was really hard for him to accept, and the killing intent within his heart was even more flooded. Ha ha ha! Xian Jianzi, more than 4 years ago, you didn't kill me, so tonight, I'm going to finish you off with my own hands to avenge the shame of my broken arm back then. Yang Guo gritted his teeth and angrily looked at Xian Jianzi and roared. Wait a minute. Yang Guo, you and I can settle our grudges by making an appointment some other time. I have important business to attend to tonight. I have no time for you. If you insist on interfering and obstructing us from cleaning up Yan Wang, then I'll behead you later. Xian Jianzi didn't want to create a conflict with Yang, and hurriedly warned. Ha ha ha. Yang Guo, however, laughed disdainfully, and then rumbled down on his knees and worshipped towards Xiaofan. Hallmaster of the Hall of Gods, Yang Zhao, pay respects to master. What? Yang Chuan Yu. How could you be the Yin King's man? Upon hearing this short sentence, Shen Jianzi was immediately shocked and lost his color, and the three great elders also revealed unbelievable expressions. They didn't expect that the Yang in front of them would be the Hall of Gods, one of the three major assassin organizations that had risen rapidly in the last 2 or 3 years. They were even more surprised that this Lord of the Hall of Gods would recognize Xiao Fan as his master. A martial king powerhouse who was willing to be Xiao Fan's servant. This was a huge amount of information that made them feel intensely uneasy. It was this uneasiness that made Shen Jianzi want to know the reason for this even more, staring at Yang Guo and asking, Yang Zhan, with the injuries you suffered back then, if you didn't die when you fell off the cliff, your strength would have dropped drastically, but now you've become even stronger, and you still recognize King Yin as your master? Yang Guo did not reply to Shen Jianzi first, but looked up at Xiao Fan. Only when he saw Xiao Fan nod his head did he stand up with a haughty look on his face. It is indeed as you said, the old man survived and his strength plummeted to the heavenly martial realm. However, I was fortunate enough to meet His Highness, King Yin, who not only cured me of my injuries, but also guided me in my cultivation, regaining my peak in just half a year and achieving the rank of Martial King, as well as ordering me to form the Hall of Gods. Now that the generals of my Hall of Gods have surrounded the Xuan Sword Sect, tonight will be the end of you, Shen Jianzi, and the Xuan Sword Sect. You. After hearing these words, the killing intent on Shen Jianzi's face became even heavier, and he looked at Xiao Fan with a furious look, gritting his teeth. Good King Yin, you really are hiding extremely deeply. Back then, everyone thought that after you were abolished, there would be no chance for you to rise again. But who would have thought that you are broken and become stronger and more terrifying? It's just a pity that even if you were stronger, you're still far from being qualified for that if you want to annihilate my Xuan Sword Sect, and I'll take you down instead. Boom! As the words fell, Shen Jianzi erupted with the strong aura of a second-grade martial king and pounced towards Xiao Fan. Miss Ruyan, I'll kill him. Seeing that Lu Ruyan wanted to make a move, Yang quickly shouted and quickly killed towards Shen Jianzi. This was the great enemy of his life, and he had to be the one to take care of it himself. Lu Ruyan also did not argue and stood quietly behind Xiao Fan, witnessing Yang Guo and Shen Jianzi engaging in battle. And when Shen Jianzi saw Yang Guo lunging directly towards him, his killing intent was monstrous. Using his hand as a sword chi flashed like thunder, chopping towards the front. Yang domineeringly blasted out with a backhanded punch, destroying all the incoming sword chi. Click! In the next second, his fist was like a huge mountain, instantly bombarding Shen Jianzi's chest, and his entire chest collapsed. Pust! Shen Jianzi violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards at great speed, breaking one of the pillars of the great hall and falling to the ground as if he were a dead dog. Elder Ancestor. The three great elders all quickly rushed over to help Shen Jianzi, who had suffered a heavy blow. Up. Pust! The moment he stood up, Shen Jianzi once again spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked at Yang Zhao with fury, and then looked at Xiao Fan with all reluctance. King Yin, your methods are truly admirable to me. Only as strong as you are no stronger than the Heavenly Sword Holy Land behind me. I have a proposal. If you are willing to stop tomorrow's martial arts conference, I Xuan Sword Sect to help you win the martial arts alliance, and then we will join hands to create a great cause. What do you think? After saying that, Shen Jianzi and the three great elders all stared at Xiao Fan seriously, because at this time, they could only hope that Xiao Fan would agree with this suggestion, or else they would eventually be destroyed by Xiao Fan. Only Xiao Fan's next response caused them to completely despair. Martial Arts Alliance leader? This king doesn't care at all. Tonight, this king will destroy your Shen Jian sect, and moreover, he won't let any power pass through this assembly and take control of the Jianghu forces within the Great Zhou dynasty. King Yin. Seeing Xiao Fan reject the suggestion, Shen Jianzi shouted in anger. Don't forget that I, Shen Jianzi, am a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Ground, and this time, it is also the sacred ground that gave us the order to take control of the Great Zhou dynasty. If you dare to kill me and destroy the Xuan Sword Sect, you will be an enemy of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land. With the Holy Land as your enemy, no matter how strong you are, you can only die. Is the Heavenly Sword Holy Land strong? If the Heavenly Sword Holy Land doesn't know what's good for it, this king will just exterminate it. Xiao Fan, however, was unimpressed. He did not place the Heavenly Sword Holy Land in his eyes at all, much less pose a threat to him. You. Pust. Hearing these wild words from Xiao Fan, he was so angry that Shen Jianzi once again spewed out a large mouthful of old blood. It seemed that this Yin king really wanted to exterminate them. Still, he was undeterred and shouted the same in anger. If you want to destroy my Xuan Sword Sect, everyone under the mountain will know that it was you who did it, and those who framed you and wanted you dead back then will use every means to get rid of you. When I, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, receive the news, I will also inevitably send people to kill you, and at that time, you will surely die without a burial place. Ha! Xiao Fan just smiled coldly and said some murderous words. This king's means are heavenly, and he has long since completely isolated the mountain from the town below it, so even if this king blows up this mountain, the people below it won't find out. As for the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, when the people from the major powers come up tomorrow, they will know that you are here on the orders of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land to seize territory in the boundaries of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, wanting to take control of the Great Zhou dynasty. At that time, your heavenly sword Holy Land will only be subjected to the crusade of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. How can you have the time to investigate the truth, nor can you find out that it was done by this king, and even if you do, you can't do anything about this king. You're so poisonous. Put. Xian Jianzi was again infuriated by Xiao Fan's words and spat out a large mouthful of old blood again and again. Xiao Fan was trying to borrow the hand of the Violet Mansion Holy Land to deal with them, the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, so that he could reap the benefits behind the scenes. At this moment, Xian Jianzi doubly regretted that perhaps they shouldn't have messed with Xiao Fan in the first place. It's just a shame that so far, there's no chance to regret it. Old Yang. Kill. Afterward, Xiao Fan still gave the order to annihilate the Xuan Sword Sect. Yes. Yan nodded. Bang, bang, bang. With that, he blasted Xian Jianzi and the 3 great elders to death with a single palm strike. After an order was given, the generals of the Hall of Gods started the battle to surround and annihilate the Xuan Sword Sect. For a time, the Xuan Sword Sect was suddenly invaded by a large number of mysterious enemies, and was taken by surprise, rapidly dying out. Just as Xiao Fan had said, even though the Xuan Jian sect was killing here in a frenzy, with screams and shouts resonating through the heavens and the earth, for the people in the town below the mountain, they were indeed oblivious to it. At this moment, no matter who looked at the Xuan Jian sect on the mountain, it was all calm and nothing was happening. Half an hour passed, and the Xuan Sword Sect was bloodied and completely annihilated. Master, none of the Xuan Sword Sect survived. Should we clean up the corpses on the ground so that outsiders don't find out? No, it's just so that the first people to come up the hill tomorrow will see the bodies all over the place. In addition, you have your men mix among the crowd and go spread the news according to what this king said to Xian Jianzi just now, so that the crowd will think that it's the Violet Mansion Sacred Grounds doing. Xiao Fan instructed. Understood. Yang nodded respectfully. Afterward, Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan went down the mountain first. When they get back to the gates of the town, another group of mysterious people appear and block the way. Chapter 10, The Most Emotionless Imperial Family, How Much Can Trust Be Worth? Who are you people? Ruyan Lu blocked in front of Xiao Fan and stared indifferently at the group. Don't misunderstand me, girl, we don't have any animosity towards King Yin. The middle-aged man at the head of the group hurriedly explained. You're from the second brother's house. Xiao Fan used the moonlight to see the man's face and recognized the other party's identity. Your Highness Yan Wang has a good memory. My name is Wang Meng, a subordinate of the second prince. Wang Meng nodded and then bowed to Xiao Fan respectfully. Your Highness Yan Wang, the second prince has long since received word that His Majesty the Emperor has summoned you back to the capital. The second prince misses you, Your Highness, and has ordered me to come and fetch you. Oh, Ergo is here too, where is he? Xiao Fan asked. Back to Your Highness, the second prince purposely landed in a farmhouse outside the town in order to avoid attracting the attention of the major forces. When I learned that you were invited by the Xuan Sword Sect to be their guest on the mountain, I was waiting for you. Wang Meng explained to Xiao Fan. I haven't seen my second brother in years, and I miss him, so lead the way. Xiao Fan said with a smirk. Yes. Wang Meng then led Xiao Fan's master and servant away towards a farmhouse courtyard outside the town. Soon, Xiao Fan arrived at his destination. At this moment, there was an old man with a long beard and a feather fan sitting in the courtyard boiling water for tea. I thought my second brother was here, how come it's you? Xiao Fan slowly walked over and sat down, staring at the old man holding a feather fan. This old man was one of the right-hand men beside his second brother Xiao Zhe, Mo Chen, who was also a martial zone level expert. Ha ha ha. Your Highness, King Yin, if I didn't invite you in the name of the second prince, I'm afraid you wouldn't have come to see old me. Mo Chen laughed while making a cup of hot tea for Xiao Fan and said, Your Highness King Yin, it's freezing cold and we've been rushing for a while, let's drink a cup of hot tea first to warm up and we'll talk later. It's cold and you don't have to drink too much tea and pee. Tell me, what is it that second brother has sent you to the king for? Xiao Fan asked directly. Good, King Yin is straightforward, then I won't beat around the bush with you. Your Highness Yan Wang, that incident 5 years ago, the second highness has always believed that you were wrongly accused and framed. It is just that the situation at that time, the second highness was unable to stand up and help you even though he had the heart to do so. Now that times have changed, the second highness is already strong enough and there is already a crisis in the imperial court. He is going to step forward to save your Xiao family's royal family's kingdom, and is in desperate need of your assistance, and when he ascends to the throne, he will also vindicate you Zhao. Mo Chen didn't talk any more nonsense and directly explained his intentions to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan just smiled gently and said without a care in the world. Second brother has a heart, it's just that he's getting stronger, and I'm afraid the other brother's forces are getting stronger too. I think that when this king was not abolished, the eighth brother's power was stronger than the second brother's. Even if this king wants to find a powerful brother to clear his name, it seems that it's not yet the second brother's turn to do so. King Yin, you have no idea. Seeing Xiao Fan mentioning the eighth prince Xiao Chengtian, Mo Chen's emotions immediately became a bit agitated and he said with certainty. According to the intelligence we've gathered, the matter of you being framed back then was done by the eighth prince in collusion with Chancellor Tang Yuan. If you choose to help the eighth prince, I'm afraid you'll be a sheep in a tiger's mouth, and you won't even know how to die when the time comes. Oh. Xiao Fan raised a hint of interest and stared at Mo-chan with a serious face as he asked, "Tell me your reasons, but don't slander my 8th brother." "Good. Then I'll have a good rant with you." Afterward, Mo-chan told Xiao Fan all the information they had. After the accident back then, Chancellor Tang Yuan not only didn't intervene to plead for mercy, but also fell on his sword and hurriedly applied to the emperor to dissolve his daughter Tang Chuchu's marriage contract with Xiao Fan. Tang Chuchu was later chosen by the Purple Mansion's sacred land and entered the sacred land to cultivate. And in these 5 years, it was because Tang Chuchu had become a disciple of the Purple Mansion Holy Land that not only did Tang Yuan's power in the imperial court strengthen, but even the family in which he was from, the Tang family, had also risen rapidly to become the #1 family in the Eastern Realm. A bit more noteworthy, in the past 5 years, Tang Yuan and the 8th Prince Xiao Chengtian had gotten very close. And when the 8th Prince was young, he had been accepted as a disciple by a high person who traveled around the Great Zhou, and that high person was from the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Back then, that accident was when the 8th Prince colluded with Tang Yuan's father and daughter to abolish Xiao Fan on the condition that Tang Chuchu would be able to go to the Purple Mansion sacred ground to cultivate. Only when the 8th Prince offered such conditions, Tang Chuchu did not hesitate to betray her fiancé Xiao Fan, who had grown up together and was in love, and had the best chance of becoming an emperor. After introducing the situation, Emotion bitterly lobbied Xiao Fan further. "Your Highness King Yin. With the circumstances I just described, I think you should be able to think that the 8th Prince was using Tang Chuchu's ability to go to the Violet Mansion Holy Land as a condition to convince the Tang Yuan father and daughter duo to betray you, thus carefully designing that bureau back then. And in today's courtroom, although there are still more powerful princes such as the 10th Prince and 13th Prince, only the 2nd Prince has the capital to fight against the 8th Prince. If you want to avenge the revenge of that year, the only way to do so is to assist the 2nd Prince, and you absolutely cannot trust that name-dropping and hypocritical Sage King, the 8th Prince." Xiao Fan did not respond to Mo-chan in a timely manner either, as he was quietly digesting the information provided by the other party. In these 2 or 3 years, he had also secretly sent people to do some investigations, and the situation described by Mo-chan was roughly the same as the situation gathered by his men. Back then that one thing, definitely his good 8th brother secretly colluded with Tang Yuan and Tang Chuchu to make a game to get rid of him. And with the situation of the major emperors back then, if there were no accidents, with his Xiao Fan's war achievements and talents, he would definitely be the best candidate for the next emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. That 8th brother of his, Xiao Chengtian, was second only to him in terms of prestige and power among his many brothers. Only if he has an accident and loses the emperor's trust and power, Xiao Chengai will have the greatest chance to ascend to the emperor's throne. As his fiancée, Tang Chuchu, the only reason why she betrayed him back then was because Xiao Chengtian promised that he would give her a place to cultivate in the Violet Mansion Holy Land. But no matter which Holy Land Tang Chuchu went to cultivate, the debt owed would always have to be paid. When the time comes to set foot in the capital, all the grudges of that year will be cleared. Only after finishing his contemplation did Xiao Fan look at Mo-chan and said, "A question for you, if you do not agree to assist second brother, does he want you to get rid of the king?" Upon hearing this question from Xiao Fan, the smile on Mo-chan's face disappeared and became incomparably gloomy. He hadn't expected Xiao Fan to ask such a sharp question, but happened to be asked again. The 2nd Prince did give him an order that Xiao Fan could not be utilized and was removed on the spot. However, Mukin quickly regained his composure and squeezed out a smile, pretending not to understand in order to prevent Xiao Fan from testing him, and asked in return, "Your Highness King Yen, your 2nd Highness has absolutely no intention of getting rid of you, it's just that when you ask this question, it makes the old minister feel chilled on behalf of your 2nd Highness. Is it possible that there is not the slightest bit of trust between you brothers?" "Trust?" Xiao Fan coldly shook his head and said to Mo-chan, "The most ruthless emperors and kings, trust can be worth a few pennies. What's more, 2nd brother's ambition to fight for the throne was no secret, and he wasn't exactly a kind man. If the king does not agree to assist him, and will never allow the king to assist his other brothers, then he will have no choice but to kill the king. Then this king will tell you now that this king will not assist him, and he is not fit to be the emperor of Great Zhou." "You!" Click. Mo-chan violently erupted a wave of anger, crushed the teacup in his hand, eyes flashed with a strong killing opportunity. Since Xiao Fan refused to assist, he was only able to choose the second set of options and said with a chilling killing intent, "King Yen, since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll have no choice but to wipe you out. Come on. Da-da-da-da." In the next moment, Wang Mang led 20 to 30 people to rush in and surrounded Xiao Fan and his duo. "Humph." Xiao Fan snorted coldly. The fox's tail was finally revealed. That 2nd brother of his had indeed moved to kill him. However, he still sat blandly, poured out the cup of tea that was already cold, and then poured a cup full of hot tea, savored it, and looked at Mo-chan contemptuously. "Do you really think you can kill this king just because you brought this group of people? King Yen, have you spent too much time in a bitterly cold place like Rinwinter, and your brain is broken? The group of people I brought with me are all at the lowest heavenly martial realm. Wang Meng is even a high-grade martial master, and Lao Fu is at the marshal's own realm. As for you, the district has only brought along a female child of the martial master realm, What ability does she have to save you from this place surrounded by the old man's elite troops? With a haughty look on his face, Emotion coldly mocked Xiao Fan before making a final warning. King Yin, I'll give you one more chance. Are you willing to serve the second prince or not? Humph. Old thing, you're trying to compete with this king for more people, aren't you? Xiao Fan, however, smiled contemptuously. Swish swish swish. Just as Xiao Fan's voice fell for a moment, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from all around, hundreds of them, each of them emitting a thick aura of blood. And the special uniforms they wore caused Mo Chen's complexion to change abruptly. How did the assassin from the Hall of Gods get here? However, soon after, Mo Chen remembered the words Xiao Fan had just said, and immediately exclaimed, King Yin, could it be that the Hall of Gods is your power? That's right. In the next moment, Feng Sanyang stepped in, then came behind Xiao Fan and respectfully shouted, Master, this place has been heavily surrounded by the brothers. Aha! Xiao Fan nodded and ruthlessly ordered, kill them. Ha ha ha. Instead, Merchant laughed disdainfully. King Yin, even if the Hall of Gods is your power, with the group of rabble led by this 5th grade martial sect in front of you, it is still not enough to kill Lao Fu. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll kill you first. Boom! As the words fell, Mo Chen erupted with the strength of a 6th grade martial sect. His large hand formed a claw and grabbed towards Xiao Fan in front of him. However, Mo Chen looked down on Feng Sanyang, who was a 5th grade martial sect, but he did not know that Lu Ruyan, who stood behind Xiao Fan and was completely ignored by him, was not some martial master, but a female martial king who was stronger than him. Just as his large claws were about to grab Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyan's hand was as fast as lightning and accurately grabbed Emotion's wrist. Old thing, just you want to kill my master, looking for death. As the words fell, Lu Ruyan's jade fingers exerted force, forcibly tearing off Mo Chen's hand. Ah! Mo Chen let out a mournful and incomparable scream. His face was filled with panic as he retreated back and forth. He hadn't even imagined that the little girl behind Xiao Fan would be a stronger character than him. It was only at this moment that he realized that the Yin King in front of him, who had seemingly had no cultivation for many years, was afraid that the power he possessed was even more terrifying than when he had commanded millions of troops. In order to stay alive, he hastily conceded to Xiao Fan. Your Highness, King Yin, I was wrong. I beg you to give me a chance, and I will pledge my loyalty to serve you. The king never needed the effectiveness of trash who wanted to kill him. Sanyang, kill him. Xiao Fan ruthlessly refused and gave the Fanny a kill order. Yes, brothers, kill for me. Feng Sanyang revealed a pine-cold killing chance, and with a loud shout, she led the crowd of the Hall of Gods to launch an attack on Mo Chen's group. Mo Chen was seriously injured due to the destruction of one of his hands, his strength was greatly reduced, and he eventually died at the hands of Feng Sanyang after a fight. Master, they have all been put to death by the brothers, what should we do with these corpses? Feng Sanyang came to Xiao Fan and asked for instructions. Cut off the head of that Mosin, send someone to the second prince, and bury the other bodies. After Xiao Fan instructed, he and Lu Ruyan returned to the town's inn. Time passed and the night passed. It's bad, the Xuan Sword Sect has been destroyed. At dawn, the town's morning quiet was suddenly shattered by the sound. What? The Xuan Sword Sect has been destroyed, it can't be. That's right, wasn't the mountain peaceful, how come it was wiped out overnight? It can't be that someone is deliberately joking. In the first instance, many people were reluctant to believe the news, thinking it was a prank and a deliberate rumor. Go, hurry up the hill and see what happens. For a moment, a tidal wave of people headed towards the Xuan Sword Sect on the mountain. When the crowd stepped into the Xuan Sword Sect, they saw corpses all over the ground, and inside the most solemn Sword Sect treasure hall, the corpses of Xian Jianzi and the 3 great elders were lying on the ground. In this situation, even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to accept a fact. Overnight, the Xianjian sect, one of the 7 great sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, had indeed been destroyed. Just who did this? How did it destroy the Xuan Sword Sect? I don't know, who was able to destroy the Xuan Sword Sect in silence? Yes, last night if someone had come to destroy the Xuan Sword Sect, there would have been a huge commotion, but last night, there was a calm up here. Where is King Yin? Didn't he come up as a guest last night? Could it be that he destroyed the Xuan Sword Sect? It can't be, he's just an invalid, even if that fairy beside him is even stronger and is at the realm of the martial sect, she simply doesn't have the ability to exterminate the Xuan Sword Sect. Yes, I even saw them return to the inn last night, it definitely wasn't Yan Wang's doing. The Xuan Sword Sect's destruction caused everyone to talk, while some people still thought that it was the work of Xiao Fan, who had come up as a guest last night. However, it was quickly dismissed that an invalid with no cultivation, coupled with a maid in the martial master realm, was simply incapable of annihilating the Xuan Sword Sect, which possessed a martial king at its helm. I heard that the founding ancestor of the Xuan Sword Sect is a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land, and they're organizing this martial arts conference because they want to take control of all of our Great Zhou's Jianghu forces, and launch an attack on the royal family so that they can seize the right to rule. A Xuan Sword Sect, even if their patriarch becomes the alliance leader, they don't have the ability to order our major forces to work for them. That must have the support of the Heavenly Sword Sacred Land to dare to do so. That's not right, this is the sphere of influence of the Purple Mansion Holy Land anyways. Even if we want to take control of the Great Zhou dynasty, it's not the turn of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, which is far away in the southeastern region. In case the Violet Mansion Holy Land knows about it, it will definitely find trouble with the Heavenly Sword Holy Land and even go to war. That's why the Heavenly Sword Holy Land didn't dare to blatantly come and take over the Great Zhou dynasty, but instead had the Xuan Sword Sect act as a representative so that it wouldn't be discovered by the Violet Mansion Holy Land. That's right, that's how the Heavenly Sword Holy Land originally planned it, wanting to take control of the Great Zhou unknowingly, and then move outward to control more territory. It's a pity that the Violet Mansion Holy Land most likely knew the truth from other sources as well, and that's why they sent someone to exterminate the Xuan Sword Sect overnight. For a Holy Land to exterminate a power like the Xuan Sword Sect is a matter of blowing a breath. How can we, the weak, find out? Yeah, definitely. Just as the crowd was arguing, the members of the Hall of Gods who were mixed in with the crowd began to spread the news. For a moment, everyone silently nodded their heads in agreement with this view. This was the only explanation that could account for the fact that the Xuan Sword Sect had been annihilated last night when there was clearly not the slightest movement on the mountain. Where is the chaotic Xiao Fan? Give my son back his life. Also at the time when the crowd thought that it was the Purple Mansion Holy Land that had destroyed the Xianjian sect, a heart-rending hateful killing sound came from outside. Chapter 11 Terror Fairy Lu Ruyan, Battle Demon Chopping Xiao Fan. Is that the voice of the Tang family head? He's here to avenge his son, Tang Zhenrun. When the crowd heard this voice, they thought that it was the Tang family's master who had already killed and wanted to avenge his son who was killed last night. Yes, where is King Yan's man, has he come yet? At this moment, the crowd was also looking for Xiao Fan's figure one after another. Soon, the crowd locked onto Xiao Fan's location, only to see that he was leisurely sitting on a chair in the corner, with Ruyan Lu standing right behind him. King Yan, you'd better hurry and hide. This Tang family head's son was killed by your people, he will not stop. Fairy, why don't you take King Yan out the back door? At this time, there were quite a few people who were kindly persuaded. This part of the people were urging Xiao Fan to leave, which caused a very large portion of the people to be puzzled, questioning them and taunting them that this was a case of having nothing to do and worrying blindly, and that it might even lead to trouble for themselves. What do you know, back then, King Yan conquered all the small countries in the south, the style of a benevolent king was there for all to see, treating the local people well and implementing a benevolent government, he was a great talent and bright king. Nay, King Yan's luck was not favorable, and he even ended up in a miserable state. We are from the south, and we deeply respect the Yan King's character, unlike you cold-blooded people, who look at the situation and don't mind it. The group of people who were defending Xiao Fan also launched a strong counterattack on those who were mocking them. Also while these two parties were arguing, Tang family head Tang Hu Puff led a group of Tang family disciples and rushed into the Grand Hall carrying a strong killing aura. Soon, Tang Hu Puff locked onto Xiao Fan and erupted with monstrous killing intent, viciously saying, Xiao Fan, you disloyal and unfilial traitor, after so many years, you are still unrepentant and brutally murdered my son. It is indeed a great misfortune for the Great Zhou dynasty to have a brutal and unkind demon like you and its royal family who kills other people's lives. Today, I, Tang Hu Puff, will get rid of you, a murderous demon, for the Great Zhou royal family and for the people of Great Zhou, lest more innocent people be scourged by you and lose their lives. However, this righteous statement from Tang Hu Puff was met with sneaky mockery from many people. How ing shameless, he still doesn't know what kind of virtue his son has, but he's even trying to kill King Yan under the banner of some kind of justice. It's called a setting up a chaste house, both at the same time. Alas! No matter what, he is now the head of the number one family in the Eastern Realm, and his brother is also Great Zhou's chancellor, Tang Yuan, so he can do whatever he wants, and who dares to stop him? It's just a pity that King Yan, what a good prince, was framed and lost everything back then, and now I'm afraid he's going to die in the hands of the Tang family. There were also quite a few people who were feeling sorry for Xiao Fan. Tang Hu Puff was raging and bringing people to kill. Xiao Fan would never have a chance of surviving. Also while the crowd was hotly debating, Tang Hu Puff but saw that Xiao Fan was unresponsive and didn't even look at him from the time he came in until now. He immediately became furious and the killing intent in his heart became even more intense as he angrily shouted, Xiao Fan, you executioner, don't think that if you don't say anything, you'll be fine with each other. You brutally murdered my son. It's only right that you have to take your life to pay for the murder. Men, kill him for me. Yes. Swish swish swish. Behind him, dozens of Tang clan's children then swung the long knives in their hands and killed towards Xiao Fan. You seek death. Lu Ruyan let out a cold cry and stomped her foot on the ground, the floor shattered. Shoo shoo shoo. In the next moment, Lu Ruyan waved her big hand, and those floor debris were as dense as a rainstorm, shooting towards the Tang clan's group. Put, put, put. In a matter of moments, the group of Tang clan's children were shot into a hornet's nest by the sharp, broken bricks, and all of them collapsed. Bitch, you're the one who killed my son, aren't you? Well, now you have killed so many sons of my Tang family, and your hands are stained with the blood of my Tang family members, a heinous and unforgivable crime. But just you trying to go against my Tang family at the martial master realm is simply hitting a stone with an egg. Tang Bao, Tang Hu, you guys go kill her, quick! Tang Hu Puff stared at Lu Ruyan dead in the face, and ordered 2 fellow Tang family clansmen behind him in a murderous manner. Yes! Boom! Tang Bao and Tang Hu's bodies violently erupted with an extremely strong martial master's aura, directly approaching the martial zone realm. So strong! 2 half-step martial zoners, it's not without reason that the Tang clan has risen so quickly in 5 years. Tang Hu Puff isn't weak either, he has long since stepped into the realm of martial zone. See, that fairy maid beside King Yen is only a martial artist, it's really going to be over this time. At this moment, everyone was marveling at the depth of the Tang family's strength, and knew that the reason why the Tang family's strength had skyrocketed so quickly was entirely due to the result of Tang Yuan's greatly increased dynastic power. But right now, the crowd wasn't thinking about that much, their attention was focused on these 2 half-step martial clansmen of the Tang clan. During this very short period of time when the crowd was marveling, Tang Bao and Tang Hu had also reached their peak. In the next second, the crowd saw the 2 of them as light as swallows, as if they were 2 streaks of lightning, killing them in the blink of an eye. Tang Bao blasted a fist at Ruyan Lu, while Tang Hu formed his large hand into an eagle's claw, erupting with extremely ferocious might, aiming straight for Xiao Fan's throat. Seeing this scene, the bloody scene of Xiao Fan being grabbed and bursting his throat had already appeared in the minds of the crowd. As for Lu Ruyan, although she was also a martial artist, she was really still too young, and could definitely not be Tang Bao's opponent, let alone draw back to save Xiao Fan. Bang bang! It was only the next scene that made the crowd but look shocked and dumbfounded. Lu Ruyan directly blasted out 2 palms, instantly slapping Tang Bao's and Tang Hu's into a bloody mist. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that fairy so terrifying? Slapping to death 2 half-division martial sect powerhouses in one go, the fairy actually hid her strength, she's at the martial sect realm. Who could have thought that this fairy maid of his was a martial zone and not a martial master as everyone previously thought? King Yan really is a deep concealer, although he has no cultivation, the maid by his side is terrifying enough. At this moment, everyone present had an incomparably shocked look on their faces, one after another marveling at the strength that had erupted from Ruyan Lu. And last night, when Ruyan Lu decapitated Jianran Tang in the Townsend, everyone thought that she was merely a martial artist, but now it seemed that they were very wrong. A girl of 18 or 19 years old was at the realm of martial zone, in the eyes of the crowd, this was definitely a very heaven-defying talent, definitely a 1 in a million supreme genius. However, while the crowd marveled at Lu Ruyan's strength, Tang Hu Puff's face was twitching and the killing intent on his face became even more intense. He had underestimated this maid by Xiao Fan's side, and was actually at the same martial zone realm as him. Especially when the other party killed Tang Bao and Tang Hu, that crisp and ruthless method made him feel 10,000 times more unwilling. Because even if he was at the realm of martial zone, he was only at the peak of the 1st grade, and it would be difficult for him to kill Tang Bao and Tang Hu with a single slap. On the contrary, Lu Ruyan easily killed the 2 in seconds, so it was evident that the strength of the woman in front of him was feared to be above him and surpassed by quite a lot. Thinking that Ruyan Lu would be stronger than him, he wanted to avenge his son's death, which was almost impossible by himself. But he had to avenge this killing of his son, and he had to redeem the face he had just lost when his clan was killed. Soon, Tang Hu Puff thought of an excellent method and viciously roared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, you chaotic traitor, how dare you cultivate such a powerful henchman around you? Do you want to rebel again and plot to usurp the throne? A kingless, fatherless, brutal and unkind rebel like you, everyone should be punished. Gentlemen, if anyone is able to put him to death, I, Tang Hupu, will make sure that my elder brother, Chancellor Tang, will ask for his credit before His Majesty, the Emperor, and there will be a great reward. Right now, all the people present had come to participate in the martial arts conference, and there were many strong people hidden among them, and there were quite a few strong people at the level of martial zone. In order to seize the position of martial alliance master, those topmost forces would definitely send out their topmost powerhouses, with characters of 7th and 8th grade martial sectors, and even half-step martial kings. As long as these hidden powerhouses were able to step in and help him, it would allow him to realize his goal of avenging his son and redeeming the face of the Tang family. The crowd did not pay any attention to Tang Hu Puff, the little cutie. They all knew that he was seeking outside help and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, who would touch the mold and cause trouble at this time. Seeing that no one had responded for a long time, Tang Hu Puff once again let out a heavy dose of big news and drank loudly. Gentlemen, if anyone can help me in the imperial court get rid of Xiao Fan, this chaotic traitor who is a scourge to one side, I, Tang Hu Puff, promise him that I will definitely let my elder brother's daughter apply to the Purple Mansion Holy Land to give his children and grandchildren a qualification to enter the Purple Mansion Holy Land for cultivation. Boom! Tang Hu Puff these words, is undoubtedly like a heavy bomb thrown into the lake, instantly set off huge ripples, the crowd have marveled in disgust. If they can really let their children and grandchildren enter the Purple Mansion sacred land to cultivate, it would be a great honor for a small sect power like theirs, and it would be smoke coming from their ancestors' graves. For a while, there were quite a few people who were moved and wanted to help Tang Hu pounce on Xiao Fan in order to obtain the other party's promise. Also, while the crowd was dumbfounded, someone finally took the lead. This was an old man wearing a purple Taoist robe and holding a duster, as if he were an immortal descending to earth. Tang family master, if poor Tao helps you kill that traitor Xiao Fan, will you really be able to honor your promise and agree to give a quota to enter the Purple Mansion Holy Land for cultivation? The old Taoist asked in confirmation to Tang Hu Puff. That's natural, I let this out today in front of so many Jianghu people. If I don't honor it, then how can my Tang family gain a foothold within the great Zhou dynasty in the future? Senior, don't worry, as long as you help me kill Xiao Fan and avenge my son, I will never go back on my word. Tang Hupi assured this old Taoist with conviction. Good, then it's a deal. If you don't dare to honor it, the poor Taoist will definitely kill your Tang family later to seek justice. The old Taoist nodded, not forgetting to solemnly warn Tang Hupu not to break his promise. He then waved his duster and walked towards Xiao Fan's side with a steady pace as he indifferently said, King Yin, before you die, do you have anything else to say? Xiao Fan stretched his lazy waist and stared at the old Taoist with a breezy gaze and asked, Nubizi, what's your name? Oh, I almost forgot to give you the name, or you'd die without knowing who killed you. Please remember, poverty pure yang Jinjin. The old Taoist told Xiao Fan his name when he was truthful. Real pure yang, what is his origin? Does anyone know? For a moment, everyone had a puzzled look on their faces, not having a single memory of the name Pure Yang Realist. Right, poor Taoist had another name before, called War Demon. Boom! As Realist Pure Yang uttered the name he had used, it steeply caused many of the older people to reveal shocked expressions, and one by one, their minds recalled the character of the War Demon. Battle Demon, is that the battle fiend that made a name for himself in our great Zhou more than 30 years ago? Yeah, more than 30 years ago, this battle demon went around challenging the strongest of the major powers, undefeated in the early stages, and every person he challenged was beheaded by him. It is said that his last battle was when he came to the Xuan Sword Sect, but he lost to the Xuan Sword Sect's old ancestor, and since then he has disappeared, and there is no more battle demon in the world. I didn't expect that after more than 30 years, this war devil would show up again, but he has become an old Nubizi Taoist, and he even took the name of some pure Yang realist, which is completely inconsistent with his original identity as a war devil, and is not pure at all. Listening to the crowd's fervent discussion, pure Yang realist's mind also floated back to a scene of a battle that had once been fought, and he sighed. Alas, the tragic defeat at the hands of Xian Jianzi back then, which fortunately retrieved a life, also led to my strength plummeting. Fortunately, by heaven's favor, I War Demon coincidentally got a chance to obtain a Taoist secret art, repair injuries, and then back to the peak, stronger than back then. I wanted to come to the Xian Jian sect today, and then look for Xian Jianzi big battle. I didn't expect him to be killed first, it's really sad and pathetic. Boom! As the last word fell, suddenly, the War Demon's body erupted with a horrifying and overwhelming blood devil aura, as if he was a Shura Demon King returning from hell, and shouted in a cold voice. Poor Tao is still the same War Demon as before, just with a different name. King Yin, since you already know where this real person comes from, you can die in peace, suffer death. Swish! As the words fell, this pure Yang realist waved the duster in his hand, which instantly transformed into a sword, hard as steel, and instantly erupted with the terrifying aura of an 8th grade martial zone, killing Xiao Fan. Lu Ruyan wanted to make a move, but Xiao Fan signaled him to stay put. Lu Ruyan saw that her own master was finally going to show his hand in front of the crowd, so she was not able to steal the limelight. Soon, the pure Yang realist rushed to Xiao Fan with the sword transformed by the duster and swung down directly. The air in front of him was rumbling and bursting, as if this piece of heaven and earth was able to be cleaved in half by him. At this moment, however, the crowd saw that Lu Yan, the maid, was still standing at the back, with no sign of wanting to resist this blade for Xiao Fan, causing the crowd to be doubly surprised. Ha ha ha! Tang Hu Puff saw this scene, smug laughter, a waste of man Xiao Fan, cannot block the pure Yang realist knife, will certainly be split in half, his son's revenge, but also finally get revenge. However, for the pure Yang realist, seeing that he was killing over in a furious manner, Xiao Fan was still sitting there calmly, and Lu Ruyan did not make a move to stop him, causing him to feel 10,000% puzzled. But for the sake of the place in the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and since he had already struck out, he couldn't care less and accelerated his speed once again, waving the knife transformed by the dust whisk and slashing down directly towards Xiao Fan's head. Chapter 12, the 13th Prince is here, who dares to touch my 4th brother? However, just as pure Yang Zenith's dust whisk blade chopped 3 feet above Xiao Fan's head, it suddenly seemed to chop on top of a wall of air, no longer able to go down half a minute's distance. Crap! Discovering that he was unable to chop down, the pure Yang realist's complexion suddenly changed. There must be another expert hiding in the dark, releasing a powerful aura and forming an invisible air shield to protect Xiao Fan. Realizing this, realist pure Yang hastily withdrew his duster blade and wanted to retreat. How can that be? I can't move. But at this time, he realized that his entire body was unable to move, as if he was confined in place by an extremely terrifying force, and stared anxiously at Xiao Fan. He couldn't move, and even if he was just an invalid with no cultivation, he could kill him with a knife in his hand. What? He said he couldn't move? What the hell is going on? Then there's no need to say, there must still be experts protecting King Yin in the dark. That's right. It must be. And at this moment, when the crowd heard those words from the pure Yang realist, they all had their faces changed in shock. Who on earth dares to obstruct my Tang family's work? Don't you want to live? At this moment, Tang Hupuff saw that pure Yang realist was standing there like a log. His heart was burning with anxiety, and he angrily shouted and threatened. The crowd was also expecting who was protecting Xiao Fan, hoping that that strong person would show up, yet no one responded for a long time. Also at this time, Xiao Fan slowly stood up with an icy expression and took a few steps to come in front of real pure Yang, like a god of death, and coldly said, "Do you think the Tang family can really honor your promise? Do you think you can really kill this king? You, King Yen, the aura that imprisoned me from moving was yours." And at this moment, looking at Xiao Fan, who was close at hand and looked like the god of death, pure Yang Jinran finally realized that the breath that pressed on him and made him unable to move was not from any strong person who was hidden in the darkness, it was from His Highness, the Yen King, who seemed to be an invalid. No way. King Yen clearly doesn't have any energy fluctuations in his body, he's just an invalid. Yeah, what's that old bullnose babbling about? However, the words spoken by the pure Yang realist could not convince the crowd. See, no one believes your bull asterisk. This king is just an ordinary person, where's his breath? Xiao Fan coldly spat out this sentence and then pointed a finger at the door of realist pure Yang's head. In the next second, with a bang, the pure Yang realist's head directly exploded. Asterisk. A finger pointing to explode the head of the pure Yang realist. Could it be that Yen Wang really has cultivation? But there really isn't the slightest fluctuation of energy in his body. Why on earth is that? At this moment, the crowd couldn't figure out whether Xiao Fan had cultivation or not. Yes, there must be someone high up helping him in the dark. However, after thinking about it, the crowd still thought that there were experts hiding in the crowd, silently protecting Xiao Fan. But regardless of whether or not there was an expert present, for Tang Hupuff, it was as if he had fallen into a desperate situation, and his expression was terrified as he yelled, anyone else in the end who can help me, I will definitely honor the quota to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation. However, after the incident of the pure Yang realist being casually crushed to death, who would still dare to easily venture out to kill this Yen King who appeared to have no cultivation, but whose means were heavenly? Seeing that no one responded, the look on Tang Hupuff's face gradually despaired, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Fan were filled with fear. Xiao Fan also happened to look at Tang Hupuff and issued a voice like the King of Hell's urging voice and said, Tang Hupuff, how do you want to die? No, you can't kill me, you're a chaotic traitor, a sinner of the royal family, while my elder brother is the chancellor of the great Zhou dynasty and holds great power. If you kill me, as long as my elder brother fabricates some evidence in front of the emperor, and reports that you want to rebel and usurp the throne, the emperor will be furious and get rid of you completely. Tang Hupuff's heart and mind were in chaos, and he directly moved out that big brother of his, Tang Yuan, to deter Xiao Fan. Tang Yuan, this king doesn't put him in his eyes at all, and will go into the capital to settle the score with him. Smokey, kill him, Xiao Fan said with cold disdain. Yes. Swish. Lu Ruyan rushed to Tang Hupuff in one step and slapped his palm down. You can't. Bang! He wanted to open his mouth to struggle a little more, but this palm of Lu Ruyan's fell quickly, splitting his head. Afterward, under the attention of the crowd, Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan left the Xuan Sword Sect. While the people who stayed behind were looking at each other, this King Yen really dared to kill Tang Hupuff. Especially Xiao Fan's last words to Tang Hupuff, saying something about how he would go into the capital to settle the score with Tang Yuan. Tell me, what did Yen Wang mean by that last sentence? Why does he want to go into the capital to settle the score with Tang Yuan? This is hard not to believe that 5 years ago that thing, Yen Wang, was framed, and this Tang Yuan has a part in it. I've also heard such rumors from certain sources, and it said that Tang Yuan really had a hand in that incident back then, and if the Night King has said so, then it's more than likely true. King Yen has returned, and once he enters the capital, he will surely set off a new storm in the imperial court, and I fear that an even greater bloody storm is about to sweep across the entire Great Zhou. Yes, if King Yen was really framed back then, and now that his power is not simple, when he returns to the capital, a courtroom killing will be inevitable. I and other Jianghu sects, or do not participate in the best, peacefully live their own cultivation days can be. Right, all of you, don't go fooling around, let's disperse today, go back to your homes and cultivate well. With the crowd hotly debating for a while, they all left the Xianjian sect in droves, returning to the town below the mountain and packing their bags to go home. However, just as the people returned to the town, picked up their bags, and prepared to leave, a group of masked, longsword-wielding killers suddenly appeared outside the town, blocking the intersection out of the town. In front of the crowd, it was clearly Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. My god, there are at least hundreds of people in this group, the weakest are all at the Earth Martial Realm, dozens of Heavenly Martial Realm, 10 Martial Masters, and even 3 Martial Zones. To send out such a huge team, who on earth wants King Yen dead so badly? Who cares who he is? It's none of our business, we don't worry about it. Gentlemen, let's back up a bit and keep a safe distance, lest we get caught up in this tussle. The crowd murmured as they retreated backward until they thought they had retreated to a relatively safe distance before stopping and staring intently ahead. At this moment, Xiao Fan's expression was calm, and after briefly scanning these hundreds of killers, he stared at the three leading martial zongs and shouted, "Who sent you to kill this king? Tell me and leave you a dog's life." Ha ha ha. The strongest martial zong in the center, however, let out an extremely disdainful laugh, and underneath that mask, there was actually a look of contempt for Xiao Fan. Afterward, he put away his laughter and let out a voice that contained an icy killing intent. "King Yen, you've been a dead man for a long time, so why do you need to know so much? But one thing is for sure, it would be an honor for you to die at the hands of our brothers. Brothers, whoever dares to help King Yen will be killed without pardon. Kill." In the next moment, hundreds of masked assassins shouted angrily and waved their long knives in their hands, aggressively killing towards Xiao Fan's side. "The 13th Prince of Great Zhou is here, whoever dares to touch my fourth brother will be killed without pardon." Also at the time when this group of killers made their move, a roaring sound came from the back, like war drums shaking the sky and killing. "Kill." In the next moment, a sound like a mountainous sea resounded over the entire town, and immediately after, the crowd saw a young general dressed in silver battle armor and holding a silver lance riding in to kill. Behind him, smoke and dust rolled, and a well-equipped Great Zhou army, densely packed, killed like a tidal wave. "Boss! It's the 13th Prince, looking at that formation behind him, there must be thousands of troops, what should we do?" At this moment, one of the masked assassins at the martial zone realm asked the masked assassin at the head, "There are too many people coming, retreat first and seek the opportunity to kill King Yen next time." The leader of the killers was well aware that this army that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere had spoiled their best opportunity to kill Xiao Fan. "If we're surrounded, we'll be in deep. Retreat." Immediately, another martial zone killer then loudly ordered a retreat, and hundreds of people withdrew at fire speed, not wanting to tangle with the Great Zhou's army. "Kill for me, kill none to let go, kill." And when the 13th Prince, who was dressed in silver war robes, saw that the assassin was going to run, he ordered his army to continue the pursuit. Standing in the safe area, the masses who originally wanted to eat and watch the show were all stunned expressions. This group of killers originally came to kill Xiao Fan, now without even touching a single hair, they were suddenly chased back by the Great Zhou army that had suddenly appeared. As killers go, they are also disgraced as killers. However, at this moment, when the crowd saw that there was no drama to watch, they also set their eyes on the 13th Prince who was riding his horse and began to discuss. 13th Prince Xiao Jingtian, it is said that amongst the many princes, he has the best relationship with 4th Prince Yan Wang. That's right. But he was in charge of the south, helping the emperor manage the land that King Yan had fought for back then, so why would he suddenly show up here with a large army? You have to know that the territory here is not the south, but the northward region, and if he shows up with such a huge army at one time, isn't he afraid that some ministers will sue him for wanting to conspire against him and make the same end as the Yin King did back then? The crowd was puzzled as to why Xiao Jingtian, the 13th prince who was originally in the south, had appeared here with a large army. As the prince who ruled the southern realm, leading a large army to the place where the Xin sect was located in the north was mobilizing the army across the region, and if someone with a heart of gold wanted to mess with him, he could easily be falsely accused of wanting to rebel, which was a capital crime of killing the head. As the crowd was puzzled, Xiao Fan also had a trace of puzzlement. This behavior of this 13th brother of his was indeed prone to be exploited by people with an axe to grind and planted a charge of raising an army to plot a rebellion. Thus, when Xiao Jingtian happily descended from his warhorse and wanted to greet him, Xiao Fan rebuked in a cold voice. 13th brother, where did you bring so many soldiers and horses from? Aren't you afraid that people with bad intentions will dig a hole for you and brand you as a rebel? 4th brother, just don't worry about it. It was father's special authorization that allowed me to. I brought tens of thousands of men in case the Xuan Sword Sect was to engage in a rebellion today under the pretext of hosting a martial arts conference. Xiao Jingtian did not get angry at Xiao Fan's rebuke and explained to Xiao Fan with a happy smile. TMD, it's good that the Xuan Sword Sect was destroyed. It turns out that this emperor has long had suspicions in his mind, and if the martial arts conference is really held successfully today, and the Xuan Sword Sect wants to take the lead and have us unite against the imperial court, it wouldn't give the 13th prince a reason to send out troops to suppress us. Thank goodness, it's really smoke coming out of the old ancestor's grave. Damn Xuan Sword Sect, it's good to exterminate it. At this moment, after the major forces watching from the rear heard Xiao Jingtian's words, each one of them was a million times more fortunate, while at the same time cursing the Xuan Sword Sect in their hearts. They were almost destroyed by the Xuan Sword Sect's ambition to be suppressed by the imperial court. Xiao Jingtian also heard the murmurings of those in the back, and with a puzzled look, he looked at Xiao Fan and asked, 4th brother, what's going on? They said the Xuan Sword Sect was destroyed. By whom? Also, do they really want to gather all the Jianghu forces against my Great Zhou royal family me through this opportunity of organizing a martial arts conference? The Xuan Sword Sect is dead, and as for the source of those messages, there will be time to verify them. Well, there's nothing more to do here. Withdraw your army. You and I brothers haven't seen each other for many years. It's time to have a good get-together. Xiao Fan said with a smile. Ha ha ha. 4th brother, missed me. Immediately afterward, Xiao Jingtian was happy like a child and tightly embraced Xiao Fan. A good while passed before the two brothers slowly let go of each other, while Xiao Jingtian also noticed Lu Ruyan and praised. What a beautiful woman, almost like a fairy coming down to earth. Fourth brother, who exactly is this fairy? Is it my future sister-in-law? Ah, 13th prince, I'm the master's maid. When Ruyan Lu heard that Xiao Jingtian regarded her as his future sister-in-law, her face instantly turned red and she shyly lowered her head to explain. Maid? It's a waste for a maid to be this pretty. Fourth brother, where on earth did you find such a beautiful maid? Give me a dozen of them too. Why don't you just give her to me? I don't have a wife yet. It's just the right time to marry her into the house as a royal consort. It's just a shame to be your maid. Xiao Jingtian was praising Ruyan Lu there with a wave of energy. He didn't expect Xiao Fan to have such a beautiful maid like Ruyan Lu by his side. It was very appealing to him. I don't want to be some imperial concubine. I only wish to follow my master in my life. Lu Ruyan knew that Xiao Fan and Xiao Jingtian had an extremely close brotherly relationship, so in order to prevent her own master from really giving her away, she hurriedly opened her mouth to express her position. Xiao Fan felt doubly helpless in his heart. How would he dare to give this woman to his good 13th brother as a wife, not to mention that his 13th brother was not capable of conquering this Emperor Lu Ruyan, who had an extremely high rate of appearance in the novels of his previous life. With that, Xiao Fan said to Xiao Jingtian, 13th brother, she's not for you. If there's a chance in the future, 4th brother can just help you find one. Ha ha ha. 4th brother, I'm just joking with you, you're woman, how could I possibly rob her? Xiao Jingtian laughed nervously and then said to Xiao Fan, 4th brother, come on, let's go back to the camp first. As for the assassins who just stabbed you, the men will bring them back themselves. Good. Let's go. Xiao Fan nodded, then mounted a horse and left the town with Xiao Jingtian. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yang had brought Feng Sanyang and the other assassins from the Hall of Gods, and had been trailing the group of masked assassins, eventually killing everyone, leaving only the strongest martial Zhong assassin unkilled. At this moment, this leader of the masked assassins was like a humble dog kneeling on the ground, facing Yanghua, a martial king-level powerhouse. He didn't even dare to breathe a single breath, and his body was trembling. Yanghua exuded a chilling murderous aura, as if he were a killing god descending, and personally opened his mouth to inquire. Tell this palace master who exactly sent you here to kill King Yen. Chapter 13, False 13th Prince, Soul Searching Technique. What? Senior is the Hall Master of the Hall of Gods? Learning that Yang was the Hall Master of the Hall of Gods, this assassin leader's complexion became even more terrified, letting out a trembling voice as he asked in confirmation. That's right. I am the Hall Master of the Hall of Gods, and a subordinate of His Highness, King Yen. Kid, you've already committed a capital offense by bringing people to assassinate His Highness the King of Yen. If you refuse to give an account and confess the mastermind behind it, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang did not hide it, and even told this masked killer leader about his identity relationship with Xiao Fan. Ah, I say. The leader of the killers knew the power of the Hall of Gods, especially since Yang had already warned him that if he didn't give a truthful account, he was afraid that his family members and loved ones would be assassinated. And he fixed his mind before truthfully explaining to Yang. It's Shindong King Wude, he's the one who told me to bring people here to kill His Highness, King Yen. Shindong King Wude, his power has expanded so much even nowadays that even a 4th grade martial sect like you is willing to work for him? Learning that the mastermind was Shindong King Wude, Yang's expression became much more grave as he pursued. With the strength of Hoda's own realm, but not enough for me and my brothers to serve him. It was the master behind him who was so strong that I had to do what Hoda ordered me to do. The leader of the killers was only able to say whatever he had to say in the face of Yanghua, the martial king's inquiry, and did not dare to conceal it. The master behind him, who is that man? Yang Xiao was busy pursuing the question. I haven't seen the master's proper face either. He wears a mask every time he appears, and his voice should be disguised. It sounds a bit effeminate, like a eunuch's voice. Moreover, I also know that my master is a martial king, and that there are huge forces behind him. Elder Lord of the Gods, I've told you everything I need to tell you, so please don't go messing with my family members, you God's Hall. After saying that, the leader of the killers, Yang, pleaded for mercy. Don't worry, I don't give a damn about that kind of thing. Bang! As the words fell, Yang directly slapped this assassin leader to death. Afterward, he quietly returned and went forward to report to Xiao Fan about the situation he had forced out. Meanwhile, after Xiao Fan followed Xiao Jingtian back to the camp, the two brothers sat together and chatted over drinks about the 5 years they had spent together. Xiao Jingtian poured out all of his experiences over the past 5 years to Xiao Fan, and after he finished speaking, coupled with being a bit drunk, he was so sad that he was like a small child, lying on Xiao Fan's shoulder and crying. The reason why Xiao Jingtian was crying was because he was feeling guilty about the incident 5 years ago. As the best brother, he didn't help Xiao Fan in any way, letting this good 4th brother be deprived of his cultivation and exiled to a bitterly cold place in the northern realm for 5 years of hard life. But those were all things of the past. Fortunately, now they finally got through this difficult time, and Xiao Jingtian also knew that their father's intention of recalling Xiao Fan back to the capital with the intention of celebrating his great birthday was to give him, the good 4th brother, a chance to return to the court. Fourth brother, over the years, my father has allowed me, the brother who is the closest to you, to go over and manage the territories you fought back then in order to prevent rebellion. Over the years, I have been following the measures you customized back then to manage the local people, and they all remember your kindness, and the people of the entire region support you from the bottom of their hearts. And I, Old 13, will fully support you, so that you can return to the top and have father pass the throne to you. After a burst of sadness and crying, Xiao Jingtian swore and assured Xiao Fan. No. 13th brother, I have long since lost interest in that throne. And among our many brothers, only you are the most qualified to be that emperor. Don't worry, this time when 4th brother returns, he will do his best to help you ascend to the emperor's throne. However, Xiao Fan politely refused, and in turn wanted to help this best-connected 13th brother honor the great treasure. Fourth brother, no, never. Whether it's talent or prestige or character, you're the best one amongst our many brothers. This throne of Great Zhou should be yours. As for Xiao Jingtian, when he heard that Xiao Fan wanted to help him ascend to the great treasure, his emotions became incomparably agitated and he strongly refused. 13th brother, if that hadn't happened 5 years ago, I might have needed your assistance to seize the throne. But I have completely looked away. My goal is not above the throne of this Great Zhou, so you should not be persuading me. From now on, 4th brother will help you clear all obstacles so that you can ascend to the throne. Well, we've been chatting all day, it's getting dark, so let's leave it at that. You think about my suggestion, 4th brother is tired, go back and rest first. After Xiao Fan emphasized his position once again, he even patted Xiao Jingtian's shoulder before leaving, signaling for the other party to think seriously. After returning to her barracks, Lu Ruyan asked in a million different ways. Master, that throne should have been yours in the first place, why did you give it up to your 13th brother? Smokey. This world is very vast, I want to go out and have a look around. And with my status nowadays, this Great Zhou's heaven and earth is no longer enough for me to show my talents. After my father's great birthday is over and all enemies are liquidated, I will take you to travel the 4 seas and go out to see the world. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and looked at Lu Ruyan and said, Really? Are you really going to take me with you? Lu Ruyan was instantly happy like a happy child and hurriedly ran over to grab Xiao Fan's shoulders, where she giggled foolishly like a little petite wife. That's natural. Xiao Fan nodded and said, Wonderful. Master, you're so good to me. A thick smile appeared on Ruyan Lu's face, and she was close to having an impulse to give Xiao Fan a kiss on his face. However, Ruyan Lu eventually resisted the urge and asked with another tinge of doubt. Master, when you were killing that Mosin last night, you said something about how trust can be worth a few pennies when it's the most ruthless of emperors. Now that times have changed, do you really think that this 13th brother of yours, unlike that 2nd and 8th brother of yours who are ruthless and malicious, is he really qualified to sit on the throne? I believe that 13th brother's nature has never changed, and it is true that he is the only one who is most suitable to be the emperor if chosen from among the many imperial sons. Why, are you asking me that? Are you onto something? Xiao Fan very much trusted his 13th brother who was only half a year younger than him, grew up together, and shared the same hardships. And Lu Ruyan's words made him curious to know what brilliant ideas the other party had. Indeed there is. I found this 13th prince's aura to be strange. I realized that he had a heavier aura on him, not like some heavy-handed prince, but more like a eunuch who had been castrated. I can't figure out what went wrong. Ruyan Lu analyzed the problems she found to Xiao Fan very seriously. Smokey, you are observant and subtle, which is commendable. Xiao Fan nodded and praised Ruyan Lu. Ah, it turns out that the master also sensed it, but you just swore in front of him that you would help him ascend to the throne, why? Lu Ruyan pursued Xiao Fan with a million questions. That's because. He's leaving the camp, come on, let's follow and see where he's going. Xiao Fan was about to explain the reason for this when, on the occasion, he realized that Xiao Jingtian had quietly slipped out of the camp and led Lu Ruyan in pursuit. On the other hand, several miles away, by the small river next to the dense forest, Xiao Jingtian came directly to the place. At this moment, there was an old man sitting on a rock by the river, and when he saw Xiao Jingtian appear, he hurriedly asked, Well, is King Yen going to seize the emperor's throne? I've already tried it out. King Yen doesn't want the throne, saying that amongst the many imperial sons, I'm the only one who's qualified to be the next emperor of Great Zhou, and that he'll do his best to help me ascend to the throne. Xiao Jingtian had a thick smug smile on his face as he introduced the situation to this old man. He then prodded. Elder Wan, please quickly go back and inform our people that everything will go according to plan. Sooner or later, this Great Zhou's world will be ours. Yes. Elder Wan nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. What plans do you have? Can you share them with the king as well? However, just as Elder Wan took a step or two, an icy voice suddenly came. Soon, Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan walked out from the dense forest and appeared in front of the duo. Fourth brother? Why are you here? Xiao Jingtian's expression was startled as he asked. My king is also curious as to why you came here quietly. And who is this old guy, and what kind of machinations were you guys discussing here just now? Xiao Fan slowly stepped forward, and indifferently asked questions continuously. Fourth brother, what conspiracy can I have, and even if there is one, it's because I want to help you clear your name of the wrongs of that year. And this is one of my beloved. I was about to instruct him to go back and lay out the groundwork in advance, so that I can help you clear your name in the future, in advance. Xiao Jingtian squeezed out a smile and clarified his explanation to Xiao Fan. If he's a beloved, why don't you let him meet you at the camp tent openly? And if you have such a big plan, why don't you tell this king? You should know that if you are really the king's 13th royal brother, you should know that he will not hide anything from the king, he will tell the king everything and will never hide a single secret. Tell me, who are you and where is my 13th brother? And Xiao Fan no longer wasted any more time, directly picking it apart and questioning. This Xiao Jingtian in front of him was not at all the 13th imperial brother he knew, but an imposter. Snap! Also at this moment, Elder Juan, who was on the side, suddenly clapped his palms and the corners of his mouth rose slightly with a cold smile as he stared at Xiao Fan. It is said that His Royal Highness Yen is too talented and wise, and when I met him today, he is truly extraordinary. Since you've already discovered that the one in front of you is the fake 13th prince, then we won't hide it anymore. King Yen, your 13th imperial brother is in our hands. If you don't want him to die, then obediently follow our orders and help this 13th imperial son in front of you ascend to the emperor's throne. Seeing that Elder Juan had directly singled out his identity, this fake 13th prince also no longer hid it and directly tore the human skin mask off his face, revealing a gloomy and indifferent middle-aged face. King Yen, we have imprisoned your 13th imperial brother in a very secret place. If you are able to help me, the fake 13th imperial son, to seize the throne of Great Zhou, we promise you that we will release him at that time. If you don't agree, not only will you not survive tonight, even that 13th brother of yours will be killed when I'm done utilizing him, so think it over. Now I'll give you a moment to think about it. If you don't agree, then don't blame us for being ruthless. As this false 13th prince's voice fell, that elder master one immediately entered a fighting state, ready to strike at any time to kill Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. And Xiao Fan glanced at Elder Juan with cold eyes and said contemptuously, "Old thing, with you, you're not qualified enough to kill this king. On the contrary, you too, honestly explain your identities, and where you are keeping 13th brother, and this king will leave you with a dog's life, or else I'll let you be shattered to pieces." Ha ha ha. However, Elder Juan laughed maniacally with 10,000 disdain. King Yen, with this martial master realm girl behind you, how dare you threaten this elder's life and death? You are truly not qualified. Boom! The moment Elder Juan finished speaking, an extremely fierce aura erupted from the false 13th prince's body, the 9th grade martial master realm. And the false 13th prince smugly said to Xiao Fan, "King Yen, you didn't expect it, did you? But I practiced the hidden method and suppressed myself to the same earth martial realm as that younger brother of yours. Now that I've regained my strength, you're just a little girl in the martial master realm. You're simply a match for the two of us. Behave and submit to us or die. Dead eunuch, dare to threaten my master's life and death, Auntie will castrate you once more." Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back the arrogance of the other party and immediately became furious. "What did you say? You dare to call me a dead eunuch?" When the fake 13th prince heard these words, he completely exploded, a thick killing intent hanging on his face. "Humph! Look at you, a big man, looking like a sissy with such a heavy inchi. What are you if not a dead eunuch? Since you don't even want to be a dead eunuch, you'll be a corpse." Lu Ruyan let out a cold cry, then took a step and rushed in front of the false 13th prince, and chopped down with a palm towards the heavenly soul cover. "You seek death." The fake 13th prince instantly roared in anger, clenched his fists, and slammed his fist into Lu Ruyan. Click! Bang! Only when he had just raised his hand, he was slashed by Lu Ruyan's palm on his heavenly soul cover, and his entire head exploded like a watermelon, collapsing with a loud bang. "What? You're actually at the martial zone realm." And Elder Juan's expression changed drastically when he saw the false 13th prince being killed by Lu Ruyan's palm strike. He had thought that Ruyan Lu was merely at the martial master realm, but he didn't realize that the other party was actually a martial zone. Boom! However, Elder Juan was also not the slightest bit reluctant to show weakness as he erupted with the aura of a 4th grade martial sect and stared indifferently at Arigato. "Even though you're at the martial zone realm, you're still too young and can't be any stronger. It's easy for me to kill you, go to hell." As the words fell, Elder Juan struck out at Ruyan Lu. "Stay alive." Also at this moment, Xiao Fan hurriedly opened his mouth, fearing that Lu Ruyan would directly slap this old man to death. Lu Ruyan understood, the imperial hand into a claw, fast and accurate grabbed Elder Juan's big hand, then forced to break, and then a palm blast on the other party's chest. Click! Pust! Elder Juan's chest sunk in and he collapsed on the ground violently spitting out blood. His eyes were filled with desperate fearful eyes as he looked at Lu Ruyan. "How could you be so strong? What realm are you in? Humph! Get over there!" Lu Ruyan didn't even bother replying to Elder Juan and directly kicked his opponent in the bottom. Ah! The moment the egg shattered, causing Elder Juan to let out a heart-rending, pig-killing squeal, and his entire body flew out backwards, falling in front of Xiao Fan, his 5 senses twisting in pain. "Old ghost! Speak up, who are you really, and my 13th brother, where are you keeping him?" Xiao Fan indifferently looked down at Elder Juan and asked. "Humph! King Yen, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply and have such a strong expert by your side. But no matter how much strength you possess, you are no match for us. And if you want to know the whereabouts of the 13th prince, I will not tell you even if I were a ghost, so kill me." Elder One didn't fear life and death at all, preferring to die rather than betray the forces behind him. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, this king has his own way of knowing. Soul search. Boom! Xiaofan grabbed downward with his large hand and pinched Elder One's head in a death grip as he directly performed the soul-searching technique. This secret art, which he obtained after fusing that wisp of residual soul, once cast, can be informed of all the memories in the target's mind, and the person who is subjected to this art will be in great pain, and ultimately lose all consciousness and become demented. Ah! And Elder One also let out a gurgling scream as his face became increasingly white and gradually turned deathly gray, with soybean-sized cold sweat breaking out all over his body. A few breaths later, Xiaofan had learned everything he wanted to know, and Elder One became demented and dying. Bang! Immediately afterward, Xiaofan went down with a palm and destroyed Elder Wan's body. Master, is there anything to be gained? Ruyan Lu asked in a hurry. This old thing and the false 13th brother are both from the Yin God Sect. The Yin God Sect cultivates a more sinister technique. That's why you felt from the fake 13th brother that his Yin Chi was heavier and looked like a eunuch. Xiaofan said. So it is. But what about the 13th prince? Where are they keeping him? Ruyan Lu continued to pursue the question. The Five Gods Temple a few dozen miles outside the capital. Ah! Hearing these words, Ruyan Lu's expression was startled. How dare they lock up the 13th prince in that place? Aren't they afraid of being discovered by your Shao family's royal family? The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place, and it's not for nothing that they dared to set up their secret stronghold there and lock up 13th brother there as well. However, I'm more curious to know what exactly they want from the Yin God Sect, and why they've also extended their hands into the Great Zhou territory. Let's go into the capital now. The chief leader of the Yin God Sect sent to Great Zhou is there. Find him and ask him. As the words fell, Xiaofan grabbed Lu Ruyan's shoulders and then leaped, and the two instantly disappeared in place. By the time they reappeared, they had already arrived outside of the Five Gods Temple on the southeastern outskirts of the capital. Chapter 14 Exploding and Killing the Yin God Sect. The sky is about to change. Five Gods View. Master, we've arrived here so quickly. Lu Ruyan looked at the plaque on the gate in front of her, and it was clearly engraved with the three big words Five Gods View. At this moment, Lu Ruyan felt 10,000% unbelievable. She merely blinked her eyes, and what was originally still thousands of miles away, had already arrived at the Five Goddesses' view. Fast? When you reach my realm, you can also come here in an instant. Xiaofan smiled faintly and then said to Lu Ruyan, you go call the door. Yes. Ruyan Lu answered, then came to the front door and directly blasted it with a palm. With a rumbling sound, the gate was exploded by her palm and turned into debris all over the ground. At the same time, the shocking noise of the gate exploding woke up the people inside. What kind of person, so bold, dares to come to the Five Goddesses' view to spread their wildness? Soon, 20 to 30 people wearing Taoist robes rushed out from inside and surrounded Xiaofan and Lu Ruyan. Who are you two and what do you want by visiting late at night and destroying the gate of my Taoist temple? A middle-aged Taoist with an 8-bearded beard angrily stared at the master and servant duo and coldly shouted, call out the leader of your Yin God Sect sent to Great Zhou. Xiaofan ignored this 8-bearded middle-aged Taoist and directly named the chief person in charge here. What did you say? The 8-bearded middle-aged Taoist's complexion changed drastically as he stared at Xiaofan with a deadly stare. He didn't expect that this youth, who had made a sudden visit, would actually know their identity, and with a strong killing intent, he asked again, kid, who the hell are you and how much do you know about us? King Yin. Xiaofan coldly spat out these two words. You're the king of Yin. Boom. Learning that the young man in front of them was the once mighty fourth prince of the Great Zhou dynasty, King Yin, the middle-aged 8-bearded Taoist and his people were taken aback. In the next moment, the 8-bearded middle-aged Taoist came back from his shock and then laughed out loud in triumph. Ha ha ha. King Yin, you are but a wastrel, yet you know that there is a tiger on the mountain. Since you took the initiative to send them to the door, men, take them down. Yes. Several subordinates dressed in Taoist robes rushed towards the duo. Seek death. Ruyan Lu shouted in a cold voice and blasted out with a palm. Bang, bang, bang. These people's bodies violently burst apart and turned into blood mist. Bitch, I didn't see that you're still an expert. But you deserve to die even more for killing our men, all of you together, kill. Seeing Lu Ruyan casually blasting a few of her Earth Martial Realm henchmen to death, the middle-aged 8-bearded Taoist's complexion was furious, and with a thick murderous look on his face, he once again gave the order to kill. Yes. Immediately afterward, the remaining 20 or so members of the Yin God cultists killed towards Lu Ruyan in a furious manner. Bang, bang, bang. However, Ruyan Lu still just blasted out with a palm, slapping the bodies of this group of Yin God sect disciples to smithereens. Damn it! You seek death. Boom! The 8-bearded middle-aged Taoist instantly became furious, erupting with the aura of a 6th-grade martial master and killing Lu Ruyan with a strong killing intent. Bang! It was just that he hadn't even gotten within 3 meters of Ruyan Lu before he was blown away by a palm strike. Humph! The Yin God sect is a bunch of losers, unbeatable. Ruyan Lu coldly mocked after killing the middle-aged 8-bearded Taoist. Girl! Even if you kill my people, but actually humiliate my great Yin divine sect, That's a bit too much. Boom! In the next second, an old man's voice filled with icy killing intent rang out, coming from inside the Taoist temple's main hall. Da-da-da-da! Dozens more people rushed out from inside, and an old man with a gloomy face and white hair walked out. Behind the old man, there were more than a dozen people following. 3 of them were martial zoners and the rest were martial masters. It's not easy. Xiao Fan's gaze was all on this white-haired old man at the head of the group, realizing that this person was only a hair's breadth away from being able to step into the martial king realm. Old man, are you the head of the Yin God cult sent to Great Zhou? Xiao Fan stared at the other party and asked. That's right, I'm the chief of the Yin God sect sent to Great Zhou, Yu Buchuan. The white-haired old man boldly admitted, and after carefully sizing up Xiao Fan, the corner of his mouth revealed a touch of disdain and said, King Yin, you are a mere invalid, but your skills are still not small. You actually know that this 5 goddesses temple has become my Yin God sect's headquarters stronghold in the Great Zhou, and you even took advantage of the moonlight to kill here. What are your plans? If you don't explain yourself clearly, I, Yu Buchuan, will cut you into pieces and use your blood to comfort the re-souls of the dead disciples in the heavens. Vomit. Hearing the voice coming from this male duck voice of the white-haired old man, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but want to vomit and spit. This dead eunuch's voice, it's killing me to hear it for 2 more seconds. Master, I will strike and kill him before I dirty your ears. Smokey, the gong method they practice in the Yin God sect is rather special, and their voices become the same as those of eunuchs, so it's a hopeless situation, you have to understand them. Xiao Fan's words sounded like he was trying to appease Rian Lu, but in the ears of Yu Buchuan and the others, it was a great shame, and each of them revealed a chilling killing intent. Especially Yu Buchuan, the killing chance in his eyes became even more intense as he stared at Xiao Fan Dao. King Yin, you have humiliated us, the disciples of the Yin God sect, as rootless eunuchs, which is indeed a mortal sin. Quickly kneel down and surrender, or I'll have my disciples break the 2 of you into pieces. As Yu Buchuan's voice fell, Xiao Fan's gaze instantly became cold and incomparably cold, emanating an extremely terrifying and monstrous murderous aura all over his body. You're a fake dead eunuch who's not a man or a woman, and you want to settle scores, don't you? Immediately release my 13th brother, or I'll make you beg for your life, beg for your death, and die in endless torture and fearful despair. You! When Yu Buchuan heard Xiao Fan's words, his complexion suddenly changed, and waves of shock were set off within him. Knowing that they had captured the 13th prince and secretly trapped him within the dungeon underneath the 5 gods temple, not even the Great Zhou imperial family had discovered it. However, how could this wastrel Xiao Fan, who had been exiled to the northern realm, know about this matter? In order to figure out the reason for this, Yu Buchuan coldly stared at Xiao Fan and asked, Who told you that we imprisoned the 13th prince here? Humph. Dead eunuch, the 13th prince that you sent to impersonate and that piece of elder one that you sent to contact him have been killed by this ant, Ruyan Lu said with a touch of contempt. You killed them. Boom. Knowing that Elder Wan and the disciple pretending to be the 13th prince were dead, the killing intent within Yu Buchuan completely erupted. Under the moonlight, that gloomy old face was as if it was ghostly and sinister, staring viciously at Xiao Fan. King Yin, it won't be that easy for you to sabotage my Yin God sect. All of you, get on me and kill their master and servant. Yes. All the disciples of the Yin God sect responded at the same time, launching an attack. Those 3 martial sect members then set their eyes on Ruyan Lu and quickly killed them. The king comes. Seeing Lu Ruyan trying to make a move, Xiao Fan gave a cold shout. In the next moment, Xiao Fan waved his big hand, and a wave of terrifying tsunami-like power immediately struck towards the front. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, this wave of power was as if it was a 10,000-foot mountain, carrying an unrivaled might that tore apart the bodies of all the Yin God cultists who rushed up. Even those 3 martial zones didn't have the slightest resistance in the face of this wave of power, and their bodies transformed into 3 blood flowers. What? Yu Buchuan's complexion once again changed drastically. He hadn't thought that Xiao Fan, who seemed to be an invalid, would actually be frighteningly strong. With a casual lift of his hand, he killed the 3 martial zones in seconds. But he wasn't a vegetarian either. His half-step martial king realm strength completely erupted as he blasted his fist forward. Click! Bang! Ah! Only just as his fist collided with this power frenzy, it shattered with a miserable shriek. Boom boom! His entire body was knocked out by this force and landed on the roof of the large hall at the back, smashing out a large hole. His cultivation dispersed, just like a dead dog, lying on the ground and vomiting blood. Xiao Fan slowly walked into the main hall, and Yu Buchuan also trembled with an incomparable look of horror, as if he was looking at the god of death. King Yin, weren't you deprived of your cultivation 5 years ago? Why are you now a martial king, and a very powerful one at that? Yu Buchuan had a hard time accepting the strong strength that Xiao Fan possessed today. To be able to nullify his cultivation with just a breath of power that he casually exerted was definitely a martial king, and a very high-grade powerful martial king at that. Martial king, is it strong? Xiao Fan, however, disdainfully replied with these words. Are you a stronger martial emperor than a martial king? And Yu Buchuan's deathly gray face revealed an even more shocked expression. Old thing. You don't need to know what realm this king is in. Tell this king, What exactly is the plot of your God sect to reach your hand to Great Zhou this time? Xiao Fan coldly questioned. Humph, King Yen, I'll admit it if I become a king. But I, Yu Buchuan, will never betray the God sect, and you will never try to get half the information out of me. But what I can be sure of is that once my sect learns that the stronghold here has been uprooted by you, they will send someone to kill you, and soon, you and I can meet in hell, ha! Yu Bukun also held a look of certain death and swore allegiance to the ancient sect, and at the end of his words, he even laughed indulgently. Another one who won't talk. Then the king will have to probe your brain. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth slightly raised as he received a large hand and pinched Yu Bukun's head, searching for all the memories in the other party's mind. Soon, Yu Bukun also ended up in the same situation as Elder Wan, although he was not dead yet, he became a walking corpse without a soul. Ruyan Lu took a look at the demented Yu Buchuan before asking Xiao Fan, Master, what is the conspiracy of the God sect? I've checked the memories in his mind. The God sect that this Yu Buchuan is a part of is about as strong as the Purple Mansion and Heavenly Sword, and he's only an elder with a relatively low status. 5 years ago, he had been ordered to come to Great Zhou on a mission to seize its rule by any means possible. When they first arrived in the Great Zhou, they set their sights on this five gods Guan, capturing the original Old Guan Master and the Taoist priests before posing as the Old Guan Master and the others as their secret stronghold. Over the past 5 years, they have been extending their hands into the Great Zhou's imperial court, and there have been quite a few officials who have turned into their people, and a few days ago, 13th brother came back from the southern realm, and was ordered to lead his troops over to the Xuan Sword Sect, but he had just left the capital not long afterward, when they captured him, and then used a person to impersonate as a replacement for 13th brother. After saying that, Xiao Fan pointed to the large monument with the word God enshrined in the center of the main hall and said, Beneath the large monument is the entrance to the dungeon below, move it. Yes. Lu Ruyan grabbed the several hundred pounds of divine monument with a big hand and discovered the entrance to the passage. The master and servant entered the passage and went all the way down. At the same time, there were quite a few people from the God sect watching below, and when they saw someone breaking in, they moved forward to kill them. But these people were no match for Ruyan Lu, and they were all killed. In the middle of the dungeon under the ground, dozens of people were locked up here. When they heard the sound of killing and fighting, the old Taoist with the goatee said to the frail youth lying on the ground, 13th Prince, listen to the sounds of fighting coming from outside. Maybe it's His Majesty the Emperor who has found out that you've been captured and is sending people to attack and come in to rescue you. Quickly help this Emperor up. A flash of joy appeared on Xiao Jingtian's deathly white face. Also at this time, Lu Ruyan happened to finish killing the last God sect disciple and came here, opening the cell door and calling out, 13th Prince, I'm here. Xiao Jingtian walked to Lu Ruyan under the support of the old Taoist and a disciple and said, Miss, did father send you to save this emperor? No. Lu Ruyan spat out these two words with a sparing hand. And who sent you? Xiao Jingtian asked curiously. You'll see later, he's coming. When Ruyan Lu finished speaking, she looked to the door on the side. And Xiao Jingtian and the old Taoist and the others all looked this way, and soon they saw a young and familiar figure walk in. Fourth brother. Fourth brother, is it really you? When Xiao Jingtian saw the face of the visitor clearly, the tears in his eyes could no longer stop flowing down, and with a weak step, he walked towards Xiao Fan. But just 2 or 3 steps forward. Because his body was really too weak, the whole person tilted forward and fell down. Xiao Fan quickly stepped forward to hold the person in his arms and said with a brilliantly joyful color, 13th brother, it's me, your 4th brother is back. Xiao Jingtian took a closer look at Xiao Fan, that incomparably familiar and affectionate feeling surged to his heart, and like an aggrieved child, he cried with joy, 4th brother, I thought I'd never see you again in this life, woo-woo, good boy. 4th brother is back, don't cry. Xiao Fan hugged Xiao Jingtian as if he was coaxing a child, stroking the back of the other party's head. After calming Xiao Jingtian's emotions, Xiao Fan said to the old Taoist, Guan Master Zhang, the God cultists hiding in the 5 gods Guan have been cleared out. Let your disciples go up and clear them out first. Your Highness, King Yen, the great kindness is remembered by me and my disciples. Come on, let's go up first. Guan Master Zhang said with great gratitude. Afterwards, the group returned to the ground, and Guan Master Zhang ordered his disciples to clean up the bodies and the blood on the ground. And with his powerful means, Xiao Fan detoxified Xiao Jingtian and Zhang Guanmaster, allowing the two to regain their strength, and also helping Zhang Guanmaster to raise his cultivation level quite a bit. Grateful to Xiao Fan, Zhang Guanmaster decided to agree to impersonate Yu Bukun and pretend that the 5 gods Guan was still under the control of the God sect so that he could wait for the God emissary to come down and unearth the secrets of this great sect that wanted to take control of the Great Zhou. Master Zhang Guan, remember those things that this king has explained to you, don't make any mistakes. Before parting, Xiao Fan once again reminded. Please don't worry King Yen, the old Taoist has remembered. Greetings, your highnesses. The Zhang Guan master gave a solemn assurance and saluted. Then go. When Xiao Fan spoke, he grabbed Xiao Jingtian and Lu Ruyan and disappeared in a flash. Master, wasn't this King Yen abolished by the emperor and has no cultivation? Why is it that disciples see his means but they are heavenly? A middle-aged disciple asked Master Zhang with a strong look of shock. The golden lynx is not a thing of the pool, but turns into a dragon when it meets the wind and clouds. The great talent of King Yen was the chosen son of heaven, and even though he was abolished, he was not something that a mortal could be compared to. Just wait, when King Yen returns, the sky of this great Zhou, this eastern desolate continent, will change. Lord Zhangguan looked at the twinkling starry sky and lamented meaningfully. Chapter 15, Imperial Grade Technique, Imperial Hegemony Fist. On the other hand, after leaving the 5 godly monuments, in just the blink of an eye, Xiao Jingtian realized that his fourth brother had brought him to a river. And off to the side, on the grass, there was a headless body and a pile of broken bodies and blood. Looking at this unfamiliar environment around him, Xiao Jingtian looked at Xiao Fan in puzzlement and asked, "Fourth brother, the 5 gods' view to the capital is only a few dozen miles away. Shouldn't we be heading straight back to the city to see father? How did we come here, and what is this place? And that headless body and the other pile of broken bodies, could it be the one you told me about back at the Taoist temple, the one who impersonated me, as well as the broken bodies of the other ancient called elder?" "Aha!" Xiao Fan nodded and said to Xiao Jingtian, "13th brother, just pretend that nothing has happened, just pretend that you were ordered to bring the army to the Xuan Sword Sect's side." Xiao Jingtian obediently nodded his head and said to Xiao Fan with a smile, "Understood. Then tomorrow we'll lead the army back to the capital together." However, Xiao Fan shook his head slightly and politely refused. 13th brother, 4th brother young into the army experience, gallop the sands, and then many years to stay in Rindong, that kind of bitter cold place, but also really do not have the time to take a good look at our great Zhou's scenic beauty of the mountains and rivers. Smokey is an outsider, and has been with me all these years, so now it's the right time to take her on a trip all the way to the capital to spread her wings. Xiao Jingtian didn't think much about it and agreed with a smile. Good. 4th brother will just stay out for a few more days to relax and unwind. Good. Tomorrow we'll separate and return to the capital, and tonight my brother will pass on the upgraded and revamped version of the family's Jedi to you to enhance your strength. Xiao Fan nodded with satisfaction and said to Xiao Jingtian, "4th brother, you mean our Xiao family's old ancestor's overlord fist? You've upgraded this kind of fist technique of our old ancestor?" Xiao Jingtian asked as he stared at Xiao Fan with a curious expression. "That's right. Our Xiao clan's old ancestor's mastery was merely a king-level technique, and now your 4th brother and I have upgraded this fist technique to a higher grade. Later, watch carefully, I'll only show you once." In this world, there were all sorts of gongfu, which were categorized into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, king grade, royal grade, saint grade, emperor grade, heaven grade, and even the legendary god grade gongfu. The stronger the grade of the technique one cultivated, the stronger one's battle power would be in the same realm, and one would even be able to cross the level to kill the enemy. The Xiao family's ancestor was a martial king who had realized the bastard fist, which was a king-level technique. This boxing method focuses on a hegemonic word, fist power, must be domineering and courageous, fist out, must be devastating, domineering, such as the Supreme King, invincible to heaven and earth, crushing everything. A few breaths of time passed, and when Xiao Jingtian was ready to observe, Xiao Fan began to execute his recomprehended family mastery. Xiao Jingtian stared intently at Xiao Fan, who was swinging his fist, and the more he looked, the more alarming it became to him. This 4th brother of his, at the moment, didn't explode with any cultivation, and completely looked like an ordinary person boxing there. However, every time Xiao Fan blasted out a fist, the fist momentum was like a 10,000-foot mountain, the gas pulling up to cover the sky, like 1,000 armies, the killing courage, like waves running, the momentum was like a bamboo, like the starry sea, the vastness was boundless. It was as if he was a supreme being, one fist shattered mountains and rivers, one fist subdued heaven and earth, and one fist executed the immortal gods, hegemonic and invincible. After the entire set of punches, it had made Xiao Jingtian look dumbfounded. Even if that emperor father of theirs, or even those clan elders, were to execute their overlord fists, they would be completely inferior to this 4th brother who did not explode in cultivation at all, completely crushing them. Xiao Jingtian hurriedly ran to Xiao Fan and exclaimed with a great shocked expression, "So powerful! 4th brother, how did you cultivate the overlord fist to such an out-of-this-world level? I'm afraid that no one in our entire royal family can make this fist technique as powerful as yours." 13th brother, now this set of fists is no longer called the hegemony fist, but a stronger advanced version, the emperor hegemony fist, which is an emperor-level technique. Xiao Fan immediately corrected Xiao Jingtian's name for this fist technique. When Xiao Jingtian heard that his family's king-level fist technique had turned into an emperor-level technique when it came to his 4th brother, his entire body was shocked with his mouth wide open in complete disbelief. It was important to know that emperor-level feats could only be created by martial emperors. And just now, this 4th brother of his said that the overlord fist had been upgraded to an emperor-level technique, so wouldn't that mean that this good 4th brother of his had already reached that realm? But 5 years ago, this 4th brother of his is indeed by their emperor father to waste a body of cultivation, has been in the north edge of the kind of bitter cold place to live, and how to do from a waste of a person into a supreme emperor. But when he thought about it carefully, previously, he had been in the Five Gods Temple on the outskirts of the capital 1 second, and when he opened his eyes the next second, he had already arrived at a place thousands of miles away. To be able to move such a huge area with a single thought, I'm afraid that only martial emperors are able to possess such heavenly means. Fourth brother. You can't really have become a great emperor who dictates the ages. After the shock passed, Xiao Jingtian stared at Xiao Fan with a face full of intense joy. However, Xiao Fan did not answer directly, but only smiled faintly, and then with a wave of his big hand, he pressed his palm on Xiao Jingtian's heavenly soul cap, and struck the upgraded version of the detailed cultivation method of the Emperor Fighter's fist into Xiao Jingtian's mind. At the same time, there was also an incomparably strong force that entered Xiao Jingtian's body, reshaping the meridians, bones and flesh of his entire body at an astonishing speed. Rumble! In an instant, Xiao Jingtian's aura was surging wildly. From the original Earth martial realm, he quickly broke through to the heavenly martial realm, martial master, martial sect, and only stopped at the half-step martial king realm. This. Feeling that he had undergone a radical change, Xiao Jingtian smiled like a sizable cutie. Too excited to speak, staring stupidly at Xiao Fan. One must know that with his martial talent, he was able to enter the Earth martial realm at not even 20 years old, and was considered a genius. However, the power of the palm that his fourth brother had just come down with had directly caused his realm to skyrocket to the half-step martial king realm. Regarding this kind of realm, that emperor father of his hadn't even reached it yet, and there were only a handful of elders in the clan who could reach this realm. At this moment, even if Xiao Fan didn't even admit to being at the emperor realm, he believed that this good fourth brother had definitely reached that realm, or else he couldn't possibly have such heaven-defying means. Alright, 13th brother, calm down, you know the situation of fourth brother is good, don't tell outsiders. In addition, I raised your realm so much at once, in reality, your foundation is not stable. In the future, you need to spend more time to consolidate each layer of your foundation, or else you will just be an empty shelf. Also, if you properly comprehend the Emperor Fighter Fist, I believe that it won't be long before you'll be able to enter the Martial King realm on your own. Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Jingtian, who was smiling from ear to ear, and solemnly reminded him. My good fourth brother, just rest assured 13th brother will never let you down, just watch. Xiao Jingtian came back from his surprise and assured Xiao Fan, then his expression became a bit gloomy and worried. Fourth brother, my strength has skyrocketed so much that my father, the elders, and my brothers as well as the ministers of the court can notice it. I'm afraid that I can't hide it anymore, so what should I do? You don't have to worry about that, I've already left an imprint of my power in your body, you can activate it to conceal your true realm. Well, 13th brother, we still have a lot of things to do next, and I'm afraid that on the day of my father's birthday, the sky of Great Zhou will change, and a storm is about to sweep in. After Xiao Fan had pacified him, he once again solemnly urged Xiao Jingtian. Please rest assured, fourth brother, 13th brother will wholeheartedly assist you in calming the storm. Xiao Jingtian swore with assurance. Good. Let's go back to camp. Xiao Fan smiled, then the three of them returned to the barracks together. Early in the morning of the next day, Xiao Fan brought Lu Ruyan and Xiao Jingtian to separate and headed in the direction of the capital. At the same time Xiao Fan returned to the capital, the destruction of the Xuan Sword Sect, as well as Xiao Fan's deeds had long since spread, attracting a high degree of attention from all parties. In the capital, the second Prince Xiao Zhe's residence, he had also received Mo Chen's head. Elder Mo. It seems we all underestimated fourth brother. He seemed to have been abolished and become a civilian in these 5 years, but his power seemed to have strengthened even more than 5 years ago, and even an experienced 6th grade martial sect like Mo Chen was killed by him. Just what on earth does he mean by purposely having someone send Nukin's head back to me? Is he explicitly provoking me by placing a war posting to declare war? Xiao Zhe's face was filled with thick anger as he looked at Elder Mo, who was sitting across from him, and inquired. Elder Mo did not reply to Xiao Zhe at the first opportunity, and his face was even more calm as water, as if he did not care in the slightest. It was this state of his as if nothing had happened that made Xiao Zhe even more impatient and anxious as he pursued the question. Elder Mo, what time is it? Why don't you say something? What the hell does fourth brother mean by sending back merchant's head? Elder Mo remained unperturbed, allowing Xiao Zhe to pour him a full cup of hot tea, drinking it leisurely and idly before saying with a smile. Second Highness, although we all underestimated the strength of that fourth brother of yours, and even more so, we know that you sent Emotion to kill him, but it's not a bad thing for us, instead, it might be a happy thing. Oh, Elder Mo, tell me about it. The anxious color on Xiao Zhe's face suddenly dispersed, and Yao had the interest to please call out. First, but we are more aware of his strength, or the forces he controls behind him, than any other force, and to be able to kill Emotion, plus the war demon dying in his hands, he must have a high-ranking person at the level of Martial King behind him to back him up. Now that we know how powerful he is, we can avoid him, instead of acting like headless flies and continuing to send people to give him head and lose our vital forces. Secondly, before Emotion left, I had instructed him that he must tell him about the 8th prince colluding with Tang Yuan's father and daughter to frame him, and if he really controls a powerful organization, then he must be able to collect the corresponding information, and we can take advantage of this, and let him help us to deal with your 8th brother. and we can sit back and watch the tigers fight, and when they are both defeated, then come out to clean up the mess, and remove both of their forces completely, then the world of the Great Zhou will fall firmly into your hands. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. After Xiao Zhe heard this, a strong look of joy appeared on his face, very much agreeing with Elder Mo's analysis. After being happy, Xiao Zhe looked at Old Man Mo with a serious face. Elder Mo. The fourth brother has a mysterious force behind him, and the force behind the eighth brother is the Violet Mansion Sacred Ground. If we want to win this fight, I'm afraid that we still need to strengthen our forces. Mo Lao had a bland face and confidently made a promise to Xiao Zhe, saying, "Don't worry. As long as you follow Old Man's arrangement to lay out things, there won't be any problems. In addition, now that fourth brother of yours knows that you have a mind to kill him, in order to ease the relationship between the two of you, it would be best for you to wait for him to arrive in the capital and set up a banquet, pretending to make amends to him and defuse the tension with him. As long as he agrees to go to the banquet, not only will you be able to dissolve your tense and hostile relationship, but you will also have a chance to subdue him and use him for us. Understood, everything is at Elder Mo's disposal." Xiao Zhe directly agreed, a thick smile once again appearing on his face. Meanwhile, at the 8th prince's residence, Xiao Chengtian was also making an appointment to meet Tang Yuan. "Tang Shanghua, this time, you've stolen a chicken and lost a wife and a soldier. Not only did you fail to get rid of that fourth brother of mine, but your cousins and nephews, and a bunch of clansmen died at his hands. And he has already made a public announcement at the Xuan Sword Sect that he will come to the capital to settle the score with you after he kills your brother. Have you thought about how to deal with it?" Xiao Chengtian turned coldly to Tang Yuan with a face full of displeasure. He had expected Tang Yuan to take care of Xiao Fan for him, however, the first time he sent a killer failed to solve it, and also let Xiao Fan make a fool of himself in the Xuan Sword Sect, in front of the Jianghu forces of the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Especially judging from the various news that came back, this fourth brother of his, although he was invalidated, but there were experts following him around, and there was also a mysterious force behind him to support him, or else it was impossible to face the killing attack of the war demon, and Xiao Fan was still able to survive and kill the other party back. The stronger Xiao Fan became, the greater the threat to him and the more uneasy he felt. And all of this was still due to Tang Yuan's incompetence, failing to get rid of Xiao Fan in time and pushing him to the edge of danger. Tang Yuan also heard the complaining anger in Xiao Qingtian's words, accusing him of not doing his job properly and causing them to have to face a huge dangerous situation. Since a problem had arisen, it had to be solved. Tang Yuan solemnly assured Xiao Chengtian, "Please rest assured, 8th Prince, my brother and nephew's lives will not be lost in vain. Xiao Fan will definitely die, and he is even less of a threat to you. What's more, with the outbreak of the Xuan Sword Sect this time, it was actually rumored that they were the forces of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, wanting to take control of our Great Zhou, but they were destroyed by the Purple Mansion Holy Land." These various news, it sounded like someone was deliberately strolling rumors, wanting to provoke confrontation between the two Holy Lands, and when the Violet Mansion Holy Land knew about the news, it would most likely send people to track it down. And I've already sent a message to my daughter, asking her to make sure she comes back with the people from the Purple Mansion Sacred Ground to help us out with some of our troubles. Furthermore, isn't your 8th Prince's master also a high-ranking person from the Purple Mansion Holy Land? If you're not assured, why don't you also send a message to your master and ask him to send someone over to help, so that we can completely get rid of Xiao Fan as a hidden danger? Humph. When Xiao Qingtian heard these words, he was quite dissatisfied and his anger was so great that he coldly warned, "Minister Tang, this prince has not been exposed for the time being, and naturally, he will not take the initiative to do so. And judging by the intelligence gathered so far, fourth brother obviously knows that you had a part to play in that incident back then, which is why he let out that sentence of coming back to settle the score with you. So you'd better do your best to smooth him over and get this trouble resolved, and if you can't, don't betray this emperor. Otherwise, even if your daughter has become a core disciple of the Holy Land, it's as easy as a slap in the face if this emperor wants to exterminate your family." And when Tang Yuan heard these words, his face sank and the corners of his mouth twitched. However, he didn't say much and suppressed his anger within and said to Xiao Chengtian, "Please don't worry, 8th Prince, even if he puts a knife to my neck, I won't betray you. But this will never happen, I will definitely fix him. Wait for my good news, farewell." After Tang Yuan had left, Xiao Qingtian's eyes flashed with a touch of grim killing intent as he shouted in a cold voice, "Ghost Shadow!" Swish! Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Xiao Chengtian, a man wearing a black robe and a mask. "Respectfully, 8th Prince, what are your orders? From this moment onwards, you sneak into the Tang Mansion and monitor Tang Yuan's every move for me at all times. If he dares to do anything that would betray helping Prince, kill him directly." Xiao Chengtian ruthlessly and viciously ordered. "Yes." The ghostly shadow answered and silently disappeared in an instant. While Xiao Chengtian looked at the doorway, his eyes exploded with icy killing opportunities and said, "Fourth brother, no matter what forces are behind you to back you up, this time, I want you to completely sleep forever." Chapter 16, Return to your homeland and kill your 9 clans. Meanwhile, in the palace, Wei Xian hurriedly reported the details to the emperor after hearing the situation reported by the brocade guards who had returned from the Xianjin sect in person. After hearing this, the emperor's face revealed a flash of intense astonishment, and his entire being had trouble staying calm. A few days ago, when Wei Xian came back from the Rincon side, he also said that there was no cultivation on Xiao Fan. But now it seems that it was Wei Xian who had looked away. Even he himself had underestimated this fourth son. Xiao Fan muttered. It seems that Old Four not only possesses cultivation, but also controls an extremely terrifying organization behind him. Xiao Fan was followed by a young, small woman whose strength was quite terrifying, at the martial zone realm. To be able to have such an outstanding female attendant, the power Xiao Fan controlled behind him would definitely not be inferior to their great Zhou imperial family, the Xiao family. If that was the case, I was afraid that this force of Xiao Fans was most likely from a powerful organization outside of the great Zhou dynasty. When Wei Xian heard these self-talking words of the emperor, he looked puzzled and asked towards the emperor. Your Majesty, although the old slave is not considered very strong, but at least the strength of a low-grade martial sect, but at that time, the old slave was only 2 or 3 steps away from His Royal Highness, King Yan, and really did not find the slightest fluctuation of energy on his body. Judging from what our scouts have returned to report, as well as the news circulating from the major powers, it is also true that we cannot be certain that His Highness, the King of Yan, has regained his cultivation. Everyone thought that there was someone more powerful secretly protecting His Highness, King Yan, which caused a powerful ancestor like the War Demon to not even kill him. But Your Majesty, you just said that King Yan possessed his cultivation again. This really puzzles the lackey. The emperor did not make a reply at the first time, and after thinking about it, he asked Wei Xian a rhetorical question with a serious look. Wei Xian, you've been with me since you were a child. You should know better than anyone how I obtained this throne. Aha! There is no second person in this world who understands better than Minion how you, Your Majesty, went through millions of sufferings, defeated all your strong enemies, and finally became the 9-5 of this great Zhou dynasty. Wei Xian nodded and said with a supreme respect. He was sent to the palace by his parents heartlessly as a eunuch when he was young because his family was poor and had too many siblings. Not long after joining the palace, he followed His Majesty in front of him who was still a young prince at that time. Naturally he knew better than anyone how the emperor ascended to this throne. And the late emperor had several very good imperial sons, but the fight for the emperor's chair eventually led to a battle for the throne. The emperor in front of him, however, with his strong own strength and huge connections and power, laid out his plans in advance, and eventually defeated the other emperors and succeeded in ascending to the imperial throne. After thinking back, Wei Xian still pretended that he didn't understand thoroughly and asked in doubt. Your Majesty, forgive my slave's ignorance, but why did you mention the matter of how you ascended to the throne back then? A lackey is a lackey, can't even figure this out. The point I want to tell you is that I was able to ascend to the throne back then. In addition to my own martial realm being strong enough, there was also the fact that the forces under my control were also the strongest, so that I was able to lay out the big picture ahead of time and defeat the other brothers one by one. But the most important thing in this is that my own martial arts strength is strong enough to gain the support of so many ministers to help me defeat my other brothers and get the throne of the emperor. And in the case of that fourth son of mine today, if he hasn't regained his cultivation and hasn't become terrifyingly powerful enough, then who would be willing to serve him? The emperor pointed out the key reason why he was able to ascend to the top of the imperial might back then, and now this situation also appeared on Xiao Fan's body. In this world, it is still necessary to honor individual force. A person's own martial arts strength is not strong enough, even if it is wise and resourceful. In the eyes of those martial arts powerhouses, it is just like a mole. And that fourth son of his, whom everyone thought did not have the slightest cultivation in his body, was surrounded by a less than 20-year-old martial zone maid, which in itself was an abnormal phenomenon. The only reason that could be explained was that Xiao Fan had regained his cultivation and was very powerful, and would also have the secret art of concealing his cultivation, which made outsiders think that he did not have any cultivation. After thinking carefully, the emperor seriously said to Wei Xian, Wei Xian, I have a hunch that on the day of my 60th birthday, perhaps the sky of Great Zhou will change. You immediately order the brocade guards to keep a close watch on the various ministers in the court and prepare for a full response to the crisis. Also, send people to guard near the gates of each city, and once you find out that Yan Wang has returned to the capital, immediately tell him to come in and see me. Yes. Wei Xian responded and exited first, and the emperor then went to the forbidden area deep in the palace to meet the elders of the family to deliberate. At the same time, all the major forces were also stepping up their efforts to collect the latest information on Xiao Fan. As time passed, without realizing it, another few days passed, and Xiao Fan took Lu Ruyan on a tour all the way to the capital city. The capital is very prosperous, traffic, so that in Rhinong kind of bitter cold city stayed for a long time. Lu Ruyan refreshing, like a country girl, the first time to enter the big city, east look, west look, seem extraordinarily excited. However, at this time, Lu Ruyan, that address, is indeed like a village girl, can be more difficult to cover the beauty of her body, causing a lot of men's attention around, eyes glowing. Xiao Fan himself also rechanged into the old, rough linen clothes that he usually wore for his labor. The two of them strolled through the streets of the capital for quite some time, and as they walked, they came to the front of the former Yan Wang mansion. Just because he was abolished that year, once majestic and dignified, Meng Ting Ruichi's early Wan Fu, is now a desolate scene, cold and quiet. Wow! What a huge mansion, master, how did you bring me here? After Lu Ruyan took a glance, she stared curiously at Xiao Fan and asked. This is the mansion I once had in the capital. Xiao Fan let out an emotional sound. Ah! So it's the master's house, it's so much better than our house in Rincon, so are we staying here tonight? After Lu Ruyan marveled, she asked Xiao Fan. Little girl, this is not a place where you can live. If you don't want anything to happen to you, hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing, or you won't even be able to save your lives. It was also at this time that an old man with a full head of white hair, holding a child, passed by and kindly persuaded the two. Old man, what is going on here? And Xiao Fan courteously asked the old man. Alas! This was originally the former Yan Wang's residence, but he became some kind of rebellious rebel, and the place was sealed off. Normally, no one else dared to go in there anymore, except for an oldest brother who guarded this mansion and cleaned it. But in recent times, this residence has been seen by a powerful noble son, wanting to forcibly occupy it as his own residence. However, the old brother guarding the residence did not agree, and the son asked his men to beat him up severely. Yesterday, they made a trip too, and beat that old man up again. Da-da-da-da. This old man had just said this when he heard a sound of horses' hooves, and when he sniffed, he saw a group of people riding over. The old man's complexion sank, and he hurriedly pulled his granddaughter away, not forgetting to remind him. Little brother, that group is coming, you guys should leave too. These damn things, they even want to take over the master's house, looking for death, I'll kill them. Lu Ruyan looked at the group of people who came on horseback and instantly felt murderous intent. Smokey, take it easy for a moment. Xiao Fan stopped Ruyan Lu in time, causing her to sulk there. At the same time, the group of people rode to a halt, and the person at the head was a young gentleman dressed in rich clothes. And this male also noticed Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan, especially when he first saw Lu Ruyan's face, his eyes instantly glowed. Even with that worn-out village girl's clothes, it was hard to hide Ruyan Lu's stunning beauty. Round them up! The young eunuch gave a direct order and a dozen guards immediately surrounded Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. Yo! Where is this little lady from? She's so handsome, my lord likes her. Little lady, why don't you follow this gentleman? As long as you serve this gentleman well, from now on, you will be able to enjoy glory, wealth and prosperity, and you will be able to get rid of your status as a lowly pariah and become a human being. Little lady, what do you think about being my son's woman? The young male's eyes carefully scanned over Lu Ruyan's body, revealing a lustful look as he said. And what if this ant doesn't comply? Are you going to threaten and terrorize me with my family? Lu Ruyan said with an exasperated cold stare at the young male. Yo! I didn't realize that the little lady was so uptight. Now that you understand, be a good girl and be my son's woman. If you don't realize it, then I won't blame this Gongzi for being ruthless, not to mention that something will happen to your family. When this Gongzi gets tired of playing with you, he will sell you to the kiln to be enjoyed by more men. Snap! Pust! However, the young male even just finished the last word. Lu Ruyan directly slapped him in the face, making a crisp ringing sound, and at the same time spitting out a large mouthful of blood. His cheeks were torn out with a deep wound. Ah! My face, my face! The young eunuch covered his bleeding face with one hand while screaming miserably, his inner rage surging to the sky as he angrily looked at Lu Ruyan and roared. Stinking, even dare to hit my son's face, and ruin my son's handsome face, you seek death. Come on men, give my lord on, catch this stinking, and the man next to her, just give me a live death, a death. I didn't do anything to you and you're going to beat me to death? Xiao Fan revealed an innocent look. Humph. Look at the way you are dressed, you are not his brother or his husband. Since this smelly dared to break my son's face, no one around him will ever live, and you have to die. The young eunuch glared viciously at Xiao Fan as he finished, revealing a ferocious expression as he roared at his men. What are you still waiting for? Quickly all of you to me, female arrested, male on the ground to me alive. Yes. A dozen of his men responded in unison, and they pounced towards Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. You seek death. Lu Ruyan's complexion was furious as she directly slapped her palm forward. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of moments, the bodies of a dozen people burst in place and turned into a snowy mist. Ah! Seeing this scene, the frightened young male turned pale and let out a terrified cry. One must know that his dozen or so attendants, all of whom were Earth Martial Realm cultivators, were not ordinary people at all. However, Ruyan Lu treated his dozen or so guards as if they were melons and fruits, casually slapping them to pieces, causing him to feel 10,000 fears within his heart. Also in the instant he screamed, Ruyan Lu rushed to him in one step, her jade hand became a claw, and she deadlocked his neck. Smokey, don't kill him yet. Xiao Fan hastily reminded and stared at the young male and asked. Who the hell are you? Why are you taking over this mansion? Ah, boy, do you know who I am? My name is Jia Biao, I am the son of Jia Gui, the minister of the Ministry of War, and my great-uncle is even Chancellor Tang Yuan. Why don't you let my lord go and obediently kowtow and beg for forgiveness, or I'll make sure that all 9 of your clans will be wiped clean. The young male, however, turned around and threatened Xiao Fan and made his identity known. No wonder you spoke out of your mouth, recklessly, saying that you want to exterminate my 9 clans, so it's because you're relying on the power of Chancellor Tang Yuan and the Minister of the Ministry of War. It's just a shame you don't know me, or you'd regret what you just said. A contemptuous cold smile appeared on Xiao Fan's face as he spoke to Jia Biao. While Jia Biao heard these words, he was extremely disdainful and said arrogantly, I didn't expect you to be quite arrogant, but I'll tell you the truth, within this capital, other than those few royals in power, this Gongzi is not afraid of anyone at all. As for you, a piece of trash dressed in rags like a beggar, what can you do to make my lord regret? Stinking beggar, let me go if you have the guts, and I'll immediately let you know how terrifying my Jia Biao's power is. If you mess with me, Jia Biao, apart from the emperor in power, no matter how honorable your status is or how powerful you are, I can get you killed. And you're arrogant. Click. Lu Ruyan saw that Jia Biao had been reduced to a prisoner, but still dared to threaten with evil words, so she was furious and twisted off the other party's right hand. Ah! Jia Biao let out a pig-killing scream, drawing more people nearby. Those 2 countrymen are so bold, even Jia Biao sends to beat, do not want to live. Yes, Jia Biao, relying on the power of his father and great-uncle, does no evil, no one dares to offend him at all. Anyone who has offended him has either had their entire family die out for no reason or disappear without a trace. That pair of young men and women looked like they had just come down to the capital from the countryside. They should not have recognized the fake Jia Biao before they struck him, and they ended up in a bad situation. Alas! What can we do? Like us, this kind of powerless people, facing this kind of power prince, usually only dare to say not dare to anger, only able to humble living. More than one thing is better than less, living is good. Ugh! At this moment, the people around them were talking and letting out bursts of sighs. Jia Biao also recovered a few moments of consciousness from the pain of his broken hand, and realizing that a number of onlookers had come, he shouted angrily, "Whoever quickly goes and calls the city guards over to this prince will heavily reward him with 100 taels of silver. *******, 100 taels of silver, so much. I'm going. Mr. Jia, you must hold on." Instantly there were people who wanted the bounty and immediately left the scene for the city defense. And Jia Biao instantly laughed happily and proudly provoked Xiao Fan. "Kid, you wait for me, once the city defense force arrives, I will definitely get you killed. Then let's see who dies." Xiao Fan's gaze turned cold as he said to Lu Ruyan, "Waste the rest of its limbs too." Master. The corners of Lu Ruyan's mouth were faint, and her speed was as fast as lightning, so that Jia Biao didn't even have the chance to react before his other limbs were severed. In the next second, intense pain rushed to the brain, especially the pain of the shattered egg underneath, causing Jia Biao to ache in pain, letting out the most miserable screams on earth, his face white with pain, and his features twisted. And when the crowd saw this scene, especially the men were conscious of covering their bottoms with their hands, looking at it with pain, their faces twitching. The crowd was also sighing. This pair of young men and women looked like civilians, but their strikes were extremely ruthless. Perhaps they were also ruthless people with some status and position, which also led to the crowd's interest in watching the show to be even stronger, quietly waiting for the arrival of the city defense forces, and how these 2 people should deal with it then. Squeak! Also at this time, the heavy door of the mansion slowly opened, and an old man poked his head out and looked out. Xiao Fan also happened to look this way and recognized the old man at once. He didn't realize that the person who guarded this mansion was none other than the former steward of the royal family and the old servant his mother had brought from her mother's house. "Alfred." Xiao Fan took a step to the front door and called out to the old man. The second old man carefully looked at it again and again, and also pinched his jaw with force, and felt a sharp pain before realizing that he had not dreamed, but really called to see the little master Xiao Fan, and hurriedly let out an excited crying voice and said, "Little master, it's really you, you're back, woo-woo." "Yeah, it's me, I'm back." Xiao Fan hurriedly held off Fu, who was about to kneel down to him. Seeing that the other party's hands and face were all bruised and injured, his eyes flashed with a strong killing chance and said, Fu, these injuries on your body, were you beaten by Jia Biao?" Little master, don't worry about Fuk, you have to leave. You're the one who's guilty of the crime. Sneaking back to the capital is already a capital offense. Now that you've beaten up Jia Biao, that old thing Tang Yuan won't let you go, so run." Fu saw that the person who fell on the ground and was miserable was none other than Jia Biao, and urged Xiao Fan to leave with great concern. But at that moment, a large group of city defense troops rushed over and surrounded the place. "Ha, kid, you can't leave even if you want to now, you're dead. Lord Wa, quickly order your men to take down this pair of dogs. If they resist, kill them on the spot." Jia Biao bellowed at the city defense commander. "Please don't worry, Mr. Jia." The he commander nodded and ordered with a cold voice, "Men, take these 2 thugs down." "Wait." Also at this time, Xiao Fan turned his back on the crowd and asked indifferently, "Jia Biao, did you just say that you would exterminate my 9 clans if you were given the chance?" "With the power of my father and great-uncle Tang Shangwa, I'll execute your 9 clans at will." "Kid, if you're scared, get your ass over here immediately and kowtow to little master and call out to your ancestors, or else I'll definitely exterminate your 9 clans." Jia Bil threatened Xiao Fan aggressively. "Watch Lin, you heard it all, he's going to exterminate my 9 clans." Only after receiving Jia Biao's reply did Xiao Fan slowly turn over and look at the city defense commander. Upon seeing Xiao Fan's appearance, Tulin's complexion changed abruptly, and his body was trembling slightly. Read. Yen, King Yen. Chapter 17, Returning to the Court, a Strong Counterattack. King Yen? Is that one the King of Yen? 5 years ago, didn't he fail in his regicide and usurpation, and was dispatched by his emperor's old man to the bitter cold land in the northern border, never able to return to the capital? But how could he appear here? Returning to the capital in private is a capital offense. As Tulin revealed Xiao Fan's identity, it immediately caused the surrounding crowd to talk. The people present were all commoners, and normally they would never see an honored royal family member like Xiao Fan. Nowadays, Xiao Fan was wearing a rough old clothes, just like a countryside youth, and even more so, it was impossible for the crowd to recognize that he would be the once famous His Highness Yan Wang. However, 5 years ago, Xiao Fan was charged with murdering his father and usurping the throne. He was demoted to the status of a commoner and exiled to the cold northern land, never allowed to return to the capital. However, at this moment, Xiao Fan was standing right in front of the entrance of the former Yin King's mansion, which was undoubtedly a violation of the holy decree and a capital offense. The crowd really could not imagine why Xiao Fan dared to risk killing his head and return to the capital. Stealing back even if, but also so bold, to beat up Jia Biao, this is not pure looking for death behavior. He commander, is he really the king of Yen? And lying on the ground, his face white, Jia Biao looked at the still dumbfounded Tulin there and asked. His father had been transferred to the capital 4 years ago to take up a post, and only then did he follow along and come to the capital, so he did not recognize Xiao Fan. But he was well aware of the fact that Yan Wang Xiao Fan was exiled and dispatched by the emperor to the bitter cold land in the north and was not allowed to return to the capital without a decree. Now that the other party was standing right in front of him, it really was also a bit unbelievable to him. However, if Tulin could confirm that the countryside youth in front of him who had allowed his men to waste him was the king of Yen, then he would still be able to succeed in his revenge, and an evil idea was born within him. Tulin and I were the city defense commanders 6 years ago, and we usually need to deal more or less with the various lords in the capital, so naturally we know the Yen King. Mr. Jia, the one in front of you is, indeed, His Highness, the King of Yen. Tulin nodded in confirmation. Ha ha ha. After getting in Tulin's words of confirmation, JBO was pleased to let out a loud laugh. Face suddenly revealed a hideous face said. What a King Yen, he's a regicide and father killer, disloyal and unfilial son of a rebel. Now that he had returned to the capital without the emperor's decree, he was disrespecting the decree, and that was a capital offense. Commander, why don't you quickly take him down? If he resists at this moment, it would be justified for you to kill him even if you have to, for he is a disruptive son who resists the decree and is not respectable, and everyone will be punished for it. Although Tulin understood all of this, but even though Xiao Fan had been deposed of his title and relegated to the status of a commoner, after all, he still retained the blood of the royal family, and was the current emperor's own son, so he wouldn't dare to kill the person without the emperor's explicit decree. Commander, what are you afraid of? My great uncle is Chancellor Tang Yuan. With me here, you can rest assured of arresting someone. If he dares to resist arrest, kill him for me. You can also make a great achievement of eradicating the rebellious ministers, and you will surely be promoted to a high position. Seeing that Tulin was hesitant to make a move, Jia Biao hurriedly urged and made a guarantee that nothing would happen if he killed Xiao Fan, and that he would be able to take credit for his work and rise to the top. Your Highness, King Yen, I'm offended. Men, arrest him alive and hand him over to the emperor for disposal. Tulin got Jia Biao's promised conditions and also finally got his heart moved, but he still kept a watchful eye and just ordered to take people, not to kill them. Stop. It was also at this time that a voice emanating a strong aura of majesty suddenly rang out. Da-da-da-da. Soon, a troop of brocade guards appeared, led by a middle-aged man. Ha ha ha. So it's the brocade guards. Quickly, you guys get on. That King Yen returned to the capital without his majesty's decree. It's a capital offense to disobey the decree. Quickly kill this rebellious son of a. And Jia Biao, seeing that it was the brocade guards who had arrived, became even happier and roared angrily. The authority of the Jinui is extremely special, with the privilege of decapitation. Without the decree to return to the capital of Xiao Fan, the Jinui completely have enough reason to behead Xiao Fan, but also just in the fulfillment of the authority. And when Tulin saw the middle-aged brocade guard at the head, he hurriedly went forward and saluted respectfully. So it's Lord Zhu, Deputy Commander of the Jinfu Division. Lord Zhu, you've come at the right time. We were about to capture the Yen King who returned to the capital in private. Snap. However, Deputy Commander Zhu directly slapped Tulin in the face and angrily rebuked. Assholes. Who told you to take people? Want to get killed? My lord, I was wrong. Yes, it was JBO who told me to take someone. Tulin's expression was horrified, and he bombastically knelt down and kowtowed, admitting his mistake and dumping the pot on Jia Biao. JBO, you've got a lot of nerve. Men, take down JBO. Zhu Jinjin immediately looked furious and said to the brocade guards around him. And when Jia Biao saw that the brocade guards were going to arrest him, He looked furious and drank with a ferocious air. Zhuzhen, you're ing crazy, you even dare to arrest me. Do you believe that with just one word from me, I can get my great uncle Tang Shangwa to screw you over and make you lose your job and go to jail, and die unexpectedly in jail? Humph. Vice Commander Zhu snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with intense killing intent. But after all, the other party was Tang Yuan's nephew, and now this Shangwa was so powerful that even the emperor didn't dare to move easily. As a small Jinfu division deputy commander, he was only able to endure this dude's threats for the time being. Afterward, he walked directly to Xiao Fan and respectfully saluted and asked, Your Highness King Yan, I am Zhuzhen, deputy commander of the Jinwu division. My men have been guarding the gates of all the major cities, but none of them have found you. When did you enter the city? Don't ask so many questions. What do you want from me? Xiao Fan didn't answer and directly asked a rhetorical question. Your Highness King Yan. His Majesty has a decree saying that as soon as His Highness King Yan returns to the capital, he will receive you into the palace to face the emperor. Zhuzhen said respectfully. Good. You bring Jia Biao and Tulin into the palace with you, and I'll have a few words with Afu, and then I'll follow you into the palace. Xiao Fan nodded and said, Yes. Zhuzhen responded, and then took a few steps back first. And Xiao Fan called Lu Ruyan to his body and said to Afu, Afu, this is Lu Ruyan, Smokey, and this is the housekeeper, Afu. Afu, take her to familiarize her with the surroundings of the mansion. I'll go into the palace first. Little master, if you enter the palace this time, His Majesty the Emperor won't do anything to you, right? Afu was very worried about Xiao Fan's safety and opened his mouth to ask, Yes, master, why don't I go in with you? Ruyan Lu was similarly worried about Xiao Fan. It's fine. You guys stay at the mansion and clean up. After Xiao Fan said that, he went to the palace with Zhuzhen, and the brocade guards carried Jia Biao and escorted in Tulin together to the palace to face the saint. At the same time, above the court hall, all the important ministers in the capital had gathered together, and each one's expression became incomparably grave. According to the latest intelligence, the borders in the west, due east and southeast, the neighboring countries in all three directions are increasing their armies to the borders, and there is a tendency to invade in a big way. At the moment, the emperor was gathering his ministers to discuss what to do about the upcoming invasion war that might break out. However, this was a major event that concerned the stability of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the people did not dare to speak easily. Report! Your Majesty, Deputy Commander Zhuzhen of the Jinfu Division, meet Your Majesty, long live the emperor. Just as the crowd fell silent, Zhuzhen came in and knelt down and said, What is your business, Ai Qing Zhu? The emperor looked at Zhuzhen and inquired, and the gazes of all the people were also on him. Back to Your Majesty, King Yan has arrived in the capital and is waiting outside the palace at this moment. Zhu Jin replied. He's back, let him in at once. Although the emperor's face was calm, he was inwardly delighted. This fourth son of his was a wizard in the art of war, and now that Great Zhou was facing a crisis of invasion by the armies of 3 enemy countries, it was in need of Xiao Fan's talents to defuse this crisis. And the looks of the ministers present were greatly alarmed as to how King Yan had suddenly returned. Tang Yuan, who was the prime minister, was not surprised. He had long known that the emperor had issued a decree to recall Xiao Fan. It was just that it had not been officially announced, and there were not many people who knew about it. But although he wasn't shocked, the killing intent within him had already flooded. On the side of the imperial clansmen, most of them were just surprised that the emperor had actually called Xiao Fan back. But for 2nd Prince Xiao Zhe and 8th Prince Xiao Chung Tian, their hearts were also calculating their plans at this moment. 13th Prince Xiao Jingtian and 10th Prince Xiao Jun were not in the capital due to special reasons, which is why they did not come to the court. Soon, under the attention of the crowd, Xiao Fan walked in wearing rough old clothes. This king of Yen came to face the Holy Spirit dressed in rags. What a shame. That's right, this is a great disrespect to His Majesty the Emperor. Looking at Xiao Fan's poor, ill-dressed attire, many ministers were privately discussing it. Xiao Fan came to the front of the grand hall amidst the murmurs of the crowd and slightly bowed and saluted. Grasshopper meets the Emperor. Strawman. Upon hearing this title, the Emperor's eyebrows jumped. The youth in front of him was clearly his own son, yet he felt so strange. Daring. You're a grasshopper. Why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty the Emperor? Without waiting for the Emperor to speak out, a minister with a mustache jumped out and loudly and angrily rebuked Xiao Fan. Humph. For you to come to see His Majesty, dressed in rags and without a shred of decorum, is a great disrespect to His Majesty, and now you even dare not to kneel and worship His Majesty. You simply do not put our Emperor in your eyes, and you are flouting His Majesty's imperial authority, which is a great offense. Men, take down this disruptive son of a who offended His Majesty. Immediately afterward, another minister jumped out and put a big hat on Xiao Fan. At the moment, the other ministers and members of the royal family were silent. The ministers who jumped out at Xiao Fan in front of him are all the inner circle of Chancellor Tang Yuan, and one of them is even his brother-in-law, the Minister of War, Jia Gui. It was because of Tang Yuan's power that the two dared to come out unscrupulously to label Xiao Fan. As for them, they don't have the guts to speak rashly until the Emperor has spoken. At this moment, the Emperor did not make a sound either, but just watched quietly. Based on the information he had so far, the fourth son in front of him, who was indifferent to him, seemed to be even more powerful than 5 years ago. He would like to see if Xiao Fan really had that strength. And when Xiao Fan saw that the emperor was hesitant to make a statement, he turned to look at these two ministers who jumped out to pin a charge on him. Once I've been away from the court for 5 years, there are many ministers I don't recognize. I wonder what you two should call yourselves. Xiao Fan coldly looked at the two men and asked. I am Jia Gui, the Minister of War. The Minister of Household, Hu Yong. The two men reported their official positions and names with great vigor. Xiao Fan took the lead and walked to the Minister of the Household Department, Hu Yong, and indifferently questioned. You are the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Since you are the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, you should be well aware of the population distribution of the people of our Great Zhou, and the wealth of life. That's natural. How can you be an official in the Ministry of Revenue if you don't even know these most basic facts? Hu Yong replied with a haughty godly face. Since you know so much about the situation of the people of Great Zhou, may I ask you, as a pauper exiled from the cold and bitter lands of the north, does this clothing I am wearing not exactly fit my identity? What would I wear if I did not wear coarse cloth and linen? Is it also like you like wearing silk satin, a gorgeous dress? Is it in your eyes, the Great Zhou is really so rich, the poor people can also wear like you? Or is it that you don't understand the living conditions of the people of Great Zhou at all, that you just occupy a pit and do nothing? And that every day you go to the court, you just make up some very nice sounding falsehoods to deceive the emperor, disregarding the lives and deaths of the people underneath you. Boom! However, none of Ren's people had expected that Xiao Fan would turn around and charge Hu Yong with malfeasance and incompetence. Hu Yong's complexion changed drastically, and he kneeled down in panic, explaining to the emperor. Your Majesty, please be clear, he's slandering the minister, please be clear. However, the emperor did not pay any attention to it, his gaze was still on Xiao Fan, who at this moment also placed his gaze on Jia Gui and coldly said, Did you just say I'm a disorganized man? Where's the proof? Humph. What proof do you need for your status as a chaotic traitor? 5 years ago, you killed several ministers with a sword in this very hall, and even tried to assassinate His Majesty the Emperor. The ironclad facts are in front of us. What evidence is needed? You were a rebel before, you are still a rebel now, you are a kingless and fatherless murderous executioner, you should be put to death. Jia Gui didn't show any weakness at all and aggressively turned over the events of 5 years ago. However, upon hearing these words from Jia Gui, the corner of Tang Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, because he realized that Xiao Fan seemed to be a bit strong this time when he returned to the courtroom and took the initiative to ask Jia Gui to provide evidence that could situate the rebellious ministers. This kind of initiative made him feel a hint of bad feeling in his heart. However, things had already come to this point, and he could no longer stop it, and could only act as he saw fit. Jia Gui saw that after he finished speaking, Xiao Fan did not respond immediately and launched another aggressive attack. Why, I got you, now you're speechless. You are a rebellious minister, and you still have the face to stand above this courtroom and question this official. Xiao Fan, why don't you quickly kneel down and apologize to His Majesty the Emperor? Do you really want to seek death? As these words were finished, the gazes of all the princes and ministers were locked on Xiao Fan's body. At the same time, images of that year came to the minds of the ministers who were present 5 years ago. Xiao Fan was defined as a regicide and murderer of his father, and a chaotic traitor who plotted against the dynasty and usurped the throne, and the evidence was indeed conclusive. However, Xiao Fan's previous questioning, asking Jia Gui to reveal the evidence, seemed to have the intention of wanting to flip the script and fight back. But Jia Gui was aggressive, and the crowd wanted to see if Xiao Fan really had strong evidence to fight back. As for Xiao Fan, facing Jia Gui's ferocious offensive posture, he only laughed coldly and softly before saying words that shocked the crowd. To say that the people who are rebellious and want to plot a rebellion are none other than you, Jia Gui, the Minister of the Ministry of War, and Chancellor Tang Yuan. Boom! What? The two of them want to rebel? Yan Wang, you can't say that nonsense, do you have proof? Xiao Fan's words completely triggered the emotions of the crowd, each and every one of them looked shocked, and their hearts set off some shocking waves. Chapter 18, If you're powerful enough, you can really do whatever you want. Xiao Fan, don't talk nonsense here. Slander this Prime Minister. I, Tang Yuan, have been loyal to the Great Zhou dynasty, bowing and scraping to the end, will not rebel and usurp the throne. If you can't produce any real evidence, this Prime Minister will definitely not let it go. And Tang Yuan was instantly furious, the killing chance in his eyes was no longer even concealed. He had never expected that Xiao Fan would dare to charge him with trying to plot a rebellion. This was a great crime of exterminating his clan. Even if he really wanted to rebel, he could never allow Xiao Fan to slander him here. Yes, Xiao Fan, you're a disorganized official, how dare you slander our sage here in a reckless manner. Your heart is morbidly poisonous, and your heart can be put to death. If you can't come up with hard evidence that Shangguo Tang and this official are trying to plot a rebellion, this official will fight for his life and have His Majesty the Emperor grant you death. And Jia Gui retorted with furious anger. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd were once again locked onto Xiao Fan's body. It is also a felony to defame a minister and to plot a rebellion. Not to mention that Xiao Fan himself had been convicted of being a traitor due to that incident 5 years ago, and if this time, without any real evidence, he slandered a present-day prime minister and a minister of war, he would surely be descended upon for a serious offense. What's more, today's Tang Yuan was not only extremely powerful in the court, his own daughter was also a disciple of a major holy land. Xiao Fan really dared to make false accusations in a wild rumor. The emperor would probably grant death in order to appease Tang Yuan. In the face of the two men's questioning demands for evidence, Xiao Fan's expression was calm as he turned to Zhu Jun behind him. Lord Zhu, bring up the evidence. Yes. Zhu Jun responded and turned toward the outside. Asterisk. Could it be that King Yen has really found out the evidence? He asked the deputy commander of the brocade guards to get the evidence. It's not possible that Minister Tang and this brother-in-law of his are really plotting a rebellion. The ministers were again talking and speculating, while Tang Yuan and Jia Gui's faces became extremely ugly. Zhu Jun was the deputy commander of the brocade guards, taking orders only from the emperor. And Xiao Fan led Zhu Jun to get the evidence. Is not the hand really hold them what handle? At this moment, both of them were rapidly calculating in their hearts, pondering over countermeasures, and Tang Yuan even glanced towards the opposite side of the 8th Prince Xiao Chengtian, hoping that the other party would be able to comprehend his meaning, and would be able to come forward at the critical moment to help say something. Xiao Chengtian, however, turned a blind eye. At such a moment, regardless of whether Xiao Fan had captured evidence of Tang Yuan's plot to rebel, he didn't want to get involved in this muddy water, or else he would easily draw fire to himself. At this time, second Prince Xiao Zhe also had an idea in his mind that if Xiao Fan could really come up with evidence of Tang Yuan's plot to rebel, he would also jump out and give a push depending on the situation. Destroying this force of Tang Yuan was undoubtedly breaking off one of the 8th Prince's backbone forces, which was extremely favorable to his expansion of power in the imperial court. As for the other members of the royal family as well as the ministers, their minds were also pondering how to take sides. If Xiao Fan was really able to produce ironclad evidence, many ministers would be willing to take advantage of the opportunity to step on it and bring Tang Yuan down. Under the crowd's expectant and anxious waiting, Zhu Jun led and Tulin walked in, and behind the two there were two brocade guards carrying Jia Biao, whose limbs had been wasted and who was already dying of pain. Bill! Seeing his son's miserable appearance, Jia Gui shouted in a million different ways and ran to check on the situation. Realizing that not only were his son's limbs broken, but even his lifeblood had been wasted and forever extinguished, he angrily roared at Zhu Jun. Lord Zhu, what's going on here? Who beat my son up like this? Tell me who it is. Zhu Jun didn't reply, just stood quietly. Seeing his nephew so miserable, Tang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he said with intense anger. Lord Zhu, what's going on? Xiao Fan didn't ask you to get evidence of our rebellion. Where is the evidence? However, Zhu Jun still ignored Tang Yuan and just stood there quietly. Seeing that the other party did not answer, the anger within Tang Yuan grew stronger and stronger, staring at Xiao Fan with a deadly stare as he angrily rebuked and asked. You said you had proof that Jia Gui and I were plotting against the government. Where is the proof? Where is the proof? The crowd was also puzzled. Xiao Fan didn't ask Zhu Jun to get the evidence, yet he brought in two people. However, some of the ministers who had a quick turn of mind quickly thought that they were afraid that the severely injured Jia Biao and Commander Fong in front of them were the so-called evidence that Xiao Fan was talking about. And next, just as these people had guessed, Xiao Fan smiled faintly at Tang Yuan and said, You want proof, don't you? And Tulin, in front of the emperor and all the princes and ministers, boldly tell what happened at the entrance of the old Yanwang mansion, remember, word for word. Yes. And Tulin violently kneeled down, toward the emperor after worship. While he then arrived at the scene, Jia Biao said to him those words, as well as from the scene to watch the civilians that grasped the situation, one by one to tell the emperor. Bull asterisk. It's just nonsense. However, Tang Yuan immediately retorted angrily. Xiao Fan, you purposely beat my nephew to the point of serious injury so that he couldn't speak, and then casually allowed you to spout nonsense here so that my nephew couldn't testify for us. You're all completely slanderous and making things up. And based on your words alone, how can you say that I, Tang Yuan and Jia Gui, want to plot a rebellion? Xiao Fan, if you can't produce any more real evidence, then I'll blame me, Tang Yuan, for not being polite. Right. My son's usual tutelage is very good, very obedient, and he simply would not do those illegal and criminal misdeeds such as forcibly occupying other people's mansions and randomly maiming lives. Now you have cruelly injured my son, destroyed his lifeblood, and made him unable to speak, so that you want to use this to slander us for plotting to rebel. You are really ill-intentioned and evil-intentioned. For the great Zhou royal family to have a descendant like you is simply a disgrace to the royal family. I see that in reality the person who really wants to rebel is you. Jia Gui stood up in a torrent of anger and blamed Xiao Fan for the output, then arched his hand and bowed to the emperor. Back to your majesty, in reality the person who really wants to rebel is him, Xiao Fan. Tang Sage and I already have enough evidence that he has colluded with Lord Skov of Winterfell in an attempt to take advantage of this occasion of your great birthday to swing his army southward in a big way, attacking the capital and plotting to usurp the throne. What? As Jia Gui's words came out, it once again caused the faces of the ministers to change abruptly. What the hell is going on with this today and how did it get reversed again? Xiao Fan wanted to sue Tang Yuan and Jia Gui for plotting a rebellion, but the evidence he produced was not convincing enough. Jia Gui, however, turned around and sued Xiao Fan for wanting to rebel again, causing the crowd to listen in horror. The plot, with its repeated horizontal jumps, is inscrutable. And the emperor's eyes changed slightly, cold and with supreme majesty, as well as an invisible stream of killing intent, staring at Jia Gui Dao. Jia Gui, you said that you and Tang Shangwa have grasped the ironclad evidence that he colluded with Skov to plot a rebellion. Where is the evidence? As long as there is ironclad evidence, I will certainly act impartially and give an explanation to the ministers and the people of the world. Getting this word of assurance from the emperor, Jia Gui's expression was greatly delighted, but then instantly revealed an expression of indignation and said, "Back to your majesty, the evidence is all in the hands of the sage, you can ask him for it." Hearing Jia Gui say this, Tang Yuan also took out from his sleeve a pile of letters that had long been prepared and said to the emperor, "Back to your majesty, these letters in my hand are the hard evidence collected." The contents of these letters could completely confirm that he, Xiao Fan, was colluding with the Lord of Winterfell, Shikhov, with the intention of waving his troops southward on the day of the emperor's birthday to capture the capital and usurp the throne and seize power. In addition, I have already investigated, it turns out that this Shirkefu in the dynasty is an official before, is the disciple of the Xuan Sect. According to the evidence I investigated, this organized martial arts conference, in fact, is to want to unite all the martial arts forces, opposition to our court, subversion of the regime, but in fact, the real mastermind behind it is Xiao Fan. And the reason why he said that he was behind the mastermind, from this time on the Xuan Sword Sect circulated back to the various information can be confirmed, a wasted cultivation, relegated to the common people's prince, what ability to let a martial arts zone is his slave, by what the year's formidable war demon but could not kill him. There was only one explanation, and that was that he, Xiao Fan, had secretly cultivated or colluded with other, more powerful forces over the past 5 years in an attempt to plot a rebellion and take revenge for that incident 5 years ago. It was only a pity that, not knowing where the Purple Mansion Holy Land had gotten the idea that the Xuan Sect was the power of the Heavenly Sword Holy Land, they had sent someone to exterminate the Xuan Sect ahead of time, which was what made this major plot of Xiao Fan's go bankrupt for the time being. Your Majesty, if you don't believe me, you can look over these letters in my hand, and they will all confirm that what I have said is the truth, so please, Your Majesty, give Xiao Fan the death penalty. Boom! As Tang Yuan finished his words, the faces of the princes and ministers suddenly changed once again, and many of them even felt that Tang Yuan's words were very reasonable, without the slightest crack. Xiao Fan must have colluded with other powerful forces to be able to remain unharmed when a terrifying powerhouse like the War Demon, who had long been famous, killed him instead. At this moment, in the face of this statement from Tang Yuan, as if it was ironclad evidence, the crowd was expecting exactly how Xiao Fan should retaliate. As for Xiao Chengtian, who was secretly on the same side as Tang Yuan, although his face was expressionless, in his heart, he was quite admiring Tang Yuan. Although he didn't know whether the pile of evidence in Tang Yuan's hand was ironclad or not, but just now this speech and analysis, the tandem was definitely a masterpiece, and it was no wonder that when he looked for Tang Ming to talk to him a few days ago, the other party was actually full of confidence and guaranteed that he would be able to get rid of Xiao Fan. It does seem like a lot of work nowadays. At this moment, Xiao Qingtian also extremely hoped that this wave of Tang Yuan's attack would be able to completely knock out this fourth brother of his, and then there would be no need for him to be the one to make the move. The second prince's heart was extremely complicated and felt a little anxious. He had hoped that Xiao Fan's return would help him bring down Tang Yuan as well as the forces of the eighth prince Xiao Qingtian. However, who would have thought that Tang Yuan was well prepared, and if the evidence was conclusive enough to crush Xiao Fan, it would be extremely difficult for him to seize the advantage in the court again in the future. However, he saw that Xiao Fan was still calm at the moment, seemingly not putting the evidence that Tang Yuan had said in his eyes at all, and there was more or less a trace of comfort in his heart. It seemed that this fourth brother of his still had countermeasures and still had hope of victory. And when faced with the crowd's eagerness to know the truth, Xiao Fan did not respond immediately and stood there quietly, looking at the emperor who was checking the evidence of Tang Yuan's pile of letters. After the emperor flipped through the pile of letters, he looked at Xiao Fan with an ice-cold expression. Fourth son, these letters presented by Minister Tang do seem to be able to situate you as wanting to plot against the government again. However, as your father, I will now give you a chance to explain as a father. Xiao Fan also did not reply to the emperor in time, but walked around the courtroom and finally came to Xiao Qingtian and Xiao Zhe and said with a hint of a smile, as the saying goes, hearing is not believing, but seeing is believing, and if one has not seen it with one's own eyes, then the so-called evidence can be falsified. At this moment, if I also take out a pile of letters with a bunch of evidence about the rebellion of the second or eighth brother, is it not possible to prove that they have rebelled as well? Boom! Xiao Fan's words once again surprised everyone. It is important to know that nowadays, among the royal sons of Great Zhou, only the second prince and the eighth prince have the strongest strength, and the crowd also generally acquiesces to the fact that the next emperor of Great Zhou is bound to be produced among the two emperors. Now Xiao Fan had said something like this, with the intention of wanting to pull the two emperors down. Fourth brother, words don't come out of your mouth. Second brother is right, fourth brother, this is not something to joke around about. If you don't get it right, a lot of people will die. As for Xiao Zhe and Xiao Qingtian, their faces became a bit angry and looked at Xiao Fan with extreme dissatisfaction. Tang Yuan also took advantage of the situation and countered. Xiao Fan, you're trying to kill the fish with a net, and you want to pull 2 emperors on your back even before you die, right? As a descendant of the royal family of Great Zhou, you should dare to do things. Since you want to plot against the dynasty and usurp the throne, you should admit it yourself. You actually want to mutilate your hands and feet. It's simply heartless. You don't deserve to stand on top of the most solemn courtroom of my Great Zhou, and you don't deserve to live at all. Right. You deserve to die. Jia Gui followed suit with murderous vigor, advising the emperor. Your Majesty, Xiao Fan has reached the point of heartlessness and inhumanity. You mustn't spare him lightly. Please Your Majesty bestow death on Xiao Fan, to right my dynasty and raise our country's prestige, to set the record straight. I ask Your Majesty to grant death to Xiao Fan, so as to right my dynasty and raise our country's prestige, so as to set the record straight. I ask Your Majesty to grant death to Xiao Fan, so as to right my dynasty and raise our country's prestige, so as to set the record straight. The officials who originally belonged to Tang Yuan's power also felt that it was already ironclad, and they jumped out to agree with the emperor to bestow death on Xiao Fan. The emperor only felt a headache, not realizing that he had just called this fourth son back and had just returned to the courtroom. He had caused such a big incident. But he understands that this fourth son is definitely not a person who does things impulsively, since he dares to say that Tang Yuan and Jia Gui, 2 people, intend to rebel, but now did not come up with ironclad evidence, is bound to have to hide something, and then give the opportunity to defend. My good fourth son, what have you to say after what has happened? If you think you are wrongly accused, then show me the evidence. If you can't produce evidence, then there's nothing my father can do. Hearing these words from the emperor, the ministers all knew that this was a desire to give Xiao Fan another chance. However, this opportunity did require Xiao Fan to come up with sufficient and strong evidence to make a strong counterattack against the evidence provided by Tang Yuan and Jia Gui. Evidence? Yes. Xiao Fan nodded slightly, then asked Zhu Jin behind him. Lord Zhu, I'm sure your people have already inquired clearly about all the things that Zhao Biao had said at that time when he was there to make trouble. Did he say at that time that with his great-uncle Tang Yuan's status as a prime minister and his father's status as a minister of war, it was enough to be able to execute all 9 of my clans? When he asked this, everyone perked up their ears and stared intently at Zhu Jin, while Tang Yuan and Jia Gui also stared at him dead-on, praying in their hearts that Zhu Jin would deny it. After all, this power to execute 9 clans is only possessed by the emperor. If Zhao Biao really said such words, this was a direct defiance of the emperor's authority, considering himself as the emperor and exercising imperial power, which was a major taboo, a capital offense of copying and destroying one's family. Zhu Jin was doubly nervous under the attention of the crowd, but he took a few deep breaths and responded truthfully. Back to Your Majesty, according to the transcripts of my subordinates' questioning of the people present at the time, Zhao Biao did indeed say that he wanted to exterminate His Highness the King of Yan's 9 clans. But when he said that, he didn't seem to know the identity of His Highness King Yan. The first half of Zhu Jin's sentence caused both Tang Yuan and Jia Gui's hearts to be in their throats, but the last added sentence made the two feel relieved. If they knew that Xiao Fan was the former Yan king, but still dared to speak the words of executing the 9 clans, meaning that they wanted to exterminate the entire current royal family, this was undoubtedly completely blocking their way to live. However, Zhao Biao had said this without knowing Xiao Fan's true identity, so they were still saved, and Tang Yuan immediately pulled Jia Gui to kneel on the ground and apologize to His Majesty the Emperor. Your Majesty, if Zhao Biao really said that, we can only say that we have taught him poorly, causing him to speak out of turn and say these treacherous words, and that he should indeed be damned. But those words weren't said by Jia Gui and I. Xiao Fan, however, is trying to falsely accuse us of wanting to rebel simply by using this incident, which is really a slander, a complete slander without any reason. Please be clear about it, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty, it's not like Tang Shanghua and Lord Squire said those words, even if they were at fault. They just didn't discipline Jia Biao well, and it has nothing to do with plotting a rebellion at all. Your Majesty, Xiao Fan, he wants to rebel himself, yet he wants to slander Tang Shanghua here. This is an attempt to mislead everyone in an attempt to get off the hook. Outlawed and rebellious ministers like these, who have evil intentions and frame loyal and good people, are simply not qualified to continue living. Now that the evidence is clear, I ask Your Majesty to grant him the death penalty and eliminate the scourge forever. Those officials from Tang Yuan's forces once again chimed in, strongly suggesting that the emperor bestow death on Xiao Fan. Seeing that the situation was not good, the emperor was about to open his mouth when Xiao Fan shouted, "You ministers who jumped out and wanted to put me to death, could it be that you would not know that the words that Jia Biao said about executing the 9 clans were a grand exercise of imperial power, and under the rules of imperial power, it was enough to decapitate the whole family, and if the emperor was more ruthless, he could even sit down with 3 clans, or even exterminate the 9 clans of his people. Yet when it comes to you guys, it feels like it's not even a thing and you can pretend it didn't happen. With this behavior, do you guys think that as Tang Yuan's clique, your group is strong enough to sway the emperor on how to make a decision and not dare to do anything to you? In fact, you don't need to admit it. In fact, I don't need to produce ironclad proof that they are going to rebel. In fact, your behavior is enough to prove a clear and truthful saying. As long as the power is big enough, you can do whatever you want. Boom! As the words fell, a terrifying murderous aura violently erupted from Xiao Fan's body, only to see a powerful suction force sucking Tang Yuan over and strangling the other party's neck as he grabbed with a large hand. What? King Yan he. Boom! Seeing Tang Yuan, like a dead duck, being choked by Xiao Fan, the complexion of everyone present changed drastically. Chapter 19, The Hidden Story of Mother's Murder, the choice of the Xiao family's royal family. It's said that Tang Shanghua has long since stepped into the realm of martial zone, but King Yan clearly has no cultivation on him, so how could he have easily caught him? Could it be that the news circulating back from the Xuan Sword Sect are all true? King Yan he has long since regained his cultivation and is even more terrifying than he was back then. For those of us who cultivate martial arts, since we can't find the slightest bit of cultivation on his body, it's likely that he really did cultivate some secret techniques to hide his cultivation. That's right, that must be it. Only King Yan possesses cultivation, and a very powerful one at that, and only today did he dare to be so strong and capture Minister Tang in front of the Emperor and us. This is King Yan, his city is extremely deep, it's terrifying. At this moment, everyone was shocked and talking. Xiao Fan, an invalid who had been deprived of his cultivation, was now able to easily capture Tang Yuan, who was at the realm of martial zone, so it was evident that he was not an invalid, but had hidden an extremely terrifying cultivation. At this time, all the princes and ministers also knew that Xiao Fan dared to be so strong above the courtroom today, being that he himself had used his powerful cultivation and was not afraid of anything. It also reinforced the so-called maxim that Xiao Fan had just said. If you are powerful enough, you can do whatever you want, and you can really be reckless. However, as the people present were shocked, they realized a very special situation. That is, when the emperor saw Xiao Fan make such a big move, he actually sat there very calmly, seemingly as if nothing had happened. This attitude of the emperor had already made all the princes and ministers realize that this was a tacit approval of Xiao Fan's behavior, or that the emperor had known the inside story since the beginning and had always been on Xiao Fan's side. The emperor saw that the ministers were all looking at him, and only then did he open his mouth without any panic. Fourth son. You were able to regain your cultivation once again. I am really happy for you. Just that force can't solve everything. Even if you were strong, you are still my son and a citizen of Great Zhou. If you want to kill Tang Shanghua just like that with your powerful force, I'm afraid it's hard to convince the public and the world won't believe you. Evidence, as long as you can come up with ironclad evidence of his plotting against me, I will personally kill him for you. Ha ha ha. However, Xiao Fan let out a loud laugh, and in his laughter, the crowd was able to hear that it was filled with a sense of mockery, as if he did not place these words of the emperor in his heart at all. Emperor's old man, 5 years ago that incident, everyone thought it was ironclad, but you didn't kill me. If it were another person, if I wasn't your son, I would have been beheaded back then. And I am still able to stand here with you today. Isn't it because you saved my life by virtue of the supreme imperial power in your hand? Just this point only, as a son, I still slightly have to thank you. Then let's go back to Jiao Biao, who offended him. He dared to arbitrarily say the words of extermination of the 9 families, is not precisely relying on the power of the prime minister uncle and the father of the minister, only dare to be unscrupulous, murder and arson, no evil, cannot get any punishment. And Tang Yuan, he dared to deliberately fabricate the so-called collusion evidence of rebellion, but also said that I control the Jianghu forces to conspire against me. These are not all. He thought that he was so powerful that he could even manipulate the imperial power, so he could do whatever he wanted, and will make up fabricated evidence of forgery as the iron evidence. Now that I've regained my cultivation, I have great strength, and I now want to try out the feeling of being reckless and doing whatever I want. Click. Bang. As the words fell, Xiao Fan directly snapped Tang Yuan's neck, and then blasted down with a palm, exploding Tang Yuan's head and killing him completely. Ah! Fizzle! Seeing that Xiao Fan had actually killed Tang Yuan in public, everyone's faces showed a flash of horror. The crowd had never expected Xiao Fan to be so bold. It had simply reached the point of approaching insanity, not even giving face to the emperor, and killing the prime minister of a country like this. But just as Xiao Fan had just said, he could do whatever he wanted when he was powerful, and he wanted to experience that feeling now. As for Xiao Zhe, who had moved to kill Xiao Fan, as well as Xiao Qingtian, they felt a sense of crisis deep within their hearts. To what extent this brother of theirs was strong nowadays, and how powerful a force he had grasped in his hands, the two of them were completely unaware of it. Facing such a familiar, yet felt unfamiliar foe made them feel very tricky, and the threat to them grew infinitely. As far as the emperor was concerned, Xiao Fan killing Tang Yuan in front of him was undoubtedly a provocation to his imperial power. If it is usual who dares to provoke the majesty of his imperial power, then he will give the other party a death sentence. The imperial power cannot be violated, must be killed without amnesty, in order to serve as a warning to others. However, as the emperor of the Great Zhou, he was also the patriarch of the Xiao family of the Great Zhou royal family, and he was even a 9th grade martial sect powerhouse, but at this moment, he could not see through the strength of this fourth son in front of him at all. Or perhaps this son in front of him gave him an extremely serious sense of threat, causing him to suppress his inner anger and remain silent. Seeing that no one had spoken out at this moment, and that the emperor's old man was not angry, Xiaofan shouted again. 5 years ago I was framed for something, I want to get back the blood debt of that year one by one. If before my emperor's old man's birthday, the person who had a hand in it back then doesn't take the initiative to come to me and confess his faults and sins, then no matter who he is, even if he's a clan brother, he must die. After dropping these words, Xiaofan turned around and left, and when he passed by Jiagui, he scared the Minister of Military Affairs so much that he pissed his pants on the spot and sat on the ground shivering. The princes and ministers watched Xiaofan leave, and everyone's eyes were filled with a wave of fear. If King Yen was really framed and wrong back then he will definitely set off a killing spree when he comes back this time, and by then the whole capital city could be a river of blood. At this moment, every minister's heart was calculating their future, to prepare for the upcoming change in the pattern of the imperial court, and to follow the trend. Also while the crowd was silent, the second prince Xiao Zhe took the initiative to stand out and said to the emperor who was sitting on the throne and sulking, "Back to father, when the fourth brother of that matter, indeed was designed by someone to frame, Tang Shangwa Tang Yuan is a part of it." "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier if you knew?" The emperor burst into a furious roar and bellowed. "Father, calm down." Xiao Zhe hurriedly knelt down and explained with fear and trepidation. "Father, I didn't know it early on, I only recently grasped some clues. After all, what kind of person is the fourth brother? I as a brother am the most aware of it. He could never be that kind of regicide and father-killing, disloyal and unfilial son of a rebellious courtier. It is because my son does not believe that he is this kind of person that he has been secretly investigating over the years, wanting to help fourth brother clear his name of the wrongdoings of that year. After my son's investigation over the years, he drew out the threads of the cocoon and found that it was Tang Yuan and his daughter Tang Chuchu who were supported by a certain mysterious force that betrayed the fourth brother and orchestrated that plot to brutally kill the ministers, assassinate the emperor, and curse the emperor. Father, think about it. Given the situation back then, whether it is wisdom or martial arts talent of the fourth brother, among so many of our brothers, he is the strongest one, he is the most suitable candidate to take over your position. In that situation, Tang Chuchu is his fiancé, Tang Yuan also very hopeful to become the future abbot of the country, but why he after the fourth brother's accident, their father and daughter did not remember the past and the fourth brother's intimate relationship, to draw a line, and also fell on the well, want to the fourth brother to death. With that kind of behavior of theirs, if they weren't going to be backed by a mysterious force and gained better conditions, there's no reason for the Tang family father and daughter to betray fourth brother. Speaking of this, Xiao Zhe did not continue to speak any further, and he did not speak of Xiao Qingtian as well. Xiao Qingtian's entire heart was hanging in the air when he heard Xiao Zhe report on this situation. He was afraid that his name would come out of this good second brother's mouth, but in the end, the other party did not mention him, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. But looking at the situation in the courtroom over the past few years, Tang Yuan and he were extremely close, and Xiao Zhe's remarks were, in a way, extremely unfavorable to him, and he had to urgently want to find a way to resolve it. The princes and ministers also heard the intention of Xiao Zhe's words, which was to take advantage of the situation, to take advantage of the opportunity to dismantle Tang Yuan's power, but also wanted to weaken Xiao Qingtian's strength. Even Xiao Zhe deliberately said that there was a mysterious force that was supporting Tang Yuan's father and daughter, so that the crowd had to guess that this mysterious force, most likely referring to the 8th Prince Xiao Qingtian, just didn't point it out. At this moment, the courtiers all realized that the sky of this great Zhou dynasty was really about to change. I'm afraid that the battle for the first wife decades ago will be staged again, and a bloody wind will sweep through the entire court. And as courtiers, what they choose to stand for will be a matter of life and death for them. If once they choose wrongly, they will surely die without a burial place. However, right now, the elders were still most concerned about the emperor's attitude, and what choice he would make after hearing Xiao Zhe's report. And the emperor was in deep thought. The second son said these words, implied a great deal of information, so that he did not know for a moment how to make a choice, is the best way. If Tang Yuan was really involved in framing Xiaofan back then, it would definitely usher in a big problem, as he also knew that there was definitely a huge force behind Tang Yuan, leading to an increasing threat to the imperial power in the past few years. But it was also because of this power behind Tang Yuan that he was not in a good position to make a decision to completely eliminate Tang Yuan's party before he could figure it out. Finally, the emperor announced to the courtiers, "Come on people, first lock up Jia Gui and this group of Tang Yuan's cronies. I will order a thorough investigation. If that year is really someone deliberately framed, the fourth Prince Yan Wang, I will get rid of it. In addition, without my order, what happened in the courtroom today shall not be leaked out, and whoever dares to leak it will be killed without pardon. Last order, this investigation, the king of Yen was falsely accused back then, now he is vindicated and restored to his title, retire from the court. I obey the order to send off the emperor." The emperor had already decreed, and the ministers could only comply. On the other side, Xiaofan was about to walk to the entrance of the palace when he was chased by Wei Xian. "Your Highness, King Yin, please stay," Wei Xian respectfully said. "Eunuch Wei, didn't I say, I've long since ceased to be a Yin king, just call me by my name," Xiaofan said to Wei Xian. "Your Highness, King Yin, just after you left, His Majesty issued a decree that has restored your title, to completely clear your name of the wrongs you suffered back then. Also His Majesty the Emperor has sent me to ask you to meet with him. His Majesty has some words between father and son that he would like to talk to you about. Wei Xian respectfully said. Good. Let's go, lead the way. Xiao Fan nodded and then followed this chief eunuch, heading deeper into the palace. Wei Xian had been leading Xiao Fan to the main hall where the Xiao clan's royal family enshrined the spirit of their ancestors. When Xiao Fan came in, the emperor had already been waiting here for a long time, and at the moment, he was burning incense and paying homage to all the ancestors who had faded away. Fourth son. Come and burn incense for the ancestors. After the incense, my father wishes to have a father-son conversation with you. The emperor spoke to Xiao Fan as a father. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded, then lit 3 joss sticks and paid his respects, inserting the joss sticks on top of the incense burner. He then came to sit beside the emperor and said faintly, "Say, what other things did you want to discuss when you came to me?" The emperor didn't know what to say for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he said, "Fourth son, my father knows that you will definitely complain about my father in your heart. That year, he personally wasted your cultivation, expelled you from the family, and also exiled you to that kind of bitter cold place. But back then for the father is also a last resort, not to mention that back then for the father left a hand, and did not completely abolish your cultivation. As long as you slightly recuperate and adjust, will be able to cultivate again. And back in the day." Enough. However, before the emperor's illness was finished, he was interrupted by Xiao Fan, who got up and walked out coldly. If you only want to talk about these things, then there's no need to discuss it further. Although you didn't completely cut off my path of cultivation back then, the fact is that it really doesn't change the harm you did to me. If there's nothing else, this is where the conversation ends, so I'll be off. Slow. The emperor hurriedly opened his mouth to keep Xiao Fan back and continued. Okay, you don't want to hear about these things, so let's talk about your mother's death. Mother! Xiao Fan snapped his eyes open and stared at this emperor Laozi with a deadly stare. You want to talk to me about my mother now? Is it true that there is another hidden story about my mother being assassinated by an assassin back then? Aha! You sit down and I'll talk to you slowly. The emperor nodded and then talked to Xiao Fan about the whole details of that incident more than 20 years ago when the empress was assassinated and Xiao Fan almost died as well. Father and son talked for a whole hour in the house before Xiao Fan opened the door and left the road. Don't worry, no matter who instructed those people to assassinate mother and me, I will personally find out the mastermind behind it and avenge mother's death. As for the throne of this Great Zhou, I'm not interested. If you really want the next emperor of Great Zhou to be a good one, able to revitalize the royal family of my Xiao family in Great Zhou, then you'd better let 13th brother do it. After Xiao Fan dropped these words, he resolutely stepped away. Old 13, is he really fit to be emperor? And when the emperor remembered Xiao Jingtian, the 13th son in line, he was all of a sudden unable to get a hold of him. Only after Xiao Fan had completely walked away did the emperor pull back the curtain on one side of the wall, salute towards a door, and cry out respectfully, "Elders, you can come out now." With a creak, the door to the room opened and 9 old men walked out from inside. These 9 old men were none other than the 9 elders of the Xiao clan's royal clan's elder corps. The weakest one, all of them were 10th ranked martial zoners, while the 3 strongest ones were all at the martial king realm. First elder, second elder, third elder. You guys have been in there for so long, have you detected what realm Fanner he's actually in right now? The emperor asked towards the 3 strongest elders among them. Can't. The 3 great elders all shook their heads. With their martial king's strength, it was true that they could not discover that there was a trace of energy fluctuation in Xiao Fan's body. This can't be possible. Even the 3 of you can't detect the slightest energy fluctuation in him? The emperor asked with a shocked confirmation. Badian, this son of yours is special. We really can't feel any energy fluctuations from him. The 3rd elder affirmed, brushing against the emperor. But I clearly saw him kill Tang Yuan in public. Tang Yuan stepped into a martial zone, and to be able to kill a martial zone in seconds at will, it's impossible not to have a bit of cultivation on him, Xiao Badian said as he looked at the elders incredulously. Then there are only 2 possibilities. One is that he is also at the martial king realm and has cultivated a technique to conceal his aura, causing all 3 of us to be unable to detect it. The second possibility, his realm has far exceeded our 3 great elders, that's why we couldn't detect the slightest cultivation on him. The 2nd elder then stated the final result of the judgment they had made. Then what kind of strange encounter did Fanner get in these 5 years that he would actually undergo such a drastic change? Moreover, according to the information we have, he is surrounded by martial zone level henchmen, and he is still a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. For a young girl that young to be able to reach martial zone, it's evident that her talent is terrifying, and to be able to cultivate such an outstanding character like her, the forces behind her must be extremely terrifying. Is it possible that behind him, Fanner, there's a holy land force supporting him? After listening to the words of the 2nd elder, Xiao Badian also made some analysis of his own. He could already conclude that there was definitely a terrifying force behind Xiao Fan, and this force was most likely at the Holy Land level. Badian, your analysis is not unreasonable. If that 4th son of yours really has a Holy Land power behind him, then the situation of our Xiao family will be even more unpleasant. In other words, together with your second and eighth sons, and even that 10th son who was often in closed-door cultivation, they are all backed by Holy Land-level forces. In addition to them, it seems that there are other Holy Land forces that have extended their claws and teeth into our great Zhou dynasty, and with so many Holy Land forces clamping down on us, our Xiao family is in a dangerous situation. At such a critical moment, you have to make a choice as to which son to support, and if I were to give you advice, I would suggest that you support your fourth son. The Grand Elder Little said seriously to Little Bastard. Is this the decision of the elders? Xiao Badian pursued. That's right. All of us elders agree that only by supporting your fourth son, Xiao Fan, will our Xiao family have a way out. Don't forget, when this fourth son of yours was born, there was a vision of 100 birds coming to the court. This is a vision that only occurs with the birth of a great and talented ruler, an unparalleled sage. The Grand Elder once again solemnly emphasized. Good. Understood, Badian knows what to do and will fully support fourth son Xiao Fan. Xiao Badian also nodded solemnly and said. Meanwhile, while Xiao Badian and the elders of the Xiao family made their choices, the news of Xiao Fan being reinstated to his title spread throughout the capital. What happened in the courtroom, although the emperor decreed that the ministers were not allowed to leak out, but there is no impermeable wall in the world, inadvertently, in a variety of different channels, was spread out. And at the same time, Tang Chuchu also by order of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, rushed back to the capital. Chapter 20, each with his own agenda, a heavy killing game. In the capital, the moment Tang Chuchu entered the city, she heard the people on the streets discussing what had happened in the imperial court. Have you heard, the emperor has restored King Yan's title, saying that he was wrongly accused 5 years ago. Yes, I've also heard that 5 years ago. The reason why King Yan beheaded his ministers and stabbed the emperor with a sword at the celebration banquet was all because he was poisoned with a strange poison, and lost his mind, and only then did he commit treasonous acts. And the mastermind behind framing King Yan, making him a regicide and father-killer, and a traitor who plotted to usurp the throne, was none other than the current Tang Sangu and his daughter, Tang Chuchu. That's right, that's exactly it. I also heard that today, above the courtroom, King Yan fought back strongly and killed Shangua Tang in front of the emperor and his ministers. I told you, the people who came back from the southern border all said that every time King Yan captured a city, it was almost based on persuading people to surrender, giving up their troops without a fight, treating the local people well, and implementing a benevolent government. Such a kind and generous prince, how could it be the kind of rebellious courtier who kills his father and his ruler? It's a pity, he was actually betrayed by that fiancé of his, Tang Chuchu, and that prospective father-in-law of his, causing him so much misery. Now that the clouds have finally been guarded, good has its reward and evil has its retribution. It's not that the time has not come for retribution, the king of Yen is finally coming back to collect the blood debt from 5 years ago. Tang Chuchu rode her horse and walked on the street, hearing the people around her were hotly discussing this matter. She steeply changed her color and rode her horse quickly towards the Shangwa mansion. And behind her, there were several people from the Violet Mansion Holy Land. When Tang Chuchu returned to the Shangwa mansion, the entire mansion had already been hung with funeral streamers, and a coffin was placed above the lobby. No! Father! Tang Chuchu rushed to the coffin and cried bitter tears of grief. At first, she thought the people on the street were talking nonsense, that someone was deliberately spreading rumors. But seeing the arrangement of the house, the coffin on the hall as well as the spirit table, it was hard for her to disbelieve. Lu Quan! What the hell is going on? Tell me what's going on. After crying in grief for a while, Tang Chuchu, radiating a monstrous hateful rage, stared deathly at Lu Quan, the steward of the Shangfu, and asked. Back to eldest miss, I don't know much. I just know that King Yan returned today and brutally killed master in front of the emperor and ministers at the court. The emperor also restored the title of Yan Wang, and believed that 5 years ago, Yan Wang committed crimes, are designed to be framed by the Sangwa. Your brother-in-law Jia Gui and other ministers of the old master's heart also gave the prison to be thoroughly investigated to the end. And, Missy, the master died a horrible death, died without even a head, died without a body, ooh. Lu Quan cried to Tang Chuchu with a sad cry, a sniffle, and a tear. What? Tang Chuchu hastily opened the lid of the coffin and found that it contained only the headless body of his father. The killing intent in his eyes was like a flood, and he hissed in rage. Xiao Fan! You killed my father and left him for dead. You're so cruel and heartless. If I don't take this revenge, if I don't break you into pieces, I, Tang Chuchu, will not be a human being. Boom! After roaring, Tang Chuchu blasted out with a palm, blowing a nearby chair into shreds, and then with a murderous aura that rushed through her body, she once again asked Lu Quan. Where does that dog Xiao Fan live? I'm going to kill him and avenge my father's death. Eldest miss, he lives in what used to be the Yanwang mansion. Eldest miss, I'll take everyone in the house with me and accompany you to kill over there to avenge master's death. With a fierce aura, Lu Quan turned to Tang Chuchu. No need. It's enough for this lady to kill him alone. After Tang Chuchu finished speaking, she took her sword and turned to leave. And wait. You can't go to him for revenge. Just at this moment, several talents from the Purple Mansion Holy Land walked in, and a white-haired old man at the head of the group immediately stopped it. Elder Ko, my father was killed by that dog Xiao Fan, still dead without a body, no head left behind. As a daughter, I must avenge my father, get out of my way. Tang Chuchu was on top of her anger, and although her strength was far inferior to Elder Ko, she didn't give the other party the slightest bit of face. Snap! The old man saw that Tang Chuchu was overwhelmed by hateful anger and directly slapped his face, and immediately angrily rebuked. Asshole! What strength are you and what strength is he, Xiaofan? What's the difference between you going to kill him and sending him to his death? Me! Tang Chuchu was instantly speechless against it, her eyes glaring as wide as bronze bells, her hatred monstrous. But what Elder Ko said wasn't wrong. According to the news they had previously received, Xiaofan had probably mastered a powerful force and was followed by a female attendant at the level of martial zone. Her father, who was in the realm of martial zone, was killed on the spot by Xiaofan, so it was evident that her fiancé, who was once a childhood friend, was also in the realm of martial zone at the weakest. And although her strength had been drastically improved by her cultivation in the Violet Mansion's sacred ground over the past 5 years, she had only stepped into the realm of martial zone a month ago. With her current strength to kill Xiaofan, it might really be the same as what Elder Ko had said, no different from sending her to her death. However, her father was killed by Xiaofan, and that incident 5 years ago was about to come to light, so she couldn't wait to get rid of the person immediately to avenge her father and cover up the truth. Alright, you should calm down first. It's not that this elder won't allow revenge, it's just that there has to be a well thought out plan and you can't be blinded by anger. This time, I was ordered by the Holy Sun to accompany you back, and apart from investigating clearly who slandered our Purple Mansion sacred land for destroying the Xuan Sword Sect and wanting to provoke a conspiracy to start a war between us and the Heavenly Sword Sacrament, I am here to help you resolve this, Xiaofan. And since you are already the woman of the Saint's Son and the fiancé of the Saint's Son, you can use this heavy identity to make a setup to kill Xiaofan. Elder Ko also gradually collected his anger and told Tang Chuchu what he was thinking. Good. Elder Ko, I'll listen to all your arrangements. How do I make the game? Tang Chuchu's eyes lit up as she respectfully asked Elder Ko for guidance. Tomorrow night, you will organize a puja for your father, inviting bigwigs from all sides to come and attend to offer condolences, and make public your identity as my Purple Mansion Saint's Son's fiancé. Also, put out the word that you know who the mastermind was who framed Xiaofan back then, and will disclose the identity of this person at the puja tomorrow night to lure Xiaofan to the Tang family. You also have to put out a word that whoever can help you kill Xiaofan in front of your father's spirit, you will guarantee that you can allow his descendants to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation in your capacity as the fiancé of the Holy Sun. And for this bureau tomorrow night, we may not even need to do it ourselves, we can borrow someone else's hand to get rid of Xiaofan, and it will also allow us to know how many of the ministers in this great Zhou dynasty hall are your father's beloved ones, so that we can prepare for our future control of the great Zhou dynasty. Elder Ko put on the appearance of an unfathomable master and explained his plan to Tang Chuchu. Should we inform the 8th prince? Tang Chuchu also felt that this plan was good, but the 8th prince was also a disciple of the Violet Mansion sacred ground, and it was this prince who recommended that she go to the Violet Mansion sacred ground. Otherwise, she would not have been able to have today's identity, not to mention that a month ago, she was fortunate enough to be spotted by the Saint's Son, becoming the Saint's Son's woman, and her identity status, as well as her own strength, had been greatly enhanced. And now that they were planning to kill Xiaofan, as well as laying the groundwork for the future, they should get through to the 8th prince. You don't know, there are also factions fighting within the Holy Land. The 8th Prince Xiao Qingtian's master is one of the important power holders in the Holy Land, but he's not in the same faction as our Holy Son. From what we have so far, your father was killed. He did not make a move to save him from the beginning to the end, so it can be seen that he sold your father out a long time ago. So this time, getting rid of Xiaofan is the first priority, and if necessary, we have to get rid of the 8th Prince as well. Elder Ko's eyes flashed with a sinister killing chance and said, Indeed, that 8th Prince Xiao Qingtian is indeed no good either, ruthless and cold-blooded, even getting his own brother killed. Since it's the Holy Son's intention, then everything is at the Elder's disposal. I'll have the butler spread the news. Tang Chuchu's eyes also flashed a merciless and ruthless look, then she pulled Lu Quan aside and instructed the other party to do what she wanted. And in a dimly lit corner of the Tang mansion, a figure left silently. At the 8th Prince's residence, Ghost Shadow was reporting to Xiao Qingtian about the plan he had overheard at the Tang family. She's just a white-eyed wolf. Back then, 4th brother was so good to her, and even had the opportunity to make her the Empress of Great Zhou, yet she willingly betrayed her childhood friend 4th brother in order to be able to enter the Holy Land to cultivate. Now that she thinks she has gained the favor of the Holy Sun, she wants to betray me, the benefactor who recommended her to cultivate in the Holy Land in the first place, looking for death. After listening to the report, Xiao Qingtian had a cold mocking look on his face, and his eyes flashed with a strong killing chance as he turned to the Ghost Shadow. Good. Since you are determined to find death, then this Imperial Prince will push you. Ghost Shadow, go back to the Tang clan immediately and monitor every move of Tang Chuchu and Elder Ko, and if there is any important news, come back immediately to report it. Yes. Swish. The ghostly figure answered and disappeared again like a ghost. Bloodbath. After the ghostly shadow left, Xiao Qingtian let out a cold cry. In the next moment, a man wearing a blood-colored robe and a mask appeared and respectfully knelt down and said, What are your orders, 8th Prince? You heard Ghost Shadow's report. Go and gather the men immediately, and send them, the pair of childhood friends, to hell together tomorrow night. Xiao Changtian ordered with a cold and treacherous smile on his face. Yes. The blood fury then disappeared, and the corners of Xiao Changtian's mouth lifted slightly as a domineering gaze flickered in his eyes as he muttered. The world of Great Zhou can only be controlled by me. Anyone who dares to go against me must die. In the second prince's residence, Xiao Zhe was also discussing with Elder Mo. Elder Mo, according to the news coming back from our ice planted in the Tang Mansion, Tang Chuchu has returned to the Tang Mansion with a few people from the Violet Mansion's sacred ground, and one of them is still an elder. It was said that the holy son that this elder in Tang Chuchu worked for was of a different faction from the 8th brother's master within the Violet Mansion Holy Land, and that they had not only come back this time to make use of tomorrow night's puja to make a game out of killing the 4th brother, but they also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get rid of the 8th brother. Elder Mo, I think this time is the best time for us. Why don't we step in and give it a push, and completely eradicate 4th brother and 8th brother? Ha ha ha. Instead, Elder Mo laughed out loud, shaking his head as he did so. Why, Elder Mo, you don't agree with my idea, why? Xiao Zhe asked in a million different ways. Not disagreeing, just your lack of consideration. We can use this incident to get rid of your 8th brother, but that 4th brother of yours, we still need to keep him for now. Don't forget that you also have a 10th brother who always lives in deep seclusion, seemingly uncontested, dashing and free. This kind of talent is the most terrifying. Elder Mo said to Xiao Zhe with a serious face. Elder Mo, if you don't mention him, I almost forgot about this brother. Indeed, 10th brother appears to be uncontroversial and without any danger, but in reality, Chen Fu is extremely deep, and at critical moments, he is the most deadly knife. Only then did Xiao Zhe come to a realization, and then continued to ask Elder Dao Mo for guidance. Elder Mo, then do I have to pay a visit to 4th brother tonight to congratulate him on his restoration to the title? Can't go, but I've arranged a good show for King Yen to help cheer up his celebration banquet tonight, and it will also cause his conflict with the 8th prince to further intensify, adding another fire to the bureau Tang Chuchu is making tomorrow night. Elder Mo said with a thick smile on his face. Good. It's still Elder Mo who's brilliant, ha ha ha. Xiao Zhe laughed happily. As night fell, all the major powers in the capital got the news coming out of the Sangunian Palace. Tang Chuchu has become the fiancé of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, and will do a puja for his deceased father tomorrow night, inviting ministers of the court and all the major dignitaries to offer their condolences. At the same time, Tang Chuchu also let out the word that she knew who was the mastermind who framed King Yen and would disclose that person's identity at tomorrow night's puja. And whoever was able to kill Xiao Fan in front of the spirit hall tomorrow night and take the head to pay homage to her father would promise to let the other party's children and grandchildren enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation in the capacity of the Holy Son's fiancé. Once this news came out, the entire capital city once again erupted into a seismic sensation, causing many forces to move. Yan Wangfu, even if Xiao Fan restored the title, but because of the news released by Tang Chuchu, it is still very cold. No one dares to come to pay a visit. Inside the large Yan Wang mansion, there were only Xiao Fan, Lu Ruyan, and the housekeeper Afu. After Afu learned that King Yen had been restored to his title, he carefully made a table of Xiao Fan's former favorite dishes, took out the fine wine he had treasured for many years, and the 3 masters and servants had a simple and ordinary celebratory dinner. Swish swish swish. Just when the 3 masters and servants were happily eating, a large number of concealed weapons suddenly shot from outside, piercing through the windows and coming towards the 3 of them. Seek death. Boom! Lu Ruyan instantly shouted angrily, erupting a strong killing aura that shook all the hidden weapons that were shot in, reflecting them back the way they came. Ah! In the next moment, a scream could be heard coming from outside, and Ruyan Lu took a step and rushed out. Fu! You stay inside and don't go out. Xiao Fan barked a sentence and took a step toward the outside. When he arrived at the open courtyard in front of the hall, he only saw a group of masked assassins confronting Ruyan Lu, with several bodies lying on the ground that had been killed by concealed weapons in return. As Xiao Fan came out, the gazes of the group of assassins were placed on him, and one of the leader of the assassins wearing an iron mask drank. King Yen, by order of my master, the 8th prince, I will send you to your death tonight. Everyone listen up. The 8th prince promises that whoever kills Xiao Fan, his children and grandchildren will be allowed to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation. Kill for me. Chapter 21, A Blood Debt from 20 years ago. Ha ha, brothers, that's the holy land of the Purple Mansion. Work harder and kill King Yen for your master. If we kill the Yen King, all of our descendants will be able to go to the Purple Mansion Holy Land to cultivate and honor their ancestors. Please don't worry, Chief, for the sake of future generations, we will definitely go all out to hang King Yen. At this moment, the dozens of people standing behind the leader of the Iron Masked Killers were all letting out wailing roars, each one of them high and mighty, as if they had already seen the bright future of their own children and grandchildren who would be successful in cultivating in the Purple Mansion's sacred ground. You griffins, do you really think you can kill this king? Then just as the group of killers were happily clamoring, Xiao Fan coldly mocked a sentence full of contempt. King Yen, at the end of your life, don't be wild. The leader of the killers directly and disdainfully coldly drank, and pompously countered. King Yen, these dozens of people behind me are all experts, the weakest of them are at the martial master realm, and there are 10 strong martial zones alone, including myself. And you only have one maid thus already, even if she is also a martial sect, she can't stop us from killing you. But you just treated us as ants, do you really think you can save your dog's life with just a woman? Xiao Fan, however, said with a cold smile, do you really think that this king has only one henchman? Snap! Xiao Fan had just finished speaking when Ruyan Lu stretched out her jade hand and slapped her high five. Da-da-da-da! Swish swish swish! In the next moment, only hundreds of people rushed into the courtyard from all around and surrounded the group of killers. Looking at how many people had suddenly appeared from the Yan Wangfu, the group of assassins instantly panicked. Especially when one looked at the uniforms on the group of people, they were actually killers from the Hall of Gods and were as expert as they were, making the group of killers turn from desolate god to fear. The leader of the killers carefully scanned the circle and found that among these entire hundreds of killers of the god-punishing temple, there were hundreds of strong people in the realm of martial master, and there were also 40 to 50 people in the martial zone. Such a terrifying assassin organization simply made his scalp numb, and it also made him confirm one thing, that the power controlled by King Yen was inevitably the Hall of Gods. King Yen, I didn't expect that the Hall of Gods, which has become one of the 3 major assassin organizations of the Great Zhou in just 2 or 3 years, would actually be a force under your command. You really are hiding too deeply, no wonder my master, the 8th prince, wants to get rid of you in a hurry. But even if you have hundreds of Hall of Gods assassins here, we will still take your life tonight, for the 8th prince. Brothers, kill for me. The leader of the killers finally gave the order to charge with the determination of certain death. Kill. In the next second, dozens of assassins behind him launched an attack towards the surrounding Hall of Gods assassins. Protect the master and eliminate them completely. Boom. Also at this time, Yang passed from the sky, his icy voice filled with endless killing intent. Kill. The temple of the gods crowd rallied and surrounded the group of killers. And the leader of the assassins' face sank when he saw the Yang who had just appeared in front of him. It was because he sensed an extremely threatening and terrifying aura from this broken-armed old man's body. However, he didn't have to think for many seconds and instantly erupted with the strength of a 9th-grade martial sect, disregarding everything, and directly killed towards Xiao Fan. However, he hadn't even gotten close to Xiao Fan yet when Yang was suddenly appeared in front of him, and his fist, as big as a sandbag, directly blasted at his face. Click. Pust. The iron mask on the killer leader's face was shattered by Yang's punch, the bridge of his nose was broken, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out backwards. Boom boom. In the next moment, Yang flashed behind the killer leader who flew backwards and kicked the other parties back again. Click. Pust. The leader of the killers had all the bones in his entire upper body broken by Yang's kick, and once again violently spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew back again, falling heavily in front of Xiao Fan and smashing the ground out of a pit. The chief is down. Mission failed. Pust. 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 At this moment, when those assassins who were still fighting bitterly against the Temple of God's crowd saw their leader being violently beaten and collapsed, one by one, they raised their swords to kill themselves. Xiao Fan swept a glance at the suicidal killers in front of him and indifferently looked down at the leader of the killers and said, I didn't realize that you brought in a bunch of dead soldiers who committed suicide knowing that they couldn't complete their mission. Unfortunately, it is of no use for you to kill yourselves, you cannot hide any secrets from this king. Tell this king, who exactly ordered you to kill this king? Humph. King Yen, you are indeed protected by a martial king level expert by your side. But even so, you can't threaten me. It's my incompetence that I couldn't complete the mission for the 8th prince and eliminate you, so kill me. The leader of the killers held the heart of certain death as he stared angrily at Xiao Fan, not forgetting to mention that his master was the 8th prince. Ha! Xiao Fan smiled coldly, he did not believe that the group of people in front of him were really Xiao Qingqian's people. Since you won't say anything, there's no need to say anything, the king will know who sent you. As the words fell, Xiao Fan grabbed downward with his large hand and grabbed the head of the killer leader, directly executing the soul search technique to be informed of all information. It's actually someone from the Great Shang dynasty. Xiao Fan's eyes flashed with an incomparably strong killing opportunity, then he twisted the head of the assassin leader off and said to Lu Ruyan, Smokey, wrap up this head and let's go pay a visit to second brother. Yes. With that, Ruyan Lu ripped off the leader of the assassin's nighttime tunic and wrapped the head around it. At this time, Yang Gui came over and asked Xiao Fan for instructions. Master, do you want me to bring someone with you to kill to the second prince's residence? No. Xiao Fan directly refused and instructed Yang to say. This morning, before this king entered the city, the emperor's father had sent his 13th brother to the eastern realm, which is Jindong King Huada's territory. And the group of assassins that were previously driven away by the fake 13th brother in the town under the mountains of the Xuan Sword Sect, you said that they were Huada's people. Since you have led the people of the temple to the capital, then immediately go to the eastern realm and protect the 13th brother, leaving Feng Sanyang and a small portion of the people at the capital at your disposal will suffice. Understood. I'm on my way. Yang nodded, then took most of the people from the Hall of Gods away, leaving only Feng Sanyang and 100 or so people to stay behind at Yan Wangfu. Sanyang, clean up the corpses and bloodstains, and from now on, the guarding of this royal residence will be yours. Remember, in this mansion, besides Smokey and I, you must also unconditionally obey the orders of the old housekeeper, Ah Fook. After Yang Guo led the people to leave, Xiao Fan exhorted Feng Sanyang and said, "Yes, master." Feng Sanyang obediently nodded. Xiao Fan took Lu Ruyan with him and carried the head of that assassin leader towards the gate of the royal residence. The moment the gate of the royal residence opened, only to see that the outside was filled with brocade guards. "What are you guys doing here? Does the emperor want to lay hands on my master again, looking for death?" Lu Ruyan instantly raised her alertness and hurriedly blocked in front of Xiao Fan, looking at the Genie Wei army with murderous fury. The three people standing at the very front, however, did not pay any attention to Ruyan Lu, but knelt down together, and the middle-aged one in the center made a pilgrimage to Xiao Fan. Commander Qin Wu of the Jinfu Division, by His Majesty's decree, has led 2 deputy commanders, Xu Jin and Pang Tong, and all the principal officials of the brocade guards in the capital to come and have an audience with the King of Yen. His Majesty has decreed that from now on, the King of Yen will be in charge of the Jinwu Division, in charge of the clan's political affairs, administering rewards and punishments, and rectifying the court's order. Qin Wu, kowtow to the King of Yen. Kowtow to King Yen. Kowtow to King Yen. Behind them, all of the main officials of the Jinui in the capital had knelt down, making imposing noises. When Xiao Fan heard Qin Wu's words, he instantly understood what that emperor's old man of his meant. This was to hand over the power of the court and the power of the entire Xiao imperial clan's clan to him, which was considered to be a complete devolution of power to him, allowing him to reorganize the court. And the reason why he, the emperor's father, had made such a decision, I'm afraid that conversation between father and son today had played an important role. After all, with his realm, those elders hiding in the dark room next door could not be hidden from him. His emperor's old man had handed over the power to him, and it seemed that he had the support of all the elders of the family. However, Ruyan Lu was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words that Qin Wu had just said, and said to Xiao Fan, "Master, what exactly does your emperor's old man want?" "It doesn't mean much, it just means that I can kill whoever I want, and whoever I think is guilty is guilty." Xiao Fan smiled faintly at Lu Yan and explained briefly, immediately becoming incomparably serious, his majestic aura showing all over his body as he ordered Qin Wu, you've come just in time, order your men to surround the second prince's residence. Lead the way. Although Qin Wu had doubts in his heart, he didn't dare to refuse. Anyway, if something happened, there was Xiao Fan, a tall man, who was on top, and he obediently followed orders to do things. All the brocade guards heaven's order, immediately go back to mobilize all the men and horses, with the fastest speed, encircle the second prince's residence, quick. Qin Wu then ordered loudly. Yes. Da-da-da-da. In the next moment, all the brocade guards' chief officers left in flames, conveying orders as fast as they could, mobilizing a large number of brocade guards and heading to the second prince's residence. Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan rushed over first, allowing Qin Wu to lead the Genie Wei army to arrive later. The second prince's residence this side, Xiao Zhe is still playing chess with Mo Lao, while sipping tea, and the smiles on the faces of the two are thick, waiting for news from the Yan Wangfu side. Elder Mo, I actually have a question for you? After playing a game of chess, Xiao Zhe stared curiously at old man Mo and asked, "Oh, if you have any questions, just ask." With a hint of a smile, Elder Mo looked at Xiao Zhe, picked up the hot tea on the table, and savored a sip. "Elder Mo, you sent someone to kill fourth brother tonight, you've put in enough blood, even a 9th grade martial sect has been sent out. I know that you are doing this to make the play a little more realistic and try to make fourth brother believe that they are the people sent by 8th brother. But in case fourth brother he doesn't believe it's the people sent by 8th brother, won't we lose a powerful force for nothing?" Only after Mo Lao finished his tea did Xiao Zhe ask with a touch of gravity. "I'm sending them over tonight, though it does seem like a head scratcher, though it looks like we're going to lose a lot of money. But as the saying goes, if you can't spare the child, you can't catch the wolf, and if you want King Yin to believe that the group of killers are the 8th prince's people, then that force has to be strong, and it must not be a group of rabble-rousers. More importantly, for this action tonight, I don't expect King Yin to be completely convinced that they are the 8th prince's men, I only need to draw his attention to the 8th prince, even if I have achieved my goal." After Mo Lao finished speaking, he took another sip of tea and moistened his throat, but then he violently opened his eyes and his complexion suddenly changed as he said to Xiao Zhe, "An honored guest has arrived." "An honored guest? What guest?" Xiao Zhe pursued with suspicion. "I don't know, anyway, there's a person who exudes the aura of a martial king." Elder Mo's brows furrowed as he looked in the direction of the mansion's gate and continued, let's go, and meet our honored guests for a while." The two had just stepped out of the hall when one of his men hurriedly ran back and forth to report. "Report! Second Highness, King Yen is here." "What?" Xiao Zhe's face changed drastically. How could it be his fourth brother coming? He should know that he had just been talking with old man Mo about assassinating Xiao Fan tonight and falsely accusing Xiao Qingtian, but he did not realize that they had just finished their talk and the person had already arrived at the mansion. For a moment, Xiao Zhe became a little alarmed, thinking that it was because their matter had been discovered by Xiao Fan, and he hurriedly stared at Elder Mo and asked, Elder Mo, it can't be that fourth brother found out that the group of assassins were sent by us. He's coming over now, he must want to settle the score with us. What should we do? What should we do? Don't be in a hurry, Second Highness, calm down and take a look first. Elder Mo, however, reminded with a bashful face. Xiao Zhe could only pretend to be calm, and soon saw Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan walking, and he also saw Lu Ruyan carrying a parcel in her hand, which was still dripping blood. Seeing this package made Xiao Zhe become more nervous inside. Looking at the shape of the package and the blood dripping from underneath, it was more than likely a human head inside. However, before he could completely tear his face off, Xiao Zhe still wore a bright smile and warmly welcomed. Ha ha ha, what brings you here, fourth brother? Since you're coming over, you didn't send someone to notify me in advance so I could meet you at the gate. Second brother. I didn't want to come here, but you sent someone straight to the house to invite me, and with a sword at that. Xiao Fan coldly responded with a sentence, while Lu Ruyan directly tended to throw the package forward, and a head directly rolled down in front of Xiao Zhe and Mo Lao. After seeing the face of the head, Xiao Zhe and Mo Lao's complexion sank. It seemed that their plan was indeed recognized by Xiao Fan. Since it had already developed to this point, Elder Mo no longer hid it and instantly let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. It is rumored in the rivers and lakes that His Highness, King Yen, is in control of a huge force, and now it seems that this is indeed the case. And now that you've recognized that the assassin was sent by us, what exactly do you want? If you want to go to war with us, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough. Seeing that Elder Mo had already admitted it, Xiao Zhe coldly looked at Xiao Fan and said, Fourth brother, no matter how much power you actually wield, in front of old man Mo and I, you're still untouchable, and you won't have a good time if you go against us. Instead, from today onwards, you defect to me, and you and I, brothers, joining forces, will surely be able to create a stronger Great Zhou dynasty. No, it should be the Great Zhou Imperial dynasty. Xiao Fan only laughed coldly at Xiao Zhe's conditions and said with a million disdain, Second brother, do you really think I'm that gullible as a 3-year-old? But I'm coming over tonight, so you and I, brothers, can take our time to discuss the score. But this old thing beside you, I'm going to settle the blood debt of 20 years ago with him tonight. Chapter 22, The Perfect Furnace Ruyan Lu. A blood debt from 20 years ago? You were just born then, and I was only 2 or 3 years old, so how could Elder Mo have a blood debt with you? Xiao Zhe's brows furrowed as he looked at Xiao Fan and then at Elder Mo, a puzzled look on his face. One must know that he had also met Elder Mo by chance when he was out traveling 6 years ago. Ever since he had received Mo Lao's full assistance, it had caused his power within the courtroom to rise again and again, gradually approaching from a huge gap with the 8th prince, to be on an equal footing. And this fourth brother of his said that he had a blood debt with Mo Lao from 20 years ago, which really confused him. Mo Lao's face at this moment, however, became incomparably gloomy, and the eyes that looked at Xiao Fan were filled with a thick killing chance as he coldly said, King Yen, you are truly extraordinary. That incident from 20 years ago has been found out by you, and you have also determined that it is related to Lao Fu. It's just that I don't understand how you found out about the old man, and how much you really know about the hidden agenda. As Mo Lao finished his words, Xiao Zhe's face changed drastically. It turned out that this old man had come to Great Zhou 20 years ago, and he hurriedly asked after him. Elder Mo, didn't you say that you first set foot in my Great Zhou's land only 6 years ago? Why have you been here for 20 years, and what exactly happened? At this moment, Xiao Zhe realized that Mo Lao had hidden many secrets, and the curiosity within him, as well as his vigilance, made him want to figure out what it was that this old thing had come to do back then. Second brother, don't you all say that 20 years ago, I was just born? You should be able to hear a thing or two from your mother consort about what happened in the palace that year. Seeing that Xiao Zhe wanted to pursue an answer, Xiao Fan reminded in a cold voice. I think I did hear my mother's consort mention what happened within the palace 20 years ago. The empress gave birth to you and died on the night of your full moon day. Subsequently, father declared to the public that the empress had contracted a terminal disease and died suddenly, but mother consort said that the empress had been assassinated, and even you almost died. In that case, the person who assassinated the empress and you back then was Elder Mo. Xiao Zhe instantly came to his senses and backed up, pulling away from Mo Lao. Mo Lao lied to him that he had first arrived in Great Zhou only 6 years ago, and it seemed that he was trying to cover up the fact that he had come to Great Zhou 20 years ago. Since he wanted to help him fight for the throne, yet he was concealing such a significant matter, at the moment it made him wary of Mo Lao. More importantly, once the emperor's elder and the family elders knew that the old man beside him was the murderer who had assassinated the empress back then even though he, the emperor's son, had heavenly power, he would be completely disintegrated, and he would even end up in a worse situation than what Xiao Fan had been in 5 years ago, and would not be able to keep his life even. Ha ha ha. Mo Lao let out a loud laugh when he realized that Xiao Zhe was actually afraid of him, and after he finished laughing, his face once again became icy cold and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he stared at Xiao Zhe. It's no use being afraid of me when it comes down to it, and there's no way back for you. Because you should also be able to think that you are using the murderer who assassinated the empress and the fourth prince back then to help you out, and in the eyes of your emperor's old man, what difference does it make to conspire against him? Xiaozhe, if you try to draw a line with me now, you will end up worse off than the Yin King back then. For today's sake, you can only follow my orders and do what I want in order to save your life and still become the sole master of Great Zhou. And while this toxic chicken soup for the soul speech from Elder Mo was filled with toxicity, it made Xiaozhe quite agreeable. That's right, Xiaozhe is not willing to give up the fight for the throne. If he gives up, the end will be even more miserable. The only way he could eventually become the emperor of the Great Zhou was to continue to receive the support of Elder Mo and the forces behind him, and to eradicate all the enemies that stood in the way. Elder Mo. Since fourth brother has already sent him to the door, let's leave him behind completely. After thinking clearly, Xiaozhe's eyes flashed with merciless killing opportunities and said, "Don't worry. If he's here, he won't leave alive tonight, come on." Elder Mo was full of confidence and then let out a furious cry. Swish swish swish. In the next moment, dozens of strong people were seen appearing from all around, surrounding Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. What? All of them are at the martial zone level. Elder Mo, just how many experts have you hidden in my mansion? Seeing that the aura of the weakest person among these dozens of people in front of him was stronger than him, Xiaozhe's complexion was startled as he looked at Old Man Mo and asked. Since he met Elder Mo 6 years ago, his original talent, which was relatively average, under Elder Mo's guidance, his martial strength had also grown rapidly, from the previous Xuanwu to Earthwu, Tianwu, and Wushu Master, and he had only recently barely managed to enter the first grade of Wushu Zone. Of the dozens of strong people in front of him, the weakest person's aura was stronger than his, so it was evident that the worst of this group was at the realm of a second-grade martial sect. He knew before that the forces behind Elder Mo were strong, but he didn't expect them to be so strong, calling in dozens of martial sect powerhouses at once. With regards to this force, with the number of martial zone levels alone, they were afraid that the royal family of the Great Zhou was a few points weaker. And as Elder Mo looked at Xiaozhe's shocked expression, he once again laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. Second prince, that's because your vision is too small and is only placed in this area of the Great Zhou dynasty. Looking at the entire eastern wasteland continent, your Great Zhou is but a projectile land, able to reach the realm of the martial zone, perhaps already one of the strongest. The status is honored. But over in my hometown, martial zones are a dime a dozen, and martial kings can only be considered one of the strongest, and anyone who wants to become the topmost powerhouse is still far from qualified. After Xiaozhe heard this, the smile on his face became even more intense. It turned out that the forces behind Mo Lao were far more powerful than he had imagined, and he was even more grateful as he made a pilgrimage to Mo Lao. Elder Mo, I, Xiaozhe, am fortunate to be able to receive your assistance in this life. Elder Mo, please accept Xiaozhe's obeisance. You will be my regenerating father from now on. As the words fell, Xiaozhe respectfully arched his hands in a bow and solemnly performed a great kneeling salute to Elder Mo. When Xiao Fan saw this scene, his face was filled with contempt as he indifferently said, "This man, once he has no backbone, he even sells out his ancestors. Second brother, you've really disgraced your ancestors. How can you still have the face to live in this world as a descendant of the Xiao family?" Being humiliated and taunted from Xiao Fan, the killing intent on Xiaozhe's body became even more intense as he mercilessly said, "As the old saying goes, the one who succeeds is the king and the one who loses is the bandit. You, a person who is about to die, what qualifications do you have to mock me here? Seeing as you're my brother, I'll let Elder Mo leave you with a whole body and a decent death." "No problem." Elder Mo nodded his head in agreement and then stared at Xiao Fan with cold eyes. "King Yen. In fact, your natural talent is far above your second brother's. If you are able to submit to my Great Shang dynasty now, you will be the one to take charge of Great Zhou. If you refuse, then you will die here tonight." The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth rose slightly as he said with cold disdain, "Then this prince will also give you a chance to find out why you assassinated this king's mother back then, not even sparing this king who had just turned 1 month old. If you are willing to answer obediently, this king will only waste your cultivation and leave you with a dog's life to go back to your master and report back to him, and this king will go to the Great Shang dynasty in the next few days and personally wring off his head." Ha ha ha. Elder Mo laughed once again, letting out a laugh filled with contempt as he roared with a murderous aura. "King Yen, I don't think you'll have a chance to meet my master, because I'm going to break you into pieces tonight. Men, kill for me. Yes." Boom. In an instant, dozens of people erupted with the strongest aura, shaking the entire courtyard's floor and causing the air to burst. Among this group of people, there were actually 5 or 6 half-step martial kings, and even at the martial king realm, there were 2 people. The 2 martial kings did not make a move and stood quietly behind Elder Mo and Xiaozhe. Swish swish swish. 6 half-step martial kings led dozens of martial zone powerhouses and launched an attack towards Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. "You seek death." Lu Ruyan let out a cold cry and immediately entered female killing god mode, directly bombarding the surroundings with a palm, extremely fast. Each palm print was like lightning, thundering away. Bang, bang, bang. In a matter of moments, dozens of martial zones, all of them died out and turned into blood. The 6 half-step martial kings who rushed at the very back were lucky to escape. However, the 6 of them also felt the terrifying martial king's aura from Ray and Lu's body, and it was feared that all 6 of them might not be able to kill this little woman with a combined strike. Old man Mo, who was at the back, also stared dead on at Ruyan Lu as he observed, his face filled with marvelous colors as he said, "My gosh, I didn't realize that King Yan actually had such a terrifying genius by his side, being a martial king at such a young age. Good. This is just what I want. My master is in need of a young and gifted woman to be a good cauldron." "A cauldron? Master, what does that old thing mean by a cauldron?" Lu Ruyan asked Xiao Fan with a touch of puzzlement. "His master is a colorful demon who cultivates by absorbing women's cultivation. He's going to capture you back for his master to enjoy and drain your cultivation." Xiao Fan bluntly explained the meaning of the word cauldron to Lu Ruyan. After Lu Ruyan heard these words, an even colder and ferocious murderous aura immediately erupted from her body, and her entire body stormed in place, as if she was like a female god of death returning from hell, staring viciously at old Taoist Mo. "You damn stinky old man, if this auntie doesn't break you into pieces, I won't be called Lu Ruyan." Boom! Lu Ruyan instantly carried a furious killing aura as she charged towards Elder Mo. "Stop him!" Elder Mo shouted angrily, and the 6 half-step kings went towards Lu Ruyan to kill her. "Die for me!" Bang, bang, bang. The Lu Ruyan under the storm was really like an invincible female killing god, instantly came to the front of the half-step king, and blasted the half-step king into dregs with a punch. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately after that, without waiting for the remaining 5 half-step martial kings to react, Lu Ruyan blasted out lightning 5 consecutive small punches with a thunderous momentum, blasting the people into a bloody flower. "Ha ha ha, the stronger you are, the better the master will like it more." Seeing that Lu Ruyan had killed 6 half-step martial kings in the blink of an eye, not only did Elder Mo not get angry, he instead revealed a thick smile and ordered the 2 martial kings behind him. "You guys go on, arrest the people, and don't ever kill them." "Yes." Boom. In the next moment, a strong aura of a peak first-grade martial king erupted from both of them, and with extreme speed, they pounced straight at Ruyan Lu in front of them. Soon, the 2 rushed in front of Ruyan Lu, and the 2 clenched their fists, one on each side, and blasted towards Ruyan Lu's chest. "Die for me!" Snap! Lu Ruyan shouted furiously and directly gave a slap to one person, jerking the 2 martial kings out. Bang bang! She then blasted out 2 more fists, as if they were 2 large mountains, with extremely terrifying power, and blasted at the 2 people who flew backwards, instantly turning into 2 pieces of blood mist. Hisses. Seeing that this berserk petite girl was able to kill even a martial king in seconds, a look of fear appeared on Xiao Zhe's face. He had never seen a woman who was so beautiful in looks, yet so ferocious and ruthless. Especially this woman was still his 4th brother's henchman, who had already killed Mo Lao's men cleanly, causing him to be terrified inside, hiding behind Mo Lao and asking anxiously, "Elder Mo, this maid of 4th brother is really too scary, can you deal with her?" "Don't worry. Although she's strong, she's unbeatable in the eyes of the old man." Elder Mo, however, had a light look on his face and was very subdued. In his eyes, Ruyan Lu was just a little girl, even if she was a martial king, even if she was able to take 2 of his martial king henchmen in seconds, she was still not his opponent. "Old ghost, what are you so mad about? Suffer death." Boom! Just as Mo Lao finished speaking, Lu Ruyan quickly killed over, her jade hand formed a fist, erupting with a raging and monstrous power, aiming at her head and blasting it over. Humph! Mo Lao just smiled gently and swung casually, slamming his fist out and clashing with Lu Ruyan's fist. Bang, bang, bang. However, the power of Mo Lao's punch was also extremely huge. Lu Ruyan unexpectedly did not catch it, and the whole person fell back extremely fast, and even retreated a dozen steps in a row after landing, stepping on the ground to make a big pit. Yo! A 3rd-grade martial king, yet he was able to receive a punch from Lao Fu without being seriously injured. He is really strong and has amazing talent. Well, the better this physique of yours is, the happier my master will be when he captures it back. When Elder Mo saw that Lu Ruyan had caught his punch and was not much injured, he wore an appreciative smile and carefully sized it up again. "Dead old thief. What are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out." As for Lu Ruyan, she felt insulted at the fact that Mo Lao was sizing up her entire body and roared in violent anger. "Smokey, back off, you're no match for him." Just when Lu Ruyan was about to strike again, Xiao Fan opened his mouth to stop it and came to his side, inspecting that jade hand and asked, "Does it hurt?" Ouch! Lu Ruyan also instantly changed from a murderous female maniac to a petite and lovely appearance, pampering Xiao Fan and shedding tears from the corners of her eyes. "Don't cry. I'll avenge you if you dare to hurt my Smokey." Xiao Fan wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said soothingly. When Xiao Zhe and Elder Mo saw this scene, they immediately felt some discomfort and goosebumps all over their bodies. This was not like a pair of master and servant, it was clearly a couple. Spreading dog food here in front of them was disgusting. Elder Mo was the first to hold back, and drank indifferently. "King Yen, it is said that you have practiced secret arts and can hide your cultivation. Old me will learn how strong you really are tonight." Boom! As the voice fell, Mo Lao carried the strongest aura and took a step, instantly arriving behind Xiao Fan, his fist aimed straight at the back of his head, and he blasted his fist over, the air around him crackling and bursting, ferociously incomparable, as if this punch went down and was able to blow up a 10,000-foot-high mountain. Chapter 23 Mastermind Surfaces, Xiao Fan's Heavenly Means. Bang! However, just as Mo Lao's punch came close to 3 feet, it was as if his fist had blasted against an invisible and incomparably hard wall, emitting a muffled sound. Click! Bang! Immediately after that, Mo Lao countered due to excessive force. The entire fist was like an egg smashed on top of the invisible wall that was as hard as stone, instantly bursting and shattering, and the entire person flew out backwards. Elder Mo. Seeing Mo Lao's punch go down, not only did it not injure Xiao Fan, but his own fist exploded instead, causing Xiao Zhe to scream with a horrified look on his face. The next moment, a scene that frightened him even more appeared, only to see Xiao Fan grabbing with his big hand, but Mo Lao, who flew out backwards, was like a kite tied with a string, being pulled back by this fourth brother of his, eventually strangling Mo Lao's neck. It's over. Seeing this scene in front of him, Xiao Zhe's entire body instantly deflated and sat paralyzed on the ground, feeling incomparable despair. His greatest dependence had been reduced to a prisoner of Xiao Fan, and what awaited him would be the judgment of doom. At this moment, Mo Lao, who had been choked by Xiao Fan, had endless fear in his eyes, and a look of disbelief surfaced on his face as he stared at Xiao Fan with a deadly glare and asked, "What exactly is your realm now? Martial Emperor, Martial Monarch, or Martial Zun, Martial Sage? It can't be the supreme and sole Martial Emperor who has ruled over the ages, right? With his strength of a 6th-grade Martial King, he would actually be treated as a small child by Xiao Fan and be completely crushed, showing that this Yin King's strength was absolutely unfathomable, leaving him far behind. Even he felt an aura from Xiao Fan that was even more terrifying than that of his master, and those elders of his master. Using this as a basis, he was certain that Xiao Fan's strength had definitely surpassed that of a Martial King and entered a higher realm. At this moment, although he felt immense despair and fear, deep down he was also feeling shocked by Xiao Fan's heaven-defying strength. One should know that 5 years ago, Xiao Fan was being his cultivation and turned into some invalid, or he was living in the most unsuitable place for human cultivation for 5 years. It was in that bitterly cold land that it only took 5 years to turn from a wastrel into such a terrifying strength today. Looking at the entire eastern wasteland continent, he had never heard of anyone who was able to go from being a penniless wastrel, to surging into a martial emperor, or even a more powerful realm. Xiao Fan just stared coldly at old man Mo and did not answer the other party's question. Instead, he exploded a monstrous murderous aura and asked, "Old ghost, tell this king, why did you kill me and my mother back then? Was it your master or the emperor of the great Shang dynasty? Or was it someone else who gave the order? And what is your plot to take control of my great Zhou after all your efforts? As long as you obediently give an account, this king will give you a pain in the ass, otherwise not only will you not be able to conceal any information, you will also enjoy endless painful torture services before you die." Ha ha ha. Mo Lao, however, a laugh filled with contempt occurred and swore to Xiao Fan, "Kid, the old man has been in the Jianghu for more than 100 years. What scenes have I not seen? What sufferings have I not eaten? Will I be intimidated by your so-called painful torture? What's more, I won't betray my master. I'd rather die than betray, so don't think you'll get any information you want from me. But I can be sure of this, if you kill me tonight, it won't be long before you die a horrible death as well, and the master will surely send someone to avenge my death for me." Upon hearing this hardcore statement from Mo Lao, Xiao Fan only raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled coldly. In this world, no matter how hard the bones were, it was simply impossible to have any secrets that could be hidden in front of him. Good. Since you want to try the taste of torture, then this king will let you taste the power of the soul-searching technique. After Xiao Fan finished speaking, his large hand grabbed Mo Lao's head. "Ah, no. How do you know that kind of secret art aptitude? You kill me, you just kill me." At this moment, when Elder Mo learned that Xiao Fan knew the soul-searching technique, he exclaimed in a million panic. He would rather be killed by a knife than try the soul-searching technique before dying. This was because he had heard some powerful people say that the soul-searching technique was extremely powerful, and once it was performed, it could be informed of any memory information in the enemy's brain. And in the process of performing this magic secret art, the person who was cast this art will be incomparable pain, as if 1,000 cuts, as if under the frying pan, as if the extraction of tendons and bones. Life is worse than death. In the end, one loses all memory and becomes a walking corpse. He had never expected that Xiao Fan would have this legendary divine secret technique. And he also knew exactly why Xiao Fan would directly kill the second prince's residence, and why he knew that the incident 20 years ago was his doing. It must have been Xiao Fan who performed this technique and was informed of everything from the mind of that beloved servant he sent to the Yanwang mansion tonight. 20 years ago, that person had accompanied him on that mission to Great Zhou. At that time, when he learned that Xiao Fan did not die, he had this person stay in Great Zhou, lurking around and secretly monitoring Xiao Fan's growth. A few years ago, Xiao Fan in the southern realm of the army decapitation, gradually become a million army commander. That henchman will pass this news back. The master then ordered him to return to the big week, ready for the future of the big plan, advanced layout. These things that Mo Lao had just thought about were also quickly informed by Xiao Fan, and there was nowhere for any secrets to hide. The moment Xiao Fan let go of his hand, Elder Mo had already turned into a demented look and collapsed on the ground. After carefully combing through some of the information obtained, Xiao Fan muttered, Crown Prince Qin Changsheng of the Great Shang Dynasty, you have been the Crown Prince for 40 years, and you want to urgently grow in strength and compete for the throne. This king can understand that. But you sent someone to kill this king and mother 20 years ago. This king does not understand. This revenge must find you to settle. However, this king is even more curious as to why you also want to obtain my Great Zhou Dynasty. Could it be that there is some greater conspiracy hidden behind controlling the Great Zhou Dynasty just like the other Holy Land's purpose? Judging from the information he currently had, all forces wanted to gain control of the Great Zhou Dynasty. And from the information obtained from Mo Lao's memories, Crown Prince Qin Changsheng of the Great Shang Dynasty didn't just want to control Great Zhou, those neighboring dynasties around him were also among this Crown Prince's targets. And it seemed that other Holy Lands were also extending their hands into these dynasties, wanting to take control of the major dynasties. All of these signs indicate that in order to control so many dynasties, in addition to expanding their territories, there must be secrets that are not known to the public. But this secret will always let him know, and it also makes him more convinced of one thing, to keep the Great Zhou Dynasty, maybe it will be of great use in the future. As for the next emperor of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Xiao Fan had already had the best candidate in his mind, and that was his 13th brother, Xiao Jingtian. Thinking of this brother, Xiao Fan's gaze gradually looked towards Xiao Zhe. When Xiao Zhe saw Xiao Fan looking over, he was inwardly terrified, and while crawling in the direction of the main entrance, he begged for forgiveness as if his heart was burning. Fourth brother, although you and I were not born from the same mother, but the same father, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water, do you really bear to kill me? Fourth brother, please let me go, as long as you spare my life. From now on, I'll assist you with all my heart and all my strength, defeat 8th and 10th brothers, and succeed my father's throne to become the supreme lord of Great Zhou. 10th brother? Xiao Zhe's mention of his 10th brother also reminded Xiao Fan of this usually very low-profile younger brother, Xiao Jun, a nerd who completely ignored the major events of the dynasty and only loved freedom and studying literature. Right. Yes, you don't look at him as if he is out of touch with the world and not interested in the power of the court. In fact, among so many of our brothers, I'm afraid he's the most dangerous and difficult one to deal with. In order to investigate his bottom line, even if old Mo had gone through his various means, he had not found out which power behind the 10th brother was supporting him. Fourth brother, I've already revealed so much information, please let me go. As long as you let me go, I'll tell you all the information I have, all of it. Xiao Zhe saw that Xiao Fan was also finally paying attention to Xiao Jun, his younger brother, and used the information he had as capital to beg for his life to be preserved. Ergo, do you think I still need your information? Do you think you have more information than that old man Mo? What you know, he knows, and what you don't know, he knows, and I've gotten all the information he knows out of his head, so that information of yours is of no use to me. Xiao Fan hung a faint smile and said to Xiao Zhe. This smile of his was full of killing intent in Xiao Zhe's eyes. No, you can't kill me, I can't die. Xiao Zhe hurriedly climbed up and ran towards the gate while yelling, boom boom, da-da-da-da. Also at this time, the gate of the mansion was forcibly kicked open and a large number of brocade guards rushed in. The arrival of the brocade guards, especially seeing that the person at the head was actually Qin Wu, the highest officer of the Jinfu division, Xiao Zhe seemed as if he had seen hope, and hurriedly shouted, Commander Qin, fourth brother has gone crazy again, he came in my place and started killing people, killed all my men and now he wants to kill me. Commander Qin, after he kills me, he'll go into the palace and kill my father and plot to usurp the throne again. Commander Qin, make a move to catch him. Ha ha ha. Qin Wu burst out laughing when he heard these words from Xiao Zhe. Commander Qin, what are you still laughing at? Fourth brother wants to usurp the throne again, and now he even wants to kill me to silence me, so arrest someone. Xiao Zhe's face was full of incomprehension and his heart was anxious to urge. Genie Wei is the sharp blade in the hands of his father, the execution of the knife of life, the power of the horror, regardless of anyone who has committed a crime. Once the resistance, you can have the right to decapitate and then report back to the emperor, and will not be responsible for any responsibility. Right now, he could only hope that Qin Wu would be able to save his life, or else he would definitely die in Xiao Fan's hands. Just that he didn't know one thing, today's Shinfu Si only listens to Xiao Fan's orders. Swish! In the next moment, Qin Wu directly drew his precious sword and headed towards Xiao Zhe's neck. You seek death. Xiao Zhe thought that Qin Wu was going to slash him with a knife, so he became furious and erupted with the strength of a first-grade martial sect, launching a counterattack. Get out! And Qin Wu let out a cold cry as his 45-yard kick landed on top of Xiao Zhe's chest. Click! Pust! A few of Xiao Zhe's ribs broke and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell heavily to the ground. Qin Wu once again swung his sword and held it against Xiao Zhe's throat and said, Second Prince! His Majesty the Emperor has decreed that our Jinfu division is under the command of King Yen, and His Majesty the Emperor has also given His Majesty King Yen the power of the Great Zhou Imperial clan as well. In other words, His Highness King Yen has already grasped the power of the Great Zhou dynasty and the power of your royal clan, so what reason does he have to rebel? Slandering the prince for rebellion and hand-to-hand combat, Second Prince, you're guilty enough to be killed. What? Xiao Zhe's face sank in complete despair. How could he have expected that the emperor's old man had actually handed over all the power of the great Zhou dynasty to his fourth brother, King Yin? Ha ha ha. However, after Xiao Zhe's shock and despair, he immediately figured it out, but he let out a burst of laughter, looking down on life and death, and said to Xiao Fan, "Fourth brother, as I said earlier, the one who succeeds is the king and the one who loses is the enemy, losing at your hands. Second brother, I am convinced. Now that you've finally gotten your wish and hold the power of my great Zhou in your hands, life and death are just a matter of words. But before you kill me, I have to solemnly remind you that both 8th and 10th brothers are not good people, and with my presence missing, they will definitely go all out against you. You remember, I and the Nine Springs also only recognize you as the emperor, and you must not be able to let the conspiracy of the 8th and 10th brothers succeed, even if with your strength nowadays, completely disregard the throne of my great Zhou, but also cannot let the two of them to take away, at most, can only be handed over to the old 13 hands. Come on, kill me." After finishing the words from the bottom of his heart, Xiao Zhe closed his eyes and waited for Xiao Fan's judgment. And he could hear Xiao Fan's footsteps coming step by step with his eyes closed, and his heart was pounding when he heard that coming sound, and even at this moment, he still didn't want to die. But the big mistake has been made. Even if Xiao Fan will let him go, that father of his will not let him go, and will surely die. Then after waiting for a while, Xiao Fan was slow to make a move and only gazed indifferently at Xiao Zhe. Xiao Zhe opened his eyes and saw that there was no longer a killing aura on the lower Xiao Fan and asked in doubt, "Fourth brother, you're not going to kill me? Let father and the elders decide whether to kill you or not." After Xiao Fan finished speaking, he stared at Qin Wu, bring second brother and that awful old man into the palace together. In addition, block the news, strictly forbid the spreading of what happened here, once discovered, kill without pardon. Fourth brother, such a strong aura just erupted here, I'm afraid it's too late for you to cover it up now. What happened here must have already spread. Xiao Zhe kindly reminded. Yes? Xiao Fan smiled faintly and pointed at Qin Wu who was on the side and continued. Asked Qin Wu if he felt any battles happening in here outside? Can you seal off the entire mansion from prying eyes of outsiders? Xiao Zhe's expression shook as he stared at Xiao Fan and asked. Then, with a strong look of shock, he looked at Qin Wu who was on the side. And Qin Wu replied truthfully. Second Highness, from the time I led the brocade guards all the way over here, I didn't even notice anything happening inside your mansion, and there was no outburst of any so-called strong person's aura, everything was so calm. Boom! Qin Wu's words completely subverted Xiao Zhe's understanding. His heart set off shock waves. This fourth brother of his had terrorized his strength to such an extent that even the eruption of the breath of a martial king powerhouse was able to be concealed from outsiders. With an incomparable shock, Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Fan and asked, "Fourth brother, what realm are you in today?" Chapter 24, Playing with the Hands. Xiao Zhe looked at Xiao Fan with great anticipation, and Qin Wu also stared intently at this fourth prince. They were all curious about Xiao Fan's realm, what kind of realm he had reached that was beyond their reach. Under the crowd's anticipation, Xiao Fan, however, faintly smiled and said, "It doesn't matter what realm, what's important is that you all just need to know that I am the sky of the Great Zhou dynasty and the earth of the Great Zhou dynasty. With this king around, the 8th and 10th brothers, the forces behind that old Mo of yours, and all the forces of the Holy Land that are plotting against you, two will never want to take control of Great Zhou. If this king is willing, it would be easy to exterminate them." Fizzle. Although Xiao Fan's words sounded like he was talking big, they had to be convinced. It was because up until this moment, this Yin king in front of them really seemed to be omnipotent and invincible, capable of crushing any powerful opponent. Alright, let's go to the palace together to meet the emperor's old man. Xiao Fan lightly glanced at the two of them and then stepped away. And then, Qin Wu took Xiao Zhe and had people carry Mo Lao, who had become a demented plant, into the palace together. The imperial palace. When Xiao Badian learned everything that had happened, he was furious. He did not expect the second son to collude with the murderer who assassinated the empress back then, as well as wanting to design a way to get rid of the other brothers and inherit the throne. Heartless. What's the use of keeping you bastard? Qin Wu, pull the man down and chop him up. Xiao Badian roared with rage. And Xiao Zhe didn't feel fear when he heard this order, because he had looked down on life and death after Xiao Fan had defeated Elder Mo, knowing that the end of his death was set in stone. Now that he was facing the Emperor's elders' order to kill him, he appeared calm and relaxed. Wait! Also at this time, the Grand Elder stood out and said to Xiao Badian, to kill him. Fanner could have killed him long ago when he was in his mansion, but Fanner didn't do that and brought him back to see us, so he must have already had an idea. Aha! Xiao Badian gradually collected the murderous aura on his body and looked at Xiao Fan, who was sitting leisurely on the side and sipping tea, and asked, Fanner, is it true that you don't want to kill your second brother? Is it true that you already have some kind of plan in mind? Tell us all, our entire family will listen to you. That's right. If you have a plan, let us know, so we can also cooperate with you in accomplishing it. The second elder then chimed in. The third elder and the remaining 6 elders also placed their gazes on Xiao Fan. Xiao Zhe also stared tightly at Xiao Fan with a hint of hope. Xiao Fan finished the tea in his cup and slowly put the cup down before he blandly said, Elders, have you all examined that Elder Mo's body and determined that he is the same assassin who killed the Queen Mother in that year's line? The Grand Elder took a few steps towards Xiao Fan's side and replied with a serious face. Can't be wrong. When this person sneaked into the palace to assassinate you and your mother and tried to escape, it was us, the three great elders, who stepped in and engaged him in a bloody battle. In that battle, we didn't kill him and he was still wearing a mask, so we couldn't see his face, but during the fight, we tore off his left sleeve and saw a winged tiger tattooed on his left arm. Aha! Xiao Badian and the other elders also nodded their heads. They couldn't intervene at that time, so they watched the battle from the sidelines and saw it clearly. Then there's no mistaking it. That's him. After receiving confirmation from the crowd, Xiao Fan slowly stood up and said to the crowd, I have already learned from this person that his master is the great Shang dynasty, who has been the crown prince Chen Qianxing for 40 years. It was Chen Qianxing who ordered him to come and assassinate mother concubine and me, and it was also this person's order to secretly manipulate second brother, and after taking control of the Great Zhou imperial dynasty, he would then seize the reins of Great Zhou in one fell swoop, and subordinate himself to the Great Shang imperial dynasty. The several neighboring dynasties around us are also within their targets, and even more so within the targets of the various Holy Land forces. Summarizing all the circumstances, I judge that there may be a shocking conspiracy brewing in the entire eastern wasteland continent, and if there is no unity within my great Zhou Shao family, I will surely be wiped clean. Therefore, second brother, I realize that you are actually not hopeless yet, that's why I didn't choose to kill you at that time, and wanted to give you another chance to serve the family, and to serve the future generations of our Shao family. Are you willing to do so? Put. Xiao Zhe immediately knelt down heavily and paid homage to Xiao Fan, even his forehead was cracked and blood flowed out as he swore an oath of assurance. Fourth brother. Thank you for not killing me, and thank you for looking up to second brother, and for saving him. From today onwards, second brother, for your sake and for the sake of my Shao family to survive throughout the ages, even if it takes my life, I am willing to do so, and I will defend the honor of the family at all costs. If I ever break this promise and betray the family and you again, I will immediately be struck by the heavens and will be condemned to die without a burial place. At this moment, Xiao Badian and the elders were also able to perceive that Xiao Zhe was genuinely repentant. And now that they had put the power in Xiao Fan's hands, then they would respect all decisions to not kill Xiao Zhe, and keep it to redeem their sins. Yes. Xiao Fan nodded in satisfaction and blasted a palm on top of Xiao Zhe's head. This palm went down, Xiao Zhe's complexion suddenly changed, 10,000 points of despair, is about to open his mouth to scold Xiao Fan backtracked, words without faith. Even Xiao Badian as well as all the elders thought that Xiao Fan was also trying to backtrack and kill Xiao Zhe with a slap. Boom! However, in the next moment, Xiao Zhe's strength was surging crazily, soaring all the way to the 5th grade martial sect realm. Noticing that Xiao Zhe's strength was soaring in an instant, Xiao Badian and the elders all revealed shocked expressions. It was important to know that Xiao Zhe was at the realm of a 1st grade martial zone, and none of them present had that ability to raise Xiao Zhe to a 5th grade martial zone in one go. Xiao Fan's sudden display of such heaven-defying means also once again made them realize that this 4th prince's true realm, I'm afraid, had reached a greatness that they would never be able to attain in their lifetime. And Xiao Zhe was doubly delighted, 1,000,000 times over. This 4th brother of his was able to raise his realm to a 5th grade martial sect in a single breath in an instant, rising 4 grades in a row. Like this kind of heaven-defying tactics, that old man Mo of his couldn't even do it. And it was this heaven-defying means of Xiao Fan that further convinced him that this 4th brother in front of him was truly terrifyingly terrifying. The Xiao family would definitely become incomparably powerful under the leadership of this younger brother of his. At this moment, he was also completely heartily submissive to Xiao Fan and thanked him with great excitement. 4th brother. From now on, this life of second brother is yours. Do whatever you want me to do, kill whomever you want me to kill, and I definitely won't blink an eye. Xiao Fan smiled faintly. Ascending 4 great realms in a row wasn't really much of a surprise. If he was willing, he could still raise Xiao Zhe's realm to a higher realm, and Martial King would not even be a problem. It was only that he had just promoted Xiao Zhe to a 5th grade martial zone. It was just a means of grace and authority, hoping that this second brother of his would know his ability and never have second thoughts again, and would do a good job for the family and consolidate the Xiao family's foundation for 1,000 generations. At the same time, as that palm went down, he also left a power mark inside the other party. As long as Xiao Zhe dared to break today's oath again in the future, betraying his family and betraying him, he would be the first to know and would immediately activate his power seal to blast him clean. While at this moment, the crowd saw that Xiao Fan merely smiled and did not respond to Xiao Zhe again, Xiao Badian hurriedly asked, Fanner, you didn't kill your second brother and boosted his strength. What is your plan? It's very simple. Second brother continued to contact the master on Mo Lao's side and send someone to send a message over, saying that Mo Lao had an accident and was assassinated by a mysterious powerhouse and that mysterious powerhouse already knows the secret of the Great Shang dynasty's desire to control the Great Zhou dynasty, so that they can send someone over again from their side. Once Chen Qianxing knew about it, he would definitely send his beloved ones who knew more inside information over, or even he himself would come over personally. At that time, when the person is captured, I will be able to understand the hidden secrets of the conspiracy. Xiao Fan said to the crowd with a serious face. Good. I understand, I'll write a letter and send someone to the Great Shang dynasty. Xiao Zhe immediately agreed and then digressed. Fourth brother, tomorrow Tang Chuchu is going to perform a puja for Tang Yuan at her home, and has invited representatives of all the major powers to attend. He is trying to behead you as all the forces to deter the major forces and regain the prestige of their Tang family. You have to be careful in this bureau tomorrow. From the information I have so far, there will definitely be a lot of people coming to kill you tomorrow night by name. We have to take precautionary measures in advance. Don't worry. I've had a plan for a long time. Tomorrow's funeral service is exactly what I have to look forward to. Tang Chuchu, it's time for you to pay the debt you owe. Xiao Fan replied with a bland face, and when he said the last sentence, his eyes exploded with a cold killing opportunity. At the same time, inside the 8th prince's residence, he also received a secret message that Qin Wu had led the brocade guards to the 2nd prince's residence, and even Xiao Fan was in the residence, and then entered the palace together. Strange thing. Could it be that 2nd brother and 4th brother have completely joined forces? And still by Qin Wu, the chief commander of the brocade guards, personally went to pick up the two into the palace. It is hard not to be father has handed over all the power to the two of them. If that's true, I should be prepared for it, just in case. Xiao Chengtian stood with his hands in the air and looked out the window, looking at the sky full of stars. A grim smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he coldly drank. Shura. Subordinate. Swish. In the next moment, a man with a strong aura of blood and wearing a Shura mask appeared behind him. Shura. You go back and tell Master and Lord that there is a shortage of personnel and send some people over for support. Xiao Chengtian said to Shura. Yes. Swish. Shura answered and instantly disappeared again. After Shou had gone, Xiao Chengtian shouted again. Trayin. What does your highness command? The mustachioed middle-aged man standing at the side respectfully saluted Xiao Chengtian. Chuan. That 10th brother of mine is still out there and doesn't know the situation in the capital. Later, I'll write a letter, which you'll personally take to him and give to him. Tell him that if he continues to be silent, the sky is about to change in this great show, and he won't get a single benefit. Xiao Chengtian instructed. Your highness is truly talented and wise, and with the 10th prince on board, you'll be able to utilize his power to deal with the 2nd and 4th princes who are joining forces. Let the 3 of them fight amongst themselves and deplete their strength, and your highness people will strike at the critical moment and completely eliminate all the forces that threaten you. Chuan immediately comprehended the purpose of Xiao Chengtian asking him to deliver the letter. This master of his, this was to borrow the 10th prince's knife to chop up the allied 2nd and 4th prince, while he himself was able to stay out of the way, sit back and watch the tigers fight, and become the final victor. Okay. Don't say so many nice things, there's too much cudgeling, I'm afraid I'll really lose my head then. Xiao Chengtian said while coming to the desk, picked up the brush, then began to write, and finally put the letter paper into the envelope, also sealed with wax, stamped his private seal, and handed it to Chuan to take away. After waiting for Chuan to leave, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly and a cold smile appeared on his face as he shouted again. Bloodbath. Bloodbath is in. The next moment, a man in a blood-red robe and a mask appeared behind him. Earlier, I instructed you to prepare the men and horses to wait until tomorrow night to go to the Sagittarius mansion to deal with that 4th brother of mine. But now the situation has changed and removed the people. I would think that it would be better to let that holy son behind Tang Chuchu eat 4th brother's losses as well. At that time, this emperor might not really need to pay much to be able to remove all the obstacles, and also weaken the Saint Sun's strength in the Violet Mansion Holy Land and strengthen the Master and Lord's side. Xiao Chengtian said with a wicked smile. Your highness is wise. I'll go and convey the order. The blood fiend praised and immediately disappeared. And Xiao Chengtian once again stood with his hands in front of him and came to the doorway, looking at the stars in the sky, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a weird smile as he inwardly muttered to himself. Everyone is in this emperor's play, Master, Lord, you are no exception. The ultimate victor of this great plan belongs only to me, Xiao Chengtian. You, on the other hand, will be nothing more than stepping stones on my path to success, nothing more than killing tools that I will use to eliminate my enemies. Ha ha ha. After inwardly muttering, Xiao Chengtian opened his mouth and let out a gust of smug laughter. Chapter 25. Taking the initiative, killing the Yin King's mansion. Time passed and came to the next day. Today was undoubtedly a very important day for the major powers in the capital. Tonight, Tang Chuchu was doing a big puja for his father at the Shanghua mansion, and in addition to inviting all the major powers to come and offer their condolences, he was going to announce the real mastermind behind the framing of Xiao Fan back then, proving his father's innocence. At the same time, she had also placed a bounty, and as long as someone could be able to behead Xiao Fan tonight and place his head in front of his father's spirit hall, he would be guaranteed one of his descendants to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation. To be able to enter a holy place to cultivate was the supreme highest honor for cultivators in the world. For this reason, since the news was released yesterday, many more strong people had rushed to the capital as fast as they could, hoping to catch the last train, kill Xiao Fan, and obtain a place in the Purple Mansion's sacred ground. As it gradually approached the night time, the street where the Shanghua mansion was located gradually came to life. with more and more representatives of the forces going to the mansion to offer their condolences. In the Shangwa mansion, Tang Chuchu wearing mourning, a look of grief and sadness, Chuchu poor look, personally greeted all the guests of honor who came to offer condolences. Meanwhile, Yan Wangfu, Qinwu was also reporting the latest surveillance situation to Xiao Fan. Back to your highness. There are quite a few big shots entering the capital today, all of them heading for the Shangwa mansion. Among these big names, there were the 6 remaining big clans of the original 7 big clans within the territory of our imperial dynasty, the Flying Snow Sect, the Great Sun Sword Sect, the Tsangshan Sect, the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Tai Sect, and the Longhu Dao Sect, whose power holders had all arrived. The top killers like our great Zhou's Guihai Bastard Sword, who was known as the #1 swordsman, the #1 family in the Western Realm, the Wang family head who boasted that their family's newest pride Wang Tang had the appearance of a great emperor, and the top killers of the 2 organizations, the Temple of the God of Killing and the Inferno, of the 3 major assassin organizations, also went to Sangwa Mansion. In addition, there are many strange and powerful people that we have no information about in the Jinfu division who have also come. Your Majesty, these are the latest summarized intelligence. What are your instructions? After Qinwu introduced the situation, he asked Xiao Fan for instructions. You lead the brocade guards, blockade the several streets where the Shangwa mansion is located. Anyone who dares to take action against this king, not one of them can be let go, and the forces they are in will be uprooted when tonight's events are over. Xiao Fan instructed Qinwu with a bland face. I'm going to deploy. Qinwu nodded and turned to leave. After Qinwu left, Xiao Fan shouted, San Yang. Swish. San Yang instantly came in front of Xiao Fan and respectfully knelt down on one knee and said, What is the master's command? Qinwu said that the other 2 major assassin organizations are also coming to join in the fun, so bring your men to assist Qinwu in blockading the Shangwa mansion and deal specifically with those assassins. Xiao Fan ordered. Yes. Feng San Yang answered. Okay, go get ready. Smokey, change my clothes for me. It's almost time for us to pay a visit to the Sagittarius. After saying that, Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan returned to their room to bathe and change. Soon the last glimmer of sunlight disappeared and it became completely dark. At this moment in the Shangwa mansion, a group of monks are doing puja, and outside in the empty courtyard, the banquet is full of wine, and the guests are all seated early. The crowd was not interested in the delicious dishes on the table as well as the fine wine, and were more concerned about when Tang Chuchu would announce the identity of the mastermind who framed Xiao Fan back then, and were even more looking forward to whether Xiao Fan would come here tonight. However, if the mastermind who framed Xiao Fan 5 years ago wasn't Tang Yuan, then he would very much want to know who the real culprit was, and would definitely come to the Shangwa mansion. However, after the crowd had waited for more than an hour but still did not see Xiao Fan arrive, someone impatiently stood out and shouted, Miss Tang, when exactly will you announce the mastermind who framed King Yin back then? Yeah, we've been waiting so long, so tell us. Quickly tell us who that person is. Only by proving that your father was really wrongly accused and wrongly killed by King Yin can we take on King Yin. Though this is a world where force is honored, and as long as one is strong enough, no reason can be said to make sense. But heavenly justice still exists. If your father is really the mastermind and we go and help you kill Xiao Fan, won't that ruin our reputation? And then what's the difference between us and those evil devils and crooks who kill innocents indiscriminately? That's right, Miss Tang, you'd better tell us the identity of the mastermind first, so that we can avenge you for heaven's sake. As one person opened his mouth, more people chimed in one after another, all of them needing to know the identity of the mastermind, and needing enough reasons that would not damage their righteous reputation, before they would willingly go and kill Xiao Fan. Hearing what these people said, Tang Chuchu was sneering in her heart, simply a bunch of hypocrites. Didn't these people covet the Purple Mansion Saint's cultivation quota before they rushed to her house and wanted to help her kill Xiao Fan? But now it was on the grounds of some righteous person who didn't want to kill innocents indiscriminately, and he was asked to give sufficient reasons for killing Xiao Fan. This was a case of wanting to kill Xiao Fan but not wanting to leave a bad reputation behind, and also wanting to get a place in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. It was simply shameless to the extreme. However, she also knew that these so-called labeled prestigious sects doing things always needed some grandiose reasons to whitewash themselves in order to appear as if they were out to kill people as they should be, as they were right, as they were not wrong, and not to attract people's mouths and ruin their reputations. Of course, Tang Chuchu also knew that most of the people who came here tonight were rooted in the Great Zhou territory, and Xiao Fan was the current emperor's 4th son, King Yin, so without enough reason, he really didn't dare to make a move easily. But the reason why these people still dared to risk coming over to give it a try was still because the quota of the Purple Mansion Holy Land was a big enough temptation. If they could really kill Xiao Fan, their children and grandchildren would be able to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground to cultivate, and they would be able to obtain the shelter of the Purple Mansion's sacred ground, and if the Emperor of the Great Zhou wanted to look for trouble, he would be using the Purple Mansion's sacred ground as an enemy. But at the end of the day, these people had come because of greed, and since they had arrived, she had to make the best of it. Afterwards, Tang Chuchu slowly stood up and came from the spiritual hall to the courtyard, first saluting towards the crowd with courtesy. All of you were able to come and offer condolences to your late father. Chuchu would like to thank you all. After saying that, Tang Chuchu's expression was cold and serious as she swept the crowd around before saying, I know that everyone is eager to quickly reveal who the mastermind is, and I think he, Xiao Fan, is even more eager to get the identity of that person. But Xiao Fan hasn't come yet. I'll only talk when he's there. In addition, I, Tang Chuchu, will reiterate once more that I am the fiancé of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. My words are the words of the Holy Son, and when I say that I will allow the descendants of the person who beheaded Xiao Fan to enter the Purple Mansion Holy Land, I will surely honor it. What if he's afraid of your identity as the fiancé of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land and he doesn't dare to come? Then what should we do? Yeah, what if he doesn't come? As Tang Chuchu made another promise, but then someone else raised a question. You yourself said that you are the fiancé of the Holy Son of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. You represent the Holy Son of the Holy Land, then he Xiao Fan is just a prince of a dynasty. How dare he offend people like you? At this moment you still wanna kill him. Scared people don't dare to come Humph. If he doesn't dare to come, he's a shrinking violet and a coward. Tang Chuchu's face was filled with contempt, and then a chilling killing ring erupted from her eyes as she proposed to the crowd. This young lady knows that you all want to see him as soon as possible, and I don't mind if you all kill your way directly to the Yen King's mansion, and bring his head back then, and it will count just the same. Right. If he refuses to come, we'll go directly to King Yan's residence and kill him. I guess if he hasn't come so far, he should be afraid of this status of Miss Tang being the fiancé of the Holy Son of the Violet Mansion Emperor, and he doesn't dare to come. Then we really need to kill our way to the Yen King's mansion. This suggestion made by Tang Chuchu instantly gained the approval of the crowd. Since Xiao Fan was scared by Tang Chuchu's new identity and didn't dare to come to seek revenge, they could only kill their way to the Yen King's mansion if they wanted to get the quota. I'm going to kill him first. Just as the crowd was pondering whether or not to immediately kill the Yen Wangfu, a white-bearded old man took the lead and rushed out. He wanted to seize the opportunity to arrive at Yen Wangfu first and kill the person so that he could get the quota Tang Chuchu had promised. The dead old man is so treacherous. All of you are still not moving. If your hands are slow, there will be nothing left. Go, kill the Yen King's mansion. Soon all the VIPs in the audience were on their feet and scrambling to leave. However, just as the crowd had taken 2 steps out, they heard a miserable and incomparable scream from outside. Hearing this voice, the crowd felt incomparably familiar. Phew! Boom! In the next second, the crowd saw an old man's figure flying backward rapidly, smashing down heavily on a banquet table, his internal organs shattered, his 7 orifices bleeding, and he died instantly. What's the situation? At this moment, the crowd hadn't been able to figure out what was going on, how this old guy who had been the first to rush out had died. Chapter 26, Gui Hai Bastard Sword, will take the Yen King's life. However, the crowd soon realized that it should be Xiao Fan who had arrived, and all eyes looked towards the door. Sure enough, after a few breaths of time had passed, Xiao Fan, who was dressed in rough linen, walked in, and behind him followed by Lu Ruyan, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes. The two of them were dressed in such a way that they formed a great and strong sense of contrast. King Yen. He's finally appeared. But why this strange dress of his, when he has obviously been restored to his title, and still wears a rough old coat? Yeah, look at how gorgeous and nice that maid behind him is dressed, just like a fairy. He should be a slave to a fairy. At this time, when the crowd saw Xiao Fan in this outfit, they were all unable to understand. However, when the crowd saw the sexy and charming Lu Ruyan behind him, many of them revealed bad smiles and had already started fantasizing in their heads. It would not be a bad harvest if one could keep this earthly delicacy for oneself after someone else had killed Xiao Fan. It must taste purely sweet to be so good. And while the crowd was talking, Tang Chuchu also stared coldly at this once beloved man, the emotions in her heart extremely complex. If it hadn't been for that incident in the first place, perhaps she would have become this man's woman long ago. But things are unpredictable, and her ambitions, the future she aspires to, are not in a bulletproof place like Great Zhou. With higher and farther aspirations, she had to seize every opportunity to move up the ladder, and the quota to enter the Purple Mansion Holy Land in the first place was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity for her to move to the top of the world. Since the choice has been made, there is no point in regretting. Tang Chuchu swept away the cluttered thoughts in her head, completely cutting off from the past. Her eyes flashed with a cold killing chance, staring at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan! I did not expect that you actually do not miss a trace of old love. Listen to the slanderous words of others. Yesterday in the courtroom, brutally killed his father, but also destroyed his head, so that he died without a whole body to die and incomparably miserable. This revenge of killing my father, I'm going to settle it with you tonight, and I'm going to use your head to console my father's soul in heaven. Hearing this tea-flavored speech from Tang Chuchu, Xiao Fan revealed a light smile. Only now did he truly realize that a woman who changed her heart was truly terrifying, and it was clearly he who was betrayed and ended up in a miserable situation, and was even almost killed in the head. But one of the masterminds back then is now pretending to be innocent and pitiful in front of everyone, pretending to be the victim, and also hitting him backwards, describing him as the kind of murderous demon who is vicious and has no conscience. Since this woman had been shameless to such an extent, he would also be desperate to the end, coldly saying, Tang Chuchu, 5 years ago, it was you who betrayed me, poisoned me in the wine at the celebration banquet, and hid that little mannequin with the little man tied to it in my bedroom, causing me to lose everything, almost dying, and being stranded in the bitter cold of the northern realm for 5 years of bitter cold days. For the past 5 years, I've been living in this kind of clothes on my body, and it's all thanks to you and your father that I've fallen from a king who commanded millions of troops to a pauper who can only get on and wear rough wooden and linen clothes. Of course, the reason why you and your father betrayed me, the prince who could very well become the emperor of Great Zhou, must be because someone gave you heavenly favors to be able to betray me, and you also let slip yesterday that you would be here today to disclose the identity of that mastermind behind the scenes. Now the king is standing right in front of you, giving you this chance before you die. Who is that mastermind? As Xiao Fan finished speaking, the gazes of the crowd gathered on Tang Chuchu. Once Tang Chuchu announced the mastermind, it would be the time for them to make their move to kill Xiao Fan, and they had to be the first to take the lead. At this moment, all of them were tightly tensed, their spirits highly concentrated, staring deathly at Tang Chuchu, ready to strike at any moment. And once again, Tang Chuchu swept a circle, sizing up the guests, seeing that everyone was ready to strike. Only then did she once again change into a state of 10,000 points of grief, anger, and pity, and roared with a deadly glare at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan! You want to know who the mastermind behind this is, unless you can capture me. It's just a shame you don't have that chance, you'll just die in front of my eyes. Everyone, kill him and double the number of cultivation slots in the Violet Mansion Holy Land. Boom! As Tang Chuchu spat out this last promise, it instantly triggered the killing hearts of everyone present. 2 places to enter the Purple Mansion's sacred ground for cultivation. This temptation was too great, causing all the VIPs present to be like vicious wolves staring at Xiao Fan, the lamb. King Yen, my great Xuan Sword Sect patriarch, Pil Ritian, has come to kill you, so go to hell. In the next second, someone took the lead and shouted angrily to make a move, only to see a middle-aged man with a long sword in his hand directly swing the long sword in his hand and slash down towards Xiao Fan. The crowd saw a sword chi coming out of the sky in the darkness of the night, and that sword chi flashed with a blazing flame light, as if it was really a round of blazing sun rising in the night sky, illuminating the darkness of the night, carrying the power of the flame that seemed to be able to melt the entire world, and chopping towards Xiao Fan. Facing this sword, Xiao Fan did not move at all. Behind him, Lu Ruyan reacted quickly, rushing forward in one step. Her jade hand grasped forward, directly grabbing that blazing sun sword chi, and then crushed it. Those countless fragments of flaming sword chi once again condensed into a flaming sword in her hands once again, slashing at Pil Ritian. Puffing! Before Pil Ritian could even react, he was split in half by the flaming sword that Lu Ruyan chopped at him, and his body was instantly burned to ashes by the flames. What? Boom! Seeing Ruyan Lu disintegrate this sword of Pil Ritian so easily, and also kill the other party in return, leaving only a pile of ashes, the complexion of everyone present changed greatly, and many had a look of horror on their faces. To know that the great Xuan Sword Sect's patriarch, Pil Ritian, a cultivation but reached the peak of the 6th grade martial sect, just now the power of that sword is even more powerful, but by Lu Ruyan this little girl easily destroyed and counter-killed, this cannot be dreaming it. Asterisk. We made a major error in our information. It is said that King Yen has a martial zone level made by his side, and even if he is a martial zone, he won't be very strong. Now it seems that she is indeed a martial zone, or a high quality extremely high, very strong, standing at the peak kind of martial zone. Right. This great Xuan Sword Sect leader Pil Ritian was a peak 6th grade martial sect. That sword just now was his most essential sword, and a sure kill. An ordinary 7th grade martial sect might not be able to catch it, but it was easily dissolved by her, and she even killed the man, so it was evident that this woman's strength was terrifying. And she still killed Pil Ritian in seconds. Her strength has to be 8th grade martial zone at the weakest, or even 9th grade, 10th grade, and also half-step martial king is not impossible. Holy, how can a little maid beside Yen Wang be in this realm? It's too damn terrifying. Asterisk. The difficulty of this job has instantly skyrocketed. I'm out. My life is more important. With this second killing operation by Ruyan Lu, it completely surprised and terrified the crowd, causing many people to start beating a retreat, not wanting to get involved in this killing game tonight. And at this moment, there was no one with a more ugly face in the room than Tang Chuchu. She thought that she was already outstanding, in just 5 years, from the original Earth martial realm, to the current 1st grade martial sect realm, thinking that among her peers, within this great Zhou country, it was enough to be proud of the crowd, to be the heaven's pride supreme. However, Lu Ruyan was even younger than her age, but her strength was many times more powerful than her, especially since this woman was still a servant by Xiao Fan's side, which caused her inner jealousy and hatred to reach its peak, and she gritted her teeth with a murderous aura. However, Lu Ruyan's astonishing killing methods had scared many people away from striking again, and she had to find a way to get the crowd to strike again. Soon, Tang Chuchu had a plan in mind and indifferently eyed Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, I thought you were so great, but it turns out that you also only hide behind women and let them protect you. A big man, the king of Yin of the great Zhou dynasty, the commander of millions of troops, and you need a woman to protect you. Don't you feel ashamed? Don't you feel disgraced? Don't you feel that you are just a coward with no manly masculinity? If you're still a man, don't hide behind a woman. If you're still a man, you should come here to arrest me yourself. If you're still a man, you should show your manhood to face all the heroes and heroines present, instead of letting a woman serve as a shield for you. When Tang Chuchu finished saying these words, any shrewd person could react at first that she was deliberately provoking Xiao Fan. It was just that everyone knew that Xiao Fan was known for his art of war a few years earlier, when he rode the southern battlefields. Like such a battle-hardened commander of a million armies, or someone who had experienced the trials and tribulations of life and death, would not be so easily angered by these words of Tang Chuchu, giving up a powerful bodyguard not to be used, and facing the danger alone. But everything in the world is often unexpected. Xiao Fan also made an amazing move next, coldly staring at Tang Chuchu. Such an old-fashioned way of trying to provoke me, isn't it? Good. Then I'll do as you wish. Smokey will stand down. Next you just need to sit on the sidelines and eat and drink and watch the battle. Ah. As Xiao Fan uttered these words, he actually really obeyed Tang Chuchu's words, causing the crowd to be shocked. King Yan's brain has been kicked by a donkey. Stupid. With this pig brain, he still claims to be a commander who specializes in the art of war. Bull *******. Just a stupid pig. No. Rather, it is he who is too shrewd for his own good, and will always presume that everything is within his reckoning. In this world of martial arts cultivation, it's still force that prevails, and one's own force is strong enough to do so. Relying on those schemes and calculations alone, in the face of a truly strong person, is useless as. For a moment, the crowd made mocking noises, feeling that Xiao Fan was simply too arrogant, with no one in sight, looking for death. Only the next moment, Xiao Fan released a sentence that shocked and angered the crowd even more. This king knows. All of you here are here to kill this king for the quota of the Violet Mansion Holy Land. Since they are all here to kill this king and are gathered together, I'll give you a chance, all of you together. What, King Yan, you have a big mouth. An unseemly fanatic like you, even if you really have practiced a secret art to hide your cultivation, you're not that strong. I, the sect leader of the Flying Snow Sect, can slap you to death with a single slap. Humph. How can you let you Flying Snow Sect pick up the slack for such a good thing? I, the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect Patriarch, will kill him. No. He has to die at the hands of my Tai Sect. I, the Sanshan Sect, will never concede. This King of Yin must be on me. I, the Burning Sky Pavilion, also bowed to seize King Yan's head. In an instant, the helmsmen of the Great Friday clans all made their appearances one after another, each vying to kill Xiao Fan to obtain the 2 cultivation slots in the Purple Mansion sacred ground. At this moment, everyone's eyes were surrendered on these 5 helmsmen. The aura of these 5 people was clearly much stronger than the great Xuan Sword Sect Patriarch who had just been killed, so it seemed that this killing battle would be quite intense. Humph. His Yen King's life will be taken by my Guihai bastard sword. Boom! Just as the 5 helmsmen were bickering over who would make the first move, a domineering and incomparable voice came out. Boom! Immediately afterward, the crowd saw the blade chi that seemed like a round of curved moon appearing above the starry sky, and it also seemed like a round of stars falling from the cosmic starry sky at extreme speeds, carrying an unparalleled terrifying destructive power, locking Xiao Fan and chopping him down. Chapter 27, Martial King is no big deal, I will kill him at will. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the blade chi that seemed like a star falling down at great speed as it chopped at Xiao Fan. At this critical moment, the crowd still couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of cultivation on Xiao Fan's body, or as the rumors said, it was because he was practicing the secret method of concealing his cultivation. Now that the Guihai Hegemony Sword's world-beating blade chi was chopping at him with full destructive power, the crowd wanted to see how Xiao Fan would defuse this wave of attack without the protection of that mate of his. If he was merely bragging, then he would definitely die with this blade. Aha! In a rather dim corner of the courtyard, Elder Ku of the Purple Mansion Holy Land was also staring at Xiao Fan with his full attention. He found that this son actually did not panic at all in the face of the attack of the returning Sea Hegemony Blade, a blade chi that possessed at least the power of an 8th grade martial zone, causing him to feel both curious and a hint of a bad premonition. Whether Xiao Fan was pretending to be calm or he was really hiding a shocking cultivation that was not known to him, he also stared dead on as the blade chi fell, getting closer and closer. Under the attention of all the people, the star blade chi of the sea returning bastard blade finally chopped 3 feet above Xiao Fan's head. However, it was at this time that the crowd only saw Xiao Fan gently stretch out a hand and pointed on top of the blade chi that was as huge as a star and was flickering with starlight. Click! When he pointed his finger, the blade chi could no longer cut down the slightest distance, and the entire blade chi was like a transparent glass, with countless spiderweb-like cracks appearing. Bang! In the next moment, it exploded and shattered, turning into a sky full of light and dissipating into the dark night. King Yan is so terrifying, a single finger easily dissolving the Guihai bastard sword's blade chi. And I still don't feel a trace of cultivation from him. King Yan is too terrifying, there is clearly no cultivation on his body, but why is he able to destroy the blade energy of the returning sea bastard sword at will? Simply terrifying as hell. King Yan is hiding too deeply. This scene just now caused a wave of shock to ripple through everyone's heart, breeding a strong sense of fear. This was because when Xiao Fan destroyed the infinitely powerful blade chi of the Guihai hegemony blade with a single finger, no one present had noticed the slightest burst of cultivation coming out of him. He was like an ordinary person, casually pointing down with a finger, disintegrating the attack of the Great Zhou's #1 swordsman. Such astonishing means, the more the crowd thought about it, the more frightened they felt. Xiao Fan was so powerful without using a trace of his cultivation. If he completely exploded his cultivation, how terrifying it would be. While the guests were feeling awe at Xiao Fan's strength, for the leaders of the 5 great clans, the looks on their faces gradually became more and more ugly. Xiao Fan was too deeply hidden, and they didn't even know the geometry of his cultivation to date. Facing this kind of enemy with unknown and powerful strength made their hearts bottomless, neither advancing nor retreating, caught in a dilemma. Tang Chuchu noticed the change in the faces of the 5 leaders. It seemed that these 5 people had some regrets and wanted to retreat, so she hurriedly shouted in a cold voice. 5 leaders, things have come to this point, there is no way for you to retreat. Xiao Fan will definitely not let you go. And as you all have seen how powerful he is, a single strike from senior returning sea bastard sword was unable to cut him down. I do have a suggestion. If you and the returning sea bastard sword join forces to kill Xiao Fan, as usual, you can each be given a place in your family. 1 for each family. That works. Hearing the new conditions offered by Tang Chuchu, the leaders of the 5 great clans revealed a hint of joy. If they could unite with the returning sea bastard sword, they really had a high hope of defeating Xiao Fan and beheading him, thus obtaining the quota promised by Tang Chuchu. Humph! Ike the Guihai bastard sword, never like to bully the few with the many, much less with 5 hypocrites. Then, the returning sea bastard sword suddenly appeared on the roof, intuitively refused, and was even more contemptuous of the 5 leaders. Guihai bastard sword, what are you again? You dare to look down on us and call us hypocrites? If you don't give a reasonable explanation, I, Tai Sect, am not finished with you. The Tai Sect leader pointed angrily with one hand at the Guihai bastard sword on the roof and roared. That's right, you're an overly arrogant person, calling us hypocrites, and if you don't give a satisfactory explanation, you're an enemy of my 5 great sects. The Xuan Sword Sect master then chimed in, his tone ferocious, and a flash of killing intent in his eyes. That's right. If you can't make it clear, our 5 great clans will not let you go. Returning sea bastard sword. Tell us where we are hypocrites. Such insulting words. If you don't make it clear, my 5 great clans will kill you. The 3 leaders of the Burning Sky Pavilion, the Dragon Tiger Dao Sect, and the Flying Snow Sect opened their mouths one after another, and the killing intent in their eyes was monstrous. Ha ha ha. In the face of the threats from the leaders of the 5 great sects, the Guihai hegemony blade however let out a disdainful sound of maniacal laughter as it continued to coldly taunt. You are clearly here to kill Xiao Fan for the sake of the Purple Mansion Holy Lands quota, yet you still need some kind of grand and righteous reason to hide your purpose. And I, Guihai Badao, came to kill Xiao Fan for the quota of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, frankly and openly, which is like you guys, who dare to do but not dare to admit it, always looking for a bunch of righteous reasons that you think are reasonable. You say, what are you if not villainous hypocrites with this behavior of saying one thing and doing another, really thinking yourselves to be the messengers of justice? Ridiculous. You. The leaders of the 5 great clans were speechless with rage at these words from the returning sea bastard sword. The other VIPs snickered. The behavior of the 5 great sects was indeed a bit ridiculous and hypocritical. Well. Snap. Also at this time, Xiao Fan clapped his hands while applauding and looked at the returning sea bastard sword and shouted, Returning sea bastard sword, your straightforward and bright character, this king likes it. The king gives you 3 choices. First, leave immediately, and the king will not kill you. Second, kill those 5 shameless dogs for the king and serve him. Thirdly, if you continue to work for the Purple Mansion Holy Lands quota, you may have to die at the hands of this king, so I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. At this moment, a flash of shock surfaced on the faces of all the guests. Xiao Fan actually used the countermeasure at such a time, trying to use the returning sea hegemony sword to deal with the person who wanted to kill him. However, everyone thought that the Guihai bastard blade would ultimately choose to kill Xiao Fan for the sake of the Purple Mansion Holy Lands quota. As expected, after only a few breaths of time, the Guihai hegemony sword responded, holding a snow-silver sword and pointing at Xiao Fan. King Yin, although you are intelligent and have great potential, no matter how capable you are not as strong as the Violet Mansion Holy Land. People flow to high places, water goes to low places. I, Guihai Badao, will not give up the Purple Mansion sacred ground, a heavenly tree, in order to give effect to you, a weak little grass bush. King Yin, remembering that you are also a man of style, obediently kneel down and die. I'll give you a quick and honorable death with a single slash. After the Guihai bastard blade finished speaking, the crowd's eyes returned to Xiao Fan's body once again to see what kind of choice he was going to make. Also in the next second, the crowd saw Xiao Fan take a step forward. Phew! In a matter of moments, he arrived in front of the returning sea bastard sword, his large hand reaching out and grabbing towards the opponent's throat. Xiao Fan appeared so quickly and silently in front of his eyes, causing Guihai bastard blade's complexion to sink. However, when he saw that the other party actually took the initiative and grabbed towards his throat, he became furious. You seek death. Boom! As the voice fell, the sea returning bastard sword swung the snow silver treasure blade and chopped towards Xiao Fan in front. Click. Bang. It was only that his blade had just slashed halfway when it was grabbed by Xiao Fan and then gently pinched and crushed, turning into countless pieces of debris. Without waiting for the Guihai bastard sword to react, he had already been choked by Xiao Fan's throat. *******. The returning sea bastard sword has been caught by him. Just what realm is Yen Wang it, to think that even the returning sea hegemony blade was casually crushed by him. This King Yen is too terrifying. When the crowd saw that Xiao Fan had captured the Guihai hegemony blade in an instant, an incomparable look of shock and horror once again appeared on everyone's face. Xiao Fan clearly didn't have any cultivation on him, but in their impression, his means were terrifying like an immortal, as if he was omnipotent. And the returning sea bastard sword, who was also in a state of utter terror in his heart, and at the same time incomparably puzzled, asked, "You, what realm are you in now?" This was because even though he was being choked by Xiao Fan at the moment, he still could not feel any cultivation within the other party. Xiao Fan smiled faintly and coldly as he gazed at the sea-returning bastard blade. A dead man need not know so much. This king remembers your good intentions just now, and also leaves you with a whole body. Click. As the words fell, Xiao Fan's 5 fingers exerted force, and the terrifying power directly destroyed all the vitality within the Guihai Beiji Dao's body, and then strangled the other party's neck, and with a big fling of his hand, he threw the corpse into the courtyard. Dead. The returning sea bastard sword is dead. Someone purposely went up to check on the returning sea bastard sword, and after confirming that the person was dead, they screamed in horror. Xiao Fan's strength was too terrifying, and a great Zhou's #1 swordsman like the returning sea bastard sword was pinched to death by him as if he were an ant. At this moment, there was no one more scared than the leaders of the 5 great sects. The sea-returning bastard sword disdained to cooperate with them, and as a result, he was killed by Xiao Fan in seconds, and now I'm afraid that even less people would be willing to join forces with them, and then their situation would be very dangerous. However, they did not want to die, and the Burning Sky Pavilion Master was the first to step forward and apologize to Xiao Fan for his mistake. Your Highness King Yen, you are truly unrivaled in the world and your martial prowess is unparalleled. I, Guan Jinshan, am willing to lead the Burning Sky Pavilion to submit to your Highness and serve the court. I, Fan Sanghai, am also willing to lead the Xuan Sect and return to King Yen. The leader of the Xuan Sect immediately followed suit and submitted to Xiao Fan. I, Zhang Longhu, would like to lead the Longhu Dao Sect and return to King Yen. I, Sheng Wei, would like to lead the Tai Sect and return to King Yen. I, Wang Changhua, would like to lead the Flying Snow Sect and return to King Yen. Immediately afterward, the leaders of the remaining 3 clans also arched their hands and bowed to Xiao Fan. The sudden change caused the other guests to show a look of light laughter. These 5 leaders had just tried to kill Xiao Fan for the spot in the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Now that they saw the Guihai hegemony blade being crushed by Xiao Fan, the 5 leaders immediately conceded and surrendered, flipping their faces faster than a book. It was also difficult for Tang Chuchu to predict that the leaders of the 5 great clans were so spineless and were scared out of their wits by Xiao Fan so quickly. In order to stimulate more people to strike, and to provoke the 5 leaders to turn against each other again, he drank loudly. Everyone, from this moment onwards, whoever is able to kill Xiao Fan, the number of places to enter the Purple Mansion Sacred Land will be doubled again. If they join forces to kill, as long as they can survive, they can send 4 of their children and grandchildren to the Holy Land, and for the one who was killed, I, Tang Chuchu, will also surely give enough compensation to his family. What? And double it again. ********. This Miss Tang is really bloodthirsty in order to kill Xiao Fan. 4 spots. I want it so damn bad. Kill. All of you together, kill, whether you can survive or not, each has their own destiny. At this moment, as Tang Chuchu raised the quota to 4, further triggering the greed within the crowd, a raging murderous aura erupted from each and every one of them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Fan, surrendering to you just now was just an expedient measure to trick you. Kid, your end is near. Gentlemen, I, the 5 great clans, will take the lead, please follow. Kill Xiao Fan. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! Seeing the crowd's murderous hearts flooding the crowd, the leaders of the 5 great clans that had just said that they would submit to Xiao Fan immediately turned against them, and one by one, their bodies erupted with an aura that was even more powerful than that of the Guihai hegemony sword. *******. A bunch of old sixes. These 5 ING guys are too good at acting to maximize their profits. The crowd in the back was pointing their fingers at these 5 leaders, who would have thought that the 5 would actually act that way and be stronger than returning the bastard sword. Just now, they were still pretending to be scared and purposely surrendered to Xiao Fan, but they didn't realize that they were secretly trying to force Tang Chuchu to raise the bounty, and now that they finally got what they wanted, these 5 old sixes also revealed their true colors. Gentlemen, cut the crap and kill together. Seeing that there was still someone in the back who was in the mood to mock their approach, the leader of the Flying Snow Sect, Wang Changhua, let out a furious cry and charged toward Xiao Fan. Kill. The other 4 great sect leaders understood and struck out at the same time. Kill. Immediately after that, a dozen or so other 8th or 9th grade martial sect powerhouses emerged from the crowd of guests to kill at extreme speed as well. In a moment, more than 20 martial sectors of at least 8th grade or above join hands to kill Xiao Fan. Die. Boom. It was only when they rushed to the roof together and had just reached the halfway point, Xiao Fan let out a cold cry, and a world-defying and unparalleled terrifying aura descended from the sky like a 10,000-foot mountain. Bang, bang, bang. More than 20 high-grade martial zone powerhouses headed by the leaders of the 5 major clans were instantly crushed by this breath, and their bodies were crushed, and red rain instantly fell in the air, adding a bit of joy to this white event in the Shanghua mansion. Fizzle. As for those VIPs in the courtyard who did not make a move, their bodies were trembling at the moment, sucking in cool air as they looked at Xiao Fan on the roof, especially when set against the bright moonlight. He was like a god of death, causing the hearts of the guests to tremble in fear. When Tang Chuchu saw Xiao Fan kill more than 28th or 9th grade martial zones in the blink of an eye, the anger and unwillingness within her heart became even more intense. Once, when the spot in the Purple Mansion Holy Land was in front of her, Xiao Fan was clearly already a small person she despised, destined to be a mole. But now, this mole, this man that she had abandoned, was so powerful that it was terrifying, so powerful that it could instantly kill more than 20 high-grade martial sectors in seconds, so powerful that she actually developed a trace of regret. But she wasn't willing, and even more so, she shouldn't regret it, and the killing intent inside her was like a volcano erupting as she roared angrily. Xiao Fan. Back then, you were not worthy of this young lady, and now you are still not worthy. You are nothing but a waste and a dead man in this young lady's eyes. Tonight, I'm going to make you die. I'm going to make you die. Elder Ko, why don't you show yourself and kill him for me and the Holy Sun? Hearing that Tang Chuchu was urging in the strength of Xiao Fan, who had just killed so many high-grade martial zones in seconds, Elder Ko had no choice but to show up and instantly came to Tang Chuchu's side, a pair of icy cold eyes staring at Xiao Fan as he said, King Yan, you are indeed outstanding. If you were in my Violet Mansion Holy Land, you would definitely be considered a holy son to be cultivated. Unfortunately, you chose to make an enemy of my Purple Mansion Holy Land, then you must die. Hold me, on behalf of my Purple Mansion Sacred Land, I will personally kill you and uphold the sacrosanct and inviolable majesty of my sacred land. Old ghost, don't rush if you want to die. Regarding Elder Ko's grandiose words of vowing to kill him, Xiao Fan smiled coldly and disdainfully, then swept the circle and drank. And a few friends, don't hide. It's not like Martial King is anything great, so get out if you want to kill this king. What? Martial King? King Yan, he can detect the presence of a Martial King powerhouse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Could it be that he is also at the Martial King realm? Holy yeah, a 20-year-old Martial King, don't you dare believe it. At this moment, the guests were shocked and lost their colors, each of them stunned. Ha ha ha, King Yan has really hidden himself well. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains. King Yan, you're only 20 years old, you're really impressing us. It's just a pity that you're too arrogant, wanting to challenge us martial Dao Kings all by yourself. You're asking for death. Swish swish swish. While the guests were shocked, more figures appeared on the rooftop surrounding the courtyard, each of them exuding a martial arts kingly aura that terrified the guests below. Adding Elder Ko, there were a total of 5 martial kings that wanted to round up Xiao Fan. My friend, do you think no one will find you if you hide there? However, Xiao Fan did not respond to the 4 martial kings who had just appeared, but instead directly slapped his palm toward a dimly lit roof in the southeast corner. Damn it! Boom boom! A man wearing a black robe and a mask rushed out from the eaves of the house, and this person was none other than the ghost shadow sent by the 8th Prince Xiao Chengtian to infiltrate the Tang family. The moment the ghost shadow rushed out, it erupted with a martial king level aura as it blasted forward with a palm, colliding with the palm imprint that Xiao Fan blasted at him and exploding instantly. Pust! Boom boom! Instead, the ghostly shadow was sent flying out, spitting blood from his mouth and smashing a large hole in the roof. What? I can't believe I'm hurt. That's a martial king. The sight once again made the crowd's jaws drop. Just how strong was Xiao Fan? When a palm went over, not even a martial king could catch it. Ah! Xiao Fan! Boom boom! In the next moment, the ghostly shadow roared and growled in anger as it rushed out from the hole in the roof, glaring angrily at Xiao Fan. Good! Everyone's here! After Xiao Fan swept a glance at the 6 martial kings, he then stared coldly and mercilessly at Tang Chuchu. Tang Chuchu! You've gone to great lengths to try to kill this king by offering a strong reward for a cultivation quota into the Violet Mansion sacred ground. Then, next, you'll have to watch and see how this king kills these 6 martial kings, completely wiping out any hope of avenging your father's death in your heart. Chapter 28, Killing a Martial King in Seconds, Sacred Ground as a Griffin. King Yin, you have an arrogant tone. Just now, if I had not been negligent in my defense, and did not know your strength and details, under the light enemy, only to be knocked back by your palm. And for you to dare to mouth off about killing all 6 of our martial kings is simply out of your depth. You'll see how miserable your death will be later. Don't fall on your knees and beg for mercy then. The ghost shadow immediately roared back in indignation, simply not believing that Xiao Fan had the ability to kill all 6 of their martial kings. Not to mention 6 of them, even if one wanted to kill any of them, it would be almost impossible. After all, when he received that slap, he really did not have any defense, not to mention that he did not think that Xiao Fan was a martial king, which was why he was sneak attacked by the other party. Now that he had to deal with it seriously and explode with all his might, Xiao Fan would definitely not be his opponent. However, he still had a question in his mind, and after calling out, he hurriedly pursued the question. King Yen, I'm curious, the 5 of them didn't discover my existence, but why were you able to? Aha! Elder Ku and the other 5 martial kings all looked at Xiao Fan with a look of gravity, and just as the ghostly shadow had said, they had indeed not realized that there would be a martial king hiding under the corner of that roof. There were only 2 possibilities if they couldn't discover the ghostly shadow. The first was that the ghostly shadow was much stronger than them, the second was that it was about the same strength as them, but had practiced the secret art of stealth so that they couldn't detect the trail. However, judging by the power of the ghost shadow's counterattack on Xiao Fan's palm, it should be about the same as the 5 of them, so it must have practiced the secret art of stealth. However, while none of them could discover it, Xiao Fan was able to find the hiding place of the ghostly shadow, causing the hearts of the 5 to sink and their brows to tighten. It was hard to believe that Xiao Fan's strength was far above theirs, which was why it was so easy to discover the ghostly shadow's existence, especially since they couldn't sense the slightest fluctuation of cultivation within Xiao Fan's body so far, causing their vigilance to grow stronger. In such a moment of crisis where the strength of the enemy was unknown, all 6 martial kings had silently formed a tacit understanding that in order to fulfill their respective missions to this place, they would join forces to kill Xiao Fan, or else the ones who would be killed might be them. At this moment, Tang Chuchu was also gritting her teeth and staring at Xiao Fan. She did not want Xiao Fan to be stronger than the 6 martial kings. Otherwise she would not only fail to avenge her death, but would also die a stifling death at the hands of the man she had once abandoned, betrayed, and despised. At the same time, everyone was staring nervously at Xiao Fan, waiting for him to answer the ghostly shadow. Lu Ruyan was quite leisurely sitting there eating and drinking, very cozy. Xiao Fan waited until he had pulled the crowd's sense of anticipation to the extreme before he said with a hint of a smile, "If you want to know, the king will tell you now." Phew! When the sound of the word "you" hadn't even completely fallen, Xiao Fan took one step and instantly flashed in front of the ghostly shadow. You! Xiao Fan was truly like a ghostly shadow, silently appearing in front of him, causing the ghostly shadow's complexion to change drastically, his 5 fingers forming a fist, his strength completely erupting, the power of a second-grade martial king converging on his fist, smashing towards the front. Click! Ah! Only his punch was like a baby's fist, soft and feeble, and was easily grabbed and crushed by Xiao Fan, and there was also a huge power invading his whole body along his arm, destroying every sinew and bone in his body, every inch of his flesh and blood, and he let out a mournful and miserable shriek from his mouth. In the next moment, Xiao Fan grabbed the ghost shadow's head and obtained the information in the other party's brain. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The martial king was also seconded by him. Just how strong is this King Yin? Terrifying as hell. At this moment, the ears of the crowd echoed with the pig-killing screaming sound of the ghostly shadow, frightening the guests into shivering, their faces filled with horror. The ghost shadow was a martial king, yet he was still as weak as a small chicken and was casually captured by Xiao Fan. Damn it! What realm is that kid in? At the same time, the faces of Elder Ku and the other 5 martial kings became extremely unsightly, and that sense of crisis deep within their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Because they were afraid that even if they struck out at the same time, they wouldn't be able to kill Ghost Shadow, a second-grade martial king, in an instant. However, for Xiao Fan, it was as simple as drinking water, crushing it at will. Old 8 isn't a small man. I'm afraid the Violet Mansion Holy Land doesn't even know that they've cultivated a white-eyed wolf. Also in the little while that the crowd was shocked, Xiao Fan obtained all the memories in the Ghost Shadow's brain and muttered to himself in his heart. This 8th brother of his, besides being a disciple of the Violet Mansion's sacred ground, had another layer of identity that was unknown to him. On the surface, the heavenly tree backer behind Xiao Chengtian was that Purple Mansion's sacred land's ruling elder master, but in reality, his true master was the one he honored as his lord. This lord now possessed even greater power in the Violet Mansion Holy Land, and had to carry out a heavenly plan to seize the dominion of the Violet Mansion Holy Land. More importantly, the reason that this Ghost Shadow, as a second-grade martial king, was willing to obey Xiao Chengtian's orders to do something was because this person was not from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, but was from the same race as that lord, the demon race. The lord behind Xiao Chengtian also had a hidden identity, possessing an extremely noble bloodline among the demon race. In other words, Xiao Chengtian had long been a part of the demon race, and was still that lord's absolute beloved. As a person of the demon race, his body must emit a demonic aura, but this 8th brother of his has not been discovered by his emperor's old man and elders so far, and there is no demonic aura on the ghost's body, that is to cultivate a special method of concealment to hide a body of demonic aura. Of course, when he stepped into the imperial court after 5 years and saw Xiao Chengtian again, he sensed that something was wrong with the other party's aura. That aura was extremely weak though, and even a martial emperor might not be able to detect it. But it couldn't escape his eyes, it was the demonic chi cultivated by the people of the demon race. It was also because Xiao Chengtian had fallen to the demon race. When Xiao Zhe thought he was going to be executed, he was reminded not to be robbed of the throne of the great Zhou by this 8th brother, coupled with the fact that there weren't a few of his capable blood brothers left. He thought that his second brother could still be saved and spared his horse, hoping that the other party would hang on to the cliff and do his best to serve the family. And Xiao Qingtian, the eighth brother, had become a demon and could no longer be saved, so he could only obliterate. At the same time, learning that Xiao Qingtian's lord wanted to take control of the Violet Mansion Holy Land also made Xiao Fan realize whether this would be a sign before the imminent invasion of the human race by the demon race. The devil race had long since begun to lay out pieces in the territory of the human race, and the Great Zhou dynasty was one of them, and once the time was ripe, they would invade in force and wage war on the human race. Just as Xiao Fan was pondering whether or not the demon race would target the invasion of the human race, Tang Chuchu saw that he seemed to be frozen in place and hurriedly shouted angrily, "Elder Ko, what are you waiting for? Quickly make a move to kill him." Elder Ku and the other four martial kings all noticed that Xiao Fan seemed to be thinking about something else, resulting in a distraction, and the five seized this opportunity, and one by one, they erupted with all their strength, all of them at the peak of the second-grade martial king, and killed together. At this critical moment, Tang Chuchu as well as all the guests present stared wide-eyed, not even daring to blink. Whether or not Xiao Fan would be killed was at stake. Boom! However, when the five martial kings moved to half the distance, Xiao Fan emitted an aura as vast as the starry universe, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Ah! What's going on? I can't move. I can't move either. How is this possible? He actually banned us. Ah! King Yin, you're hiding so deeply. As this aura swept across, the bodies of the five martial kings all floated in mid-air as if they were statues, assuming various poses and not moving at all, and each of their complexions abruptly changed, all terrified. Xiao Fan was able to confine them and not be able to move just by releasing his breath, so it was evident that his strength had truly thrown them 800,000 miles away. Asterisk. King Yin is too good. Those martial kings are really like ants in front of him, they can be crushed at will. Hiss. It's really too horrible. Tang Chuchu is also finished, she's really blind. Why did she abandon King Yin back then? Yeah, King Yin was deposed 5 years ago, and 5 years later, the martial kings are all like vegetables in front of his eyes, chopping and killing at will. With this kind of talent, he is a veritable great emperor, and in the future, he will surely become an emperor who will uniquely determine all the ages. It's a pity Tang Chuchu doesn't have any eyesight at all, abandoning a future great emperor husband, deserved it. The guests also all revealed shocked looks, marveling at Xiao Fan's power while they all spoke out to mock Tang Chuchu. After all, according to the situation back then, Tang Chuchu was already engaged to Xiao Fan. If Tang Chuchu hadn't betrayed Xiao Fan back then, wouldn't she have picked up a great emperor husband for nothing, and wouldn't know how many times stronger than that whatsoever holy son of the Purple Mansion? It was a pity that there was no medicine for regret in this world, and Tang Chuchu would have to pay a heavy price for her wrong choices back then, even if it was her own life. When Tang Chuchu heard the mocking and humiliating words from the guests, a pair of fists clenched tightly as she gritted her teeth and stared angrily at Xiao Fan. Anger for anger's sake, but she really seemed to have a trace of regret deep down at the moment. If she hadn't betrayed Xiao Fan in the first place, perhaps, as the guests had said, she would have become the wife of a future great emperor, a future imperial mother. But what she didn't know was that without that incident 5 years ago, there could not be the Xiao Fan of today. Xiao Fan also noticed that Tang Chuchu was glaring at him with a deadly glare, and then slowly stepped into the void and walked towards Elder Ko, turning to Tang Chuchu below as he did so. Actually, this king is very thankful to you. Without your ruthless betrayal back then, this king wouldn't have changed that much. The guests were also right about one thing, you are indeed blind. Is the Purple Mansion Holy Land very strong? Is the fiancé of the Holy Sun very noble? In the eyes of this king, all are ants. As his voice fell, large hands grabbed Elder Ko's head and demanded memories. After Elder Ko let out a mournful and incomparable cry, his entire body exploded and died completely. Xiao Fan. Don't be too complacent, don't be too complacent. Even if I will die here tonight, the Holy Sun and the Purple Mansion Holy Land will not let you go, and you and the Xiao family royal family of the Great Zhou will all have to be buried with me. Seeing Elder Ko being pinched to death by Xiao Fan, Tang Chuchu hissed and roared with 1,000 unwillingness. Ha! A pheasant flying up to the branch, really think it will turn into a phoenix, and want my entire Xiao family to accompany you to the funeral, you are not qualified enough. Xiao Fan contemptuously mocked his sentence, and then came back to an old man who was closer to him wearing a purple robe with a thick bloody aura permeating his body, and coldly said, "You're the hall master of the god-slaying temple, aren't you? You, King Yin. I, the hall of slaying gods, am willing to serve you." Seeing Xiao Fan reveal his identity, the slaying god palace master immediately submitted and recognized his master. Whether you can serve this king or not, that depends on your performance. Before the Xuan Sword Sect organized the martial arts conference, did someone ask your killing god palace to kill this king, and who was the employer? Xiao Fan asked indifferently. It's Tang Yuan, Tang Sangwa, he paid us a lot of money to go ahead and kill you, saying that we can't let you return to the capital alive. The killing god palace master immediately blurted out the identity of his employer. What? Tang Shangwa really wasn't wrongly accused, all but inviting the assassins from the killing god palace to intercept Yan Wang, proving that he was the mastermind back then. That's right, it seems that this Tang Chuchu is just a cup of green tea, yet here he is pretending to be pitiful and innocent, and still wants to clear his father's wrongdoings. Ridiculous. It's simply a self-inflicted sin. Fortunately, we have the self-awareness to not make a move against His Highness King Yen. And also God's blessing on His Highness King Yen. His Royal Highness King Yen has a kind heart and the people of the Southern Realm know everything, and when he becomes emperor, he will surely be a supremely brilliant ruler like no other in the ages. How could such a bright ruler be killed by rebellious and chaotic ministers such as Tang Chuchu and Tang Yuan? Now even the heavens can't look away and side with the great King Yen. With the Killing God Palace Master revealing the identity of his employer, it once again aroused the guests' heated debate, sitting on the fact that Tang Yuan and Tang Chuchu had indeed betrayed Xiao Fan. As for the guests who were still alive, they also sighed that they didn't put up a fight, or else they would all have to be used as a gun by this disgusting woman, Tang Chuchu, and die for no reason. At the same time, they were all singing praises one by one in order to make Xiao Fan reduce his killing intent towards them, with rainbow farts shooting straight up to the sky. But when Tang Chuchu heard the words of the crowd, her face was gloomy to the extreme. How could she have thought that the Lord of the God-slaying temple would come, and not only did he not kill Xiao Fan, but instead, he also gave up his father, causing their father and daughter to be completely discredited. And the Slaying God Palace Master also grasped the momentum of public opinion from the crowd and asked Xiao Fan once again, "Your Highness, King Yen, I have already given up my employer, so please honor your promise and keep me alive. I, the Killing God Palace, swear to serve His Highness the Yen King from now on." It was only Xiao Fan's next words that caused the Slaying God Palace Master to despair in every way. Killing God Palace Master, as the saying goes, there are rules of the trade. If you didn't answer truthfully just now, this king would think that you have a few bones and stay to be effective, or you can. It's a pity that you don't even have the little professional ethics of an assassin to betray your employer's information, with no credibility whatsoever. An assassin like you, even if you are a martial king, you are not qualified to serve this king. As the words fell, Xiao Fan directly grabbed the head of the God Slayer Temple Master, and the body fell to the ground and shattered. Once the Slaying God Hall Master died, there were only 3 martial kings left in midair. King Yen, the king has become a loser. I admit to losing at your hands today, so kill me. Humph. As the leader of the Hell Killer organization, King Yama, I won't be like that old thing from the Killing God Temple, so spineless. I won't surrender to you even if I die. King Yen, kill us if you have the guts, but in the future, you and the royal family of the Great Zhou will inevitably be greeted with countless strong enemies and troubles, and in the end, you will be wiped out as well, and I will wait for you on the Yellow Springs Road first. The 3 martial kings were also quite backbone, each with a strong iron bone, not even bothering to surrender to Xiao Fan and beg for forgiveness. Then go to hell. Xiao Fan responded coldly. No. King Yen, don't you appreciate people with backbone? I haven't even begged you for forgiveness. Why do you still want to kill me? Wouldn't it be like adding wings to the tiger if you keep me to serve you? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Hell Leader Yama King instantly roared with all anxiety. He had wanted to act like he had a backbone so that Xiao Fan would appreciate him and thus not kill him and stay to serve. But he never expected that Xiao Fan would really want to kill him. King Yama, aren't you proving your hypocrisy with these words? Killers like you who don't tell the truth and are two-faced are even more important not to be capped. So let you go to hell to be the real king of Hades. As the words fell, Xiao Fan took a step in front of Yen Luo Huang and grabbed the other party's head, and after getting all the information, he blasted the other party's body once again. The 2 remaining martial kings realized that they were going to die either way, and before they died, they both cursed Xiao Fan one after the other, letting out harsh words that the forces behind them would definitely come to avenge them. Although the duo did not reveal the forces they belonged to, everything was known to Xiao Fan and died miserably. After killing the last 2 martial kings, Xiao Fan slowly landed in front of Tang Chuchu. The anger on Tang Chuchu's face was on the verge of distorting her features, and tears actually flowed from those angry eyes as she glared at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, things have come to this point. I don't pray for your forgiveness. I only beg you to give me a pain. Don't use those tactics like killing Elder Ku and the others, and suffering for a period of time before you die. Good. I'll fulfill you. However, you have yet to tell the king who instructed you father and daughter to mercilessly betray the king? At this moment, Xiao Fan did not have a trace of murderous aura on his body and stared at Tang Chuchu very calmly as he asked, "Ha ha ha." However, Tang Chuchu laughed triumphantly, a wry smile on her face as she said to Xiao Fan, "I'm going to die anyway, so why should I tell you? Just you wait, he'll find a way to put you to death." Xiao Fan tightly pressed against Tang Chuchu, the corner of his mouth slightly raised as he softly said, "Do you think that if you don't say anything, this king won't know? 8th brother is from the same sect as you but a different faction, and he won't survive the night." Chapter 29, The Devil's Mane appears to send you to the Yellow Springs. "You, who told you that?" Tang Chuchu snapped her eyes open with a shocked expression. Xiao Fan even knew that she and the 8th prince were from different factions within the Holy Land. But Xiao Fan had lived in the bitter cold region of the northern realm of the Great Zhou for the past 5 years and had never left, so he shouldn't have known about the most secret factions within the Holy Land of the Purple Actually House. But Xiao Fan was just very clear and had known that the mastermind who instructed their father and daughter to betray back then was the 8th prince Xiao Chengtian. However, Xiao Fan knew that Uncle Xiao Chengtian was the mastermind, and she could still understand. After all, it was not a secret within the imperial family that Xiao Qingtian's master was from the Purple Mansion Holy Land. Coupled with the fact that in the past 5 years, her father and Xiao Qingtian had gotten very close, a little careful speculation and suspicion that the 8th prince was the mastermind was also reasonable. However, Xiao Fan was able to distinguish that they were different factions within the Holy Land, something that caused Tang Chuchu to feel incredibly confused. Xiao Fan looked at Tang Chuchu's puzzled and frightened little face and whispered, "The king has dictated the ages and knows nothing." "What? You. Hearing Xiao Fan's short and only she could hear this reply, she was shocked and lost her color, her eyes widened, and an intense remorseful frenzy that was like a flood grew deep inside her heart. Dictating the ages, how could she not be aware of the gold content of these 4 big words? Only martial Dao emperors were worthy of these 4 words. However, she didn't understand why Xiao Fan would go from being a wastrel to becoming a godless god in just 5 years. But whether she understood it or not, she did inwardly regret her choice a million times over. Even under this remorse, it actually gave her the hope of wanting to live again, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to apologize to Xiao Fan. I was wrong, Xiao Fan interrupted in time and said indifferently. You were right, it was the king who was wrong. The fault is that I was too young and too in love with my brain to have the eyes to fall in love with you. When the words fell, Xiao Fan did not give Tang Chuchu another chance to open her mouth. A finger pointed on the other party's abdomen, the destructive force instantly destroyed all the vitality in the body, and death collapsed. Fizzle! The guests sucked in a breath of cool air when they saw Xiao Fan personally resolve Tang Chuchu. Xiao Fan ended up being decisive and killed his former beloved with his own hands, and didn't stay the other party's life in consideration of old feelings. Under the gaze of the crowd's horrified gazes, Xiao Fan stepped away and drank as he walked. Listen up, all of you, it goes without saying what you're here for tonight. The king is mindful of the goodness of God and does not wish to kill more, so he will stay behind and wait for the brocade guards to come in and register the photos. If you don't register the information truthfully, you will be punished for treason and have your 9 clans executed. Many thanks to King Yen for not killing me. Many thanks to King Yen for not killing me. Many thanks to King Yen for not killing me. The guests present all knelt on the ground in fear and kowtowed to thank Xiao Fan for not killing them. At the same time, they also knew that once they let the brocade guards register on the roster, it meant that if they dared to do anything disloyal to the Great Zhou dynasty in the future, Xiao Fan and the Great Zhou imperial family would come to their doorsteps to settle the score according to the information registered tonight. And after Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan left the Shanghua mansion, they went straight to the 8th prince's mansion. Meanwhile, Bloodshed did not sneak into the Sagittarius mansion, but rather watched the battle from a tall attic building in the distance. The moment he saw the ghostly shadow being killed, he rushed back to the 8th prince's residence as fast as he could to report the situation to Xiao Qingtian. What did you say? 4th brother killed Ghost Shadow. Even Elder Ku couldn't discover him lurking in the Tang clan. How did 4th brother find him and kill him? After listening to Blood Fiend's report, Xiao Qingtian's expression sank and his brows furrowed. Ghost Shadow was a 2nd-grade martial king and had practiced the art of stealth, lurking in the Tang family, and Elder Ku hadn't even found the slightest trace of it. But according to Bloodshed's description, not only was the Ghost Shadow found out by Xiao Fan, he was still killed by this 4th brother of his in seconds, without the ability to fight back. He knew that Xiao Fan's strength had changed drastically with his return this time, but he did not expect it to become so terrifying. Seeing that Xiao Qingtian did not quite believe it, Bloodshed once again said with certainty, 8th prince, it's true, the Ghost Shadow was indeed killed by King Yen in a single move. This 4th brother of yours is too deeply and terrifyingly hidden. Elder Ku and those remaining martial kings are definitely not his opponents, and Tang Chuchu will definitely be captured by him. With Tang Chuchu's character, in the face of life and death, she will definitely betray you, and King Yen will definitely come to settle the score with you. 8th prince, I'll immediately bring people to escort you out of the city, and when Shura returns with the Lord's people, we'll kill our way back. This is the so-called stay green, even if there's no wood to burn, let's save our lives first. Ha! Bloodshed, you're scared. Xiao Qingtian, however, smiled coldly and stared at Bloodshed. 8th prince, it's not a matter of being afraid or not. 8th prince, let's retreat now. If we don't leave, I'm afraid it'll be too late. Bloodthirsty urged impatiently. He was indeed afraid, and there was no shame in being afraid. Xiao Fan's strength was indeed too strong, and they simply had no room to fight back. Don't worry. Although 4th brother is powerful, if he wants to kill me, he's not qualified enough. On the contrary, if he really dares to come over to take revenge, he will leave his life behind, and you can rest easy. Xiao Qingtian still looked calm and collected as he calmly said to Bloodshed. Snap! Also as Xiao Qingtian finished speaking, there was suddenly a sound of applause. Xiao Qingtian sniffed and looked over, only he did not know when Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan had already landed in the courtyard. 8th brother, it seems that you who have fallen to the demon race are truly extraordinary and full of confidence. Xiao Fan praised Xiao Qingtian as he strolled towards him. Xiao Qingtian's face became incomparably gloomy, and intense killing flickered in his eyes. That emperor father of theirs, as well as the 3 great elders of the clan, hadn't even realized his new identity, but now it was coming out of this 4th brother of his. 4th brother, you know quite a lot of things as well. and you are indeed hiding it very deeply. Now I'm truly regretting trusting that old thing Tang Yuan and not wiping you out while you were on your way to abolishing your exile. Since you took the initiative to come to the door, then I won't blame my brother for being ruthless and sending you to the Yellow Springs. Xiao Qingtian slowly stood up and stood with his hands behind his back, and with a confident and calm step, he also walked towards Xiao Fan, while the murderous aura on his body became more and more intense. He hadn't been ruthless enough to get rid of Xiao Fan in the first place, but he also felt that the Emperor's old man had indeed abolished this fourth brother's cultivation, and that he would never be able to cultivate again, and would be a powerless invalid. Given that they already hold a large portion of the power of the court and have a strong backer behind them, the invalid Xiao Fan is no threat, and there is no difference between getting killed and not getting killed. It was just that he didn't know that Xiao Badian had slightly tampered with Xiao Fan's cultivation when he abolished his cultivation, and no one would have been able to detect it if they hadn't personally examined Xiao Fan's body. And if Xiao Qingtian didn't know this, he wouldn't have thought that Xiao Fan would still have a day to regain his cultivation and be even more terrifying than he was 5 years ago. If he had known that the Emperor's old man had not completely abolished Xiao Fan, he would have definitely made a black move to get rid of the scourge on his way to exile back then. It was only a pity that the negligence back then had caused Xiao Fan to become a huge hidden danger once again, and it was also discovered that he had become a secret of the demon race. In order to keep the secret that he was a member of the demon race from leaking out, Xiao Fan must be killed tonight. And Xiao Fan looked at Xiao Qingtian's sinister expression of wanting to get him killed, the corner of his mouth slightly raised and said, "Don't worry, the one who goes down to the Yellow Springs will be you. Ha ha ha. Fourth brother, even if you killed all those martial kings in the Shanghua mansion, it doesn't mean you're qualified to kill me. Yet I must kill you tonight." Instead, Xiao Qingtian let out a wild laugh, which was filled with contempt for Xiao Fan, then he put away his laughter and let out a murderous roar. "Moloch, kill him." Boom! Also as Xiao Qingtian's voice fell, a strong aura erupted from the wellhead in the backyard of the mansion. In an instant, an old man covered in black demonic aura appeared in the sky, his large hand formed into a claw like the Soul Slinger's soul-slinging claw, carrying a terrifying corrosive demonic aura, locking onto Xiao Fan's head and grasping down as if it was a bolt of lightning. Chapter 30, Raiding the Sacred Son of the Devil Race. Seeing Devil Luo grab down with a claw, the corner of Xiao Qingtian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smug smile of victory. Demon Luo was a powerful person that the Lord had specially sent to sit in the dark and assist him in controlling the Great Zhou dynasty, with the strength of a 5th-grade martial king. Although Xiao Fan had killed Ghost Shadow, Elder Ko, and other martial kings and was very strong, it was impossible for him to be stronger than Moloch. Not to mention that Moloch cultivated demonic chi, and demonic chi was extremely erosive to the human race, and would affect the human race's strength and play. Combining these two situations, Xiao Fan would definitely not be able to carry this claw down from Devil Luo. A thick smile also appeared on Bloodshed's face. No wonder Xiao Qingtian was so calm. It turned out that the Lord had also sent a stronger person to sit in the mansion, he just didn't know it. At this moment, both the master and servant were staring at the demonic hand of Demon Luo that was grabbing at Xiao Fan at extreme speed. Only in the next moment, the master and servant's complexion suddenly changed, looking jaw-dropped. It was only when Demon Luo's demonic claw was about to grab Xiao Fan's head that he saw his fist blast up and explode Demon Luo's demonic claw. Ah! Devil Luo was instead grabbed by Xiao Fan's head and let out an incomparably mournful scream. Bang! After screaming miserably for a while, Xiao Fan grabbed and exploded Demon Luo's head. This 5th-grade martial king, who was regarded as invincible and powerful in Xiao Qingtian's eyes, the equivalent of the demon race realm was the 5th-grade demon king, was still like an ant like the ghostly shadow, and was casually scratched to death by Xiao Fan. The 8th prince should go. Quickly send someone to protect the 8th prince out of the city. Seeing that Demon Luo was killed, Bloodfiend shouted sharply and angrily. Swish swish swish. In a matter of moments, a team consisting of dozens of martial zongs, as well as a few half-step martial kings appeared, protecting Xiao Qingtian behind them. All of you, do whatever it takes to stop him and cover the departure of the 8th prince. Bloodthirsty bellowed out an order. Kill. Under the leadership of several half-step martial kings, dozens of martial zongs came out and swarmed towards Xiao Fan to kill him. Move. At the same time, Bloodshed pulled Xiao Qingtian with one hand and wanted to run outside. However, a strange scene appeared. The Blood Fiend, who was at the 2nd-grade martial king realm, could not pull Xiao Qingtian. 8th prince, you! Bloodshed's expression was startled. Xiao Qingtian was only a 2nd-grade martial zone, while he was a 2nd-grade martial king, which was a large realm higher, but he could not pull this imperial prince. The other party was like a 10,000-foot mountain, and no matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't pull it in the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. Also in the moment when Blood Fiend was surprised, Ruyan Lu quickly struck out and killed his dozens of henchmen cleanly. Just as Lu Ruyan was about to strike again to kill Xiao Qingtian and Blood Fiend, she was called back by Xiao Fan. Smokey, come back. You're no match for 8th brother. Ha? Isn't he only a 2nd-grade martial sect? How could I not be able to defeat him? Ruyan Lu obediently retreated back, still staring at Xiao Fan with a puzzled look on her face as she asked. She was at the peak of the 3rd-grade martial king realm, and Xiao Qingtian was merely a second-grade martial zone, so how could she possibly not be able to defeat this great Zhou imperial prince who had become a demon race? Even Blood Fiend was very puzzled. Ruyan Lu's strength was obviously stronger than his, yet Xiao Fan said that this woman could not defeat Xiao Qingtian. He was very skeptical in his heart. Could it be that this master in front of him was also hiding his cultivation, possessing a strong strength that even he didn't know about, stronger than Moloch? Ha ha ha. At this moment, Xiao Qingtian let out another burst of maniacal laughter once again and stared at Xiao Fan with a touch of appreciation. Fourth brother, you are indeed hiding too deeply. I can't even see through you until now. To think that you could even discover my realm. It seems impossible to kill you if I don't reveal my identity and strength. Boom! As this voice fell, a shocking demonic aura erupted from Xiao Qingtian's body and shot up into the clouds. What? There's a demonic aura. It's the direction of the Changtian residence. Check it out. Deep within the imperial palace, Xiao Badian and the three great elders immediately rushed out of their rooms when they first noticed the appearance of demonic chi in the capital, quickly locking onto the direction of Xiao Qingtian's residence and rushing there at breakneck speeds. In situ, the demonic chi on Xiao Qingtian's body was still like a pouring waterfall, surging madly, and his realm rose again and again, breaking through to the martial king realm and continuing to rise ferociously until the peak of the 7th grade martial king, before it gradually came to a stop. Xiao Qingtian's face, which was originally relatively sunny and handsome, now became gloomy and bizarre under the shroud of the demonic aura, with an evil smile on his face. This. 8th prince, how could you be so strong? Noticing the noble demonic aura on Xiao Qingtian that had innately suppressed him, the blood fiend was inwardly thrilled and in awe. Bloodshed. You were only sent here a year ago to do an errand for this emperor, not realizing that there's a lot more going on. After Xiao Qingtian finished speaking to Blood Fiend, he exuded a powerful aura, just like a demonic father descending, and stared at Xiao Fan with a grandiose aura. Hasn't it always been rumored in the Jianghu that fourth brother has cultivated some kind of hidden cultivation technique, making it impossible for outsiders to detect his cultivation? The situation is the same for this prince, practicing a secret method of my demon clan. Not only can I hide my cultivation, but I can also hide my demonic aura. But now it seems that I'm still not practicing well enough to actually be detected by fourth brother. But fourth brother, even if you can discover this, you are still no match for me, and I will cut out your heart myself. Phew! Spitting out the word heart that contained endless killing chi, Xiao Qingtian carried a monstrous demonic chi and instantly killed in front of Xiao Fan, and the large hand that was filled with a thick evil demonic chi went straight for the heart. Ugh! However, Xiao Fan merely sighed and then swung his large hand forward as an even more terrifying and overwhelming force slammed into it, tearing Xiao Qingtian's large claw to shreds, while at the same time, his entire body spat out a large mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. The 8th prince! Blood Fiend shouted angrily and rushed forward, wanting to catch Xiao Qingtian who was flying backwards. Bang! It was just that he had overlooked the power of this force that Xiao Fan had just used, and not only did he fail to catch Xiao Qingtian who flew back, but after he himself was hit, his entire body burst apart and turned into a sky full of blood mist. Not waiting for Xiao Qingtian to fall to the ground, Xiao Fan reappeared and choked his neck as he indifferently said, "The holy son of the demon race, who should have died, was reborn by seizing the body. You, how did you also?" Boom! Xiao Qingtian's complexion suddenly changed. His identity as the holy son of the demon race was only known to that lord of his. Yet Xiao Fan was clear, causing him to be both puzzled and fearful. You don't need to know how this king knows, not to mention that you're not the only one of the demon race's holy sons, not that it's a rare thing. But you must be clear, this king's own brother Lao Bachi was killed by you taking over his body a long time ago. You should suffer and die. As the words fell, Xiao Fan directly executed the soul-searching technique to torment the soul of that demon race saint's son that was attached to his 8th brother's body. Ah! The demon saint's son let out sharp and incomparable pig-killing screams as he slowly died in the midst of endless painful torture. What? The holy son is dead. Boom! At the same moment, millions of miles away from the Purple Mansion Holy Land, inside a large hall in a mountain, the white-haired old man violently opened his eyes exploding with endless chilling killing intent. Kill my demonic race's holy son, the great Zhou dynasty, I will turn that place into a hell on earth. Chapter 31, The Devil Race Takes Over the Purple Mansion Holy Land. What? Lord, you said that my disciple Xiao Qingtian is dead. How is this possible? And to the left of this white-haired old man, there was another old man sitting, and when he heard these words from his lord, he immediately stood up with a great change in color. He was Xiao Qingtian's nominal master in the Violet Mansion Holy Land, Zhao Ding. Yet he was having trouble believing the lord's words at the moment. One must know that within the great Zhou dynasty, the strongest was only the 3 great elders, of which the great elder with the most powerful strength was only a 4th grade martial king. On their side, they sent Moloch to sit in secret. Demon Luo alone could be enough to suppress the 3 great elders of the great Zhou dynasty. What's more, the soul of Xiao Qingtian's body was actually one of their demon clan saint sons and had hidden his strength, stronger than Demon Luo. It wasn't like there was a human presence within the great Zhou dynasty that was stronger than the duo, so how could Xiao Qingtian possibly die? Mega Din. He is indeed dead, and one of the magical imprints I left in his body has been destroyed. A powerful human powerhouse must have come from the Great Zhou territory and discovered the demonic aura on him before obliterating him. And now that he's dead, your identity and mine are likely to be exposed, so we have to get up early. Instead, the Lord had a serious look on his face and said to Megading, "My lord, although we have already set up the big picture and there is no problem in starting up now, and Xiao Qingtian's death may not expose us, aren't you being overly cautious in doing so?" Megadin was a million times more incomprehensible, and with a supreme respect, he spoke the thoughts of his heart to his lord. This human race is not a lot of old words, this proverb, not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. Be careful to sail a boat for 10,000 years, don't ever turn over the boat in the gutter. If we don't make the first move now, once Xiao Qingtian's identity as the demon race's saint's son is exposed and known by the Violet Mansion's sacred ground or other races' powerhouses, we will be in an even more delicate and passive position at that time, and we will most likely let the layout that has taken so much effort go down the drain. For this reason, I have decided to make my move tonight and seize the Violet Mansion Holy Land, while you immediately head to the Great Zhou dynasty and kill Xiao Qingtian's people on a weekly basis to block the news. After you stabilize the situation on the Great Zhou side, serve as our outpost to welcome the arrival of my demon clan's army. The Lord's eyes flickered with eerie killing intent as he admonished Zhao Din. Zhao Din thought carefully and also felt that the Lord had a point. To use another human proverb, if you strike first, you will suffer later. They have long been ready to go, suddenly launching an attack, will be able to thunder and lightning, hit the human race a surprise. Afterward, Megading nodded and said, "Good, I'll rush to Great Zhou and behead all those who know about it to prevent them from exposing the news. Lord, I'll leave you to worry more about the Holy Land side of things." After Megading finished speaking, he crushed a crystal stone engraved with runes in front of his lord. As the crystal stone shattered, it instantly transformed into a teleportation gate, which was a teleportation gate across geographical space. As for the Violet sacred land to the Great Zhou dynasty, there was a distance of several million miles, so it would take a lot of time if they flew there. Not to mention the fact that he now urgently needed to catch up with the person who had killed Xiao Qingtian and block all news. He would have to rush to Great Zhou in a very short period of time. Moving over using a portal was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way, and it would only take a moment to arrive at Great Zhou. The great cause of my demon race will start from this Violet Mansion Holy Land. As the mega tripod entered the portal and disappeared, the Lord's eyes once again erupted with intense killing intent, chanting with conviction. Back to Xiao Qingtian's residence. In the courtyard, when Xiao Badian and the elders arrived, they could only see broken bodies and blood all over the ground, as well as Xiao Qingtian's corpse. "Vanner, you killed your eighth brother, what's going on? And how did a very strong demonic aura appear here just now?" Xiao Baishan's face sank when he saw Xiao Qingtian's corpse, revealing a look of grief and a 10,000% puzzled look at Xiao Fan. Although he had suspected before that the murderer who framed Xiao Fan back then, the master behind Tang Yuan, was this eighth son of his, Xiao Qingtian. He also knew that once it was found out that it was Xiao Qingtian's doing, with Xiao Fan's personality nowadays, he would not let this brother go. Now seeing Xiao Qingtian's corpse and the image of hand-to-hand combat made his heart ache with remorse. But this ending, he had already expected it, heartache to heartache, but he was more concerned about why the demonic aura appeared here. Only people of the devil's race emit a demonic aura. And that demonic aura that erupted from here before was very powerful, proving that the strength of that demonic clan was extremely terrifying, and it was simply not something that he and the elders could deal with. Now that the demonic aura had disappeared, only Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan were here, causing him to feel 10,000% puzzled. The elders also looked at Xiao Fan in succession. The appearance of demonic powerhouses in the place of the human race was not a good omen. One careless move would smear the living and destroy the entire Great Zhou dynasty. In fact, eighth brother had his body taken over by the people of the demon race 12 years ago. In these 12 years, the eighth brother we have seen, the body is his, but the soul inside is a demonic holy son. That raging demonic aura just now was emitted by that demonic holy son inside him. Xiao Fan was very calm and explained the reasons for this to Xiao Badian and the elders. "What? Qingtian has been taken over by the demonic holy son. How is this possible? Not to mention that 12 years ago, he was only 7 years old. If he was taken over at that time, how could we not notice it at all? Fanny, are you mistaken?" At this moment, Xiao Badian and the elders were all shocked and had difficulty accepting this fact. Especially the three great elders, with their strength, it was impossible for them to have not noticed a hint of something wrong in a period as long as 12 years. If it was really that time, then that's a reasonable explanation. 12 years ago, Wan Guifei and the 8th Emperor's son had left the capital and returned to Guifei's old home. But on the way back, they were attacked by mysterious forces. Wan Guifei and her accompanying guards were killed, and only the 8th Emperor's son survived and was seriously injured. The mysterious forces that had attacked the mother and son in the first place hadn't been able to find out where they came from so far, and if the 8th Emperor's son had really been taken over by the demonic holy son, the timing would be right. And that demonic aura was so powerful just now, stronger than even the Grand Elder, it's only normal that we couldn't discover that he was occupying the body of the 8th Emperor's son. However, soon Xiao Badian spoke of this past event and believed Xiao Fan. After hearing these words, The elders nodded and gradually accepted this fact. Right. Fanner, besides your 8th brother, have you obtained any information about other demonic clansmen, and are there any other hidden demonic clansmen within our great Zhou, within this capital? After a few seconds of mourning, Xiaobadian once again stared at Xiao Fan and inquired. Boom! But just then, a loud noise rang out from the sky above the mansion. Buzz off! Immediately afterward, a blinding light flashed, followed by the appearance of a teleportation gate, drawing the attention of the crowd. Chapter 32, Invasion of the Devil Race. Soon, Xiaobadian and the elders saw an old man walk out from the other side. This old man was no one else but Xiao Qingtian's master, Zhao Ding. Greetings, your holiness. Xiaobadian and the 9 elders all recognized this Xiao Qingtian's master, and with supreme respect, they bowed and saluted. Be excused. Zhao Ding put on a lofty and honorable stance and waved his hand at Xiaobadian and the 9 elders. At this moment, although he also saw Xiao Qingtian's corpse on the ground, his gaze was fixed on Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan. Because only Xiao Fan and Lu Ruyan did not salute him. And Xiao Fan did not have a trace of cultivation on his body, while Lu Ruyan was a martial king. The odd pairing piqued his interest. However, he temporarily suppressed this interest within his heart, and instead directly landed on the ground and examined Xiao Qingtian's corpse, and after confirming that it was completely dead, he immediately erupted with a strong aura and roared with rage. Xiaobadian, what is going on here? Why did my disciple die here? Who killed him, you tell me? Your holiness. You should not be angry yet. The matter behind Qingtian's death is more complicated, please listen to me first. Xiaobadian hurriedly calmed him down and then explained the whole story to Zhao Ding. Xiao Fan? That 4th son of yours? Wasn't he wasted by you? After hearing this, Zayadin's expression sank as his gaze gradually shifted to Xiao Fan. In fact, the person Xiao Qingtian sent to deliver the letter was still on his way back to the Purple Mansion Holy Land, so Zhao Ding did not receive the latest information. At this moment, he stared earnestly at Xiao Fan and carefully observed. However, no matter how he surveyed, he just could not detect the slightest fluctuation of cultivation within Xiao Fan's body. Strange. How can you, an invalid, kill my disciple who was taken over by the demon clan? Also, how did you find out that my disciple had long ago had her body taken over by the demon race's saint's son? How much do you really know about it? And is there anyone else who knows about it as well? While the Mega Ding was questioning Xiao Fan, the power within his body was also converging rapidly. If it was really Xiao Fan who had killed Xiao Qingtian and he could not detect any cultivation fluctuations within the other party's body, then there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Xiao Fan's cultivation was above his, a martial zone, making him unable to sense any cultivation. The second was that it was about the same strength as his, but it had also practiced the law of secrecy to hide its cultivation, which was what prevented him from noticing it. It was just that Xiao Fan was obviously only 20 years old and had his cultivation abolished 5 years ago, but now he was able to possess a strength similar to his, making it difficult for him to accept as well. But it was this situation that also made the killing intent within him stronger. Xiao Fan had become a great danger and had to be gotten rid of. However, he still needed to ask Xiao Fan how he learned of Xiao Qingtian's identity and how many other people knew the inside story. After asking for clarification, he would not hesitate to strike and kill everyone in front of him cleanly. In response to Zayadin's questioning, Xiao Fan did not answer directly, smiled faintly, and asked in turn. Old devil, this king also wants to ask you, when did you and that lord of yours take over the identities of those 2 from the Purple Mansion Sanctuary and hide inside the sanctuary? What is the plot? Although he had obtained some information from the soul of that demon saint's son inside Xiao Qingtian's body, this demon saint's son did not know too many details either. Now that Zhao Ding took the initiative to send him to the door, it also saved him a trip to the Purple Mansion Holy Land. What? Boom! As for Xiaobadian and the elders, when they heard Xiao Fan's words, their complexion changed greatly and they immediately quickly retreated backward, away from the Megading. How could they have thought that actually even the Megading of the Violet Mansion Holy Land would be a demon clan member? Ha ha ha! Zhao Ding, however, did not get angry, but instead was letting out a wild laugh, which also contained a chilling killing intent as he stared at Xiao Fan. I didn't expect you to have some skills. Not only did you learn that this 8th brother of yours had been taken over by my demon clan saint's son, but you also knew that my father and my lord are also demon clan members. It's truly impressive. Now that you know the secret, none of you will live. But this honored one does want to give you a way to live. As long as you can serve my demon clan, replace your 8th brother, and take control of Great Zhou, you can live. Snap. Just as Zhao Ding had just finished speaking, Xiao Fan directly slapped him on the face with a crisp ringing sound. Boom boom. At the same time, Zayadin's entire body flew backwards at extreme speed, collapsing a house with a loud noise. Hiss. Fanner is so powerful. Even this Mega Ding can't withstand the power of his slap. At this moment, seeing that Zhao Ding was sent flying by Xiao Fan's slap, Xiaobadian and the elders once again had an incomparably shocked look on their faces. Although they knew that Xiao Fan was very strong, they were not told exactly how strong. Now Zhao Ding's downfall has already made them further realize just how terrifying Xiao Fan's strength is. Ah, kid, you seek death. Boom. Also at the moment when Xiaobadian and the elders were shocked, Zhao Ding rushed out from a pile of ruins and roared with a murderous rage. Subsequently, an aura that terrified Xiao Badian and the elders emanated from his body, and even the people of the entire imperial city, their spirit hearts trembled in fear. At the next moment, Zhao Dinchang carried a terrifying aura, as if a light, transformed through the night sky, rushed to Xiao Fan in front of him, and on his somewhat shriveled hands, he emitted a strong demonic chi, forming a demonic claw that grabbed towards Xiao Fan. Click! Bang! Only when he had just grabbed half of it, the demon claw violently burst into pieces. Not waiting for him to let out a mournful scream, an invisible force coalesced into a large illusory hand and choked his neck to death. You are a human sage. This can't be, it can't be. Zayadin's eyes that were filled with demonic aura were filled with fear, and a shocking wave of despair was also set off within his heart. He was a martial Zun, and then in front of Xiao Fan, a 20-year-old human youth, he was as weak as a mole cricket. To be able to make him not have the slightest resistance, Xiao Fan could only be a martial saint of the human race, which would explain why he couldn't feel any cultivation fluctuations within Xiao Fan's body. Old devil, as the saying goes, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. Don't you want to know how this king recognized your identities? The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth rose slightly, then he grabbed Zayadin's head. Ah! Zhao Din let out a pig-killing, heart-rending scream as he finally realized how Xiao Fan had learned of their demon race identities. Bang! After a period of agonizing torture, Xiao Fan grabbed and exploded Zhao Din's head and spoke to Xiao Badian and the elders. The devil race is really making a big move to invade the human race. Our great Zhou is their outpost. What? The devil race is actually going to invade our human race. Our great Zhou is still their outpost. What should we do? Vanille. What to do? Xiao Badian and the elders were shocked and looked at Xiao Fan. Don't be in a hurry, later Smoke will tell you the names of some people, all the elders will personally lead the team, arrest the people, resist and kill without amnesty, and block all news. Anything else, wait until I get back. After Xiao Fan gave some instructions, his entire body disappeared in place. Chapter 33, The Holy Land has fallen, do you really think you've won? After Xiao Fan left, Ruyan Lu told Xiao Badian and the elders about the string of names. Hearing those names, Xiao Baishan's face changed drastically. Among the major officials in the capital, there were actually nearly a quarter of them, demonized by Xiao Chengtian, who was possessed by the demonic Holy Sun. The matter was urgent. Xiao Badian and the elders immediately took action to arrest people, and Lu Ruyan also participated in the action. On the other hand, the Violet Mansion Holy Land, which was millions of miles away. In the council hall, all the core personnel of the Violet Mansion Holy Land arrived here one after another. I heard that they were urgently summoned here for a meeting because there was an important announcement to be made. Within the main hall at this moment, the Violet Mansion Sacred Lord and a group of elders had arrived early, and even the 5 Supreme Elders had arrived at the scene. Seeing that all 5 of the Supreme Elders were sitting in the hall, the core sect felt an even more uneasy feeling inside. Generally speaking, unless the Holy Land was facing a life and death crisis, the Supreme Elders only attended to participate in the meeting. Now that the 5 Supreme Elders were sitting here, it was even more worrying for the crowd, not knowing what kind of great events had happened that threatened the survival of the Holy Land. The Supreme Elders, Holy Lord, what's the matter with calling us all here in such a hurry? Is it possible that our Violet Mansion Holy Land is facing some kind of crisis? In a state of panic as well as curiosity, some people opened their mouths to ask. However, the 5 Taishang Chang's expressions were calm, while the face of the Violet Mansion Holy Lord had some confusion on it. What exactly was the urgent matter? Even he himself, the Sacred Lord, was not sure, and he had received a collective notification from the Supreme Elders telling him to gather all the core of the sacred ground and wait here. The fact that the Holy Lord couldn't even answer made the hearts of the crowd even more uneasy with all sorts of speculations. Where's the 6th Supreme Elder? And the Grand Elder, why didn't he come too? Soon, it was noticed that one of the Taishang Elders was still missing, and that even their current Chief Grand Elder was not present. And this Grand Elder is Zhao Din, and the 6th Great Elder is that Lord. This seed is coming. Just as the crowd was talking, the Lord, who was the 6th Elder, walked in, holding a black box large enough to hold a human head in both hands. And there seemed to be a trace of black aerosol floating on the lid of this black box. It's demonic energy. Old 6. What exactly is inside that black box you're holding? The 5th Supreme Elder instantly recognized that the black aerosol was demonic chi, and his expression changed greatly as he hurriedly pursued the question. What demonic aura? That box in the 6th Elder's hand contains demons? As the 5th Taishang Elder finished speaking, a commotion was triggered, and each and every one of them stared at the black box with their full attention. The 6th Taishang Elder, who did not answer immediately, held the box and walked over to the 5 great Taishang Elders, placing it on a side table with a 10,000-fold expression. Old 6. Where did you get this box from? Why does it have a demonic aura, and what happened? You asked me to notify the Holy Lord and call everyone here just for this box? Seeing the worried expression on the 6th Supreme Elder's face, the 1st Supreme Elder hurriedly pursued the question. Boss, yes, it's about the black box. The object contained within is indeed a demonic object, the head of a demonic person. The sixth Supreme Elder frowned tightly, his expression grim as he told the crowd what was contained in the box. The heads of the demons? Old Six, you're not mistaken, are you? Where did you get the heads of the demons? Can it be that there were demonic clansmen who infiltrated my Violet Mansion Holy Land and were beheaded by you when you discovered them? Old Six, you don't hide it anymore. Come on, what's going on? All 5 Taishan elders stood up violently, each one staring at the black box with dead eyes and sizing it up while anxiously urging the 6th Taishan elder to explain the details. The 5 old brothers, the Holy Lord, and all of you, I'm sure you still remember the demonic beast riot that erupted 12 years ago in the Savage Mountain Range in the extreme north. At that time, it was me who went over with the Grand Elder to deal with it, and after I communicated with the leader of the demon race station in the mountain range, I learned that quite a number of demonic clansmen suddenly appeared in their place, and that it was demonic chi that caused the demon race to become berserk, and I came back to speak to you about this matter at that time as well. Although the demon clan has settled the demon clan, but just in case, I will plant eyes and ears in the Great Zhou dynasty, that is, the disciple of the Great Elder Zhao Ding, the 8th son of the Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty. This box is Zhao Ding. This disciple sent people Starry Night and City to send back, said that the Great Zhou side appeared traces of demonic clansmen, beheading a demonic clansman. I've asked the Grand Elder to rush over first to deal with it, and I've also gathered all of you together, so we'll discuss how to deal with it after taking a look at the contents of the box. The 6th Supreme Elder explained in detail and mentioned what happened 12 years ago. When he said this, it also instantly reminded everyone of this matter, and their moods all gradually turned heavy, their brows furrowed. If demonic people really appeared in the Great Zhou dynasty's territory, it was indeed something that should cause them to pay attention. After all, the barbaric mountains north of the Great Zhou dynasty, as well as the vast continent further north, were all inhabited by the demon race. Or rather, the Savage Mountain Range was a safe boundary between the human and demon races. Crossing this line will allow the demons to launch a full-scale invasion of the human race. If the demon race once joined forces with the demon race, the consequences would be unimaginable. As the only Holy Land power in the northwest, the Purple Mansion Holy Land also had to bear the brunt of the responsibility of fighting the invasion of the demon race. Holy Lord, open the box and see. After contemplating for a long while, the 3rd Supreme Elder said to the Violet Mansion Holy Lord. Yes. The Violet Mansion Holy Lord himself lifted the lid of the box and saw that it contained a human head permeated with demonic aura. Bang! But the next moment, that human head exploded, releasing a large amount of demonic energy. Oh no, everyone hold your breath fast, don't inhale the demonic gas into your body. The first Taishang Elder's complexion suddenly changed, and New Mountain shouted, reminding the crowd. However, his prompting sound was not as fast as the speed of the demonic chi spread, and just after he had finished speaking, the entire hall was already flooded with demonic chi, and none of the people had the time to defend themselves against it, and inhaled it into their bodies. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the 6th Supreme Elder was letting out a wild laugh that sounded bizarre and a bit eerie. You old Six, what are you laughing at? Is it possible that you're the one who messed up and you're crazy? The 4th Taishan Elder's temper was rather short-tempered, and hearing that the 6th Taishan Elder was still in the mood to laugh, he growled in shock and anger. Lao Si, you're right. It's this honored one who messed up. And these demonic chi just now, you don't need to inhale it into your body, as long as your skin is stained with it, it can enter your human's body. Right now, each of you is being corrupted by the invasion of demonic chi in your body. If you run your power, the faster the corrosion, then the faster your strength will change, the speed of demonization will be accelerated, and all of you will end up becoming my demonic race's puppets. Ha! The 6th Supreme Elder admitted truthfully, letting out the sound of a winning laugh at the end of his words. Little Six. You old Six, ah! You deserve to die, I'll kill you. The 1st Supreme Elder completely exploded, immediately erupting with an aura at the Martial Saint level. Pust! Ah! However, in the next second, he violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his breath rapidly decaying as he sat on the ground in pain. Boss! 1st Supreme Elder. Seeing that the 1st Taishan Elder was instantly seriously injured, one of them shouted in grief. Old Six, why is your demonic chi so powerful that even I, a martial saint, can't carry it? The 1st Supreme Elder stared at the 6th Supreme Elder with a pained and angry expression. That you need not know. You only need to understand one thing, the entire Violet Mansion Holy Land is already under the control of my father. And I am no longer some 6th Supreme Elder, you should address me as Lord. Ha! The Lord laughed wildly in triumph. What are you laughing at? Do you really think you've won? But at that moment, a youthful voice that made the Lord's complexion furious came from the distant sky. Continue to update later, every afternoon and evening. Chapter 34, The Demon Army is Coming. What are you laughing at? Do you really think you've won? As this voice came, not only did the Lord look outside the Great Hall with a gloomy face, even the people of the Violet Mansion Holy Land looked out with a hopeful expression. Listening to that voice, it seemed to be a youth, and his contempt could be heard from the tone. At this moment, the people of the Violet Mansion Holy Land were all very much expecting the visitor to really have the ability to get rid of the demonized 6th Supreme Elder. Otherwise they would either be executed, or they would fall into the role of puppets of the demon race and harm the human race in turn. Under the gaze of the crowd, a youth landed at the entrance of the great hall and slowly walked in. The youth was none other than Xiao Fan. No way! Why isn't there a bit of cultivation on him? A person with no cultivation dares to come here, it's simply a head delivery. Realizing that Xiao Fan did not have any cultivation on his body, each one felt incomparably desperate. They thought they had ushered in hope, but they didn't realize that the flame of hope had just been ignited and then extinguished. This youth in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of cultivation on him, and couldn't possibly be a match for the demonized 6th Supreme Elder. Strange. How come this kid doesn't have the slightest cultivation? The Lord stared dead on at Xiao Fan who walked in, and his face became increasingly grave. With his strength, he was actually unable to detect how strong the cultivation of the youth in front of him was, which in itself was an extremely strange thing. At this moment, the Lord thought carefully about the various possibilities again and again. Either the other party's cultivation was too much higher than his, or they really didn't have any cultivation, or they were just as strong as he was, and they would also be able to hide their cultivation with a secret technique, so that he wouldn't be able to detect it. After various considerations, the fact that this youth was able to descend from the sky proved that his own strength was extraordinary, so this person should be as strong as him and have practiced the secret art of hiding his cultivation. There was only this one possibility, and he absolutely did not believe that the youth in front of him would be stronger than him, never. The 5 Supreme Elders of the Violet Mansion Holy Land shared the same judgment, and the first Supreme Elder solemnly reminded, "Little friend, I am the first Supreme Elder of the Violet Mansion Holy Land. This person standing in front of you at the moment was originally our 6th Supreme Elder, but I don't know when he was demonized and became a member of the demon race. Now everyone in the Great Hall has been hit by demonic chi, and this demonic chi is so terrifying that even I, a martial saint, can't carry it, so you have to be careful." "Yes?" Xiao Fan smiled coldly and then grabbed with his large hand, and all the demonic chi that was still permeating the entire hall converged in his palm, forming a sphere. Immediately after that, the pitch-black demonic gas, however, gradually faded, and finally completely purified into a pure energy gas, forming a crystal. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a heaven-defying tactic. Who the hell is he? Seeing Xiao Fan purify the demonic chi in an instant and turn it into a pure energy body, one shook the universe. To be able to have such a heavenly means that shocked the world and sobbed the gods, the crowd could hardly imagine where this youth had come from. The Lord's face became even more somber, his eyes flashed with vicious killing opportunities as he cautiously watched out for Xiao Fan and asked, "Kid, who the hell are you? How come I've never heard of a young martial saint like you?" "Yeah, never heard of it." As the Lord asked this question, the crowd was in awe, and it was also true that they had never heard of such a young martial saint on the eastern desolate continent. But that's what makes them more interested in who they are as youths. And Xiao Fan did not respond, looking at the Lord. "Old devil. Megading and that demonic holy son of yours are dead, now it's your turn." "What? Megadin is dead? What the hell is going on?" Many people listened in confusion. How could Zhao Din die in Xiao Fan's hands? Then there's no need to ask. The Megading has also been demonized. The first Supreme Elder immediately stated, staring at Xiao Fan once again. "Little friend, since you know they're in cahoots, you absolutely cannot let him go. Make sure to get rid of this demon." Xiao Fan said with a cold smile. "Don't worry. This king has some old scores to settle with this old devil. Old devil, 12 years ago, you personally killed my 8th brother by transferring the soul of the dying demonic holy son into my 8th brother. Tonight, I'm going to collect this blood debt from you, and I also want to know when your demon race army will descend on Great Zhou." "Ah, the demonic army is going to descend on the Great Zhou dynasty. They're really going to invade our human race. Little friend, is the news true?" Hearing Xiao Fan say that the demonic army was going to invade and kill, the faces of the group from the Purple Mansion Sacred Land became extremely ugly, and the situation they least expected to see was about to happen. Xiao Fan still didn't make a response, only coldly staring at the Lord. The Lord, who was also gritting his teeth and glaring at Xiao, also finally realized who this person was. However, according to the news that came back from Great Zhou, this person had obviously been deprived of his cultivation 5 years ago, so why had he become unfathomable now, and actually gave him a great sense of threat? However, Zhao Ding's side had already failed, so he must not fail again, and his body erupted with a strong demonic aura as he gradually walked towards Xiao Fan and said, "Kid, so you are the Yin King of the Great Zhou dynasty. Although I don't know how you became so strong after you were invalidated 5 years ago, and it doesn't matter how strong you are, you can't stop this seat or my demon race's great cause, you die for me." Boom! At that instant, the Lord's large hand grabbed forward, and the channeled demonic chi condensed into a black sword, carrying a terrifyingly corrosive and filthy evil power as it chopped towards Xiao Fan. Self-importance. Click. However, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth rose slightly, then he violently crushed the energy crystals in his hand, and the countless crumbs transformed back into a crystallized lance, flickering with a holy light, and threw it forward. Click. Bang. The crystallized lance instantly destroyed the sword of demonic energy, and with undiminished power, it unstoppably pierced through the Lord's heart and nailed it to a pillar. Ah! The Lord was nailed to the top of the pillar by the crystallized lance emanating the power of holiness. A miserable scream emanated from his mouth, and his body seemed to be burning with an invisible flame, struggling there in pain, his features twisted, and that face became even more ghastly and terrifying. Fizzle! When the people of the Violet Mansion Holy Land saw the scene, they all sucked in a big breath of cool air, and their faces were filled with shock. Xiao Fan's strength was too terrifying, simply terrifying. As the crowd froze in shock, Xiao Fan took a step in front of the Lord and said indifferently, "Old devil, will you take the initiative to give an account, or do you want this king to personally do it and make you suffer?" "Kid, even if I die, I won't betray the demon clan, and you can't stop my demon clan army. My demonic army will soon descend, and your human race will eventually fall into slavery to my demonic race. Most importantly, even if it seems to be your prisoner, you can't kill me, and you'll be dead soon, ha." However, the Lord looked as if he would rather die than give in, and he even laughed arrogantly, provoking Xiao Fan. Chapter 35, Severely Weakened Version of Martial Emperor. "You damned devil, you've been reduced to a prisoner and you're still so arrogant. This little friend is so strong, you think you can still kill him, you really think you can still live? Dead devil, still don't quickly and truthfully explain how you demonized our 6th Supreme Elder and Grand Elder Megading, and when and where your demonic army descended. Speak up, or you'll be tortured with endless pain." Seeing that their lord's life was pinched in Xiao Fan's hands, yet he was still so rampant, the Supreme Elders of the Violet Mansion Holy Land all bellowed in violent anger, their killing intent within their hearts heated up. This devil was really too hateful and too arrogant. If they weren't invaded by demonic chi at the moment and needed to suppress it with their cultivation, or else they would have definitely gone over to greet this big devil with their own hands and tortured to death. "It's so refreshing to see you all looking so angry and powerless. Ha ha ha." The Lord continued to laugh happily as an extremely bizarre smile gradually appeared on his face as he stared at Xiao Fan. "Kid, when I say you can't kill me, and you, right now, are going to die. Kill him." As the Lord uttered the last 3 words, it instantly caused the complexion of the people of the Violet Mansion Holy Land to sink, sensing that something was not good. It seemed that there were still powerful people from the demon race present and not showing up. If the other party suddenly struck out and sneak attacked Xiao Fan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sure enough, the next moment, he only saw a figure wrapped in demonic aura appear in the air above Xiao Fan's head, which was even more terrifying than the Lord's demonic aura. Even if the 5 Supreme Elders hadn't been hit by the demonic chi and were still in their peak state, all of them couldn't defeat this demonic clansman with their full strength. "Be careful, little friend." The first Supreme Elder's reaction was extremely swift and immediately reminded Xiao Fan loudly. Boom! The moment the first Supreme Elder spoke out, he only saw that person's large hand wave, and countless black chi instantly transformed into a devil's claw that grabbed down towards Xiao Fan's head. This scene frightened everyone in the Purple Mansion Holy Land into a cold sweat, and every single one of their nerves tightened as they stared at Xiao Fan in death. If Xiao Fan was unable to dodge this claw, then all of them would be completely finished, and they would all be reduced to puppets of the demon race. Ah! In the next second, only Xiao Fan's large hand was seen swinging upwards, and the crowd heard the demon clan member let out a mournful and incomparable scream. Boom boom! The demon clan member slammed towards a side wall at great speed, smashing a large hole. Only the pitch-black demonic aura wrapped around this person's body gradually dispersed, revealing the face of an old man. Old ancestor. The moment this old man stood up, and the 5 Supreme Elders saw the other party's face clearly, each of them were shocked and immediately felt incomparably stunned. This old man of the demon race was none other than one of their Taishan elders back when they were in power, Qing Xian. And so far, the only one left. It was just that they would never have imagined that Qing Xian, the old ancestor who had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, would actually emanate a demonic aura from his body and also demonize into a demonic race. What? That's the old ancestor of our holy land? But how come the old ancestor was demonized too? Even the old ancestor has been demonized, no wonder the 6th Great Elder and the Grand Elder have become demonic, and we don't even know it. At this moment, for the group of core personnel of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, it was doubly shocking and 10,000 times more angry and disappointed. They all knew that an old ancestor had been in seclusion for hundreds of years, who would have thought that once he appeared, he would fall to the devil race. As junior disciples, seeing their own old ancestor fall into the devil's path, one by one, they were all heartbroken and filled with endless anger and shame. However, the crowd could not understand from the beginning why their own old ancestor was in seclusion, yet he had become a demon clan member. The first Taishan elder is also extremely puzzled. That year as he personally sent this old ancestor to the sanctuary of the Forbidden Land retreat, at that time are all fine, now it is a bit of demonic clansmen, 10,000 unwilling to question. Old ancestor, no, devil, when did you demonize our old ancestor as well? Ha ha ha. Qing Xian, however, let out a gust of eerie laughter as he stared at the first Taishan elder. Chongqing. Back then, you worked the hardest and were the most obedient, and I liked you the most as an apprentice grandson. Don't worry, old ancestor, when I become a noble demon great sage, I will also love you like that, like you, and give you important tasks. But before that, I have to take care of this big scourge in front of me. After Qing Xian finished speaking, he stared coldly at Xiao Fan as he walked away. Little fellow, I have to say that you are terrifying in all your strength. Even at my peak before I was demonized, I might not be able to beat you. If I'm not mistaken, you should have reached the so-called martial emperor realm of your human race by now. What? He's actually a martial emperor. To become a martial emperor at such a young age, what a terrifying talent. At this moment, when the crowd learned from Qing Xian that Xiao Fan had reached the martial emperor realm, each and every one of them stared in shock, their eyes wide open, and their hearts set off a shocking wave of emotions. If you were to do it normally, a 20-year-old martial emperor, no one would believe it. It is simply impossible for this heaven and earth to have this kind of genius demon. But combined with the fact that they couldn't sense any behavior on Xiao Fan's body, coupled with the words of Qing Xian, an old ancestor who had become demonized, it would be hard for them to disbelieve that Xiao Fan should be the martial emperor. Seeing the shocked looks on the faces of these disciples, Qing Xian, however, revealed a look of contempt and stared condescendingly at Xiao Fan. In this heaven and earth, the human race shouldn't have appeared a demonic genius like you, but since it did, it's all the more reason why I should have to wipe you out. You're just a martial saint, no, I should say a demon saint. What are you going to kill with? The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth lifted slightly as he coldly stared at Qing Xian Dao. Ha ha ha. Qing Xian once again let out a scornful laugh, his voice containing a sense of ignorant mockery as he explained to Xiao Fan. If it was before the great change in heaven and earth, with my current strength, I would indeed not be able to defeat your human race's martial emperor. However, after the great change in heaven and earth, the same martial emperor's ability has been drastically weakened, and it is not impossible for me to defeat you. But I'm giving you a chance now, release my people immediately, and I'll only demonize you and make you a part of the great demon race, or else I'll turn you into a puppet, a cold and heartless killing machine. Ah! Just as Qing Xian had just said that, Xiao Fan then responded by grabbing his lord's head and letting out a gust of mournful screams. Kid, you're looking for death, let him go now. Seeing that his lord was being brutally tortured by Xiao Fan and was in pain, Qing Xian's eyes exploded with a chilling killing opportunity roaring. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan mercilessly pinched and exploded the lord's head and faintly laughed softly. Yo! So you guys are still father and son. This is quite good, good things come in pairs, just in time to send you father and son down to hell together for a reunion. Ha! Father and son? The crowd of the Purple Mansion Holy Land was stunned, but quickly reacted that it should be the souls of the two who had been demonized that were father and son. Ah! Qing Xian, on the other hand, hissed in a million agonizing pains and stared at Xiao Fan with a murderous aura as he roared. Kid, you killed my son, I'll break you into pieces. Boom! In the next moment, an even more terrifying demonic aura erupted from Qing Xian's body, just like a bomb that instantly tore apart and collapsed the entire hall. At the same time, the devil chi in his body was like a tsunami, and it was soaring rapidly, infinitely approaching the realm of the Devil Emperor. Chapter 36, Even the Devil Emperor Can't Take a Hit. Empyrean Lord. Quickly stop him from continuing to increase his strength, quickly step in and kill him. Emperor Sama, it would be bad if we let him step into the Demon Emperor realm, do it quickly. Emperor Sama, you kill him. The Supreme Elders realized that Qing Xian's aura was insanely skyrocketing, and invisibly, it actually had the slightest hint of imperial might, and each one of them yelled as if they were anxious, urging Xiao Fan to make a move. And they also knew that Xiao Fan was a martial emperor, and their address changed from little friend to Emperor Zun as a sign of respect. Only Xiao Fan did not pay any attention to the five Supreme Elders and quietly watched Qing Xian as his breath was skyrocketing, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he revealed a light smile. Although Xiao Fan did not rush out and the Supreme Elders were puzzled, when they saw the smile on his face, they knew that they did not care at all about Qing Xian's surge in strength, and that they had enough confidence to defeat this old devil. A good while passed, and Qing Xian's aura finally stopped, but he had not stepped into the realm of the Demon Emperor, but he was not far off either. Qing Xian felt an incomparably powerful strength and overbearingly said to Xiao Fan, Kid, you should have listened to Changqing just now, and quickly made a move to kill me. Yet you arrogantly stood there and watched the old man, raising your strength to today's realm. Even though I have not reached the Demon Emperor realm, it is enough to kill you. Boom! As his voice fell, the demonic aura on his body erupted from his body and shot straight up into the clouds, gradually forming a storm that enveloped the entire Violet Mansion Holy Land. Demonic energy? What a strong demonic aura! The demonic aura appeared in the northwest direction. Could it be that the territory over at the Violet Mansion Holy Land has been invaded by the demon race? Demon invasion, this is not a good thing. Quickly send someone to the northwestern region and ask the Purple Mansion Holy Land what's going on. As this demonic aura shot straight up into the sky, all the powerful people on the entire eastern desolate continent sensed it at the first moment, and one by one, they rushed out and hovered in the sky, gazing in the direction where the Purple Mansion sacred ground was located. Even from an extremely distant distance, they were able to feel that terrifying demonic aura, causing them to feel doubly uneasy and desperately wanting to figure out the situation. Some strong people with a strong sense of responsibility headed towards the place where the demonic chi appeared at great speed. Meanwhile, this side of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. As Qing Xian's demonic chi was released, throughout the entire Purple Mansion's sacred ground, those disciples who hadn't been demonized yet were invaded by demonic chi and fell down screaming in pain. The people in the Great Hall who were already being attacked by demonic chi were now invaded by Qing Xian's demonic chi, becoming even more agonized. Empyrean Lord, quickly make a move to kill him, or else we're going to be demonized soon. Empyrean Lord, you make a move, we don't want to fall into the devil's path. Ah, Emperor-sama, don't make a move yet, or I'll have to kill myself. At this moment, it was as if the Supreme Elders were being gnawed on by countless insects and ants gnawing on their flesh and blood. The pain was extreme, and each one of them hissed frantically, urging Xiaofan to make a move to kill Qing Xian. Ha ha ha, kid, they're all about to be demonized and you're still not making a move. Are you trying to kill all of them indirectly by my hand? Qing Xian saw that Xiaofan still had no intention of making a move against him and watched those original disciples of his suffer from the demonic chi, and with a bad smile, he stirred up trouble. You think you can demonize them? Xiaofan asked a rhetorical question very calmly. That's natural, they've already had their bodies corrupted by the demonic chi a second time, and my demonic chi is even more terrifying than the one my son released. Now even if you try to make a move, at most you'll only be able to save 1 or 2 people, and all the rest will be demonized. And you, as a human supreme being, yet you watch your own compatriots demonize and see them die. I think you're the real devil, ha? Qing Xian proudly countered strongly, and coldly belittled Xiaofan a bit. Then take a good look. Boom! As the words fell, Xiaofan waved his large hand, and all the demonic chi seemed to be sucked away by a powerful suction force, converging towards Xiaofan's palm. In just the instant of breathing, all the demonic chi converged in his palm, being purified cleanly and compressed into a pure and incomparable energy crystal. At the same time, the people who had originally been invaded by demonic chi had all returned to normal. It's okay. It's really okay. There's not a single bit of demonic energy left in the body, ha ha ha. At this moment, the crowd realized that the demonic chi in their bodies had completely disappeared into thin air, and they no longer suffered from that pain, and each of them laughed happily. How is this possible? How could you remove all the demonic chi in such a short period of time? Qing Xian looked around in a circle and realized that all the demonic chi had dissipated and disappeared, and everyone had returned to normal. His complexion suddenly changed, and the whole person was plunged into a state of madness, unable to believe what his eyes were seeing at all. Old devil. Even if you really are in the realm of the demon emperor, you're still like a mole cricket, unbeatable. Xiaofan said with cold disdain when he saw Qing Xian's incredulous state of madness. Ah, kid, you're too cocky. A martial emperor whose strength has been severely weakened also dares to disregard my demon race great emperor, looking for death. Tonight, I'm going to slaughter you myself. Boom! As Qing Xian finished shouting angrily, a monstrous demonic aura emanated from his body, and those demonic auras coalesced into a giant black sword in the air behind him. The huge sword was suspended in midair, as if it was the devil god sword that the devil god himself had created, erupting with extremely terrifying darkness power, locking onto Xiaofan, and with a single chop of the sword, the heavens and the earth trembled as if it was about to collapse and destroy. Click! Then Xiaofan casually grabbed his big hand forward and a huge radiant hand crushed the pitch-black demon god sword, purifying all the darkness power, and then converged to transform into a big hand of holy light that covered the sky and slapped down towards Qing Xian. Boom! This palm directly broke the bones in Qing Xian's entire body and smashed into the ground, creating a large deep pit. In the next moment, Xiaofan waved his big hand, and his large illusory hand grabbed Qing Xian's head and raised it out of the deep pit, suspending it in front of his eyes. Old ghost. You can't be arrogant this time. Humph. Kid, don't be complacent. The entire eastern desolate continent will soon fall into the world of the demon race. All of you will be reduced to puppet slaves of my demon race. Qing Xian growled in a million different ways. Then we'll see. Xiaofan smiled faintly and pinched Qing Xian's head after obtaining all the memories. At the same time, he knew more secret information, and his complexion gradually became grave. You seek death. However, just at this moment, a furious cry containing a strong killing aura sounded, and a brilliant sword chi, which was like a heavenly pillar collapsing, chopped towards Xiaofan. Chapter 37, The Fish Takes the Hook. This sword chi came with great force and was as fast as the speed of light. Click! Boom! Before Changqing and the others could even react, Xiaofan had already grabbed the sword chi, which was like a heavenly pillar, with a big hand and shattered it. Boom! Immediately afterward, those fragments of sword chi once again coalesced into a gigantic palm, emitting a brilliant light that illuminated the dark night, like the hand of the heavens, slapping towards the night sky where the sword chi was chopping from. Ah! Boom boom! The crowd heard miserable cries coming from the night sky, and then they saw a figure falling from the night sky at great speed, smashing into the mountains and forests below, directly blowing out a huge deep crater, and the surrounding trees lit up with sky-high fires. Afterward, Xiaofan grabbed another big hand, and the illusory big hand descended from the sky, grabbing the person back from the deep pit in the mountain and suspended him in front of his eyes. It was an old man with a long beard who had lost his left arm. Attacked by that palm of Xiaofan, the old man's body was severely destroyed and he was seriously injured, looking dying. How could it be Elder Dao Qing? After the 5 supreme elders took a closer look at the other party's face, they looked startled and recognized the identity of this old man who had just sneak attacked Xiao Fan. Lord Emperor. This senior is an old ancestor of the Daoyan Holy Land, from the same period as our original old man Qingxian. Emperor and Lord, he must have just taken you for a member of the demon race to strike at you. Changqing also asks His Imperial Highness to be merciful and spare his life. Changqing respectfully made a pilgrimage to Xiao Fan and pleaded for Dao Qing. Oh, it's actually a character from the same era, that's interesting. Xiao Fan said with a faint smile. Yes, Lord Emperor, the strongest of their generation were the backbone of the entire eastern desolate continent, but there aren't many of them anymore. At this critical moment when the devil race is about to invade, I still ask your Imperial Highness to be magnanimous for the sake of the human race and just spare him this time. Changqing clarified the importance of not killing Dao Qing and pleaded again. Please, Lord Emperor, spare him this time. Please, Lord Emperor, spare him this time. Please, Lord Emperor, spare him this time. The other 4 supreme elders also opened their mouths one after another, pleading with Xiao Fan to forgive Dao Qing's recklessness. And the fact that they were willing to plead for this other sacred ground's old ancestor lay in the fact that the Daoyan sacred ground was the closest one to the Violet Mansion sacred ground, and the 2 sacred grounds had good relations. In particular, their demonized and slain Qingxian old ancestor had once been very close friends with Dao Qing. Now that their old ancestor Qingxian had died due to demonization, they were unwilling to see this senior fall. Swish swish swish. Just in the little while that they were begging Xiao Fan, 6 more old men who exuded the aura of saints appeared in the sky above. Dao Qing, kid, you actually managed to injure Dao Qing. Could it be that you were the one who released such a terrifying demonic aura earlier? Bold devil, you went on a killing spree in the Violet Mansion Holy Land, and now you want to kill Dao Qing. Don't you dare. Quickly release Dao Qing, or I'll let you die without a burial place. When the 6 people saw that Dao Qing was seriously injured and had been reduced to a prisoner, they mistook Xiao Fan for a demonic person for a moment, and each of them looked furious and murderous. No no no. A few seniors, you've misunderstood. It's all a misunderstanding, they're all on their own. Changqing hurriedly opened his mouth to stop the 6 from striking out at Xiao Fan, so that the situation would not become more serious and out of hand. Not to mention that these 6 people were also characters from the same era as Qingxian and Dao Qing. In addition, the strong people of this era are getting less and less as the years go by, and at the time of the upcoming invasion of the demon race, they are extremely precious and powerful combatants, and they cannot have the slightest loss. Ha ha ha. Right after Changqing finished speaking, Dao Qing however suddenly let out a wild laugh and turned to the 6 people in the sky. 6 buddies, don't believe this Changqing's bull asterisk. Changqing, he has been demonized, and this youth who grabbed me is also a demon. I saw him kill Qingxian with my own eyes. What's more, this son is a very powerful devil. We can't even detect the devil aura on him. If not, with my strength, at his age, how could he have seriously injured me? Boom! With these words from Dao Qing, the complexions of the 6 people above all changed drastically, each of them emitting the strongest aura, as well as a monstrous murderous aura. Dao Qing was considered a leader amongst the saints of their generation, and was extremely strong. If the Xiao Fan in front of him was truly a member of the demon race, he was by no means an idle person. On the other hand, Changqing and the other disciples of the Violet Mansion Holy Land were sunken in color. They never expected Dao Qing to actually turn around and hit them with a rake in reverse, giving them a hat of a demonic person. It was nonsense to say that Xiao Fan was a demon clan member and Changqing had been demonized. However, in the next moment, they all realized one thing, that Dao Qing had spoken those words just now without sufficient knowledge of the actual details, and it was likely that he had also become a demon long ago, just like their Qingxian old ancestor. It was also just as Dao Qing said that the demonic aura on Xiao Fan was so powerful that the older generation of saints couldn't even discover it. After Dao Qing himself was demonized, his demonic aura was so horribly advanced that even the strongest of his peers couldn't discover the demonic aura hair on his body. Just as they were unable to discover that the 6th Supreme Elder had long been demonized, they were blissfully unaware of it. However, just as they wanted to open their mouths to explain clearly to the 6 seniors in the sky above, they saw Xiao Fan pass them a look and immediately shut their mouths. Xiao Fan gave them a hint that he might suspect that there were still demonized people among the 6. If this was really the case, the more Changqing and the others thought about it, the more horrified they felt. Could it be that the human race had been infiltrated by the demon race to such a serious extent? But no matter what, with Xiao Fan's realm strength, he definitely wouldn't lie to them, and they had to be absolutely trusting and cooperate with the act. The 6 old men did not believe Dao Qing's words the first time either, and they were all carefully sizing up Xiao Fan. They really couldn't sense the slightest fluctuation in cultivation from this young man's body, nor was there any demonic aura present. It was as if he was like an ordinary youth. It was just that Dao Qing had just said that Changqing had been demonized, yet so far, this first supreme elder of the Violet Mansion Sacred Land hadn't come forward to refute it, which also caused the 6 elders to feel incredibly confused. Changqing, tell me, what happened to the demonic aura that erupted from your place earlier? Have you been demonized? Who exactly is this young man, and why did he kill Qingxian? One of the shorter and fatter looking old men with a slightly red nose asked first. Zijan, are you stupid? How could he, a demonized demon, answer you honestly? What's more, we know this little guy is not a day or two, he is a very obedient and well-behaved disciple, never dare to tell lies, and once he makes a mistake, he even dares not say a word. This is all Qingxin told us back then. Look, I just said that he has been demonized, but he didn't utter a rebuttal. Isn't that a tacit admission that he is a demon? What are you 6 old guys still thinking so much about? Hurry up and make your move to kill this devil who has grabbed me. If he escapes, it will bring devastating disaster to the human race on our eastern wasteland continent. Dao Qing grabbed the first opportunity to speak, his voice filled with intense hateful anger and killing intent. Zijan, and you 4 fellows, I think Dao Qing is right. Shangqing and the entire Purple Mansion Holy Land had been demonized by that little devil, which was why they were so calm and didn't refute the clarification. Come on, let's make a move to eliminate that kid and this group of devils who have fallen into the devil's path. Immediately afterward, the hawk-nosed old man standing beside Zijan agreed. Right. Hurry up and make a move, we must not let this kid get away, or there will be endless troubles. Just as the hawk-nosed old man finished speaking, another very elegant-looking old man agreed. This. Jinjin and the other 3 fell into silence, not knowing who to believe. Good. The fish is hooked. But right at this moment, Xiaofan said with a cold smile. Chapter 38, a trick to lure a snake out of its hole. Fish on the hook? What do you mean by that? Zijan's brows furrowed as she stared at Xiaofan with a grave expression, and at the same time, she raised her vigilance, being wary of bad things popping up and ready to counterattack at any time. Zijan, how else is this to be understood? By fish on the hook, isn't he just luring us in so that he can eliminate us altogether? Unfortunately, I was unlucky enough to arrive first and saw this kid kill Qing Xin with my own eyes before I made my move, only to be seriously injured and captured by him. Right now, when he says the fish is on the hook, he means he's going to take a shot at you people and kill you. What are you waiting for? Make your move, you can't let his trickery succeed again. Dao Qing deliberately pretended to look like he was in a hurry and once again added fuel to the fire, fanning the flames. Dao Qing is right, Zijan, the 4 of you should stop worrying so much and immediately join forces with us to kill this devil. The old man with the hawk-hooked nose hastily agreed. That's right, let's make a move together to kill him. We'll definitely be able to completely obliterate him, and then wipe out all of this group of demonized devils in the Violet Mansion Holy Land. Boom! After that elegant old man finished speaking, he immediately changed his face, looking ferocious and exuding a monstrous killing aura. Zijan, you guys don't need to think any further, let's immediately strike and take down this devil of his. Boom! The hawk-hooked nose old man also immediately erupted his strongest aura, and the power within his body was converging at an extremely high speed. At this moment, the aura on this eagle-hooked nose old man and that elegant old man was the same as Qing Xian's realm before he had released his demonic chi and boosted his strength, the 9th grade martial saint. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Zijan and the other 3 old men all looked at each other and nodded, similarly radiating the aura of a 9th grade martial saint. Their gazes all fixed on Xiaofan, ready to strike at any time. However, just at this time, Changqing suddenly shouted. Elder Violetjin, this Dao Chang, Dazzling Flame, and Song Hai are the ones who have been demonized. Like my family's ancestor Qingxian, they have long since fallen into the devil's way, so you mustn't believe their nonsense. And now this youth who captured Dao Qing is a supreme martial emperor that was just born in our human race, which is the real reason why you were unable to discover any cultivation within him. What? Boom! Violetjin and the other 3 old men's complexions changed abruptly, and they pulled away from Dazzling Flame and Song Hai at the first opportunity. While Dazzling Flame was the hawk-nosed old man, Song Hai was the very elegant-looking old man. For a moment, the 4 Zijan people were in a group, Dazzling Flame and Song Hai were on one side, and Xiaofan grabbed Dao Chang and stood on one side, forming a 3-legged situation. Up to this moment, the Zijan 4 people still had some worries in their hearts, and looked down at the Changqing shouting, Changqing, are you sure all 3 of them have been demonized? Don't be mistaken. Elder Violetjin, as soon as this Dao Cheng appeared, he didn't even ask for any information before striking out at Lord Emperor, only to be severely injured by Lord Emperor. Just a breath of time before you arrived, we were all still praying for Lord Emperor to spare his life, and when he saw you coming, he flatly claimed that Lord Emperor was a demon, and that I had been demonized. If he's not one of the demon race, why is he so eager to bite us back? Nagarjuna's breathless, loud explanation. This Dazzling Flame as well as Song Hai also chose to believe Dao Qing's words without asking about the situation first, and even chimed in one after another, urging you all to come together to kill Lord Emperor. Only if they're demon clansmen on the same side would they rush to cover up the truth and try to get His Imperial Highness and all of us killed. Senior Zijan, think about it, why the other 3 seniors who were with you didn't rush to make a move while Dao Cheng and the 3 of them sang together, isn't it already very obvious? For seniors, in the face of Dao Qing's slander, we didn't come forward to fight back, that is, we deliberately wanted the 2 of them to jump out and take the opportunity to distort the facts and beat us to death with a stick, to sit on the fact that we're demon clansmen. They're in a hurry to get Lord Emperor and destroy us, and that's because their demon race is about to invade our eastern wasteland continent and want to kill us to silence us. The other 4 Taishang elders also spoke. Their emotions were very impassioned, and they did their best to persuade the 4 people of Zhejian. Violet Old Ghost. Even if their demonic aura is more advanced, we are at most unable to detect the demonic aura on people with the same or similar strength. But in so many disciples with low strength up and down the Violet Mansion Holy Land, there really isn't a single bit of demonic aura in them. If this youth in front of us really demonized all the disciples of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, it's impossible to do so by hiding the demonic aura within each of them from us, unless he's a demon emperor. But if he really is the demon emperor, their side is not subject to the suppression of the rules of heaven and earth, and the demon emperor's strength has not been weakened, so he doesn't even need to engage in this kind of small action. He can directly lead the demon army and invade in full force. After hearing the words of Changqing and the other supreme elders, the 3 old men standing with Zhejian also nodded their heads in agreement, speaking the judgment in their hearts. It was impossible for Xiao Fan to be a demon clan member, and Changqing and the other disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land had not been demonized. Those who lied were Dao Cheng, Dazzling Flame, and Sunhai. Good. I believe it too. Zhejian and the 3 of them exchanged a glance, then respectfully saluted Xiao Fan and said, "Greetings, Lord Emperor. Please, Your Imperial Highness, issue a decree to destroy these demonic clansmen." Xiao Fan waved his hand at the 3 of them to show that they were exempt from salutation, while he took another look around before he coldly stared at Dazzling Flame and Sunhai. "It looks like no one else will show up to come, so it's a bit of a shame to just lure you 3 old devils over here." "You!" Dao Qing's complexion changed drastically as he fiercely looked at Dazzling Flame and Sunhai and angrily urged, "By delaying his move to kill me and not refuting to clarify his identity, he is deliberately luring us in, wanting to wipe out all of our fellow demons in one fell swoop, so you guys should go." In reality, Dao Qing was indeed not wrong. Xiao Fan could have blocked Qing Xian's outburst of demonic chi from outsiders at that time. But he didn't do that, just to startle the demonic clansmen lurking in the eastern wasteland continent into rushing here, but it only drew in 3 old demons. Go! As for Dazzling Flame and Sunhai, when they heard Dao Qing's words, they were shocked and reacted extremely quickly, immediately increasing their escape speed to the extreme and heading in different directions. Boom! But also as they were moving, an aura that resembled heavenly might descended from the sky, transforming into 2 large hands that slapped at the 2 of them. Ah! Boom boom! The 2 of them let out miserable cries, and then they fell like 2 meteorites, smashing the mountains and forests below into 2 huge deep pits of scorched earth. Soon, the duo was grabbed back by the illusory big hand, and like Dao Qing, they were suspended in midair like 3 dead dogs. Qing Xian doesn't know how many demons have infiltrated the various holy places. Since the demonic aura he released didn't draw more demons here, then this emperor probes your brains to see how much you know. As the words fell, Xiao Fan directly performed a soul search on the 3. Ah! And the 3 let out pig-killing screams. Bang, bang, bang. After obtaining all the information, Xiao Fan waved his big hand and shattered the bodies of the 3 people before turning to Changqing. Immediately send out invitations to all holy lands, holy dynasties, and imperial dynasty clans in the eastern desolate continent. 12 days later, a conference on defense against demonic invasion was held in the Great Zhou dynasty. Let's make a trick out of it and give him a snake in the hole. Chapter 39, The 3 Clans War 600 Years Ago. Within another large hall of the Violet Mansion Holy Land, Xiao Fan, the 4 Violetjin, as well as the 5 elders such as Changqing and the Holy Lord were all here. Arriving at the main hall, Changqing introduced the identities of the 4 people to Xiao Fan one by one. The other 3 were named Zhang Lan, Zhou Lei, and Zhang Zhaotian. After getting to know each other, the group began to sort through the events of the night. There were just too many hidden secrets and questions to figure out. Your Imperial Highness, I still can't figure out how old ancestor Qing Xian, whom I personally sent into seclusion in the first place, was demonized and became a demon clan member for no reason, and that demon clan member within Old Sixth is a father-son relationship. And Lord Emperor, you seem to know more than any of us, so please can you clear up our confusion? Changqing first respectfully bowed and saluted Xiao Fan and inquired with a serious face. Yeah, what about Dao Qing, Dazzling Flame, and Sun Hai? How did they become among the demon race as well? If Emperor knows the answer, I still hope that you can tell us the truth, or let us understand how serious the situation is in our eastern wasteland continent right now. With a puzzled look, Zhejian asked Xiao Fan for advice. Your Imperial Highness, and the fact that the demonic aura on them is really powerful, we actually can't detect it in the slightest. Why is that? Zhang Lan continued to voice the question in his mind. Zhou Ba as well as Zhang Taotian had wanted to open their mouths as well, when Xiao Fan took the lead. Well, don't ask one by one, this emperor will tell you everything he knows. The reason why Qing Xian and the others turned into demonic clansmen is still to mention the Great War that broke out 600 years ago. 600 years ago. At the mention of this time, one and all at once remembered the incident of that year. 600 years ago, deep within the savage mountains in the northern part of the Great Zhou, a large-scale beast tide suddenly erupted, and a large number of demonic armies began to rush out of the mountains and head towards the human territory. At that time, the Great Zhou Shao family's royal family simply could not withstand the demon army, and the Purple Mansion Holy Land took the lead in sending people to suppress it, but it did not have the slightest effect. The battle became more and more intense, and in the end, the entire Eastern Desolate Continent's powerhouses gathered together to wipe out all the invading demonic beast armies, and went all the way north to kill deep into the savage mountain range, completely wiping out all the demonic races there. However, the human army didn't stop, it still killed all the way, penetrating deep into the hinterland of the demon race's territory. In that battle, the strongest of the human and demon races were in a state of mutual defeat after a bloody fight. Just as the powerhouses from both sides were seriously injured, a group of demonic powerhouses suddenly appeared. The demon race powerhouses took the opportunity to attack the human and demon race powerhouses. Although the human and demon clan powerhouses were injured, the two clans' powerhouses joined forces and killed all the incoming demon clan powerhouses. However, that battle was not a total annihilation, it happened to be a conspiracy by the demons. In a state where both powerhouses were severely injured, it was simply impossible to defeat the demon powerhouses that were still in their strongest state. Not to mention that those demonic powerhouses were not from the eastern wasteland continent and were not affected by this heaven and earth, their strength was not weakened, and it was even more unlikely that the powerhouses of the two clans would be able to wipe out those demonic powerhouses with their heavily injured bodies. However, the reason why the two clans thought that they had killed the demons cleanly was actually a play put on by the demons. The demonic powerhouses took the opportunity to take over the human and demonic powerhouses in the midst of their engagements, and if they succeeded, they would then destroy the demonic powerhouses' own original physical bodies, thus creating the fact that the two clans had wiped out the demonic people. The human and demon powerhouses that survived that battle back then did have a small portion of them taken over by demon powerhouses, and they all closed down to heal their wounds after they came back. The fact that Zijin and the others were unable to discover the demonic aura on Dao Qing's fellow powerhouses lay in the fact that these demonic powerhouses had been empowered by the demonic aura of the demon clan's ancient great emperors, and unless they were at the level of the great emperors of the two clans, they would not be able to discover them at all. Even if martial emperors appeared in this world, it would be difficult to detect them due to the suppression of the great Dao and the drastic weakening of their strength. What's more, on top of the eastern wasteland continent, since more than 100,000 years ago, when the last martial emperor of the human race died in battle, no emperor had ever been born again, which was one of the major reasons why the demon race had dared to engage in such infiltration. Dao Qing, these demonized old saints, if they didn't take the initiative to burst out their demonic aura, they didn't really know how many of them had been successfully taken over. As for what happened 12 years ago in the Savage Mountains, it was a continuation of that battle 600 years ago. After listening to Xiao Fan's account of the situation, Changcheng and the others were doubly puzzled. It was reasonable to say that Xiao Fan was only 20 years old this year, a super genius martial emperor born out of nowhere. How could he be so clear about the secrets of the demon clan? Adding to the fact that the martial emperors of this world were severely weakened, and were bound to be much weaker compared to the demon race's great emperors, that ancient demon race's great emperor's demonic chi should be able to more or less cause some damage to him. However, the Xiao Fan they saw was unafraid of the demonic aura of those ancient demon emperors and was able to purify the demonic aura in an instant. Such means, did it mean that Xiao Fan, the new martial emperor, was not a weakened version? With that question in mind, Nagarjuna asked again, Lord Emperor, is your current strength suppressed by the great Tao of this heaven and earth or not, and has it returned to the kind of emperor's strength that you had in the ancient times? When he asked this question, Zijin, Zhanglan, Zhou and Zhang Zhaotian all stared at Xiao Fan with their full attention. The realm they used, although it was the same as before the heaven and earth had changed, but after the mutation, it was suppressed by the great Tao, and the strength was severely shrunk, and the 4 ninth grade martial saints of the Purple Jin were not much stronger than the kind of 3rd and 4th grade martial saints of the ancient times. The situation was the same for martial emperors, and I'm afraid that they would be equivalent to the strength of an 8th or 9th grade martial saint before the heavens and earth had changed. It was also because of this reason that at that time, Xing Xian was so confident that he was able to behead Xiao Fan, a martial emperor born in a new era, when he had the demonic chi of the ancient demon race great emperor as a booster. But Qin Xian was still easily obliterated by Xiao Fan even though he had completely unleashed the devil emperor's chi and elevated himself to just one step short of entering the emperor realm. Extrapolating from this, they believed that Xiao Fan, the new martial emperor, was not weakened. Being weakened is a certainty, and this emperor is no exception. But this emperor's situation is just special. Xiao Fan responded with a simple sentence and did not say the specific reason. In reality, the main reason he was able to easily obliterate Qin Xian, who was almost on the verge of becoming a demon emperor, was still because of his chaotic bloodline. Chaos, the origin of all things in the world. The chaos bloodline was the strongest bloodline in the world, with the qualities of destroying, purifying, fusing, and evolving all things. He possessed a chaotic bloodline, no matter if it was demonic chi, devilish chi, darkness and decay and all other evil energies in the world, it had no effect on him and could still be freely absorbed, and it had an innate suppression of any bloodline physique. It was with the powerful power of the chaos bloodline that even though he was now a severely weakened martial emperor, with all sorts of powerful means and aptitudes restricted, he was still able to obliterate Qin Xian, who had not been weakened and had become demonized. A good while passed before Xiao Fan solemnly reminded, "Alright, Let's return to the main topic of the conference. After the 6th Supreme Elder sent Zhao into Great Zhou, he found Qing Xian and contacted the Demon Race side, and the Demon Race army will be descending on Great Zhou in 12 days. By organizing the assembly on this day, the lurking demons could be lured over and all of them eliminated, and then the descending demon army could be killed. Lastly, to emphasize one point, there are still lurking demon clansmen who haven't shown up. You must not divulge this emperor's strength for the time being, so that the demon clans will think that we're weak and will succeed in their invasion. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads, at such a critical moment, not letting the demon race understand that their human race had the existence of martial emperors. That was a key element for them to win. The demon race collapsed faster and more miserably under the gullibility of the enemy. Afterward, Xiaofan talked to the crowd about some details. Meanwhile, in the eastern border of the Great Zhou dynasty, the Jindong king's mansion, a killing crisis against Xiao Jingtian was quietly born. Chapter 40, Kill the King of Yan to end all future troubles. In the Jindong king's mansion, when Qing Xian erupted a strong demonic aura, it caused a tremor that caused Huode to leave in a hurry, leaving Xiao Jingtian in the hall. Originally, Xiao Jingtian and Huode were studying the deployment of defense forces across the eastern border to prevent the Great Qian dynasty in the east from invading Great Zhou. Now Huode left in a hurry without explaining the situation and didn't come back for a while, causing Xiao Jingtian to feel very confused. 13th Prince. Although there was a terrifying aura that erupted just now, and it's normal for Huode to go and figure out the situation because of that, it's too long. A man stepped aside and said, this person was none other than Yanghua, who was ordered to protect Xiao Jingtian. That aura is indeed terrifying. With our kind of strength, I'm afraid we'll be pulverized at the slightest touch. I also noticed that Hoda was in a bit of an unusual state, leaving without saying a word and leaving us hanging. Xiao Jingtian's face was also filled with puzzlement, not understanding Huoda's behavior. No. Yang thought carefully, his complexion sank, and he came to Xiao Jingtian's ear and whispered, 13th Prince, Huoda sent a group of people to kill the 4th Prince in the first place, and was scared off by that fake you with your army, and was subsequently robbed and killed by me. My master was worried that if you came this way, Hoda would turn on you, and that's why he sent me here to protect you. Right now Hoda is acting erratically and may do something against you. Also, I detect several very strong and dangerous auras in the mansion, and Hoda is no good. Let's leave first. Hearing Yang's words, Xiao Jingtian was instantly caught up in thought, but only a dozen or so breaths of time had passed, and he too felt that something was amiss and endorsed the evacuation. Da-da-da-da. Just as the duo left the hall and came to the courtyard outside, a group of people rushed out from all directions. The auras of these people were not weak, and there were 20 to 30 martial zones surrounding the courtyard. Ha ha ha. 13th Prince, we haven't finished talking about our business. Where do you want to go? I'm afraid it's not safe to walk at night this late. I'd better send these people to protect you back. Hoda had already changed into the battle armor he only wore in combat, and with a sword hanging from his waist, he walked with a big smile. Huoda! Wearing combat armor in the middle of the night, still holding a sword, and calling in so many strong martial sect members, it's not like you're escorting this prince back, you're trying to kill this prince. Xiao Jingtian indifferently looked at Huoda and said, the way Hoda was dressed, and the fact that he was putting up such a big show, was not because he was afraid that it would be unsafe for him to walk at night, it was entirely because he wanted to get rid of him. Ha ha ha. Huoda laughed again and stopped acting, staring at Xiao Jingtian. 13th Prince, you're so smart, you're right as soon as you say it. Now that it's out of the way, I have nothing to hide from you. That's right, I'm going to get rid of you tonight, never let you return to the capital. After saying that, Huoda's expression suddenly became incomparably cold, and the murderous aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. At the same time, he raised his right hand, ready to wave it down with one hand, ordering everyone to launch an attack to eliminate Xiao Jingtian and Yanghua. Xiao Jingtian, however, was calm and unafraid in the face of danger. He was a half-step martial king, and if he fully utilized his good fourth brother's upgraded Empyrean fist, his battle power could directly cross 3 small realms, enough to kill a second-grade martial king. Not to mention that the Yang beside him was a third-grade martial king, and with the two of them joining forces, with the strength of these people in front of Huoda, they wouldn't be able to stop them at all. However, Xiao Jingtian also still had a doubt in his heart that he hadn't solved, and rushed at Huoda in a cold voice. Huoda, this prince is asking you, why did you send someone to kill my fourth brother some time ago, and now you're in a hurry to kill this prince, and you're afraid that some secret will be leaked out by this prince, who exactly is the master behind you? 13th Prince, you've been a dead man in my eyes for a long time, what's the point of knowing so much? Hoda responded with a contemptuous sentence, and then ordered in a murderous manner. All of you, kill them. Kill. Led by 20 to 30 martial sect members, all of them killed towards Xiao Jingtian and Yanghua. Bang, bang, bang. However, Yang was ruthless, and quickly blasted out a big palm that was like a thunderbolt, and almost in an instant, a flower of blood exploded in the courtyard, and all of Huoda's men were blasted to death by him, turning into blood and water all over the ground. Martial King. Good, good, good. The strongest elder of the Shao family of the Great Zhou royal family is only a martial king, while you, a mere prince, have a martial king as an attendant. it seems that today's Yen King is truly extraordinary. But the stronger King Yen is, 13th Prince, the more you have to die. The killing intent on Hua Da's face became even more intense, and he shouted with a sinister gaze, "Show yourself all!" Swish swish swish. In the next moment, 5 middle-aged men who emitted the aura of martial kings appeared. After killing the 2 of them, you will then rush to the capital in the night and kill King Yen as well, so as to put an end to any future troubles. If not, if the Yen King was allowed to continue growing, it was likely that the secrets of the eastern desolate continent would be uncovered in the future. As an envoy, I, Hoda, will never allow this to happen. Kill me. Hua Da exuded an icy killing aura and ordered the 5 first-grade martial kings. Yes. Boom. As the words fell, all 5 of them killed towards Xiao Jingtian and Yang with extreme speed. If you want to kill the 13th prince, you have to go through me first. Yang Gui roared angrily and directly killed face to face towards the first-grade martial king who rushed at the front. Soon, the 2 sides met together and the 2 fists collided. Click. Ah. However, Yang's arm was shattered by the other party, letting out a miserable scream as he flew backward and landed heavily in front of Xiao Jingtian. Hallmaster Yang, how are you? Xiao Jingtian was shocked and hurriedly helped Yang to his feet. 13th Prince, this group of martial kings is ridiculously strong. I can't beat him at all. It looks like the 2 of us are going to die here. Pfft. Yang's expression was pained, and at the end of his words, he violently spat out blood again, further aggravating his injuries. It's alright. They can't kill us. Next, leave it to this prince. Xiao Jingtian was full of confidence and exuded a powerful aura as he stared at Hua Da. Hua Da, you can't kill this prince. Instead I'm going to capture you and dig out your so-called secrets of the eastern wasteland continent, and your envoy status. Boom. Xiao Jingtian also no longer hid, completely erupting the aura of a half-step martial king. Ha ha ha. Hoda laughed disdainfully and contemptuously. So you've hidden your cultivation as well. It's just a pity that you haven't even reached martial king yet. It's simply suicidal. Since you're so arrogant and you're a royal prince, then this king will personally kill you. Boom. Hua Da also erupted with the aura of a martial king, much stronger than the other 5, and killed Xiao Jingtian at extreme speed.